What's going on? Welcome to the beginning, the first full day of the NCAA tournament. This is Madnesscast, and we are going to have such a great day here on the show. We're going to have lots of guests coming in and out here. We're live from the beautiful city of Las Vegas, Mandalay Bay here at Flanker. This is presented, of course, by BetMGM. So as the first game is about to tip off today between Creighton and Louisville, let me just go through here and introduce everybody. Got Brooks Barnheiser here. I'm John Martin, Terrell McNeil, Jeff Goodman, Matt McCall, Rob Doster. So we're going to be here all day is what they tell me. And Rob said we can drink.
Yes.
That's an interesting
fact.
Pace yourself, John.
It's an interesting
It's a long day.
It's an interesting company policy. But again, we don't have an HR department, so I think it should be fine. All right, let's kind of just work our way down. Let's start with Brooks here because you kind of wanted to take the hosting role, so I'm gonna kick it to you. What are you most looking forward to today?
I think I'm most looking forward to just, the games tipping off. Playing in the tournament twice, I firmly believe it's one of the best days in basketball when the tournament gets going. So I'm just really excited to, be a part of that and watch it.
Yeah. All right, Jerome.
I think we got to go with Creighton-Louisville right out of the gate, right? We got some questionable seeding, at least on the Louisville side. I know a lot of people felt like they should have been seeded higher, and we should get some early fireworks right away, fellas.
For me, Bill Self, John Calipari later today in Providence.
Yeah.
7-10 matchup. That's the game of the day. That's the game of the day, McCall. They hate each other. They're not going to admit it. They hate each other.
John, how did I get this seat? Man, I think I traveled the furthest coming from Florida. How did I get this seat? How did I get this seat?
He said a 7-10 is the game of the day.
I actually agree with him. I agree
all
with him.
right.
Two Hall of Famers squaring off against each other. Obviously, Michigan, everyone's picking that upset. I don't think that UC San Diego is going to be able to handle their front court up front. They haven't seen size and physicality like Michigan all season long. So those are the two games for me.
I'm looking forward to BYU VCU.
Yeah.
I think that is I circled that as the game that I think will be the best of the first round. BYU's coming in, winning, 11 of their last 13?
Yep.
11 of the last 14. They got smoked by Houston in the Big 12 tournament. But and VCU, you know how good VCU is, man. That's a team that they maybe didn't put together the resume, but they didn't have the opportunities that some of these other teams did. And I think that's going to be one of the better games that we get today.
Yeah, this is I'm looking forward to seeing how much I lose.
Me too.
So, John, we have a competition going here. We're
Who can lose more?
Yeah, we're all everyone. I had one rule. You gotta have one bet on every single game.
Yeah,
you gotta make one bet on every single game. And I think, John, we're starting off on opposite sides.
Are we? Yeah. So you have Creighton.
I have Creighton.
I've got Louisville. I mean, who's gonna guard those Louisville guards for Creighton? That's where I'm
Nobody.
at. I realize that Kalkbrenner is definitely going to be a problem, but I just feel like we saw it a little bit. Duke is unbelievable, and defensively they locked down the second half. But Terrence Edwards got going in that first half in the title game, and I just kind of see that happening in two halves in this one.
I know you're a Big East hater. He thinks the Big East is awful. He spent the
himself.
whole season saying that the Big
Love
East
yourself.
is overrated.
You know what I mean? Is there a real team other than St. John's in it this year? Love yourself.
Look, they're going to pull Kalkbrenner away from the basket, and they're going to make him have to be on the move all game long, and they're going to try to wear him down. They're going to put him in middle pick and rolls, but he's not going to be allowed to just stay out there in the paint. When they set ball screens, Louisville has to screen, or he's going to be able to kind of play that drop coverage and contest those guard shots as they're coming down the lane. The biggest thing for Louisville is screen and make him have to work. Throw ahead, pick and rolls, get him on the move.
Yeah, plus the other part of it is too, Louisville's got to be feeling some type of way that they're an 8. You saw, we were all watching the reaction for Pat
And they're
Kelsey.
playing in Lexington.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Ooh.
That is true.
But isn't that good?
Yeah, it's good.
Right.
That's
great.
good. It's a trade.
Yeah, no,
it's a trade-off.
It's an advantage.
No Kentucky. How many Kentucky
Who was acting like
fans
it's a
are gonna show up in
disadvantage?
Louisville?
Who the hell would think that?
Well, people think that Kentucky fans are going to show up and boo them.
Don't
Brooks,
they have
how
their
much of
own
an
game
advantage?
to go to?
Brooks, how much of an advantage will it be for Louisville to play an hour away?
Yeah, I think it's huge. Just being close to home. Like both times we played in it, we were far, but our fans still showed up. So imagine if we played in Chicago or Indy, you know what I mean, and your fans can come support you. I think it's going to be a huge advantage for sure.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of trade-off for sure with that
not necessarily the number seed that they wanted, but being able to stay in state and have that fan base. We know that's one of the best fan bases as well in college basketball anyway. So, that place will be rocking, obviously, and they'll definitely have an advantage.
Jarrell just said it's an advantage for the number 11 team in the AP poll to be playing a 9 seed and get Auburn in the second round.
In Kentucky.
It's Kentucky.
In Kentucky, right? Well, like, don't get me wrong. If you got to kill the giant, right, I'd rather them have a shot at doing it in their own backyard is what I'm saying.
All right, Brooks, let me ask you this. I got a question for you. On the day that the tournament starts, like, what is going through your head as a player? Like, what is that feeling like while you're waiting to tip off? Are you sitting there watching all the other games while it's going?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, luckily last year we were the first game, so you didn't really have to get too, worked up or too nervous. You could kind of just go out there and play, but it's really just euphoric. I mean, when you're growing up, and you play basketball, you dream of playing in the NCAA tournament. So when that morning when you wake up, there's just a different kind of, vibe in the air. So it's definitely just a euphoric feeling for sure. And then you get on the court and you see, those blue logos on the March Madness, and you're out there and it's just, mano against another team. It's just a beautiful experience.
I wonder a little bit with Creighton, just as I'm turning it over in my head, Ryan Miller's leaving, right? Ryan Miller's leaving for Murray State.
Nice hat, by the way. You got the Miller family flex going right now. Yeah, shout out to Mike.
It is an Omaha bar as well. I do wonder a little bit, you're going to be distracted because you're trying to hire people. You're trying to, I know you're.
Last I checked, it's Greg McDonald.
I understand that, but that's fair. But I'm putting out potential.
I think it's different. I think it's different for assistant coaches. I mean, we just saw Duke lose Jay Lucas and they go on to win the ACC tournament. I think it's a bigger distraction for some of these head coaches. And I thought Will Wade did a pretty good job yesterday in his press conference of just I'm not going to sit here and lie. Yes, I've talked to NC State. I think it's more of a distraction for those guys that the Ben McCullums, the Will Wades that, look, we know their names are being kicked around for all these jobs, rightfully so. But for assistants, it's like Jeff said, and I never tend to agree with Jeff Goodman, but
this will be twice in the first.
Yeah, twice in the first 10 minutes of the show.
Awesome.
For Ryan Miller, good
day.
for him. Gets his opportunity. It was great to see the team the other night. They posted a photo of everybody in Murray State shirts, which was pretty cool. I think it's more of a distraction for the McCollums, the Will Wades, those guys that are going to be BCS level coaches next year.
How does that? So
BCS.
Power 4, sorry.
You've gone through that process.
I mean, that just caught me off.
You've gone through that process before, McCall. How does that – because Darren DeVries got a lot of heat from West Virginia fans specifically, and it's happened with Ed Cooley before, where when these decisions get made so quickly after the season is done, and any honesty from a coach being like, yeah, you know what, sometimes this process starts before the season actually ends. How does that work for coaches that are looking for new jobs before – maybe not looking for new jobs is probably the wrong way to phrase it, but when the coaching search and the coaching carousel is spinning while you're still trying to finish your season?
This season was different. I mean, when you think about all the big jobs that were open in December and all the November, we had monumental jobs that were open. Virginia, Miami, Florida State came open late in the year. Indiana, we had these huge jobs. I don't know if there's ever been a year like this where just massive job openings in February where it was a distraction. Look, I know search firms and athletic directors were calling these coaches, and it was probably annoying for some of them. Mm-hmm. These big name coaches that are the Richard Pittinos, the Will Wades, those guys that are having great years at their great careers at their respective schools, and they're having to field calls from other schools. And that's why you have an agent.
Yes.
That's why you have an agent to buffer all that and that entire process. But I don't ever remember a season like this year where you had so many openings before the end of the year.
But it's because of how the landscape has changed.
Right.
It's part of it, the portal. Everybody is so obsessed now, these ADs, with we got to make our change and get our new coach in before the portal opens. Now,
absolutely.
Again, the portal date when it opens is irrelevant now because there's already 200 kids who have already put their names out through social media, through their agents, whatever. But the pressure from these ADs, whether it's right or wrong, to make a move early, to get a new head coach in before everything gets going with the portal, Jay Lucas, a great example.
But I go back and forth on this. Is Jay Lucas – he had to go. And credit John Shire, and I've said it on the Field of 68 before.
Had to go? Yeah.
But do you think if they go on a run, they win a national championship? They go on a run to the national championship. You think Jay Lucas may have some regrets that he didn't get to do that he wasn't a part of that?
All right, we got John Fanta jumping in now. We'll pick up that point after. But let's bring on John Fanta from Providence, Rhode Island, the site of.
There he is.
Hey, the legend.
I couldn't give two damns about a coaching carousel or a transfer. Go ahead, enter the portal. I don't care. This is the madness. This is the NCAA tournament. It's Creighton and Louisville right now, 12-15. Ryan Kalkbrenner. How will Louisville come back going inside against Kalkbrenner? I think they're going to spread Creighton out. They're going to have Chucky Hepburn try to drive this bus. And for the Cardinals, they got to get tempo in this game. You want to speed Creighton up. Fascinating matchup to start the day. I'm ready for the madness. I know you guys are too. Let's talk about this thing because this is going to be an outstanding NCAA tournament. This is not last year with UConn at 37-3. This is a tournament in which there are several teams that can win the national championship. Let's roll.
Fanta, I got a question for you, man. Someone told me the other day that this isn't the best day of the year, that there are better days during the calendar year than the first day of the NCAA tournament. Can you tell them why they're wrong?
It's just that's plain stupid. What are you talking about? Like what day is better than this day? There's so much new. It's like the first day of school, but you don't have to go to school. You go down on the couch and just watch everybody play. Like nobody wants to actually go to class. They're just excited to see their friends. That's what this day is about. Now, Jeff, you know who I work for, so that puts me in a especially, yeah. Love you, Pack. I'm in a contract here, man.
Is it true that John Calipari wouldn't say Rick Pitino's name?
That is true. He would not say his name, John. He said, I knew that we would play Kansas. Then he paused and he goes, and him. Now, John, you got to get through Kansas tonight. Bill Self's the guy. He walked in the press conference room. You guys will appreciate this. He pulled up the chair and he goes, I am so glad that nobody's talking about us. He goes, I've never been happier to not be in the middle of this thing. Cal would not say Rick Pitino or St. John's name. He just said, I knew I would play Kansas and him. He can't do it. Jeff, he can't stomach it, Jeff. You know this rivalry. These two do not like each other at all.
So Bill Self, obviously against Cal in this game. How is Cal taking this in terms of is he totally buying into being the underdog? Is that where kind of he's trying to bring everything to right now?
Well, it's funny because he sat down and he's like, he did say, this is back to my roots. This is back to my roots. This is like 96 all over again. Now, UMass, if I'm correct, was a 1 seed. UMass was at the top of the bracket. It wasn't like they were, a bottom end seed, but he was saying this is back to – he did say this. There's a sense of reward. And Coach McCall, I'd be curious to get your thoughts on this. He said there's a sense of reward and relief when you do punch your ticket to the NCAA tournament and you're living life a little bit on the bubble. He said, I'm not trying to say that it's better than being a 1, 2, or a 3 seed. But I thought that was interesting from Cal McCall that he said, there's something to be said about fighting for it. And he goes, now we've taken that monkey off our back. We've made the tournament. Now let's put a run together.
Fanta, what matchup there in Providence besides that one? And we were talking about that one earlier today. What matchup are you most looking forward to?
Well, I think that there's such a dynamic to this afternoon. I mean, I don't know what to expect from Clemson and McNeese after this Will Wade news. Will those kids respond at McNeese, or are they going to be really depleted at the thought of now losing their coach? The timing, I feel for the kids a little bit. I'd like them to finish out their season and play, and they're going to need. I don't think McNeese can handle the physicality of Clemson. Like before this news dropped, I was very concerned about that. McNeese has a couple of guards, Devon Garcia and Sincere Parker. But Rob, we talked about this on our show earlier this week. We just didn't know if McNeese could generate enough offensively. The game I'm most intrigued by, besides the Arkansas-Kansas game, is the game that I'm going to head over to right after I talk with you, and that's Purdue-High Point. Because I sense a little bit of unease from Purdue. Purdue has had a tough last month. They haven't played very well. High Point, look, they got a kid named Keza Jiffa who could set this game on fire and play really, really well. And by the way, remember the name Bobby Pettiford? He's in the High Point jersey. Alan Huss runs an efficient offense. I don't think he's going to get fazed by Purdue's pick and roll and everything that Purdue does offensively because he's got a good one himself. Could be a real battle here in Providence.
John, we also got VCU, BYU, and I know I got a couple guys I think even sitting next to me that kind of had pegged as BYU being the team that can make a deep run, but I definitely think they'll have their hands full today, so I'm interested to see your thoughts on that matchup as well.
Jarrell, it is my lock of the day. I think BYU is going to roll past VCU. Roll. Well, the game is at altitude. I know VCU's had a heck of a year. I'll eat my words on this marathon if I'm wrong. I just think BYU winners of 9 of their last 10 with Richie Saunders. You don't have to travel. They've gotten better on the defensive end of the floor as the year's gone on. VCU had to play a Sunday championship game. Now you got to get on a plane, Jeff. You know this, Jeff. And guys, you got to travel across the freaking country and now play at altitude, and sometimes you're a little bit off. So we'll see. They also have Mawat Mag. Mawat Mag can guard Max Shulga. So I like BYU in that game.
Yeah, and travel's I don't know if you guys have traveled in America lately, but it's a shit show.
Absolutely.
It's a little easier when you're traveling private. It's a little easier when the plane is waiting on you. You're not waiting on the plane.
It's not always
traveling
the case
private
with the NCAA, by the way.
Yep. All right, Fana, go.
I got to run.
Yeah, go to your game, man. We appreciate
brother.
you jumping on. We appreciate
Thanks,
you
guys.
setting the stage, and I'm glad you set my buddy straight, who thought that today wasn't the best day
Have fun,
of the
man.
calendar.
Thanks,
year.
John.
See you, Fanta.
That was John Fana, ladies and gentlemen. We are off. Creighton-Louisville, barn burner, 2-0. 2 minutes have gone in the first half here. Again, I think you might have expected, right? It would. It's a
Can't finish overhead.
first game of the tournament, and nobody can make a shot. So
Make a layup.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
First 5 minutes.
crazy is it
First
though?
half unders in the afternoons, John. First half unders in the afternoons.
Think about where Louisville has been the last 2 years, and now their fans and how excited they must be watching a Cardinals team that is in the tournament, might advance. I mean, isn't it a major success if they just win this game? Like a huge win for the season. Then you're playing with house money.
It's a major success that they made it into the
Already.
tournament.
I agree.
Yeah, they've
It's already
the
won.
season's already been successful,
No question.
and they got a great draw according to Jarrell.
Home game, somewhat of a home game. Let me ask you this.
Look how
though.
much red. You're right. Look how much red is in that.
Let me ask you this though, and just as we're tipping things off here, Brooks, from a player standpoint, and I always said this when I played. Worst part of the game was like the first 2 minutes, just as far as like wind, getting that good sweat in. You do your warm up and everything, but those first 2 to 3 minutes of the game before that first timeout comes is absolutely brutal. And it was the only time in the game where it was like I used to be dog tired. You make it to that timeout and you like thank God. Look, you're hoping somebody even on your team fouls or something just to slow the pace down. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. And the first 4 is always the toughest to get into that first media timeout. But like it kind of pain goes away when you shoot that first shot and it goes in. And
Yep.
you're like, all right, like, we started off strong. But like you said, it's just like adrenaline. You just got off your warm up, getting through that first media timeout. But then once you get there, you kind of let the game settle in and everything gets better from there.
Are you so amped up going into this, Brooks?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, kind of like I said, like you kind of dream about it. But then when you get out there and you start playing, it just kind of boils down to this basketball again. And you're just kind of like a kid. So you're just super amped.
Yeah, it's we're about to get to that first 4 media time out here, 5 to 4. I don't know for Creighton, Jeff. It's been an interesting year. I mean they're certainly used to a level of success, and I don't know it's been mostly good, but a 9 seed is probably not where they hope to be before the season started. So, what do you make of this? We talked about Louisville. What do you make of this Creighton season?
Well, I think part of it was Creighton was ahead of the game when it came to NIL a couple of years ago. They were honestly, they might have been the top team when it first got implemented. And then it caught up with them, and other people passed them by. So they didn't have this year what a lot of other schools did. But they were able to keep Kalkbrenner. Obviously, Ashworth coming back was big for them. And then they get Pop Isaacs, and midway through the season, he has hip surgery again. So they lose their quasi-point guard. They don't really have a true point, right? He and Ashworth are both kind of combos. And I'm thinking in Vegas, they're done. I mean, their trip to Vegas was a disaster on and off the court. Complete disaster. And I can't go into all the
Why was it a
specifics.
disaster
No,
off
I'm
the
not
court?
going into all of it. I can't. I've been sworn to see. When we have a few more beers, maybe I'll tell it like at 10 o'clock at night.
When is it acceptable to start drinking?
Now, I mean,
Yeah,
go
You
get
said
one
when
now.
we have
It's
a few
fine.
more. We haven't
Yeah,
had a
hosting
single
dude.
one.
we
We
got
haven't had
some.
anything.
We got some dad water on the way for you, Joe.
Yeah.
But for
We got
them
some
to
dad
get
water on the
into
way
the
for you.
tournament, I think, because the way it looked like it was heading after Pop, they beat Kansas with Pop Isaac, and then he shuts it down and has surgery. So
Why are we celebrating
Why,
beating Kansas?
so why is that a big deal?
Yeah, why are we
At
celebrating
the
beating Kansas?
time.
back then, it was a
At the
big
time.
deal.
It was at the
man.
time.
You and your Bill self-bias.
You had him at number 2 in the country. I had
who
him
had,
at 1.
who had him at number
I had
one?
him at 1.
There you go.
Absolutely. I'm just saying, Greg McDermott has done a great job with this team, getting them to a point where they're even playing the 8-9 game. Because I think when he left Vegas, he's thinking, we may not be an NCAA tournament team.
Hey, so they just did a Marriott commercial for Elliot Cadeau. How much do you think they spent on Elliot Cadeau for that
I
commercial?
know, but why Elliot Cadeau? I mean, like Brooks could have done that. Could have made some serious cash.
maybe for sure. Maybe.
Right?
Do you see earlier in the game though where Kalkbrenner's standing off ball screens?
Yeah.
Louisville has to screen, and if they're going to go under, if Creighton's going to go under, then you've got to twist it and then make him have to make a decision. If Hepburn can come off these things and shoot free throw line jump shots all game,
Absolutely.
great, awesome. That's probably what Creighton wants, but you have to screen. If you don't screen, you're not going to be open.
If you could pick one non-Cooper Flag college basketball player for your NIL campaign, like if you were Marriott,
Boy, who I would pick?
yeah, who would it be? Non-Cooper Flag.
I mean, it's got to be like a huge fan base. That's the thing. You gotta get somebody that's gonna, Let me think about that. That's a good.
That's what NIL was supposed to be, right?
That was what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, like it was supposed to be this.
That's why they made it.
Now it's just here's
This
This is our collective.
here's a bunch of money, right?
This is how much we're paying.
Which whatever. I honestly don't care, but like I remember like the LSU receiver whose name was like the coldest. He got an air conditioning deal. And that's what I thought like it was going to be, you know what I mean? But it just ended up being, here's $2 million, for whatever. So he's
I'm
stumped.
thinking about it. I am kind of stumped. I mean, probably Hunter Dickinson.
Oh
'cause it's
God, no.
Kansas,
I think it's run
and
its
he's got the
course.
personality.
It's run its course.
Probably, but I'm just saying
That was
you
a
need
really good
name,
answer in
But you
2022.
need a name and a program that fits it. Who else are you doing?
I was gonna say either that or you just need flat out star power and me and
What do you do, Jedi?
that's not a bad one.
Chad Baker Mazzara would be
I
good.
I was getting ready to say
I was
that.
gonna say he can
I
do
was
some
getting
he
ready to
he
say
can
that.
do some stuff. You need personality.
Through the shoot.
Oh, stop.
You sleep right
I saw the interviews he did with us. He's a dynamic personality.
Me and Rob talked about it a little bit last night. Even like a guy like Big Robbie. Robbie's awesome.
yeah,
man.
Robbie,
Like, don't get me
but
wrong,
again, not relevant
not a
enough. They're not-
fan base.
He's
Yeah,
somebody
for
that-
sure.
he
But
does
just
he does have a distinct look, though.
yeah, like
What are you
so
saying?
He can sell some stuff.
I'm just saying he
What
has
are
a
you saying?
distinct look. Like he's a big guy. I mean,
He's a dorky looking dude. That's what you're trying to say.
well with the goggles and
I love
stuff.
goggles.
Yeah, I mean,
He knows it. He embraces it.
yeah. So I
I mean,
would.
Braden Smith's not a bad one.
Braden
He
Smith.
just doesn't. He never smiles. I don't think you could do it with him.
You got your client has to smile.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta sell it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know about the beard either, Jeff.
Yeah, the beard's a little bit much.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
don't know.
I mean,
I don't
we see
think-
Walter Clayton Jr. walking in the arena with sunglasses on every game. Maybe he'd be a good one.
I
Yeah,
like
it
that.
would be
I
good.
like that
But
one.
the
I
problem
like
is
that one.
Florida, they just don't have
Don't
enough
do that.
pop. They don't have enough pop.
Don't do that.
I'm
Don't
just
do
telling you. Like same thing. You look Alabama. They don't really have. Pettiford's got a great personality.
Yeah.
For
Screen.
He does.
elite personality.
You got to screen.
Miles Kelly, great. Those three, I put all three of those guys on.
But
Janai, Pettiford, Miles Kelly.
We got to get more. We got to get more stars. We got to get more.
Well, the star. I mean, look, Dylan Harper Jr. and Ace Bailey are. I don't know. They in the crown? Are they done?
They coming out here to hang with us?
Where are they? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know the answer to that. Are they in the crown? Anybody know?
There's
I
no
have
chance
no
that those
idea.
two
I
are gonna
doubt
play in the
it.
crown.
I'm about to say I wouldn't imagine they would play.
They'll have they just sprained their ankles.
Yeah, exactly. Walking to get iced coffee.
Yeah, this is this is obviously the most awkward time of the day in terms of the slate because like it's the only game on, so we're like, focused exclusively on.
This is big though for Louisville to get
huge.
Rain Smith back, making shots right away.
Yeah, huge.
No doubt about it.
Because he's not moving. It doesn't look great. Although with Rain, you can't really tell.
Yeah, he might be moving well for him.
I know. That's true.
Brooks, obviously you're dealing with an injury right now, and everyone wants to talk about Cooper Flagg. Should he play? Should he not play? Right? I mean, what is – talk through the steps in terms of making the decision to get back out there and play when you're dealing with an ankle injury.
Yeah, I mean, kind of with me, it was kind of a reoccurring thing. Like I had heard it hurt my like sesame bone, kind of the ball of my foot in the summer. But then it's just, doing everything you can to get back. If you love the game, you're going to do whatever. I got some teeth knocked out, play through it, get back, have surgery, try to play 2 days later. It's just, I don't know, like if you really love the game, you'll find a way to get back for sure. But, I mean, of course, there's a lot of stakes that are different with him. He's got a lot of ball ahead. So you got to be smart, but also just, you got to like let your love of the game come through and get you back out there too.
Did you get one of those Bane masks that James Scott is wearing?
No, I probably should have because I actually kind of like that look. But no, I just have a little flipper that I can throw in and makes it look like I still got teeth.
You would have looked tough.
Is that so? You have fake teeth in there right now?
Yeah, I kind of got like a retainer in my front too, or
Can
they're
you pop
fake.
them out?
Are you gonna call him out on that right now? My God,
I could though, but yeah, later for sure.
It's
for
okay.
Sure.
Don't
Here's
don't
my
feel
real
bad.
question.
I got a
That's
couple.
the real
too.
crowd.
Why wouldn't you just play with them out? Because it's a lot more intimidating if you got someone showing up to you like sticking their tongue through the gap in their front teeth.
It's funny. I kind of did in a game. The Purdue game, my teeth got knocked out. Like I think first half at some point. So the rest of the game, like my mouth's bleeding. I like every time I open my mouth, I just don't have teeth. And like when I saw the pictures after the game, I was like, man, I looked crazy. But it was definitely a really funny experience.
Yeah, were y'all watching the Oklahoma game when I think it was Duke Miles? He hit the.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I
And
saw
like
that.
you could literally see the teeth come out of his mouth. That was and he finished the game. I mean, my God, man, it was just a regular season game.
I mean, they're just teeth, John.
Yeah, you're right.
You
They're
know,
just teeth.
if you play this game long enough, you're gonna lose a couple. So
Yeah, absolutely. All right, 16-15. We're here all freaking day, all day to the last game of the first day of the NCAA tournament. We'll have lots of different guests: Todd Golden, Tom Izzo, lots more surprises. Who knows? Stick with us here on the Field of 68.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. I have been looking for the best deal on March Madness tickets, which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and more than 70,000 events available. Now that March Madness is here, SeatGeek has your back. Each ticket is rated so you know if it's a good deal with that little green dot, and it's backed by a buyer guarantee. You can get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek with code FIELD of68. That's code FIELD of 68.
People have opinions about me, strong ones. Some compare my brand to the competition and call me a copycat. Some say that I'm just watered down, that I fall flat. I've heard it all. But the people who get me, they say I'm different, subtle, but balanced. Nothing to hide, nothing artificial. And once they give me a chance, they keep coming back for more. For more dad water. That's right, I'm talking about dad water, and I swear by it. No bubbles, No fizz, just a smooth, refreshing canned cocktail made with real tequila. 100 calories, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and gluten-free. Find Dab Water's 4 flavors in an 8-pack variety pack or single flavor 6-packs. Dab Water invites you to enjoy its great lineup of products all tournament long. Take it from me, Jeff Goodman. Sometimes the most polarizing things are the best things. Dab Water, tequila, water, natural flavors.
Welcome back to Madnesscast. Would you be Eli or Peyton, Goodman? I think you're definitely Eli. You're Eli.
He's not funny enough to
Yeah,
be Peyton.
he can't
He's
be either
definitely
of
not
them.
funny enough to be
He's
Peyton.
not either of them.
Because your team carries you.
What are you trying to say?
Your team carries you.
Man.
You know?
Peyton got carried at the end.
Who would Goodman be as a quarterback? That's a good question. Who would he be as a quarterback?
Someone that starts in the
Trent
shotgun
Dilfer.
because he's afraid to get hit. Yeah.
You'd be Trent Dilfer.
Trent Dilfer.
My God.
No, Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl.
He's a Super Bowl
Trent
champion.
Dilfer's got a ring.
I don't care.
He's a Super Bowl champion. He's a Super Bowl champion. All right, listen. We're going to have, obviously, more games sipping off here in just a second, but you did have some news today. Rodney Terry expected, after losing yesterday to Xavier, expected to be out as the Texas coach. He did go to the Elite Eight, 3 years ago when he took over for Chris Beard. So it's a little odd to me after making a tournament that they would do this. I guess that would be my first. My first instinct was really like, you get Trey Johnson and you're in the Elite Eight 2 years ago. Like, we're firing Rodney Terry. Like, are we sure?
Here's the deal, though. Here's the deal. They never wanted to hire him in the first place. All right, so Chris Del Conte was kind of backed into a corner. Beard was fired. They elevate Rodney Terry. He had a couple head coaching jobs prior that he was fine. Not great, but okay. And he takes him to the Elite Eight. So they got no choice but to hire him. Lower buyout for Texas. And they barely get in the tournament these last 2 years. And then he last night cemented it. And really, he had to make a deeper run to keep his job anyway. Probably to get to the Sweet 16. But you're talking about having a big lead and then getting out coached at the end by Sean Miller, a guy that 2 years ago, Chris Del Conte wanted to hire. That was the guy that he wanted 2 years ago. But again, he had no choice with Rodney Terry because Rodney Terry won enough games and deserved it. I said it then. He deserved to get the job, but that doesn't mean he's the guy that you wanted for the future. I said at the time he was the right guy. That doesn't mean Rodney Terry was the guy for Texas for 10 years.
But my only problem with it, man, is that they clearly did not believe that. They clearly did not believe that. They did that because they felt obligated to do it.
Sure.
And I think that's a shitty way to do business generally. I mean, if you didn't,
you're gonna fire him then when you go to the
you're not firing him. You're just moving in a different direction.
If he's a sitting duck, and I'll even ask you about it a little bit, McCall. Just in that situation, if that's not the guy that you want, and him going and getting 20 wins and going to the tournament, and obviously we said the Elite 8 year as well too. If that's not enough to keep your job and you're constantly essentially searching for a reason to get rid of the guy,
why do it in the first place?
I mean, and I get it, Texas, and don't get me wrong, I think this is a little bit over exaggerated on the basketball side, how great of a job it is. Don't get me wrong, great resources. Austin is a awesome city and things like that, great fan base, but this isn't a perennial powerhouse night in and night out. So it's like, as a coach, are you chomping at the bit to get a job like Texas?
I mean, one, you're not turning that down. He's been a head coach. He was a head coach before. He had some success as a head coach. But to your point, his back was against the wall his entire tenure there.
Right.
If he's not the guy, like if Ron Sanchez would have won 20 games this year, would he have been the guy?
No.
If he won 20, it's almost like
He had to
Texas
get him.
felt obligated to give
No,
him
they
the
did.
job.
Would they have kept him if he won 20 though, Sanchez?
Would they have kept
Would they have been forced to almost?
No, they wouldn't
what I
have
mean?
to do
thought
that.
about it.
You know what I mean?
Right.
They wouldn't
would
have.
have considered. He made
20
their decision.
games?
He made their
Right.
decision.
No.
Rodney Terry made the decision.
Tough.
Tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tough. So I
Not tough enough.
I'm okay.
I
with
honestly,
it.
but
No,
I
I'm
honestly
fine with
think
this.
3 years.
you get to an Elite Eight. Here's the thing: if you get to the Elite Eight like Rodney Terry did, then you got to at least take a shot because maybe You might not think he is, but maybe it works for whatever reason. Maybe it works because he's got the recruiting connections, because he's able to, whatever it is. If you get to an Elite Eight, you got to give the dude a shot, especially with everything that happened. The most impressive part about that season to me, Jeff, was that was the year that Chris Beard got fired in December because of the arrest, and he kept that whole team together that was recruited by Beard. Like Beard put this group together, but he kept them together. And I think you get to Elite Eight, you got to give them a shot. And it's gone backwards since then. And in the 2 years since then, going back, you go 19 and 15 with Trey Johnson and the talent that they had. You know what? That's when you can say maybe
year
this
they barely made it.
Yeah, say you didn't do enough. And I think that that's totally fair. You gave them an opportunity. It came back to earth a little bit.
Who would you
and
rather
move
have,
on.
Sean Miller or Rodney Terry, coaching Texas?
Is that what we're –
When it comes down to it,
Miller.
who would you rather have?
Miller.
You can get Sean Miller.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying.
Well, why didn't you just
Yeah, I
hire
got
Sean
you.
Miller then in
Because
2020?
you couldn't. He wanted to. He couldn't. He went to the Elite Eight. You can't fire a coach or not give him the job after he just took you to the Elite Eight. Again, short term, the right move.
Doesn't it feel like a similar situation to NC State?
It does.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
Like
Well,
the
Keats took him.
but the
Keats took him to
AD there.
Final
It's
Four.
one more.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The AD there clearly after this season
That was
did
a
not
miracle,
want
though.
to give
Right.
Kevin Keats
He
an
was going to fire
extension.
him a year ago.
He was going to get rid of him a year ago.
Right. But I think, again, if I was the AD, I would have given Kevin Keats one more year. I would have given him one more and more resources.
Well,
Rodney
why
Terry
wouldn't you
had enough resources?
– okay. I mean, listen, I'm not close enough to it to – I'm not going to fight you over it.
He had enough talent.
I just felt that they were unserious about dude from the beginning. And if you're unserious, you should have just never done it. Take the heat.
He would have gotten crushed.
So what?
Crystal Conte would have gotten absolutely scorched.
It's really not that
He got rid of
difficult.
started winning
It's really not that
Winning
difficult to say,
talks.
listen, we love Rodney
Still
Terry,
they
but
started winning.
we did not expect to have to make a coaching change, and we're going to do a real coaching search.
Then nobody
How hard is
remembers.
that? That's not hard. That's not like they just
And
over.
I think Sean Miller. If he just beat him last night. That's who they wanted 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Will Sean leave Xavier to go to Texas? I would think. I mean,
Is that
wouldn't you?
is that the first guy you would call if you're Texas?
Well, who
I
else you calling ahead of him?
I
I mean, again, Will Wade's likely going to take NC State here.
Oh, I'm calling
And he
Will
wasn't
Wade.
high on their list.
I'm calling Will
He
Wade.
wasn't high on their list.
All right. Well, I mean, it's things change. Do they not?
I would have. Yeah, they can't.
So
they
you
can't
just think
shoot.
the AD won't? He doesn't. He's not in on. Will
I would have gone after Brad Underwood personally.
Okay.
Would have been.
You go Underwood over Sean Miller?
I think so. I don't know if. I don't know.
He coached
And
at
I love
Stephen F.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he knows Texas.
That's my thing. It's just like it's the Texas thing more. It's not that I mean, Sean's awesome.
What 5-man from Louisville can consistently make threes?
Noah Waterman.
They need to
Yeah,
play
Waterman.
small.
Noah Waterman.
Just start
I think
taking every single.
it's the lineup that they have in there right now. Noah Waterman's the guy that shoots. But this is what you run into because he couldn't guard a.
Then
James Scott could guard that at least.
Yeah.
threes for twos.
That's the hard part.
Neil
Yeah.
has been great this.
He really has.
Down the
He's been
stretch.
the key. He's been the key.
awesome, man.
Jemiah
Cool.
Neal has been the guy that they needed to step up when Pop Isaacs went down, and he has.
High Point in Purdue about to tip off. I feel like
It's
it's
like you shoot it. You got to shoot
I
that.
feel like it's way too popular. By the way,
High Point.
yeah. Like nobody thinks Purdue is going to win this game. Certainly, nobody thinks Purdue is going to cover this number. There's not a person
the
in this
over.
room. There's not a person in that room. There's not a person in these couches that would take Purdue -8.
That's
No,
a
I
good
took
point.
the over.
Right, but you wouldn't.
Took
You don't
the
want the
over.
8. That just means Purdue is going to crush them. That's what I think.
You're probably right.
It's not that easy. It's, not,
Rain
it's,
Smith.
it's never that easy.
Getting good looks. Ball's just not going down.
Well, that's what Creighton does to you.
Yep.
They make you take tough threes, and they try to funnel everything into the paint. And they say, if you want to try to beat us with 14-foot jumpers,
mid-range
go ahead,
jumpers.
because you're not finishing at the bucket. Nope. With Ryan Kalkbrenner down there, and now you got Chucky Hepburn on Calc. Let's see, Chucky.
So we got two Creighton guys right now coaching. You got obviously Greg McDermott. You got Alan Huss of High Point, who played at Creighton.
Hey,
And
half of
Coach
Division
Greg
I at
McDermott.
this point is someone from Greg McDermott's coaching tree.
Crazy.
He's
What'd you say, it's 11.
got 11 Division I head coaches in his coaching.
Yeah, that's
tree right
crazy.
now.
That is
That's crazy.
All right, timeout there in Lexington.
Take some of the air out of the building.
Louisville's got to
I
talk
like
about.
that Creighton jacket. How about that?
And yeah, we officially have tip off here. I mean, High Point. I mean, great year by Huss for sure. But I still think this is one of those games that it could be a matte painter masterpiece. I really believe that.
We'll see.
Yeah, we shall see.
I make the argument that High Point's got more athletes than Purdue does, and that's what Purdue struggles with. All right, Brooks, you played against this Purdue team, man. How do you? What is the key to the matchup with them? Like, how do you attack them?
Yeah, it's a little more different this year because they still run a lot of similar stuff that they had with Edie, but with us, like the last few years.
Are you
Edie,
saying it's different without having the 2-time National Player of the Year?
No,
Are you
for
seeing
sure.
changes with their team?
But what I mean is like the coverage.
That's why we brought him here for hard-hitting analysis like that.
But the coverage kind of like with Edie, we were kind of doubling off everything, like regardless of. And the thing that was kind of tricky about that, and that people didn't really want to do that, is because they had 4 guys shoot about 40 around Edie. So we were just doubling off rip, and then our rotations were really like kind of just weird, honestly. And I feel like that's why we had some success with them. But this year, I mean, they just kind of picked us apart with the high pick and roll, hitting the short roll, and then having guys in the corners, whether it be cutters, shooters. So I don't know. Yeah, you got to try to make it uncomfortable, but they're just so poised. So it's definitely a super hard team to play against. They got like 90 sets, so you can't really scout that. It's more you just got to trust your principles kind of game.
That was going to be my question, and I just know how many different sets and variations they run, Brooks. Just talk about you guys, since you play them throughout the course of the year, your preparation for that type of stuff. Because I know, like when I was in school, you had those teams like, man, they got 200 plays.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're not going to remember and have play recognition on everything. So just talk about kind of like your game plan and like you kind of build your own principles. Regardless of what play it is, we're going to guard down screens this way. We're going to guard screen to screen action this way. We're going to switch staggers out with the second guy.
Yeah, kind of what you're saying. Like it's just really more of since they have so many sets, so many plays, it's really just a principles game. You know, you kind of got to trust your work, trust kind of the foundation that your defense is built off of. And then that'll help you with all the different sets and everything just because you trust your principles. So it's definitely a crazy kind of way to do it, but it's really the only way you can do it because you can't scout 200 plays. And they're so poised. Like I grew up with Braden, Fletch, and Coffin Ray. We're all from Indiana. And, you know, those guys are just so good that it's hard to guard those guys if you're trying to, you know, figure out what plays they're running and everything because they have so many. So really just got to trust your work and your principles.
Can I ask you a question? Did Indiana recruit you?
A little bit. A lot of the Indiana schools are.
This is the problem. They
yeah.
gotta recruit the state. He just
For
roped
sure.
off 4 guys from the state of Indiana.
Yeah.
And all of them should be at Indiana, and none of them
Didn't get any of them.
Yeah.
None of them.
They recruited me a little bit growing
Throw
up,
him under
but
the bus,
nah.
Brooks. Here we go. Throw him under the bus.
That's the problem.
I'm gonna do Illinois next for Trevor. Tell you about the Jamar Smith thing.
We were talking about not
That's where
recruiting
Drew Brees
in-state
has to
kids.
start. Keep the players from your state in your state.
When did you? So you played with? Did you play with Braden growing up? Like AAU?
Played against them, yeah.
Against them?
High schools. Our high schools would always play against each other.
So I think he was. I remember talking with Robbie Hummel before his freshman season, and we were like, "How is this going to work? You're starting 2 freshman guards. And, these 2 guys, Braden Smith and
Remember, he was
Fletcher Boyer."
hurt too.
Yeah.
He's like coming off a major injury.
It's like this kid is. I don't even think he wasn't even like top 250 or something. Whatever
Yeah.
it was. That's crazy. Did you have any inkling when he was in high school that he can come in and be like he was a first-team All-American this year?
Yeah, as he should be. And the thing is, it's funny. You talked about the injury he went through. So I just had a doctor's appointment. We had the same doctor. So the room I was just in, like they both got a picture of us up because he actually did both of our feet. So, but no, I always knew he was going to be good because just how smart of a player he is. And he gets everybody involved. And honestly, like kind of going into this year, I know you guys heard the chatter was like, oh, like, you know, he was so good because he had Edie. And, like, it's kind of been cool to just see him debunk that. And it's like, nah, he's a Big Ten Player of the Year, too. So it's just been really fun to watch.
What do you think of his beard, Brooks?
It's funny. We got a big fella on our team, Matt Nicholson. They kind of got the same beard going on. So, I mean, I don't mind it at all. I think it's kind of a good
You
look
don't
for
rip
him.
on Matt?
Mm-hmm.
You don't rip on Matt for his beard?
No. Matt looks good with the beard. Matt looks like a baby without the beard. So I'm glad he's got it.
I don't think Brooks is in a position to make fun of anybody with facial hair right now.
Facts, I know. Yeah, for sure.
I've got the Fremantle. That's what I got. I got the Kyle Fremantle. or he's got me. He's got me is what he's got.
Hey, where's your fanny pack?
Oh, my satchel?
What is that satchel?
Is that a man purse?
That's
Well,
the
yeah,
same
I
with
mean-
Bobby Gonzalez. Remember when he stole that from the Bobby Gonzalez stole it from the store?
That was your favorite story ever.
Yeah, that was great.
Do you?
I feel like you tweeted about that a million times. That was like the peak
Early.
that was
Early
the
Twitter
peak of
days.
Twitter.
Yeah, it was early
when
Twitter days.
this dude was tweeting about Bobby Gonzaga. But yeah, this is how I carry cash in Vegas. I don't have any for any clowns out there in it, but that's how I that way I know, like, you know what I'm saying, it ain't gonna be in my pocket slipping out, you know. I play big bets, man.
Show everybody your satchel.
So you put all the chips in.
Why are you trying to send me out, man? It's
big-ass
a Louis satchel,
Look
man.
at it. How much that thing run?
I'm not getting into that, man. 18 field of 68 shows.
I like that.
18 field. By the way, are you getting NIL for this?
No, for love of the game.
For the love of the game. I like
Love of the
that.
game.
I like that too.
For love of the game.
Don't leave me hanging,
My
man.
man, I fly all the way out here for the love of the game. I'm sure you will.
There's a lot of stuff you can fly out here for, right? There's a lot of stuff that you could get out here. High Point, 8-7. I mean, it's kind of playing out like, you know, if you liked High Point, it's playing out like you thought.
I like the over. It's not working out for me right
Brooks,
now.
how do you beat Purdue?
Man, I mean, you just kind of got to make them a little uncomfortable. I mean, they're just so good at what they do. The more you can kind of muddy the game up, the better. But it's just really hard to do because it's so poised with, you know, how great their coaches are, how poised their players are. But you just kind of got to make the game a little, you know, like uncomfortable for them and, you know, make them beat you in ways that they're not trying to beat you. And, you know, if you can do that, you might have a chance, but they're just a great team.
Is Lawyer, for me, Lawyer's the key.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, just a great shooter. And, I mean, he kind of spaces the floor for the short rolls with Trey Kaufman and, you know, the pick and rolls between Braden and him. So, yeah, no, he's an X factor for sure and just a great shooter. And, you know, he's a competitive kid, too. You'll see him. You know, a lot of people say he'll flop and stuff, but, you know, I mean, he wants to win, so he's doing whatever he can.
He does. He falls more than any player in the Big Ten. He gets some of the calls, so I'm not mad at him. I was about to say so.
And it works. So, you know, you kind of got to respect it, man. It's gamesmanship.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an edge.
We got
That's just
some,
my
sure.
way.
breaking news here on the status of Cooper Flagg. Did you guys see this?
No.
He will be back to 100%, feeling good. He was in a full practice yesterday, and he will play tomorrow against Mount St.
Define 100%.
That's what Cooper Flagg said.
Well, I'm changing my pick. I'm
that a good enough source
I'm
for
gonna
you?
go Duke now.
He said, "Is that a good enough
for
source?"
you?
It didn't come from Jeff. It
So-
didn't come from Jeff Goodman.
That's like that's like whenever you say anything on Twitter, the first reply you always get is just source? Question mark? Source? Question mark? Shit.
Did
Did you break this? Did you break the story? Did you break the story?
Sources say,
See,
according to my sources. You got a lot of sources.
I'm not wearing out Cooper Flagg.
Speaking of sources, I think my favorite thing that happened this week was Goodman on a plane trying to break the news that Darren DeVries was getting hired by Indiana and not being able to do it because he's stuck on airplane Wi-Fi.
American Airlines Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
It sucks. I couldn't get out.
That's the most first world problem that's ever been like said. You know,
Absolutely.
I mean, do you realize how out of touch you sound right now?
Like 25 minutes later, everyone broke the news. We're all breaking it down. You get this tweet from Goodman. Darren DeVries is done to Indiana. Source says, like, who's your source? Everybody.
Yeah, that was an
Out.
interesting search.
That place is getting loud.
Yeah.
Rupp Arena's getting loud. Cards fans.
How do you think Kentucky fans feel right now looking at their building filled with all these red jerseys?
They're worried about their team coming up.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
They're not even there.
Absolutely.
BBN's not
What was
even
the
there.
what did Mark
They're
Pope
not even
say?
in
Didn't
town.
he promised to pay people's gas?
Yeah, he paid people's gas.
Yeah,
He was like,
I
if you
seen a
send me-
receipt on
he's like,
that.
send me receipts and
I saw
prove that you don't have anyone that is between 9th and 12th grade, like a recruitable athlete, and I will pay for your gas to drive to Milwaukee.
And,
BBN's going to take them
and,
up on
and,
that.
they
he did.
needed proof of the ticket that
Yeah.
they had a ticket to the
Show a
game.
ticket.
It's a
That's
lot
awesome.
of money.
It's awesome.
Coach Pope.
He gets it.
Man, he does get it.
He does.
I mean,
He
that was
does.
one that I
I
whiffed
think
on
I
totally.
think he can afford it, Matt.
It's a lot of money.
I think he can afford it.
And he's freaking awesome. He's an awesome basketball coach too. And you know, I was skeptical just when you go from the Cal era of so much talent every year, but you know, he's picked up, you know, and probably even
You'd love
upgraded.
to see, and that you can say this about a lot of teams. You can say this about Northwestern. Like, you'd love to see this Kentucky team fully healthy.
Yeah.
You know, if this
For
team
sure.
was fully healthy, would more people have them making a deep run in the tournament? Because the style of play, the floor spacing, the threes, Kobe Bryant, arguably the best three-point shooter in the country. but it's just the injuries have been so unfortunate for this team.
Yeah, but you gotta find a way to adjust, and I will say, like, just on that topic, I've had so many bets this year where like somebody misses the game,
Nice.
and I bet that side, and it
You
loses.
can say that 30 times a game watching Creighton.
Oh my God! You see the ghost screen with Kalkbrenner with inverted with the point guard him and Ashworth.
If they're going to double them, the rotations coming out of the double have got to be a heck of a lot better.
Yeah.
They got to be a heck of a lot better. They're going to continue to give up threes.
I mean, look where he is.
Floater,
Right there. They don't
floater.
They just put him right there at the top of the charge circle.
Beat us. That's what they're
Go
saying.
ahead,
Beat
try.
us. This
Let's
is what
see
we
it.
do. Beat us.
Yeah, Purdue's having a hard time. It's early, of course. Not even 6 minutes into the game, but that is what you worried about, right? With them is that they've got two guys, and it's so top heavy.
This is the NCAA tournament too, right? Because coming down the stretch of this game, who's the pressure going to be on?
Purdue,
It's going to be on Purdue.
No question.
100%.
And the basket's going to open up, and you can tell this High Point team early in this game too, with the amount of threes that they're taking, they're playing with a lot of confidence.
Yep. And I guess that kind of, if that's the way you play, you're almost more, it's more conducive to doing that, right? Like we're gonna just go let it fly, right? He's from the Creighton, family, and I think that probably helps you in a game like this.
You couldn't get Mike Miller on this.
I mean, we probably could, yeah, we probably could. Well, he's there at Creighton.
Does he know that the let it fly on his hat is backwards?
I think it was upside down.
That's kind of a style.
Upside down.
Is that so when you take a selfie, it says let it fly the right way? Is
I
that why
really
you
don't
do
know,
that?
man. I don't really ask questions about the trends. I just try to be on top of them. You know what I mean?
Like the fanny pack you got on?
Satchel.
That's just convenience.
What's that line from Hangover? What's that line from Hangover?
Oh man,
It's not a purse, it's a satchel.
that's it. That's right. That's right. I mean, that's when you're traveling around in Vegas, you got to have it.
The amount of missed twos thus far
Bang.
in this game.
Woo!
You cannot let him get hot, man.
Wow.
You cannot
Answered
let
the
him get
run.
hot.
Answered the run with a run of their own. And they're playing right into their
Another
hands.
missed two.
Yeah, it's kind of getting away from Louisville
Yeah.
here. Oh yeah.
15.
Oh, buddy.
man.
Take
Yeah.
the air out the building.
Man, Louisville is
Take the
getting
air out
run.
of the building.
All right, remember, fellas, successful season.
They've already won.
Remember
Louisville's
that.
already won.
I always thought Jackson McAndrew could be like an X Factor guy for Creighton. He shoots it so well, and they needed a guy like that to take some pressure off of.
They got like 4 guys like that. Like him,
He's
Isaac
an elite
Trout.
shooter. Yeah, like Mason Miller just hasn't. He hasn't done that. I thought he would. Trout. same
Well,
thing.
he had he broke his leg before the season started, so that kind of put him back.
the
That's
four-man, like their four-men just haven't. That's been the one area.
It's going to be interesting though once Kalkbrenner's eligibility runs out, man. Like that's a hell of a thing. I mean, he's not Zach Edey, but his impact for Creighton damn near is.
Similar. It's
You know?
similar.
So
They're gonna
hey,
have to completely change what they do defensively.
Yeah.
Like completely change.
so I know they'd like to really maximize this run, with him and Ashworth. I mean, they've done it before. There's no reason they can't be back in an Elite Eight. They were a free throw away from going to the Final Four a couple of years ago. So, I mean,
There's one reason.
what?
Auburn. Like that's who you're running into.
I mean,
I think they actually match up well.
I
with
do.
Auburn.
I was gonna
I
say,
think they
like,
match
I
up
think
well.
somebody gave me, I don't know who it was, maybe it was one of you guys, but no team that's ever lost 3 of their last 4 entering the tournament has won a title. It's never happened.
I think that
It's
was
the first
that
time
was
for
Jay
everything,
Williams. Jay
Don't
Williams
tell Bruce
did that.
Pearl
Was that
that.
Jay? I don't remember where it came from. I'm not trying to hide the ball, but yeah, I mean, it did kind of weird me out a little bit how poorly they finished the year. Now, granted, it was against elite teams, and they had already clinched the SEC title, but it kind of felt like they turned it off a little bit to me. And it's, can they turn it back on? I'm sure, but now you're in a single game elimination.
That's the thing about Auburn is when they're locked in, they are locked in. But it feels like sometimes they can get a little distracted and get a little loose, and that's kind of what Bruce wants from his guys.
Yeah.
Like he wants them playing confident like that. But You get to a point where sometimes it's a little bit too much.
Like what if do you think Goodman's locked in?
No, Goodman has never been locked in. He's never.
I don't think Goodman's locked in at all. You're distracted.
Goodman has never been more unlocked right now. What is he doing?
I think he just played.
He's tweeting.
No, I think he actually.
Oh, that went down.
I think he just played Wordle.
Hey Brooks, I'm not gonna lie. This big white dude right here, number 10 on High Point, walking around with the purple. He's got the mustache on. Looks a little like you out there.
He got me beat. He's got me beat in the facial hair category.
Jumping at pump fakes. How do you attack Purdue defensively?
I mean, kind of like I said, it's a little different this year from the last year's, of course. Just we talked about it with Edie, but you kind of just got to try to make other guys beat you besides their big three.
No, I'm saying like when they're how do you beat them?
If we're on offense, you meant like defensively.
Yeah, how do you attack their defense?
Yeah, I mean their defense. It was kind of how our team was structured. It was we had a lot of post ups with me and Nick, so they did actually a really good job. If we had the ball on a wing, they kind of would load the whole side. And really kind of how we didn't really get into it that much and do it very well. We honestly played really poorly, but kind of where you can kind of get at if you have two bigger wings is you kind of get the slot cut from a post up because they kind of run to the corner on that. But it's also the skip. So it's really just kind of weak side actions. And, a lot of times they try to make, they try to take the ball out of the best two people's hands and, make other guys beat you, which is really smart. But it's really just kind of cutting off of post ups and then just moving the ball, trying to get open shots.
That have a lot to do with what you guys did offensively.
For sure, yeah. I haven't really seen how they guard a lot of other people, but with us, it was a lot of loading the strong side and kind of making you be a passer instead of backing down and getting to your shots. And they did a really good job of that.
Who was the toughest team to prepare for in the Big Ten this year?
It's funny because there's so many. I mean, sometimes and they didn't have. They didn't really execute this as much as possible, but Iowa was pretty tough because of the motion.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, Iowa was pretty tough because of the motion, but they didn't do – it wasn't as – it's different when you got guys like Keegan Murray and other stuff with Sanford, Dix, and all those guys. But a lot of them are so tough because, one game you'll go against a Maryland or a Penn State where they press the whole game. They just try to muck the game up. But then, you'll go against a Purdue or somebody that really just sets their defense half court, and you got to really run a lot of really good sets. So, every night's a kind of a juggernaut battle.
Right, you guys know where you grew up, right? Tell them where you grew up.
Lafayette? Yeah, Lafayette, Indiana.
So you grew up a Purdue fan?
Yeah. Not really. My dad went to Purdue for a year and then played at Auburn. So, honestly, grew up kind of an Auburn fan. So, yeah, for sure.
Just to follow up off of that, can you talk a little bit, Brooks, just about the familiarity with the new teams, the West Coast teams as well, too? Because obviously, being there for a couple of years, you're used to Purdue and Illinois and Michigan. Talk a little bit about having to go out, play Oregon, Washington, those kind of teams as well, too, and just how that style of play and stuff is just so different from the normal Big Ten basketball that we're accustomed to.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. Kind of their pace of play, they play a lot differently. Teams like Oregon, Washington, UCLA. Or UCLA is honestly, they kind of played like a Big Ten team this year with their defense and kind of how they ran a lot of sense. Yeah, for sure. But with USC and other teams, they just play a lot of fast, like that old Pac-12 ball. Yes, and it was kind of funny. With us in Northwestern, we kind of had this thing the last 2 years where man, we had beaten everybody in the Big Ten before, so it was a big kind of a sign of where our programs went. But then you add the new 4, and it's we can no longer say that because we lost to a couple this year. But it's definitely different. It kind of changes the game up in terms of scouting and one time where the next game is going to be a really fast game and this one's going to be really slow. So it's definitely a really cool challenge that we had to go through.
Cool. Oh my goodness, this one might be over.
Yeah, it is. It is over. I'm calling it. Crane's is just the confidence is crazy. They're just
19-2 run.
That rim is huge for them right now. So it's gonna be tough, man. And you could just see it on both ends now.
And this is the point where I feel like Creighton chokes people out because the mid-range jumpers, even when you do make them, don't feel like enough. They don't feel like enough. You know what I mean? How many of these am I going to make?
But that right there is the toughest shot.
It is.
In the game. You're snaking the ball screen. You're trying to take a fadeaway jumper over a 7'2" dude.
But you'll let them have that every trip.
Yeah, 100%. That's what they want you to take.
Yeah,
great
like,
action.
I'll live with that all day long. Yeah. I don't know, man. Creighton Auburn.
We're gonna get it, John. We're gonna get it.
That's fun. Now hold on. Now we're not writing off the Alabama
No,
State
no.
Hornets, are we?
No.
Tony
Absolutely not.
Madlock.
Hey, do you know who the most famous alumni from the Alabama State basketball program is? John Martin probably does.
Mo
You guys
Williams?
know?
No, he played at
Yeah,
Alabama.
no, Brooks,
No.
you know? You know? McCall?
I don't.
Let me try to get him on the show for today.
That's not true. I know who it is.
2 Chainz.
Really?
Wow.
He played at
I
Alabama State.
did actually.
He
I
played
se-
basketball.
I seen some
played
highlights.
basketball
I seen a highlight reel of that actually.
I don't remember what his real name is, but there's pictures of him playing.
Good action. Gotta have
Dang.
it. Wide open.
Nope.
I mean, that's the game.
Yep.
That's the game. I mean,
You
that's a
calling
wide
it?
open shot. No,
It's
what I'm
over.
saying-
It's over.
No,
It's over.
He's
That's
saying-
It's
what
over.
they
It's
have.
over.
That's what they gotta do.
They're getting good looks. It's just not
I'll
going
call
down.
it.
They're shooting 36% from the field in the first half, and they're on pace to give up
I'll call it.
110.
Yeah. Got just about 55 seconds left, but I'm going to call it, man, just because, this is just a confident performance for sure. All right, a couple games going on. Obviously, guests throughout the day. Keep it here on Field 68 on Madnesscast. Back after this.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. Now is your chance to prove you're smarter than the Field of 68. We're hosting a Survivor contest with our partner Splash Sports. There's a $25 entry fee, a 25 entry max in the contest, and more than 1,700 spots available, which means there's a $40,000 max prize for the winner. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Each day you pick a team to win. If they win, you advance. We'll also be running a free-to-enter bracket contest as well as a second chance Survivor in the Sweet 16. So prove you know more ball than the Field of 68 on Splash Sports. I want my home to feel like my home. So whether I'm looking for big furniture, just a small piece for my place, or maybe some storage solutions for the basement or the garage, the answer is Wayfair. Seriously, I needed a new patio set and fire pit for my backyard. I bought it on Wayfair. It looks great on our deck, and it gives me an excuse to fire up the smoker, invite some friends over, crack a couple beers. Just last week, I bought a new chair for my office, someplace comfortable to sit while the madness takes up the 4 screens in front of me. I got it on Wayfair, clicked a few buttons. A couple days later, it showed up at my front door. They even offered to help set it up for you. Digging through online stores can be intimidating. Trust me, I know. It can be hard to find what you're looking for in your price range, but not on Wayfair. They have great options, even if you are balling on a budget like me. Wayfair has every style for every home, including mine and yours. So head to wayfair.com and shop everything home. That's WAYFAIR.com. Wayfair, every style, every home.
Welcome back to Madnesscast here on the first day of the NCAA tournament. We got Katon-Louisville. It's 49-34 at the half, and Purdue and High Point are tied. Jeff Goodman, obviously this is a Purdue team that is no stranger to being upset in the first round. And then again, they were a popular pick in this one just because of the season, right, that High Point is having. What do you make of just the year that Purdue has had and just where they're at right now in this game?
I just don't feel like they got enough help from those guys that we were hoping would step up. Cam Heide and Colvin particularly. And if one of them had taken that jump, you can count on 2 dudes. And I think Braden Smith's the best point guard in the country. And Trey Kaufman-Wren's been great offensively. They don't have any rim protection this year. Brooks can talk to that. So I think obviously they're very different to play against and be able to score against. But, I just thought one of Heide or Colvin would be a dude this year. I thought one of them would turn into a consistent scorer, and they've kind of been up and down.
Yeah, and you're seeing it here. I mean, High Point's bench giving them 12. Purdue's not getting that kind of production, man. Like they haven't gotten it all year long.
They're not getting it even outside of the 3 guys that we talked about. Like Like, just to speak to what Jeff is saying, like after Fletcher Loyer, you would say he's the third most consistent guy who can kind of score points for them. Like it takes a complete nosedive off a cliff after that. And you look at those box scores for Purdue sometimes, it looks absolutely incredible. Like he'll go Kaufman Wren and Braden Smith will go for 25 apiece, and Loyer chip in 12 to 15, and then it goes like 4 points, 3 points, zeros.
Loyer goes for 20. They're a different team. Because then it takes the pressure out there. But they've all had their moments throughout the year.
But that's just like saying that the third leading scorer for any team goes for 20. They're going to win, right? I mean, that's the issue there is that he doesn't do that enough, right? He just doesn't.
I'll tell you what, Paint, though, and we love him. Everybody loves him as a coach. And obviously they got to the championship game last year. But they can't. I mean, if he loses in the first round, he's going to be crucified again. I don't care what he did last year. It's going to be, he had Zach Edey. That's what it's going to be. That's telling you that's what it's going to be nationally.
I believe that, and I think it's the dumbest thing in the world as well, too.
But I'm telling you, that's what it's
yeah, I
going to
know.
be.
I'm with you.
The dumbest.
Can
they get all these guys back? Huh? They get everybody back?
Braden have one more?
Mm-hmm.
He does? He's got one more? Yeah.
I think everybody has one more.
I can't even remember anymore.
Like
I thought Bruce had
whole
one more.
country.
No, it's hard to remember now.
It is. Yeah,
we can't get you
right?
one more?
Man, I wish. I wish. Man, but
Does Brooks in the portal and, who knows what.
Nah, we could come up with like a waiver, can't we? We could just make
I don't
some
know.
shit up.
I don't know. It's been fun, like being in Northwestern, like for Forest. Like I don't know. It's been like really cool just to kind of like build it up and like I don't know. As much as college basketball, like how fun it is and everything, and like all the money. Like one thing I will say is though, sometimes I feel like dudes aren't playing for ball anymore though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a lot of them. The money is great. Don't get me wrong. The money is like NIL opportunities. It's a blessing, but I mean, I think some dudes like you said, guy has a great year with a team. You get a team to a tournament, build a relationship, and then he's just out of nowhere portal because he wants more money, and it's just stuff like that can get sad because like, so like I am excited for what's next for me with basketball, but like you said, like you only get college once, so I would love to do another year of college if I had the opportunity, but some things about it just kind of are kind of getting a little sad, but it is a blessing in the whole grand scheme of things. But I wish dudes just kind of stick to where they're at more. That's the only thing I would say about the new agenda and how things have changed. I wish guys stayed, where they're at, like one more year, finish it out. Because I think that means something. You know what I mean?
It definitely does. And I'll say you, my man, you're definitely an outlier now in this current climate. But even just, like you said, it always seems so murky to me because it was so different when I played. But just that connection that you build, like you talked to already.
Yeah,
like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you're done and you become a pro and you come back in the summer, what do you want to go back to campus and work out? Like if I've been to 4 different schools, where the hell do I go?
That's a great
Who's
point.
going to retire my jersey?
That's a great point.
What Hall of Fame am I going to get inducted into if I'm just school hopping everywhere?
There should be a rule too on senior day. If this is your 4th school, you shouldn't be allowed.
You shouldn't be allowed. I agree. I completely agree.
You have to be at
Yeah,
or you're not participating in senior.
I'm with you.
That's a great point.
Do it like twice.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
A great example of that problem is like a David Jones who was at DePaul and then he was at St. John's and then he goes to Memphis and he pump fakes Memphis on coming back at the last minute, changes his mind, stays in the draft. Where can he go? Because he's not welcome back in Memphis.
And that's coming straight from the source. John Martin, he's not welcome back in Memphis.
So he
will not have him back.
I don't think like people hate him, but he definitely did pump fake Memphis on a return and kind of drug that out the whole time, and now he's just guys get bad advice, they stay in the draft, it happens. But I'm just saying, like to that point,
that's the hardest part for coaches, especially if you're at like a mid-major, is you think a guy's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And you're meeting with them. I'll never forget this. I won't say the kid's name, but when I was at UMass, we had a player, and I must have met with him 7 times once the clock hit 0 and the season was over. I'm all in, coach. I'm all in, coach. I'm all in. Then he gets wind, or his camp or his parents or whoever get wind that his quote-unquote dream school will take him. And then 3-4 weeks after the season's over, now you go in the portal?
Right.
puts these coaches in a difficult situation.
Yeah. I think that's a great point too. Like just a mid-major coach too. A lot of now, you guys get guys that go there if you get them like JUCO, wherever. But it's just a stepping stone because they want to hit the portal, get money, go to a high major. It's hard. Like,
It's hard to blame them though for that.
For
It's
sure.
hard to blame
No,
them.
for
They've
sure.
been overlooked. Right? All of
Yeah.
a sudden,
Yeah.
money and the chance to
Yeah.
take charters, play in a big time league, get the exposure that they never got.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a great point.
Our good friend Donnie Jones takes Stetson to the first ever NCAA tournament last year, loses his whole team,
And they stink
Everybody.
and they're horrible.
loses everybody to the portal. Everybody.
Amir Abdur-Rahim, rest in peace.
Yeah.
Right.
He wins the AAC and literally loses everybody.
You can flip it quick and go from bad, like Pat Kelsey did. You can do that.
Yeah,
you can also go from really good,
Good to really bad.
really bad quick.
Yeah, I would also say this though. I'm not gonna sit here and like cry about like Will Wade took the NC State job a day before he's playing a game in the tournament. So I mean, like, it's the game.
Yeah,
The game is the game.
I agree with that, John.
You know
and,
what I mean?
and it's definitely both ways now. And
Nico Medved with Colorado. Everybody, you've been talking about him in
100%,
Minnesota. Like,
100%.
No, they got to be talking because
yeah,
the ADs aren't waiting.
Yeah,
They're not
they're
going to
not-
wait forever.
I mean, they
need to
can't-
know where they're
Yeah,
going
they
to.
can't.
Is, hey,
I
Nico,
mean, the game
are
is
you
the game.
interested or not?
Right.
We got to meet somewhere secretly, or at least get on a Zoom. Worst
Right.
case scenario, I got to find out your level of interest because I got to move on.
I got to move.
The
here.
crazy thing is, and I know this went on with some of the hires last year, and especially Dusty May going to Michigan. It's like the clock hits 0, and that athletic director is at that site getting ready to meet with that coach in some conference room in that hotel and try to strike up a deal.
I mean, to me, I said this for the last month. Like Indiana, Scott Dolson. All right, you knew Woodson was out. You should have already had this thing pretty much wired, knowing who's interested, who isn't. Cross them off, right? You knew Dusty May. Obviously Brad Stevens right at the beginning. So to me, you should have known with Darren DeVries. You should have had a pretty good idea the moment he gets knocked out or knocked out in the tournament. All right, we got the deal done.
yeah. I mean, for sure. I'm not mad at any of it. And like, what's interesting about that Will Wade piece of it is like, everybody assumes that McNeese is just going to lay down today.
No,
But
they're
but
not-
but
they're not laying.
but you know what people aren't thinking about? Those guys are trying out for NC State today.
Sure.
That's a good point, John.
Those
And
guys.
other
They're
schools.
trying out
And
for
other schools.
every other school, every other high major
They're-
school
they're-
in the country. Absolutely.
Hey, ACC NIL on the line, boys.
Yep.
I mean, it's a different. When you go from, I think McNeese State. I think it might actually. I can see a world where it's a bad thing for Clemson that they got this out there before the game started, because they might play even harder, bro, because they're trying to get the spot next year. So, yeah, man.
Purdue's still in a dogfight here. I mean, this High Point team
Yeah.
made up of a bunch of guys who transferred down, right? So they're hungry.
Yeah,
they were high major, talents.
Prove themselves.
Yeah, just didn't get the opportunity at the spots. And I'll tell you what, Alan Huss, their head coach, they got NIL. For that league,
Yeah.
they got big-time NIL. It looks like a 4 seasons on campus.
The house that Tubby built.
Gorgeous.
That's the house that Tubby built.
The house that Tubby kind of tore down.
Well, he built it. He built it
More accurate
first.
than I was.
He built it first.
They
And then he
built it and then he tore it down.
which is his given right. All right. We do. Is Tubby Smith doing okay? Has anybody talked to him lately?
I have not.
He
I
was
haven't-
at
I haven't seen him.
He was at
Good
Cal's return to Rupp Arena.
Oh,
in the
was he?
building. They kept
Oh,
going. Yeah,
awesome.
he was at the Arkansas game.
Yeah, I have a. I just choose to not remember those 2 years at Memphis, and that way I know he's a good man.
Just 2?
It was just 2. Thank
Just
God.
2 that you choose not to remember?
Well, those those 2 specifically were absolutely awful. But you know what? That doesn't define it. 2 years doesn't define about somebody. You know what I mean? We all have bad 2-year stretches. So, yeah, we got halftime here in Louisville. And then what's the next one tipping off?
Wisconsin, Montana.
Oh man,
Let's get Brooks's take on the Badgers. John Tange.
It's been cool to kind of see his story, how he kind of didn't play last year, was hurt, and then come in and just being all league first team guy. A lot of people kind of had him as the player of the year with Braden, like when they were duking it out at the end. So it's been cool to just kind of see Wisconsin bounce back and, kind of have that year after, a lot of guys left. They didn't think they were going to be very good. And, I think that's kind of like the beauty of college basketball. Like it doesn't really matter kind of where you're picked. It just kind of matters, what you go out there and do. So I just love stories like that.
Brooks, Klesmit changes the team, though.
Mhm.
When he was out, when he was hurt, he didn't play those 3 games coming down the stretch of the season. But he changes their team because it gives them another ball handler. They want to run that pick and roll motion.
Mhm.
So now McGee slides back to that 6-man role and gives them a boost coming off the bench. I mean, Klesman, him being out really hurt him, though.
Yeah, it really hurt him. I mean, I think like we've had our battles like Northwestern, Wisconsin over the last couple of years. I think we're about even, but no, like there was a game at Wisconsin. I think Klesman had like 27 or something like that against us, and he beat us pretty much single handedly. So just him like being that kind of wild card on their offense, and being a shooter that can go take pressure off guys like Blackwell, Tanji, and really kind of allow it so people have to close out on him. So then Nolan Winter and Steven Crowd can time up their threes, because they like to shoot threes as big men. So yeah, he's huge for him.
And Crowd leads them in assists at the center spot. I mean, when you get those front court players that can pass like that offense, it makes it that much more effective. I mean, that's all I ran as a head coach was that big high offense, which ball screen continuity, continuum ball screens, ball changing size of the floor.
Mhm.
But you have to have front court players that can pass for it to work.
Mhm.
How surprised were you with Wisconsin this year? I think everybody was a little bit shocked because we didn't know Tanji was going to be a guy like that.
Right.
And just the way they kind of changed everything.
Yeah, no, I think everybody was a little surprised, but I think we kind of knew early on when they had a lot of really good kind of marquee wins in their non-con, and then they got into conference play and they just kept winning. It's kind of like they're a really tough team. They run the horns out action where it's just kind of continuous, and they're a team that just kind of makes you pay for your mistakes. And teams like that are really hard to beat, especially when they're just well drilled, and you can tell that they run that horns out probably an hour and a half every day of practice, and they know how to pick it apart, whether it be switches, with guards, because we switch guard to guard. They get a mismatch, and Nolan Winter goes down and he seals, you throw it over top. So yeah, no, they're definitely well drilled, and they were great this year, so it was cool to see.
I had them early at the Greenbrier tip-off, and they win it, and they're celebrating, and I'm interviewing Greg Gard and Tanjay, and I asked Greg Gard if he thought Tanjay, on the interview live, was the best transfer in the country, and he gives me this, pops back, kind of gives me this look, says, "What about the best player in the country, man?" I'm like, all right, well, there's some other pretty good players. We had a performance out here, no question.
Yeah, I mean, great this year.
There's a lot of impact guys at the who came in from transfer this year. So
it sounds like we're not giving the Grizzly Bears much of a fight.
I actually give them a real chance. I mean, I've watched them a lot in the Big Sky Lake because I have a gambling problem. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. But I have watched. Sir, that's for me to say, not you. Okay. But all I can really tell you is that they run great action. Like they play fast. Like, they're not going to be one of these teams that's, trying to limit, possessions. Like they're going to try to get out there and run and score, man. And, we'll see how that stacks up against the talent. But I think this is I think they're definitely covering the number.
16 and a half?
Yeah. I mean, it opened 18 and a half. And now I think it's altitude as well for Wisconsin that they're dealing with here. So, and obviously they played, into what was it, Sunday? So
the last game before
the
bracket reveal.
Okay, I got a game. Just once we get past noon East Coast time and we start getting some alcohol drinks in here, we're gonna drink every time somebody says altitude. I have not heard the word altitude more.
Fans to call it
on
altitude.
This show more than the
Fans
last
interesting pronunciation.
48 hours.
They played on Sunday. They had to travel.
Rob killed
on
it the
a
other
private
night.
Plane.
Altitude.
They had to travel?
Rob Doster fears altitude. There's no doubt about
They
it.
got no chance in that altitude.
I mean, it might as well be like playing with 4 guys for Rob
Have you
Doster.
ever seen him like those 2 cases and he's huffing and puffing?
Yeah, look,
I felt bad last
look,
night at the airport. I was going to pick one up, and then it's just like, I would have been like in the way.
I don't even offer.
Last year we were at the Big East every day just to the guard. I helped him though. I couldn't help myself.
I don't even bother.
I said, my God, this is New York, so it's oh my God.
Dragging him down
everywhere.
I can't even walk next to you, Rob. I have to get behind you or in front. Okay, like he's got it down.
By the way, he was the first. If you had Rob Doster first to leave the couches, that cashes. That cashes. He was. I think that was minus 2,500.
First to go on break.
Yeah, you definitely had to lay quite a bit. Goodman, by the way, I mean, you said that Purdue is in a, they're covering the first
dogfight.
They're
see what
covering
happens.
right
These
now.
last 2 minutes will be important for Purdue.
They're huge, honestly. They are, because Purdue looks like they're gaining a lot of confidence right now, and High Point hasn't scored in 2.5 minutes. So
Pettiford needs to make something happen here.
See, now they're turning the ball over.
Look at that.
Feeling good.
Yeah.
Feeling real good.
There we go.
Timeout. See,
Exciting out there. It's getting exciting.
Somebody feeling good about that money out there.
Somebody feeling good.
I feel like we need more. We need more bets going on in here. I guess I'm just gonna have to do it. I guess I'm just gonna have to.
What do you want to bet? Let's go.
Are you doing?
Uh-oh.
Am I betting with you?
Yeah, let's go. What do we got?
Ooh.
What do we got?
Let me reach into my satchel here.
What do you got in your
What you got in the satchel?
Can we do this?
Yeah, we can do it.
I mean,
Me versus you. Come on. Come on.
what do you want to bet a game?
Yeah.
Brooks, feel free to leave in this segment whenever you want.
What are we doing?
You're not forced to be a part of this.
What are we doing? I'm in.
Well, I was saying that like it's getting rowdy out there. You know,
He wants to bet.
he wants to
on
bet.
something. I said, I'm
There's a
ready.
group of
I'm
Purdue
ready.
fans
$100. You call the bet. What do you got?
man, that's
Me and McCall have a bet on Michigan, UC San Diego. I got UC San Diego. He has Michigan. Whoever loses got to do a shot of hot sauce on stream.
Oh no, that's outrageous. I'm not doing that. I'd rather lose $100.
You couldn't handle hot sauce?
Give me Montana first half. Montana plus
What is it? I don't even know what it is.
9.5.
give me Montana plus 9.5. You take what you love Greg Gard a lot, right?
I'll take
All right,
Wisconsin.
$100.
Minus
There we go.
9.5 first half.
No juice. I like it.
All right.
No
All right.
vig.
You got it. You got it.
That'll be fun.
Sure you got something in that satchel?
I do. I have to open
Not
up.
sure. I don't know if I believe you.
Said it might be empty.
You know, you caught,
It's empty. What else do you think he's got in the
He's
satchel?
got his ID.
you caught me in
What
a
else?
on a good
What else
day
is
where I
in the
still have
satchel?
money. It's only day 2 in Vegas, so I still have a little cash left. You know, no,
I
I,
bet he's-
I got charger. I got my
Little-
charger and
little
my
chewing gum charger.
Charger.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, you got to be prepared, man.
Got some mints in there?
No,
No mints.
no mints.
All right.
By the way, when are we getting the alcohol?
Some
It's only 10:30.
That's the other bet.
It's
How
only-
many times
it's only
shall
20
we-
got-
So,
you gotta
John,
count it
John,
central
here's
time.
Obviously,
what's
I have
here's
a lot
what's
of
going to happen. We have a shipment of dad water on the way. The dad water is coming, so we'll have some dad water for you. Okay.
Yes.
And then we also have a dedicated waitress out there
Okay. Perfect.
who will come over here and give you whatever you want. Shoulder massage. head
Nah, we don't
rub.
need that. This is on camera, right?
Yeah.
I'm on my best behavior. I'm on my
She'll give
best
you
behavior. Shout out to my
she'll-
family. Love you guys.
She'll carry your satchel for you, whatever you need.
Yeah.
She's got you covered.
Awesome. Yeah.
So do we have that bet down?
we have Montana
I want
first
the money
half.
on
first half. First half. We got to be.
I want the money
Does
on
it have
the
to be on the
table.
table?
I want the money
I
on
like
the
that
table.
old school.
Put the money right there on the table. Let's go.
See if he's got anything in the satchel.
What's in the satchel?
We're gonna find out right
Moment of truth. Moment of truth.
now. Let's see what's in the satchel. What you got?
Oh, we
Got a
came
little-
prepared. I like that.
Look at Goodman's bill, by the way. Can we talk about this? Do you even
I got that- that
how
blackjack
how
table
soggy
last
do you
night.
think that thing is right now?
Last night. Blackjack
It
table,
looks
baby.
that thing looks so sweaty right now.
There he is.
Let's do
Roosevelt
a
Colvin
side
in
by
the
side of
stands.
those, Rob. Yeah, let's do a side by side. Guess whose $100 bill is which is came out the satchel.
I don't do no Louis Vuitton satchel. I mean, well, come on.
That's not a Louis, is it?
If I lose this bet,
There's no way that's real.
I mean, that's the crazy.
I'm just putting. There's no way that's real.
Satchel. What are you talking about?
There's no way that's real. What's it called? Is it Canal Street? Do you have a Canal Street in
All right, we'll come back. We have some action. Got Montana, Wisconsin at 12. What time is it out here? What time would that be? 10:30. So coming up in just a minute.
5 minutes?
Creighton and Louisville at half, and Purdue is trying to.
We got Todd Golden coming
open
up here
this
at some
thing
point
up.
too.
Todd Golden, one of the hottest teams in America, the Florida Gators, SEC champs. We'll talk to him about all that and more. This is Madnesscast. Stick around.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game. and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. I have been looking for the best deal on March Madness tickets, which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and more than 70,000 events available. Now that March Madness is here, SeatGeek has your back. Each ticket is rated so you know if it's a good deal with that little green dot, and it's backed by a buyer guarantee. You can get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek with code FIELD68. That's code FIELD68. Owning property in the state of Texas is difficult enough. Paying taxes on your property should not make your life any more complicated. Ownwell believes that when it comes to paying property taxes, you should only pay what's fair. In under 3 minutes, you can sign up and have their team of Texas experts start saving you money without a single upfront cost. It's easy. When you sign up, you get an instant estimate of the tax savings they can get you so that when that property tax bill comes due, the amount that you have to fork over to Uncle Sam isn't quite as painful. Put property tax money back in your pocket in just minutes. 86% of customers receive a reduction with an average savings of more than $1,100. Imagine how much less stress you'll have in your life knowing that you could take some of the money that you have earmarked for the IRS and spend it on, an 85-inch flat screen to watch March Madness. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most Texas counties. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com/CBB. That's OWNWELL.com/CBB.
Welcome back to the Field of 68's Madnesscast here, Flanker Sports Bar in the Mandalay Bay Sportsbook, Las Vegas, Nevada. We're waiting for Todd Golden to join us. And now you have Ryan Kalkbrenner knocking down threes. Wow. Creighton is up 16 right now on Louisville. Purdue's up 8 on High Point. Why is High Point struggling, guys? Why can't they run offense against this Purdue team, which was not exactly known, Brooks, as one of the I wouldn't call them the defensive juggernaut of the Big Ten, right? So what are they doing well here?
I don't know. I think a reason why Purdue's kind of got some energy is the back-to-back put-back dunks between Colvin and Heidi. I mean, those are the two guys that I think a lot of people were saying, if you get production out of those guys, it kind of changes the game. So I feel like that really kind of gave them a lot of confidence, going into halftime. So that's been huge.
They were dribbling into traffic on both those plays. Pettiford, and then he gave it up, and both plays were turnovers, live ball turnovers that they turned into easy baskets. So here, chance to go up 10. If you're Purdue, you're excited.
Perfect, right? Perfect, yeah. If they're able to go up 10 going into the half, it's going to be tough for High Point going forward. And obviously, just like you said, Rob, early on, first tournament game, some early nerves.
Oh, you got to box out.
And now you got a point where it just got into an ugly game, and Purdue was able to kind of inch their way out going into the first half.
Will Berg. Huh?
Will Berg.
Alan
Huss is pissed.
Well, gotta be. It was at 2-4 points. So
every time,
couple minutes.
every time they cut to Huss, he just looks infuriated. Like every single time, he just looks like he's enraged. So tough one though, man. I mean, Purdue still does. They're well coached. Matt Painter. I mean, never forget that. As limited as they may be outside of Braden and Trakoff, they're getting the contributions right from the secondary guys today. And when that's happening, put them up there with anybody, honestly.
Well, it's also they gave him 27 points and a half, John.
Yeah.
27 points and a half is
that
pretty
helps.
good.
Does Pat Kelsey does he ever coach with the glasses?
Yeah,
no, I don't think he does.
I've seen him coach with the glasses. Maybe he should try.
He sent me a pair of the glasses.
Maybe they should try.
I like the frames, but I don't think I've ever seen him coaching them. I was just wondering that as they showed him on the sideline. Yeah, they might be done.
Picking them apart.
Yeah, they might be
done. Just picking them apart at this point.
All right, we are now joined. John, you want to take it? You want to lead us off here? We're now joined by Florida head coach Todd Golden. Todd, you got us? Can you hear us?
I do, man. I'm having some technical difficulties trying to get my AirPods working. Hold on. I don't want you to hear all the craziness on the bus.
Well, just so you know, you are live, so don't say anything too crazy right now. We'll come back to I don't want you to hear any of the craziness on the bus. Coach, we can hear it. we can hear it right now. We are live. We can hear it right now. So
that's about the only difficulty he has faced in the last 3 weeks. Was trying to get on for that interview.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing that he's had to deal with.
The biggest challenge.
A field of 68 interview here.
Yeah.
I was there. And oh God. All right, we got Todd. Jeff Goodman literally just changed his outfit for you for this interview. I don't know if you could see him, but show him what you got on.
Can you see me? I'm repping.
Believe it or not, it's the second time I've seen him in that jersey. You know, and it's been good luck for us before. So I appreciate it, big man.
Well, I picked you to win the whole thing. So tell me why you guys have a chance to win this whole thing. And I know you're taking it game by game here and not trying to get ahead of yourselves, but why has this team been so damn good this season?
First of all, you know, we're very deep and we have really, really good talent. You know, I think it starts with our incredibly skilled and mature perimeter. You know, Walt, Will, and Elijah, Denzel done an incredible job. Irby's playing really well right now. You know, those guys kind of kickstarted for us, but our front court's been amazing as well. And I can't speak enough about the addition of getting Micah back, you know, getting him back in our lineup, along with Ruben and Kondo and Tommy. You know, that front line becomes really formidable. And, you know, our depth has been great. Our guys are super unselfish and they enjoy playing together.
A little bit about the depth, and we all been talking about it the last couple of weeks here coming down the stretch that you guys might be the most complete team in the country. But what's completely sold you guys on me just from even last year is just the complete team buy-in on the defensive end. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. It was our shortcoming last year. We were pretty explosive offensively last year. I think we were top 10 or 12 nationally, but we were very mediocre defensively for our level. And, you know, we made a concerted effort this summer with the added to the program. You know, we needed them to be physical. We needed them to be good, plus defenders. And adding Elijah Martin and Ruben Chinyelu obviously has been humongous for us. Both of them are fantastic defenders. And the other guys have bought in and done a better job. Walt Clayton's turned himself into a good defender. Will Richards has been exceptional. Tommy, Kondo, all those guys give us flexibility and the ability to switch. They protect the rim well. And all of our guys have taken a lot of pride on that side of the ball this year.
The way that your guys finished the season, especially there in the SEC tournament, did you feel like you should have been the number 1 overall seed? Because I did.
Well, thank you.
In the best league in the country.
Yeah, you know what, I would say over the past, you know, month of the season, I feel like we've been playing the best basketball out there. You know, I know the tournament committee looks at the full body of work, and obviously Auburn's resume is amazing. And, you know, from start to finish, they had a fantastic year. But, you know, I'm really happy and excited to be with my crew, you know, going into this tournament.
Coach, 2 guys that I know really well are Will Richard and Thomas Hall. You know, I spent a lot of time with Will this offseason in Jersey. Just kind of like tell me what those 2 really mean to you and kind of like, you know, what they bring in terms of, you know, offensively, defensively. I just really love those 2 kids. So could you just elaborate on them a little bit?
Yeah, Will Richard is, you know, I talk about him a lot as being kind of the face of our program and a guy that we would really like to replicate in terms of the young guys that we bring in moving forward. He was the first guy that committed to our program when we got down here 3 years ago. Comes from an incredible family, just a great young man, and has turned himself into a complete player. You know, when we got him, he was kind of a shooter, you know, and an occasional slasher. Now he can put the ball on the deck and make plays out of the ball screen, and has been our most complete defender. Did a great job on Chaz Lanier in the SEC title game, and a great leader, a great vocal leader. Does a great job of getting his teammates on the same page. And Tommy is our do-it-all guy. You know, a little under the radar coming off the bench. When Kondo got hurt, he had the opportunity to get in the starting lineup and played like an all-league player, and has all year really. Just a guy that makes every winning play, gets every 50-50 ball, has really started to shoot the ball very well, which gives us another element of our offense. And, you know, both him and Kondo do a great job playing as the hub of our offense at the top of the key and being decision makers. And Tommy and Will have been a huge reason why we've been so successful this year.
The reward for that was potentially getting the back-to-back defending national champions in the second round, and a Maryland team potentially in the Sweet 16. And you also, oh, by the way, have 4 of the 6 active Division I coaches that have won national championships in your region. It's going to be tough, man. You got a tough road coming out of the West.
It's not going to be easy. And, I'm still looking for my first NCAA tournament win, man. So we got a wide range of but we talk about teams looking at it is we're trying to kind of cut it into 3 weekends. So we're looking at this one as a 4-team MTE. Really, we got Norfolk tomorrow, and if we're fortunate enough to win, as you said, we got Coach Hurley and his crew, who's used to winning championships, or Oklahoma, who we've seen in the SEC. But you got to beat really good teams to advance, and we're excited for those potential challenges.
Coach, these guys call me a Gator homer. I am a Gator. Come on, everybody knows I'm a Gator, okay? So don't let them fool you. But first of all, congratulations, man. You've done a hell of a job. You've made us all very, very proud. Elijah Martin.
Thank you.
When you look at him and you went in the portal and you grabbed him, obviously there were some question marks with the years that he had last year and some of the injuries, and now he looks like one of the X factors for your team. What was it about him that you said, you know what, this is the guy that I know when I plug in the backcourt with these other 2 dynamic players, this is the right fit?
Yeah, you know what? We just almost got hit on our bus, but we're all good. Don't worry. We're going to make it to practice on time.
Please get to the game. Please get to the game.
With Mart, I think people overcomplicated it when they were evaluating players last year in the portal. I think he was AAC Player of the Year as a sophomore, and had a good year last year, not an amazing good year, and had experience winning at such a high level. Dusty's son Jack May was a walk-on for us, and I had known Dusty pretty well, and I think he's a great coach and a great culture down there at FAU. And so when Elijah became available, we knew who he was, we knew how tough he was, we knew how much he impacted winning. And we laughed about it in the office. I think one recruiting service had him ranked as like the 113th ranked transfer in the market last year, which we still kind of giggle about today. But he's just a great player, man, but he's an even better person. He's so tough, and I think he really gave us that element that we were missing last year. The thing is, he just raised the bar accountability-wise for everybody on our roster, specifically Walton Will on the defensive end. He just kind of has that edge to him. And, he doesn't let anybody bring less than an elite effort every day. And it's a huge reason as to why we've been able to make this leap we have.
Hey, Todd, you've come a long way in these TV interviews since your first one. You remember your first TV interview?
With you in Las Vegas, I believe, back in 2019 on WCC Media Day.
You were a little nervous then. What's the key for you? What are you preaching to your team right now that they have to do going to this NCAA tournament? What's
Yeah, honestly, from a mentality standpoint, we just got to make sure we handle success. This is the first time really all year where I feel like people have kind of started jumping on our bandwagon. People were kind of waiting, seeing on us for a long time. Oh, they played a soft non-conference schedule. They lost to Kentucky, and obviously I think winning at Auburn kind of put people on notice, and we've won 12 out of our last 13. And now a lot of people are picking us to win the national championship. And that's a position that we just haven't been in all year. And none of us have been in it, our staff or our players, and just kind of keeping our edge and making sure that we attack it the right way. The great thing is we have a mature team, man, and these guys are really focused on making sure we do everything we can. But I would say that's the biggest, task, and that's the biggest thing in front of us that we got to take care of.
Well, Ty, man, great stuff. Appreciate you making some time for us, and congrats on the great season, and good luck in the tournament.
Please don't hit anything in that bus.
No, we should be good now. We got our escort for us. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on. Take care. Go Gators.
Thanks, Todd.
Bye, guys.
That is Todd Golden, Florida Gators basketball coach. Yeah, they have
such a good point that he made there too at the end. Just the handling of success.
Yeah.
Well, how did Billy Donovan do that? Because I always remember what was his saying? He had a certain saying of I don't know if it was like the poison or something.
Yeah, the poison. He had a bottle that he would put in there during those 06, 07 runs, and it was, I don't know if he just put food coloring in the water bottle, but he said it was poison, because people don't those back-to-back national championship teams in 2006, we were 10-6 in the SEC. So we took some licks. Like, it wasn't like it was all smooth sailing. Now, the next year, number one team in the country, preseason number one, everything, and then we lose three out of four coming down the stretch of the SEC. Joe Kim, he couldn't find his joy, as he was calling it. We lost 3 out of 4 at Tennessee, at Vanderbilt. We're both good teams, and then at a depleted LSU team. We lost. And then once we got to the tournament and things started clicking, that's when the poison came out. You can't listen to it. You got to block out the noise, and we got to stay focused on what we have to do in between the lines.
I'm surprised that you haven't asked why there's $200.
I mean, you guys had Coach Golden on. I come in, and all of a sudden there's cash on the table. You're out there having me play trivia, basketball trivia.
Don't give away any of the answers. How many did you get wrong?
A few. I mean, you got to remember, during a lot of the questions, I was coaching at that time. I wasn't locked into the NCAA tournament. I was trying to get my team to the NCAA tournament.
I missed 2. I know John Martin's going to get one of the ones that I missed, but I missed 2 of them. Also, Brooke, shout out to – was that the first time you ever asked somebody a question on this side of the media?
Yeah, it was the first time. On the interview. Yeah, it was for sure. Smooth, yeah. Maybe I got a future in it. I don't know.
We'll see.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it for sure. I just like the game, bro. Anytime I can talk about the game, talk with successful coaches, I'm gonna do it every time I can.
And a lot of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
You're right.
I can't believe they almost got a wreck as he's driving down the road with a police escort. What's the escort doing?
Maybe they were listening to the interview.
I feel like that question gets asked a lot in Vegas.
While you were gone, Matt, Goodman said he loved Wisconsin -9.5 first half.
Travel.
I actually never said that. I
You
said
did
you
say
picked the bet.
That's what the money.
I said you picked the bet.
If Montana can cover 9.5, John Martin.
Can you guess whose $100 bill is whose?
Yours is the nice and crisp.
It's not
one.
mine. It's not mine. It's
Oh,
Goodman.
this came out of the
is-
satchel. That came out of the satchel, and this came out of Goodman's pocket.
There we go,
Just
baby.
crunched up.
There we go, baby. Yeah, absolutely.
That wasn't very hard,
This
was
is
it?
why you have a satchel.
I mean, there's no games. Okay, look at that. Ooh, getting a little loose. Montana. Hey, this is exactly what we needed, man.
Let's go Badgers. Come on.
Let's go Grizzlies. You don't want that smoke. Look at that footwork. Kind of threw that one.
Brooks has experienced it. Jarrell's obviously had. There's something cool too about the police escort. When you're in the NCAA tournament and you get on that bus and all of a sudden those sirens start to fire up and they just clear the streets for you to get to your. We almost were late in 2014 in the Final Four. Maybe this is why we lost to Shabazz Napier. We were late to the game with the police escort in Dallas.
Wow.
Because that was how much traffic there was trying to get out to Arlington. They made you stay downtown, which I don't know why they did that, and then you had to bus out to Arlington. We were almost late to the game. We were running through Jerry World to get to the locker room.
That Final Four was impossible to get anywhere. It took us 3 hours to get from the media hotel to the arena, and we left legitimately like 5 hours before the game started. The traffic was horrendous.
Yeah, it's just definitely. I think you spoke to it, Matt. Just it's a different feel, man. You see the. I love it when they got the motorcycles, the motorcycle escorts. Yeah, they fire up the motorcycles, and you rolling in there, and it just gives you a different feel. And I think if anything else, and Brooks could probably speak to this as well too. Just as a player, I think that's the moment it kind of hits you. I know we always did the send off from the hotel, even with you got the band out there, you got all your fans cheering you out. You walk out the hotel, it's just like, man, this is just different than anything we've done up until this point this season, and it's just always one of the fun things. And you just let this platform, this month, man, it's just special for so many reasons. But that's just one of the small things where it's like, yeah, it's definitely showtime once you see the police escort.
And your hotel is done by your seed.
Right.
So when you're the one
seeds
seed,
are way out, right?
you're at the Four Seasons.
I never knew that.
When
I
you're
did
the
not know
12, when
that.
you're the
That's all crazy.
Chattanooga 12 seed, you're at the Holiday Inn Express.
Can't look like too much of a homer for too long.
It's okay. It's okay.
I've only ever had a police transport.
Yeah,
I don't know about the
We
escort.
want to go into that a little bit.
Not really.
Not really.
That's I think that's it got expunged.
By the way, how about Creighton 11 of 21 from 3?
50%.
And look at this.
Over 50.
Jemiah Neal with 17, Ashworth with 18. You get 35 out of them already.
Well, that's what we were talking about, like the Auburn matchup. Again, assuming that they get past Tony Madlock and the Alabama State Hornets. That's interesting. Because, man, Creighton plays that game. They want to get off shots too. So, and I know Auburn probably does it as good as anybody in the country, but better than anybody in the country. But
that was a goaltender.
Well, you just wonder if Auburn's going to flip that switch back, and be killers again.
That was a goaltender, by the way.
Oh, Ray Smith down.
Who's that?
Same ankle.
No. Ankle again?
Yeah. Right ankle.
Oh, shit. Oh, boy.
Hey, Brooks, let me ask you this about Wisconsin, because we've talked about it a lot this year, how much their playing style changed and how, they're playing faster now. They're playing spread. Yeah. They're kind of letting their guys rock a little bit more. Is this changed in terms of what you got to do to prepare for them?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think so. The kind of unique thing is they still run like a lot of similar stuff, and they still they haven't really changed much, I feel like. But I feel like what's really different is just their personnel. Like they have guys that want to go out there and get 20 a game, and they have kind of the the firepower to do that. And then when you put them in a kind of an offense where they make you pick mistakes and make you just kind of pay for all your just kind of shortcomings, that's where they get 80, 90 a game with guys like Tanji and Blackwell, guys that can really shoot threes at the big man spot too. So just kind of been cool to see them just really amplify what they do to get points.
I'll tell you one thing, it's a hell of a lot different from Bo Ryan. What I played
swing,
the swing, and they would only shoot the ball the last 12 seconds of the shot clock.
How frustrating was that?
Oh my God, it was so frustrating, and we had obviously a rivalry game for us at Marquette, but we had set rules and just tempo. We always made it a point to try to make those guys play from behind, because then we felt like you had them, they were comfortable playing with the lead, not great at playing from behind. So complete turnover though in the Greg Gard era, and just even the play style.
This is awful watching Rain Smith.
I didn't really see what happened. It just
could have been an Achilles.
And
I feel like it might.
He just kind of planted and went into a shot, and something
did not go
right. I think it was just the way he reacted right away.
Yeah. He didn't even come down.
He didn't turn right. He's coming off the
down.
ankle injury, but he didn't turn his ankle.
Yeah, he landed on one foot.
To me, it had to be an Achilles.
I hope not, man. Waterworks.
What a good kid, too. Unbelievable kid. Who, again, I think a lot of people felt like would go from Charleston to Louisville and not play a whole lot. He'd be a 10th, 11th man that might, specialist come off the bench. He's been huge for them all year. Huge.
Yeah, and they're up against it as is. And now, you lose him. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. But, yeah, I'll be looking forward to that Creighton game tomorrow for sure, assuming they hold on. All right, look, we got Montana and Wisconsin at the under 12 media timeout. We're obviously watching that one for financial reasons. We'll keep you updated here on Katon-Louisville, and Purdue-High Point should tip off any minute. Stick around. This is Madnesscast.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. Now is your chance to prove you're smarter than the field of 68. We're hosting a Survivor contest with our partner Splash Sports. There's a $25 entry fee, a 25 entry max in the contest, and more than 1,700 spots available, which means there's a $40,000 max prize for the winner. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Each day you pick a team to win. If they win, you advance. We'll also be running a free to enter bracket contest, as well as a second chance Survivor in the Sweet 16. So prove you know more ball than the field of 68 on Splash Sports. College basketball fans, are you ready to take your hoops game to a new level? Whether you're a seasoned bettor or just trying to win your March Madness office pool, Rhythm is here to give you the edge this season. With data-driven predictions for every single college basketball game left on the schedule, Rhythm helps you maximize your bets. And as March Madness kicks off, Rhythm's insights will help you spot those plucky Cinderellas that you know are going to shake up the NCAA tournament. But that's not all. When Selection Sunday rolls around, let Rhythm's AI-powered bracket generator do the heavy lifting for you. This is the same AI tool that performed 35% better than the average ESPN bracket last year. And here's the best part. Rhythm pairs perfectly with our Field of 68 expert analysis, giving you the 1-2 punch that you need for the rest of the college basketball season. So don't wait. Download Rhythm today and get ready to see college basketball and your betting results in a whole new light.
Madnesscast rolls on here on the first day of the NCAA tournament. We are at Mandalay Bay at Flanker. This is presented by BetMGM, and John Ewing's with BetMGM. Thanks for joining us, John. All right, what do we need? What does BetMGM need today to happen in college basketball?
Well, let's step back. Let's take a bigger picture and talk the tournament in general. Sure. Just this morning, we sent out. We took a $500,000 bet on Duke at plus 350 to cut down the nets. Wow. They were already a very popular team. They were the most bet team. And that just puts, keep piling it up. That's where the action's coming in. A lot of bettors not afraid of the Cooper Flag injury, and Duke is the biggest liability for the sportsbook right now.
Yeah, not surprising at all. I wonder about the other ones, like a Houston. Are they popular at all with future betting?
Yeah, most of the favorites are, right? That makes sense. Yeah. Houston is the fourth most bet team. Okay. They're currently at 6-1, and about 7% of the bets are on them to win. Other popular, Florida, open 40-1 before the season started. They're co-favorites with Duke right now, so they're just a monster. Another team that bettors have really come on to as the season's gone along, especially after they made that run in the SEC tournament.
So, are you when you talk about a Florida at 40-1 before the season, right? Do you have a lot of bets with Florida at 40-1?
That's a good question. I can go back
because
in time and tell you
obviously if you do, that becomes an absolutely huge liability.
Yeah, Florida is not the biggest liabilities. Duke, Michigan State, and St. John's are two of the big. St. John's, they were 80-1 before the season started, sitting at 25-1 right now. They're the third most bet team.
Wow.
At BetMGM.
I think you guys will be okay. I think you guys will be okay with St. John's. I don't think they can win a championship.
The interesting one to me has been the way that the Player of the Year race has kind of played out.
Yeah.
Because at the start of the season, it kind of became Janai Broom's award to lose, right? And then you just slowly saw Cooper Flag gain more steam. And then Janai Broom gets injured, and all of a sudden becomes Cooper Flag's favorite. Then Cooper Flag gets injured, all of a sudden it becomes Janai Broom's favorite. So how has that kind of played out for you guys?
Yeah, there's been a lot of flip-flopping throughout the season. There was 2 weeks ago, 1 week where Flag was minus 125 on Monday. Thursday had flipped all the way to Broom at minus 300, and then right back to Monday it was back to Flag. So, both players have seen a lot of action. Flag, though, is the worst result for the book. And what was really interesting, he was not on the opening odds at the beginning of the season because he wasn't 18.
Yeah,
so
nuts.
We had to wait for December to even post betting on him. Want to go back to the action on Florida before the season started. I just pulled up the numbers. They were only the 25th most bet team before the season began. So they've definitely, like I said, come on as they've proven themselves to be championship caliber team.
So when this kind of all plays out, what do you, outside of just the actual games, what do you see the most action on? Is it the first to 15 stuff, the first to 10 stuff?
Yeah, of course, spread, money line totals are the most popular. They consistently get action. Some player props will be like Cooper Flag will be popular, and depending on this, not available in all states, but states that allow it. Other prop bets, anything that can happen fast is always popular. First basket, all the first two are one. They're a lot of fun. I love wagering on them myself.
Oh, yeah.
So anything that can get bettors into the game and into the action.
The first of 15 last year, we did this last year in the book itself.
Yeah.
And it would be the first of 15 bets, man. You would see at least one game goes 15, all of a sudden, everyone's going crazy with those.
Well, I got to ask you a little bit to dive into some of the underdogs.
Okay.
I can imagine that the UC San Diego is probably a big one. Just talk a little bit about some of the bigger bets as far as the underdogs for the first round.
Yeah. All right. So the 5 most popular money line bets are all underdogs today. Not surprising. Everyone's looking for a dog in March. So Drake, and that one tips later today.
Yeah, makes sense.
My Missouri Tigers, so that's not going to happen. Right?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
A loser.
I don't think it is going to happen.
High Point, Creighton, McNeese, Yale, all popular, all around. Like under plus 125 to almost plus 300. So, and a lot of High Point was the most popular underdog to cover the number. And where is that sitting at right now? Okay, they're right there. It's going to be a sweat for everybody. Only down 7. What else? Michigan actually is one of the most popular favorites to cover today. That's a game where I think a lot of people see a Big Ten champion and think, why are they only 2.5 point favorites?
Well, I was about to say 2.5, right? What about
That's one where you just fade the public.
SIUE Houston? Give me those. I seen something absurd about the odds.
Houston, 28.5 point favorites, minus 10,000 on the money line.
That's it. I got a satchel.
Just shout out to my man Brian Baroni.
Those type of bets are ones that we see players like to add to their parlays.
Right.
With these really big favorites that they're not going to bet them straight up, but I'll add one more leg to my parlay.
Yeah, sure. Although, minus 10,000 is not going to help you very much. I would recommend looking elsewhere.
That's where we see like 90% of bets are on SIUE to take a long shot, but then you got about 90% of the money on Houston money. So there'll still be some bettors that are willing to risk a lot to theoretically have a good chance of.
John, what do you think about? And it's like a TikTok thing now, and you see it every year. Like, I'm just going to bet $1,000 on every underdog money line in the tournament. I know like you won't have any numbers on that specifically, but like, why do people think that's a good strategy? Is it just because there's a plus sign in front of it? Obviously these numbers are earned. It's not like they are, priced by accident.
Actually, as a matter of fact, I do have those numbers. I tweeted that the other day. I got to go back through my
if you would have taken them,
if you took every underdog in the round of 64 for the last 4 years, I could tell you the exact number, but roughly, let's say you'd be $100 better would be up over $2,000. So you'd be doing all right. Of course, there are some very notable upsets in that.
Yeah, there's like St. Peter's doing a lot of work for you.
Yeah.
That's the money lines?
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing today. I'm doing $100 on the money line for every single underdog.
There's your customer right there.
I did it last year, and I made some money last year doing it.
Yeah, but like who was it last year?
The big ones were Oakland was the big one.
Oakland,
Wofford.
Bucket. Bang! Let's go, Montana Grizz Nation.
You're going to be sweating this one out, John.
I'm not sweating.
Here's something you guys might like. So using a historical database, big favorites like Houston, huge favorite. Florida, huge favorite. Teams that were favored by 28 or more points in the tournament since 2005. There's only been 4 previous teams. They all won, and they went 3-1 against the spread. So there's these big favorites. They come through for bettors or have small sample size, of course. So I'm just scrolling back through my old post to try to find the information there.
Yeah, the worst part about, by the way, this Montana first half bet with Goodman is that he's not even here.
He's forgotten about it. He's going to walk out, and you could say, no matter what happens, just say I won and take the money.
I really should do that because it's not even satisfying if I win it.
Just be like, yeah, you didn't see it?
Like he literally just pulled this out of his back pocket and was like, here, I'll just bet it with you, like whatever.
Out of sock.
So, yeah, I don't even get the gratification if I beat this guy.
Oh, yeah, I got the number for you. So last 4 years, if you bet every moneyline dog in the round of 64, $100 better would be up $2,700. So Doing all right.
Wow. Yeah, over 4 years. Again, I usually lose in this thing, so I probably should just adopt that strategy. What about in terms of? Do you have anything in terms of today? In terms of you talked about your money line underdog needs, but in terms of spread size, any favorites that you would like to see cover today or lose either one?
Yeah, will be luckily for me. I'm a Mizzou alum, so the book's going to need Missouri there again with Drake being popular on the money line and pretty popular on the spread as well. What's interesting is we pull data in the morning and we update it throughout the day, but 90% of bets come in just in the hours leading up to the game. Yeah. So a lot of it can change. Likely it won't.
Right. Right.
Arkansas actually is Kansas. Kansas favored by 5.5. We're seeing nearly 80% of bets and money come in on Arkansas to cover.
On Arkansas, wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Kansas has been a team that has hurt bettors all year. They have a losing record against the spread. So that
makes sense.
You're seeing a lot of bettors, looking to fade them after maybe they've been disappointed.
Yeah,
the year.
And on the other side,
that's called a fuck these guys bet. I'm done with it.
But you also have an Arkansas team that's getting back Boogie Flan, and it's been playing its best basketball of the season for the last 3 weeks.
Do you don't think there's any coincidence between saying they've been playing their best basketball the last 3 weeks and they're getting back Boogie Flan now? You don't think there's any coincidence there,
I don't
John?
know if we will find out. I mean, I tend to believe that he is a good basketball player.
Oh, he is.
And he will help them.
We'll see.
But yeah, I mean, I have talked to people who have said, this could kind of shake up what they had going, and that's always the risk. But he's too good. He's too good not to bring back. So it doesn't surprise me. I'd love to see the Arkansas Razorbacks do it though for the Cal Patino matchup in the second round.
That would be fun.
That would be
absolute. Have to speak it into existence.
And
who threw a water bottle on the floor over here?
That hurt.
What happened?
Good rebound. And John, you said St. John's are a popular team for bettors.
Yeah, of course. So they're 18.5-point favorites against Omaha. 90% of money is on the Johnnies right now.
Do they not know that?
I will be on.
What's
a trash can?
Too is that as the day goes along, everyone takes their winnings and they just keep reinvesting them on more games. So these night games, St. John's, Michigan, are going to have even more action than anything that's going on right now.
Wow. Yeah. What a tournament, huh? I mean, there's just nothing like it. There's no event like it. I mean, there's no betting like it. Great move. Oof. I know NFL playoffs. How does it compare to NFL playoffs? By the way, does the NFL playoffs just dwarf the action, or does
no
standalone
game in the tournament can touch football?
Right.
NFL's King Super Bowl is by far for a single event the biggest, most bet event. But when you put it all together, you talk, this opening weekend, you talk the whole tournament. We'll take more action on March Madness just because they're just more events.
Spread out. Yep.
Yeah, man. It is. There's nothing like it. Just the scenery of it, man. The scenery. Who do you have winning it, by the way?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I like Florida.
Yeah. It's tough to fade them.
Not a bad pick.
I mean, Duke is a really good team, but when you look at, I think, like on ESPN, it was like 45% of brackets had Duke. So to try to be slightly contrarian but pick a team that has a legit chance, I think Florida's a decent play there.
We just had Coach Golden on, and I hadn't thought about it, but he said, I'm looking for my first tournament win.
Yeah, that's kind of nuts.
Can you imagine, has there ever been a coach who doesn't have a tournament win to go on and win the whole damn thing?
I think.
Has it ever happened? I mean,
did Dan have one? Did Dan Hurley have one before he won his first one? I think he won one game with Rhode Island. I think he won one game with Rhode Island.
I think, I don't know, but
I think he won. I think he won. You know what? He beat Trae Young with Rhode Island. Remember that?
Oh, yep.
He beat Trae Young.
Yep, absolutely right. He kind of scared me with that. I'm kind of looking at it from a different vantage point.
He said, "I've never won a tournament game."
He's like, "Yeah,
he said, "I've never won a tournament game." As his bus almost got hit while they were driving.
It might be a telling sign, Rob.
It might be a sign, man. You might be right. You might be right.
Does this feel like to you, John? Just kind of looking out the bracket. Like I know, obviously, underdogs are always popular, but I don't know. It feels like to me this is a year where the ones are just so far above everybody else that it doesn't. I don't think if I was the book, I wouldn't really worry that much about underdogs this year. I just think the top is mathematically, metrically, it is stronger than it's ever been in terms of net rating.
Yeah, and I mean the odds reflect that.
Yeah.
Duke, Florida, Auburn, and then you got Houston are clearly the favorites. All 6-1 or better. Everybody else, is down the board there. So it does seem like the 1 seeds are stronger than normal.
Woo! Finish.
Let me ask you this, John. Just from a statistical standpoint, how much action do you guys take on the over-unders for the tournament? Am I like the only idiot that enjoys betting that?
No, everyone loves betting. Loves betting totals. Overs tend to be the most popular. That's not surprising. Again, most casual fans like to cheer for points.
Yep.
Same for casual
For
bettors.
sure.
Life is too short to bet the under, John.
I hammer the unders, Rob. They're going to come out. This is going to be a clunker, so I'll look for those games.
In these games, spreads, total, and money line account for by far the majority of it. The spread, let's say, accounts for about 50% of bets, then the total maybe 25%, give or take. Some games.
It's a big 3 for you, John. It's a big 3.
Again, Wisconsin has not missed in this game. Do people bet Wisconsin?
Yeah,
are they a popular team? I would guess not, honestly.
So this game, a big spread, opened 17.5. I think it closed 16.5. Betting on that was pretty evenly split in terms of tickets. But from a dollar standpoint, we had money come in on them, and about 70% of action hit Wisconsin after that line dipped a little bit.
Yeah, they're an interesting team because I think most people are probably down on the Big Ten, but Wisconsin at one point was playing like a top 10 team. So.
What do you do with that? What do you do with that? There's nothing you can do with that.
Neil is cooking.
You guys needed Louisville in this one, right? In the Creighton game.
So, in terms of,
I think you said Creighton underdog was one of the money line was one of the more popular bets.
Yeah, it was. Yep.
Yeah. So okay, hey, that's not, like you said, not a bad start, right? Because they're going to reinvest. They're going to
reinvest for tonight. They're coming back tonight.
Hey, if you're going to get one, get the first one, right? Get the first one. If you're BetMGM, go ahead and get the first one. We got the rest of the day to get it back.
Well, and what that can vary though too. Like in terms of, again, on straight bets, someone's more likely to wager 100 to win 125 on Creighton, but they still, if they're putting a parlay together, just throw the Louisville money line in.
That's right.
So you see that. So sometimes I'm talking straight bets, but then in terms of parlays, it can be a little bit different on what the book needs.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Yeah, this has been a heck of a day, man. Rob, what do you got going over there? What do you have? You have High Point. You have the over here, right?
Yeah, I have the over. I have High Point money line, and I have the Montana money line over here.
All right.
That's what I'm on right now. Creighton looks like it's going to come out on the side of the good guys.
Yeah. And again, that one's going to be. I'll be interested to see if it ends up being Creighton Auburn tomorrow, where the betting goes, because you could see. I think there might be some people interested in Creighton as the dog there again, right?
Could figure out what that line would likely be too.
Where are you guys at on Gonzaga and Georgia? That's a popular game that comes up here this afternoon.
Georgia.
Zags have opened 6.5. They've moved to 7.5.
Georgia.
Wow.
I got Gonzaga for sure.
I
don't think they'll cover.
I will happily fade Gonzaga in that matchup.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
What have they done this year?
They won the WCC tournament. What has Georgia done this year?
They won like 8 games in the SEC, man.
I don't care about that.
Like, what is it? What is the?
They haven't done anything.
They win 6 games in the SEC.
They beat South Carolina. They beat Florida. I mean, that's what they did. They beat Florida at home, but they had to shoot like 80% in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, and they almost gave it away.
So I mean, I actually kind of understand it because they do. I think Ace and Newell could actually present some matchup problems for their bigs, but I think the guard situation is gonna.
So if Creighton and Auburn play tomorrow, Creighton will be like 11.5 points on Saturday, or 11.5 point underdog on Ken Palm. How much, when you guys set those lines, how much of that stuff comes from the KenPom projections and some of those metrics? That's something I've always been interested in.
KenPom, well-respected site. It's similar kind of thought process of how our traders, they have their own tools, their own power ratings, their own models. So if KenPom is projecting about 11 based on their power ratings, then I would bet it'll be pretty close to that.
Right.
But it's not because they don't use KenPom per se.
But just all these guys end up like the efficiency margins
Yeah.
all end up being relatively similar.
Yeah, power ratings and then efficiency, offensive and defensive is how traders go about setting lines.
These guys have all kind of figured out how to evaluate a team, and all metrics generally end up being similar. Goodman. Oh,
he does. He can't even bear to watch it.
He can't even bear to watch his loss.
Are people down on? Are bettors down on Gonzaga?
Well, in that game this afternoon, it's pretty split, but there's some sharp action on the Zags because that line's going up.
Yeah, no question. What did it open? 6?
6.5.
Yeah, 6.5. So, man.
Although the line moved in Louisville's favor before tip 2, and that hasn't worked out.
When you say sharp action, can you explain to people what that means?
Respected bettors, bettors that consistently win, not casual fans that come out for the tournament, but people that are wagering on games throughout the season.
Yeah, people that know what they're talking about, basically. Woo! So if you're
sharp,
if you're sitting there, right, and you're controlling BetMGM's lines, and you see, we got John Martin from Memphis, Tennessee here, and he just bet $300 on Gonzaga. All right, we better move this line towards Georgia. Is that what happens?
If that gentleman is sharp, then yes, we would.
If
we have a history
of $300 bet.
And well, actually, it doesn't have to be large. It doesn't have to be a large wager. Now, they will adjust if there are large wagers
for sure,
though, as well, depending on the action they're seeing.
Montana's staying in this, man. This is going to be a sweat. This is going to be a sweat.
With like 8 minutes left, it's going to come down to like the last
9.5 is crazy. I'd love a miss from Wisconsin here, though. I don't think they have it in them. I don't think they have it in them.
That's good.
There we go. Hey, slow down.
Slow it down.
Let's run some O. Let's run it. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a beautiful way to help me win my bet.
What was the total here? What was the total for Katon-Louisville?
I don't know, but they're
145.5.
Oh, that's it. That's the over right there. Just hit.
Yeah, I'm about to say that's why they're rooting.
That's why we heard it.
That uproar out there.
That's why we heard it.
Wisconsin total is 152.5. It was the most bet under this morning. It's on pace right now, though. I think live line is maybe even higher than that. 153.5. Yeah, so it's right about where it closed.
The tournament, John, doesn't start until we get that first big upset, though. We're looking for it. With people thought it would be
foul.
How was there no call there? I mean, that guy just got mauled by 3 people. It's unbelievable. But we'll see. A lot of people thought it would be High Point.
Oh boy.
Oh man, here we go.
Go 2 for 1. Go 2 for 1. Go.
Oh, they got plenty of time. Plenty of time.
I hate that we're not in the bonus. 9.5.
Plus 9.5.
I hate that we're not. This really hurts. I'd love a 2 for 1 though. I don't want them to have the last
shoot the
shot.
ball. Yeah, shoot the ball. Go. Here it goes. Oh no, they're done now.
Oh! Hey! Yeah! All right. One stop.
Foul. Yeah, so me and Goodman have a bet on Montana plus 9.5. I have the Grizzlies plus 9.5. He has the Badgers. One of us is about to have their heart broken in the next 14 seconds. Oh, I'm nervous. Foul him with like 3 seconds left, and they got to throw up a 3. Foul him. There it is. Yes! Yeah, let's go!
For the win.
Money. Take the money. Put it in your pocket. Take the money. Put it in your pocket.
You might want to iron that first.
You got any disinfectant here we can use?
Fresh out of Jeff Goodman's sock.
I like how you say out of Jeff Goodman's sock and fresh in the same sentence.
Yeah.
He's not even here. That's the problem. He's not even here. I don't even get to see the look on his face.
Yeah.
Sources.
Somebody needs to tell sources say you just got your ass beat.
Yeah. I think my favorite bet of this first window, I have SIU Edwardsville team total under 48.5. How much do you is that something that you see a lot of action on? Because one of my favorite things to do is to try to find some of these massive underdogs and just bet them to not score. Instead of betting the spread, just bet that they're going to get completely overwhelmed defensively, especially against a team like Houston.
No, like team totals, stuff like that aren't as popular. But what we do see is social media. You guys could get everyone hyped up on a certain type of bet, and we'll just see action come in. You see it with player props a lot, especially like in the NBA. Something will hit social media and catch fire, and it'll be some random player you've never heard of, and them to have like over 2 assists or something. But everyone loves to bet together. That's what makes it fun, right?
Yeah,
social,
absolutely.
Get a cheer.
Everybody got a little skin in the game.
Yep.
See, the problem is I don't always want to go with my friends, so it ends up being an issue. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't agree with you. Like, you guys are idiots. Only a real sharp could bet Montana plus 9.5 first half.
That's
true.
What
I mean? So if you see me bet $300 on Montana first half 9.5, move that. Move that shit.
Move the line.
All right? It needs to be 8. All right. John, man, thanks for being here. It's been a lot of fun, and good luck. Good luck in the tournament.
Thanks for having me on. Good luck with your bets, boys.
Yes, sir. Thanks, John.
We'll come back. This is Madnesscast here at Field of 68.
We're not going to.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today.
I have been looking for the best deal on March Madness tickets, which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and more than 70,000 events available. Now that March Madness is here, SeatGeek has your back. Each ticket is rated so you know if it's a good deal with that little green dot, and it's backed by a buyer guarantee. You can get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek with code FIELD68. That's code FIELD68.
March Madness is here, and you know what that means. Buzzer beaters, high stakes hoops, and it's a time where legends are made. In other words, it is time to wear chubbies. Pretty good segue, right? Chubways has mastered the art of stylish casual wear that doesn't skimp out on performance or durability. Whether it's their bright, stretchy polos, their iconic thigh-exposing shorts, or their one-of-a-kind swim trunks. It's the perfect threads to wear as you helplessly watch your bracket predictions fail. Watching games with your friends, Chubby's original shorts gives you that classic feel with a modern look. You hitting the gym to make up for all the pizza, wings, and beer that you consumed in the last 4 days? Chubby's ultimate training shorts are built to sweat. And to sweeten the deal for you, for just a limited time, Chubby's is giving all of our listeners 20% off your order with the exclusive code F68. So use code F68 at chubbysshorts.com. That's chubbysshorts.com.
Welcome back to the Field of 68's Madnesscast here from Flanker Sports Bar in the Mandalay Bay Sportsbook, presented by our friends over at BetMGM. And guess what, guys? It is officially NCAA tournament time, because not only are we sitting here watching an officials review, not only are we sitting here watching officials watch basketball, but we are now joined by America's favorite tequila lover.
Oh, Mas Tequila.
Who I am amazed was able to make it here at 9 o'clock this morning, because my sources told me that Brad Evans drank I'm quoting here, Matt, vat of tequila last night.
Confirmed. Somehow, some way, I'm alive and still ticking and actually thinking coherently, which is beyond my usual skill set. So, I was hanging out with my boy, Sammy Padyanovich, last night. And when you hang out with Sammy P, there is imbibing that occurs. We were sweating out an NIT game last night.
Which game?
Utah Valley against San Francisco. Sadly, that didn't go our way, but X going to give it to you. Xavier came through for us on the money line, so we were partying hard based on that. Martin was there as well. It was a hell of a night.
What's the go-to tequila? I know MJ, doesn't he have a tequila out there? You got the Casamigos. Like what's the go-to?
Well, it's all, if you want bang for the buck, I love Herradura. and like a classic herder reposado. Herder añejo runs about $60 a bottle from the ILO where I'm from. Excellent stuff. If you want to like splurge, you want to shell out $150, $200. Clase Azul, that elegant white bottle. Oh, she's shaped.
That's what it was.
She's
That's
delicious.
what it was. So T.O., friggin' T.O. I love T.O. Friggin' T.O. Last time we were here in Vegas together, he's like, let's go get a drink. I was like, look, man, let me buy you your first round. And he's like, you sure about that? I was like, yeah, just get whatever you want. He goes, that, and points to the Clase Azul up on the top shelf. And I'm like, what am I getting myself? I can't back out
It's
now.
not a Coors Light.
Yeah,
I can't back out now.
It's not a Coors
It
Light.
ended up being like $78 a shot for it.
And
But
how
of course,
was
I
it?
was like, I got one too.
And how was it?
Tasted like tequila. I mean, I would have preferred a Coors Light for $9 instead.
Man, get out of here. That stuff's heaven. I love juice, baby. I love juice.
All right, Brad, what are you on right now, man? What are you sweating out?
High Point. I grabbed it at open at plus 10.5. They're down 9 right now. A little bit lower scoring game than I anticipated, although it's picked up here in the second half. I mean, Purdue has just been a turnstile defensively. Entering the game, they were north of number 330 nationally in EFG defense. And they were next to last in the country in 2-point percentage defense. And I figured High Point would just slaughter them getting downhill. They just hit a 3. Thank the good Lord. Gambling gods be kind to thee. Down 6. 8 minutes to go here. So, yeah, the sweat I'm pitting out, I put an extra layer of old spices.
Give me that. Here we go.
To knowing this game was going to be tight. And yeah, they get down. Okay.
Hey, don't call it a comeback, McCall.
Yeah.
Don't call it a comeback.
You know what game's not tight?
Houston, SIUE.
Houston SIU.
No,
You should have taken the under on SIU team total points. It was 48.5.
I got it. I got the under.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I got the under.
Under on the team total or the game total?
Under on SIUE's team total.
I took the under on the game total, 126.5.
I got the team total under.
Attaboy.
You know why I got the team total under? Because I looked at it, I saw it was 48.5, and I was like, I got to bet that. 48.5. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, they may not score more than 40 in that game.
So you know what my favorite bet in this year's tournament was heading in was BetMGM had a prop all 4 number 1 seeds to make the Final Four at plus 1,200. 12-1 odds.
Yep.
So I took that.
So you went with the Jay Billis straight chalk homie.
Yeah. I actually think I never do that. I never think it's going to happen. I think this could be the first year since
2008.
2008. Yep.
I was here in 2008. That tournament sucked. I don't know if you guys remember that. The only upset in the first round was VCU as an 11 seed over Duke.
Yep.
And the Dukies were only a 6 seed that year. And that was it. I was staying at the Flamingo as a
Do you
young
remember?
man.
Do you remember how Duke lost that game? Remember what happened?
A 2008
yeah, it was a VCU player
VCU
at the end
Anthony
of the-
Grant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Coach
that's
team.
right. Yeah, who was the player?
Oh, I
For
know.
VCU.
You don't know?
It was
Come
no,
on,
no,
God.
Jog my memory.
no, the
Come
guard.
on, God. He was a guard.
He was a guard. He
Played
was
for
an
the
exceptional
Oklahoma
guard.
City Thunder.
Played in the NBA.
Yep. It's escaping me, but I remember the play.
Eric Maynard.
Maynard.
That's right. Eric Maynard.
You know whose ankles he shredded to hit that shot? My man, Greg Paulus.
Greg Paul.
Oh.
Greg, love you, man, but you got your ankles broken by Eric Maynard.
Yeah.
We all saw it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was a hell of a game.
My favorite Greg Paulus story is Final Four 2022, the first one after COVID. We all go out one night, and we had a good night, right? Met a bunch of coaches, talked to a bunch of coaches, do what you do at Final Fours in New Orleans. And we come the next morning to set, and we're doing our shows, and John Fanta's there. John Fanta had a great night the night before, right? A fantastic
What was
night
he
the night
playing?
before. He was, I don't know what he was playing, but he had a fantastic night. If you know, he had
At the blackjack table, probably.
no, he had the whiskey parlay.
Oh, nice.
So he comes in the next morning and like he's put together and he's feeling good and he's doing his Fanta thing, and he comes in and we're just cycling through, and it was the Duke Final Four. So we're like, any Duke alums, let's get them here and let's talk about like their Coach K stories. So Greg Paulus was at the Final Four. We're like, Greg, come by, man. We'll talk Duke stuff. We'll talk Final Four stuff. And Greg comes and sits down at the set, and Angel's like, Greg, it's really great to meet you. I'm a big fan. And Greg looks at him and goes, we met last night. Live on the stream. And Fanta's like, what?
We did.
Very rarely do you catch John Fanta not knowing what to say. And in that moment, I'm sure John Fanta had no idea what to say.
Here's the best part. Fanta's like, we met last night. Paulus goes, we had a 20-minute conveation.
Oh. And you get no recollection.
And Fanta's like, I don't remember any of this happening.
I didn't tell any secrets.
He might have. Trevor, I think that was before your time, man. That might have been before your time. I think that was the last pre-Trevor NCAA tournament that we had on the field of 68. That was pre-UConn. That was back when UConn stunk still.
Dawson, let me ask you a question. This Creighton game, McCall, you jump in on this as well. It's coming down the
Bam! It's over.
It's way over, as we all know. I am fascinated, assuming that Auburn's not going to lay an egg, that matchup between Creighton and Auburn, Janiah Broome, Ryan
Let's
Kalkbrenner.
go. High Point, baby. We're back.
Oh, yeah, they are back.
We're back.
Well, I got them a
What did I
plus
say,
and a half,
McCall?
but
We'll call it a
look,
comeback.
What do you think the
McCall.
spread in the next round is going to be? What do you think it's going to open at?
11 and a half.
Yeah.
11 and a half.
Yeah, I would say it's
That high?
I think
The KenPom projection right now is 11 and a half. And I think it'll be something close to that.
And where are you going to lean if it is that high?
Creighton.
100%. It's going to be Creighton. I may
If it's
even sprinkle a little bit on the
11.5,
money line, to be honest with you.
Yep.
The one thing that's amazing about Auburn, everybody thinks, they got Janiah Broome. They're awful on the defensive glass. Awful. And Creighton just gets after it on the glass because you got Kalkbrenner. And the most important thing today, McCall, the good version of Stephen Ashworth showed up.
Yeah, and you look at this Auburn team too. Look, they can shoot themselves to the next round, or they can shoot themselves out of the next round. And I keep going back to their loss in the SEC tournament. Pettiford comes down, he smokes a layup, misses a wide open layup. The next possession down, nobody else touches the ball in the possession, and he cranks a three. So that's what I'm saying in terms of shot selection. This game's going to be closer than you think.
Yeah, totally.
Especially with how they played today.
Oh, they were
beat a
exceptional
good
today.
Louisville team.
Exceptional. And cha-ching on the money line if you had Creighton. I think that closed at plus 135. Winner, chicken dinner for you.
That was me.
Attaboy.
me.
I was on Xavier last night, boys. I took him at halftime of the money line as well at plus 190 at Park MGM. So that one cashed in. I'm on High Point right now. I took Creighton as well today. So I'm off to a good start, which means I'm going to lose every game henceforth.
We need Bodo to start waking up and play some defense on Kaufman right here.
Well, again, we talked about this earlier. The pressure is about to shift to Purdue. And if you're a High Point, just cut it loose. Take open shots, play with freedom, cut it loose. That was a big basket there.
That was a huge basket. Stem that tide a little bit. I want to go back to the Creighton-Louisville game here.
Yeah.
Because when Creighton gets Stephen Ashworth going and they get Jemiah Neal going, that's when they all of a sudden become a team that is I don't want to say they become a very, very, very difficult team to beat. They were 11 for 24 from three. They shot 56% from three. Can those guys – Louisville's got a little bit of a smaller backcourt, right? Can those guys get going when they're going to have to deal with now like a Chad Baker-Mazzara, or they're going to have to deal with some of the bigger, more athletic – Denver Jones. Like those are two really, really good perimeter defenders. And we can sit here and say we want to be on Creighton as much as we want to. If Jemiah Neal and Stephen Ashworth are struggling, then there's only so much that Creighton can do offensively.
It just seemed like Louisville was a step slow defensively the whole game. And they wanted to double team Kalkbrenner, and every single time that they did, they were making the right plays out of the doubles to get three-point shots. Auburn's length, athleticism, those closeouts will be, you've got to think a little bit better when they watch this tape, assuming they don't lay a complete egg in their game today. You got to think that they're going to say, okay, look, we have Janiah Broome. The only reason to double team is to keep him out of foul trouble. And if we do double team, then our rotations out of the double teams to take away three-point shots has to be on point.
Yep. Can they do that? Can Auburn do that?
I mean, they have the athleticism to do it. There's no question about it.
No doubt.
Can Broome stay out of foul trouble? I think that's a big can, too, guarding that guy up front.
Calc is not going to get in foul trouble.
Another thing, too, today, we talked about it before the game even tipped off. How many two-point jump shots, which is what Creighton wants you to do, how many two-point jump shots did Louisville miss in the game? I mean, they missed 100 twos, it seemed like. That's what Creighton wants you to do. That's what they're going to make Auburn do. They're going to make them take long two-point jump shots. And if you fall into the bait of taking them, you can lose, just like Louisville did.
And again, I think the advantage they're going to have in that game is controlling the glass. I mean, as good as Janiah Broome is, and he can go out there and drop 25 and 15, but who's going to be the secondary? Who's going to be the tertiary rebounder that offers consistency for Auburn against Kalkbrenner? Just a really good rebounding team that Creighton is. So if they win the Battle of the Boards, I think they're going to have a leg up in that game. Again, I can't wait to see what that line opens at BetMGM. If it is anywhere close to Ken Palm, and it's 11.5 all day long. Give me the fighting Warren Buffetts from Omaha.
The fighting Warren Buffetts from Omaha, huh? Is that that's what we're going with?
Trash can.
Hey, by the way, that's 3 offensive rebounds on this possession for Purdue. The last thing I'll say about that is I do think that there is kind of a schematic thing that works for Creighton in that matchup, because one, the way that they go over every screen, right? And they really emphasize going over every screen, especially the ball screens, because all they want you to do is to, if it's a DHO, they want you to curl off of it. If it's a ball screen, they want you to have to drive to the basket or to snake it, just to kind of get you going to the rim. They'll run you off the 3-point line. And I think that plays well against an Auburn team, but a lot of what they do is ball screens, right? A lot of what they do is ball screens.
They're going to don't settle for twos.
And the other part of it is the amount of the offense that Creighton runs, the amount of off-ball stuff that you're seeing, the amount of the way that they kind of engage the weak side defenders. That's a big shot. That's a big shot from Braden Smith. That was not good.
Oh, the sweat is very much on here, boys.
Yeah. But
this guy looks determined. He looks determined.
I don't know if there's anybody in the SEC that runs offense and runs sets and has the shooters that Creighton has. I don't know if Auburn has necessarily seen a team that's going to do some of the stuff that Creighton's going to do. Because I'm sitting here trying to think about it. It's like, that's not really what Alabama does, right? That's not really what Florida does. Maybe Florida a little bit, but a lot of what they do is more like the zoom action, right? There's no one that really runs that kind of stuff. Has those kind of shooters, right?
The floor is constantly moving. I mean, he's getting guys open off flares, misdirections, different things like that. The discipline defensively from Auburn is where, Creighton possibly can take advantage of, or the lack thereof of discipline.
We talked about it. Maybe we talked about it with Brooks, where he said when you're playing Purdue, it's almost like you can't really scout it. You just got to stick to your principles and go out and play, right? And I feel like that's what Auburn's going to have to do against Creighton, right?
Yeah. And again, you're going to take Creighton plus 11.5, correct?
Yeah.
What number is too low? 8.5? 7.5?
I'd probably go down to 8.5.
Yeah.
I'd probably go down to 8.5, around there. If it's double digits when it opens, and hopefully we can grab it here as soon as that game is done. If it's double digits, I'm just jumping on that right away.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, and I'll probably be betting the Creighton money line as well.
Oh, look at you, dirty dog!
So I'm betting all the underdogs here.
Well, and again, Auburn's shown
until maybe I run out of some money
here down the home stretch too. I mean,
right.
Entering the NCAA tournament over last month, they're 84 DFG defense. It's not bad, but ain't what they were earlier this season either, McCall. So
I like how you just say EFG defense, like everyone's gonna
effective field goal percentage defense. Nerds.
EFGD.
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 It's a mouthful.
EFGD.
EFGD. That's right. I'll put it on a t-shirt and wear it. All right, SIUE. Again, the over-under on the team total was 48.5. They're going to be lucky to have 22 at halftime.
Yeah, we gotta get some stops here, though, Houston. We got to get some stops.
There's one. Right on money.
They're going to have a million stops.
Bang.
Milo's using. He's been so freaking good, man. I don't think people realize how dangerous this Houston team is.
I can't wait to see the Gonzaga game, to be honest, because if the Zags win.
You mean the Georgia game?
Yeah, the Gonzaga game, the 6.5 that they're laying.
You mean the Georgia?
Taking the dog?
You're taking the dog. Well,
Yeah,
you're
I
taking
got
the dogs
Georgia.
everywhere. You've already said that.
But I got
Can
Georgia.
you do me a favor?
Yeah, what?
Can you get on Wikipedia and just look up Mark Few?
Yes. I know.
Can you just pull up his Wikipedia?
I know what you're going to say.
And
I know
see
what
the
you're gonna say.
consecutive Sweet 16s. Just
9.
Yeah.
It's been 9.
There you go.
Nine.
Side with history.
Just take a gander.
You got to learn.
And it doesn't matter how good or bad his team is. He always gets there.
That's actually fair.
You're going to go against the basketball gods? They somehow always award Mark Few to get to the Sweet 16.
Do you have him beaten Houston then?
I don't have him beating Houston.
I do.
I haven't.
I do.
Wait, you're going to go
got
back?
to back beating
I
Houston.
do.
Wow.
I do. Because I'm crazy.
Oh,
I'm that guy. It's the madness. I think that region is
I
going to
think it's. I don't think it's the madness. I think it's the tequila.
Definitely.
You're not supposed to eat the
Dude.
worm, Brad. You're
Dad water.
not supposed to eat the worm.
I swallowed that worm last night. Let your mind wander. I swallowed it.
Too old
It was
for that.
glorious.
It's swallowed, not swolled.
I said swallowed.
No, you said swallowed. Not swallowed. It's swallowed.
Swallowed.
Jeff Goodman's coming back here. Jeff, we got to talk to you. Time for an exclusive. Sit down. Come on. Sit down right here.
Come
John.
on.
What are
John,
your
sit down right
sources
here.
say?
John, sit down right here. It's a
What do the sources
it's a
say?
post game interview. No, we got a post game interview here. All right. So Jeff,
I didn't even see what happened in the first half. I've been on the phone.
who wants to tell
I
him?
assume I lost
Who wants
because
to
the
tell
money's
him?
not
You,
there
you
anymore.
definitely
Who
lost.
wants to tell
Because you
him?
wouldn't have taken it.
You were on Louisville?
No,
he took
They
Montana.
let
The money's
me pick.
the money's in the satchel.
I
The
let
money's
him
in, the
pick.
money is in the satchel.
Ah,
So
can't
so
believe
John,
I
how
lost.
do you feel coming off of this bet? You made the right bet. You got the win. You coming out here today. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Goodman put his dick on the table. You know, that's what he did. he said you picked the bet,
I did.
and then he
Next
pulled,
one I get
and then he pulls out the crustiest $100 bill you've ever seen in your life.
until the next one.
So he was trying to big boy me, and I said, okay, you want to play that game with me, Chico? How about Montana first half plus 9.5? I'm here to play.
What was it?
I'm here to play. Montana down 8 at the half.
Oh, you freaking barely won. Was there a chance at the end for me?
Yeah,
Yes.
you had the
There
ball,
was?
and
Yes.
No.
Yeah, there was.
Hey, if
Really?
you had actually
There
decided
was.
to watch
There
games,
was.
if you actually watched games, and you would have seen what
Yeah,
happened.
well, some of us have to actually work as well.
Did-
Try to get news.
How do you think all of this shit got set up? You think it
Trevor.
got set up by
That'd
itself?
be Trevor.
You think it got set up
I
by
do want to
itself?
let everybody know at home that this is 100% work.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we're
I mean, maybe Goodman's the one that needs to
we're
know.
sweating hard right now.
All right,
John.
let's go with the other. We're going to go with. I'm going to take Clemson minus 7.5, double or nothing.
All right, I love that bet actually.
All right,
You know, there's a lot of people on
He
McNeese.
no, I
lot of people
did
on
not
McNeese.
agree to this.
you don't have a choice.
That's ridiculous.
You don't have a choice.
Oh,
No, he does- no, he doesn't.
You got to run
the
it back.
first one.
No,
Pick the first
And he
one.
picked Louisville.
No, he picked Montana.
no, you have.
Oh,
he
you
doesn't.
took
You don't
Montana.
have.
He picked
I have to do
Montana
this?
First half.
No, you don't have to do
Yes,
this.
he
No,
does.
he doesn't have to do
Of course
this.
he does.
You can't just say, "Here's the bet." That's
Yes,
not
I
how
can.
betting. What are you
I
doing?
let him pick the first one. What are you talking
That's
about?
fine.
I
That's
let
fine.
him pick it.
But it's not
Of
double or
course it
nothing.
is.
That's not two.
Well, who's going to go place the bet?
I'm gonna
It's
let you.
double or nothing
I'm
is
giving
what
you.
it
I'm
gets to.
giving you a chance to win your money back.
You give him a chance to win his money.
I mean,
It's not
tell
double.
him.
That's not
John, you don't have to do this. John,
It is.
no,
If
stand,
you look
John,
at
stand
it,
your ground, man.
What's
Stand your
the
ground. You don't
result?
want McNeese.
What would the result
McNeese's
be?
coach is gone.
The result
I
would be
like
Will
it.
Wade is in
double.
Raleigh.
I
Or
like
nothing.
McNeese plus
Will
7.5.
Wade is in Raleigh right
Wait,
now.
No,
Will
he's not.
Wade.
Well, wait, it's
Will
not.
Wade
on
is
You're
in-
me.
taking the points
Wait,
with
Will
the
Wade,
Cowboys.
Real
He's
Wade
not
is
giving
in
me a
Raleigh.
Dad water
You're
hit you already?
Yeah, because
Yes,
the way it worked was, he just let me. I'm
Will
gonna be
Wade
fair.
is in
I'm gonna
Raleigh.
be fair to
Say
him.
that 3 times fast. There's no way you can do it. Try it.
I like
Try
it.
it.
That's a good call.
I think that McNeese.
Everyone likes Clemson. That's why you don't want to be on it.
No, it's fine.
That means he's probably going to win.
Yeah.
Southland
Straight
Player
up.
of the Year, Javon Garcia.
Hey, those.
UMass transfer.
Well, nice.
The point I made earlier
you
was
recruit
that those guys are playing for
Went to
ACC
Brewster.
NIL now. So,
Montana's making this a nice little game here. Nice
if you-
start. in the
I mean,
second
look,
half.
if you guys watch Big Sky basketball like some of the hoop heads out here, then By the way, speaking of which, that trivia, that BetMGM trivia, I've never been so embarrassed in my life.
You missed a couple?
I missed everything. I'm like, please
I
stop.
How many
everything,
starters?
too.
How many starters on the Syracuse team did you get?
I got
got one.
all 5.
You only got one.
One.
I
You
got
got
all
a
You didn't know
five?
I got
G-Mac?
all 5.
Hakeem Warwick?
I should have known Hakeem, but I did not know it. I mean, dude,
Kueth
it's 20 years
Dewaney,
ago.
Craig Forth. Come on,
It's a long
guys.
time ago. There's a lot of
I was
those
12.
consumed.
Did you get Hansborough right at least?
Yeah, I got Hansborough right. I did miss the Memphis rebounds question.
How did you
Let's
miss
get-
the
let's-
Memphis
all right,
rebounding?
All right, we're not talking about this while games are going on. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, people.
Sorry.
All right. Wisconsin up 6.
You know what?
It
You know what
It was
people
just a-
care
it was
about?
just a low
Goodman?
point in my
else
life,
we
fellas. Damn.
Halftime in Houston. Well, it's not quite halftime yet, but they're killing SIUE.
What are they up?
42-20. Getting the over/under on the team total for SIUE. The Cougars,
What was it?
48.5.
Yeah, probably under.
Yeah, he bet the under.
Yeah.
I think it was a good call.
Yeah.
We'll see.
High Point is taking years off my life right now.
What are they down? 6?
No, 10.
10.
Oh, no,
Is it
8.
10?
It's 8.
9.
9 now? Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, I got it at
Coming
open
right
at 10
down.
and a half.
Yeah, you may be all right.
If
I
you got it at
8.5,
close at
right.
8.5, you're going to be really pitting out.
You might be sweating too. Who you kidding?
Oh, dude, I got screwed last night on that Utah Valley game. So got hooked. We're trying to win it back.
I don't pay attention to non-NCAA tournament.
Oh, come on. NIT is great.
Don't
Dude,
have
we're
time.
You know what we're doing? We're betting the CBI tonight. So you and I are doing hot CBI action.
Jeff does not bet.
I'm going to bet Tim Miles.
San Jose State?
They're like, 14 and 20, and they got in the CBI.
I thought they were in the NIT.
No, maybe they're in the NIT. I don't know.
Everybody's in the NIT. You got a
Not
pulse?
everybody. South Alabama's not.
Well, they got
Not everybody.
They're
They got
not.
screwed.
They thought they were.
They thought they were.
They're not.
They got screwed.
That was hard to watch.
That was a tough watch. I'm also on John Tonje over 21.5 points. I think
What is he at right now?
He had 7
That's
at
a big
halftime. I should have taken Crowell. It was only 10.5, and he's already hit. Stephen Crowell is having a game.
Can you believe Montana was
There he is,
18
Willie
and a half?
Wade.
That's crazy.
Walking in for the last time, probably for McNeese.
I tell you what, he looked like a 7.5 cover if I've ever seen it. That was business approach. That was business-like. I really do like. I think you're a square. I think you're a complete square, Jeff. You're going to
You
be
had to
down
give me a
200.
chance. I mean, I
Then you're
gave you the open bet. You took it.
I
You
took
took
it.
it. You won.
I took
It's only
advantage.
fair.
No, I'm with you. I mean, I'm not going to be that
Dawson's
guy.
out here crying for you.
I know. I'm not going to be that guy.
Right. I mean, come on.
Doster would not have given you that chance.
No, of course he wouldn't. You heard him.
No, absolutely not. We're not giving that chance.
You would not give him a chance. to
Because
make
I've
it
already
better?
bet on Clemson minus 7.5. Like, how am I going to bet on Clemson to 7.5?
But you got to give me the I gave him the open invite.
You didn't have to take the Wisconsin minus 9.5 bet. That was on you.
Maybe I did.
Well, he was talking. He said he wanted it. Do we have anything remotely
some
interesting
food.
in
Oh,
the
Yeah,
what a
well, we
tough
do
shot.
because the line is 10.5. That's High Point Purdue game.
The
And we're under
games,
3
well,
minutes.
I mean, let's see if Montana can stick around here and make
John.
this a game.
They're not going to.
Say what?
Probably.
Uh-oh.
Oh, let's go.
Probably.
Oh, nice strip.
I would have some nachos.
Yeah.
They're going to bring in some nachos in a little bit. What did you do,
What
Josh?
did you do?
I didn't do anything. I mean,
Did
it's like
the test or
it's like
what?
hey,
A little
when,
exciting.
it's
over
like when Goodman walks into a room full of ladies.
All I know is the last time I was in Vegas with you, remember what happened? Remember? You want me to tell that story?
Hey, I embrace it. I
Your
flew
wife,
in,
your wife, literally was carrying you out of which club was it?
it
Where were
was
we?
Omnia.
Omnia. His wife carrying him out.
No, she did.
That's true love right there.
That's true.
Well, I
love.
mean, you
It
know,
really is. It
we
really
were
is.
we were only here for Friday afternoon and we left Sunday morning, so it was just a quick trip.
Is that Calvin Harris? Was that
Yeah.
the Calvin Harris
Yeah,
night?
what did you do? Man? I didn't do anything. I told y'all what happened. Goodman walks in.
Oh, what a shot.
All right, come on, High Point.
This
Make
is
me
their
some
chance.
money.
This is their chance to make a push.
That's gonna be super tight.
9-point
Get
game.
downhill. There you go. No foul.
Not
No
a great
foul.
shot.
I know the first round is great. Today and tomorrow will be great, but I'm really excited about the second round. And
Well, we already talked
and,
about
and the potential
Creighton
matchup.
Auburn game.
Yeah, like
That's gonna be an exciting one.
it really is.
Well, let me ask you. Ken Palm's got his 11-point game. We're waiting for that line to come out. It's going to probably populate on BetMGM. If
Yeah.
it hasn't, well, it will soon, obviously, after the Auburn game. But if it is 11.5 at open, what side do you want? Creighton?
it's hard to take Auburn right now at that number against a team like I think
I
so.
agree.
I take Creighton all day to plus 11.5.
I just wonder if they
You're
can
in
flip
agreement.
this
He's
thing.
in agreement.
I just
You're the
think
only
with,
one
with how
taking
Auburn
chalk.
is playing and the way that Creighton played today,
Yeah, man.
it's just that
They
11
made
and a
every
half
shot,
seems like
though.
a lot
They made
of
every
points. They
shot
did make
today.
every shot.
Auburn can guard.
And
But see, like,
Louisville seemed to
Cogburner
Auburn
on
can
Broom
really
is going to be,
guard.
he can handle that. He can.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh.
All right.
The Grizz.
Man,
Only
first
down 6.
half full game. It don't matter on these Montana Grizzlies. They're going to battle.
High Point
17.5,
is
I think,
second.
is what that
Yeah.
close that, correct?
Yeah.
High Point has the second longest active win streak in the NCAA, only behind UC San Diego.
Yeah. Couple.
Do you guys
I don't know
remember
how much
the
longer
last
that's
Big
gonna
Sky
last.
team? You remember what year it was to win
To win
an
a
NCAA
game?
tournament game?
Was it Montana? It wasn't. Travis.
Northern Colorado.
North Dakota State.
Weber State.
There's
Weber
some-
State?
Weber State.
What year?
State.
Was that the Harold Arsenal year? 96?
No, 06 was the last team to win. I actually it was not Weber State, it was Montana.
Yeah, I think.
Montana won in 06. That was the last time the Big Sky
Did
won
they,
an
who
NCAA
they beat?
tournament
They
game.
beat. Oh! There we go.
Montana
Down to
is
4.
not
I mean, they're
scared.
right
Down to
there.
4, baby.
51-47.
Montana
Fighting.
is not scared.
Fighting. I'm going to be fighting somebody in the book if High Point doesn't cover.
How big was the technical? Do you think that had an impact on the game?
Which one?
Pat Kelsey's today.
Oh, when did
I
he
felt
get
like they were making a little bit of a push.
What was it
He
at,
was
though,
jawing. He
It
was
was at
jawing.
10, 4-point swing.
Yeah.
I mean, a 4-point swing is in a 10-point game is a lot.
And they kind of have momentum on their
And
side.
I thought
in
he
that
had a
moment,
right to
too.
be mad. I
Yeah.
thought he had 100%.
Yeah.
He had a right to be mad. There were some calls he didn't get that he had a right to be upset. That's a tough time to get a technical.
Oh, the bet
Talking
sweats
about
are real,
Kels.
boys. Whew. It's going to be tight.
They need a bucket here.
Hey, I'm the expert on this menu from last year. You want some? You want
Is that
some
one
advice
dry?
over here?
Yeah, you went here like 30 times last year within a 4-day period,
Yeah.
right?
My guess. Can I guess what McCall's going to order here? Let me see.
The grilled chicken.
What are you?
Caesar
what do
or
you
something?
Think? Like
The
like
acai
Mr. Healthy.
Yes.
the
You
acai
think I'm
poke bowl.
Mr. Healthy?
The acai poke bowl.
He was eyeing the chicken wings.
Did you see those wings that went past us?
Yo, their wings are incredible.
Book them.
There you go.
Those
Get them.
wings are
Yeah.
incredible.
Didn't come to Vegas. To
Do you
eat
like them
salad.
flaming hot? I always get a hot wing. Got to get hot.
We do have some spread drama. That's about it.
Yeah,
We
we
do.
do.
That's about it.
The problem is High Point's already playing the fouling game.
Right.
They're going to have to start draining some threes or I'm royally screwed.
Yeah.
I'm already accepting defeat.
We
This
need
close, I
25
think,
points in
8.
the last minute and 6 seconds, Bradley.
Yeah.
And Auburn is the next
Yeah.
game to tip.
Tony Madlock is the next game to tip, you mean? The Alabama State Hornets. What a run. They're going for their second
All
tournament.
right, there you go, High Point. All right, so yes, again, the line I have is
You
10
better
and a
get a
half.
stop here.
Well, they're going to foul.
Will they foul?
They're already fouling.
What's the point of fouling down 11?
I don't understand that at all. But
Game is over.
yeah, it's effectively over.
Wow.
That's what Kansas thought against
Houston on pace
too.
to score 110.
Yeah.
Kansas thought the game was over. against
Imagine
Houston.
telling Texas A&M in 2018 when they were down by 12 with 34 seconds left that the
Ooh.
game was over.
Well, this is High Point.
Imagine telling Texas A&M in
Hell of a year
2018
for Allen Huss and High Point.
that the game was
Really good
over.
year. Question is, can he get anything now? I might
Let's
look
hope
at him at UNLV.
Right down the
here in
road.
Vegas. I might
Yeah.
look at him here.
Yeah,
He's,
that
he's
makes
spent
sense.
time in the league.
UNLV would
Right.
be interesting.
Sat in New Mexico.
Spent time in the
He
league.
Been a
has the
Creighton.
personality for it.
Yeah.
He does. Actually, think that would be good. That'd be a good fit. Good look for them. Yeah, actually. Now, High Point has money, though, don't they?
He raised, he helped get it, though, too. So you wonder if he'll take some of that with him to UNLV. I mean, you need somebody here at UNLV that's going to
Has some charisma.
get some
Yeah,
shit
you got to have
done.
personality for
Yeah,
sure.
you got to have
I mean, Kevin Kruger is one of the nicest guys
Right.
in all of college
Yeah, but he
basketball.
didn't
and
fit
his dad
UNLV.
was the same way.
didn't fit.
But
Like,
you need charisma. You need a little
even
bit
Lon,
of-
who won here enough,
Don't foul.
it was, he's not an electric personality.
Oh, Jesus.
Ball game.
That's
All right.
Now, this
You
is
need a three.
now,
I need a
folks.
three.
All right.
This is a
Might get a
disrespect
three.
to the game.
Pull up.
Get it!
Bang it.
Oh! The window! The bank is open!
Oh.
Oh, now they're going to foul, naturally.
They are going to.
Don't foul, you jerks! Don't foul!
Brad, you got
Couple-
10?
couple
You got 10 and a
Ten
half?
and a half.
10 and a half?
I got it open. It's going to be tight. The sphincter is tight.
I mean, they're going to have to make one more three.
It's the lemon booty's kicking in, huh?
Oh, a severe lemon booty right now.
Lemon booty.
Oh, man. I want to
10
start
minutes to
undefeated
Auburn.
today.
We're going to have to get you a vat of tequila if they cover this.
Bro, I drank the vat of tequila last night.
The good news is we got more. We got more, brother. I
The
wanna see-
Badgers are in a
And you
dogfight.
saw it with your own 2 eyes, me taking that bottle down last night.
Trevor, as you can see,
That
I'm
was,
trying to keep it all on.
I had to
basketball.
open it with my
Yeah.
teeth, if you
I'm
remember,
trying.
because
I'm doing the
cap
best I can.
broke.
Okay.
Where there's a will, there's a way, my friend.
No question. No question. It was the most impressive
We
March
traveled.
performance thus far.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Legendary run. Forget Carmelo. It's my tequila
All right,
consumption.
Goodman. I want Montana. I want Montana plus 17.5. Go ahead. Get your money.
You got a
out.
live dive right now?
Just give it to me.
What?
17 and a half, little side action.
You're
You
taking
want
Montana? Plus 17 and a half right now?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't like that.
I'll give you. Okay, I'll do you one better. I'll give you Wisconsin minus 22.5.
You're taking Wisconsin.
No, you're taking Wisconsin minus 22.5. It's the lock of the century.
No.
I can't believe
I'm passing.
You just,
I'm
made,
passing
you,
on
just gave, you just took 5 more points.
I know. I was just trying to get him to
He's
agree.
trying to pull a fast one on
I
him.
was trying to make him think.
Because he's
Yeah.
multitasking.
That's what he was
like
trying.
texting.
I'm trying to do something.
He's
Don't try to get me when I'm locked in doing something else.
Yeah,
trying
what
to-
are you even doing? He's texting.
He's
probably
contacting
talking
his
to coaches and
sources.
stuff
I'm trying
right
to get.
now.
No, he doesn't. He needs to be focused on
He's
his.
trying to break news, man.
No, he needs to focus on his friends right now. He doesn't need to be texting
Yeah.
coaches. You need
Get
to
off
lock
your
in on
phone,
his
man. Get off your
broadcast.
phone and live in the moment.
Yeah, man. Live in the moment. This
Get
is
off your phone and live in the moment. No.
Still upset. He's still
Do you want to just
this is the
wanna-
Madness Cast. Damn it!
do you want to just confirm more news that Matt Norlander breaks?
The show the rest of the day.
No, I think we're good.
Shut up.
We're good. We got Brad
Oh,
Evans. Why do we need
yeah, I'm
another,
here.
Why do we need
All
other
right, now you guys
guests?
need to fight or bet.
Um,
One of the two.
Are you just confirming
Mug
news that
pit,
Matt
let's go.
Norlander breaks?
Yeah, they got to do one of the
Is
other.
that all? Is that what we're doing here? The confirm or Jeff Goodman?
I think they maybe should kiss and make up. What do you think?
I don't think. It's day one. It's not looking good. It's
I
not
got a
looking.
long tournament to go.
Seriously.
Would you like to buy 50% of Field of
A
68?
long.
We were actually
tournament to go.
brought here to break up a fight between these two.
Oh.
In the see, I was giving you a good bet, Goodman. You can't know a good
God,
bet when
look
it
at
hits
the
you in the face.
Badgers. You can't. I mean, for all the spotted cow, man, and New Glarus. All right, damn it. All right, I need a 3 again. Let's go. Come on, High
What
Point.
you really need,
This
is
is
a
it because they
3,
won't foul if
and
they
then
miss. They won't foul if they miss. It's over if they miss.
Alan Huss to call timeout.
Oh,
he smoked it.
smoked the layup.
He smoked the layup.
Smoked the layup.
Now
They're
you got to
still
play
fouling?
keep away.
They're gonna foul again.
No, they're not. That's it.
Let it go.
That's
Oh,
it.
no.
That's America.
Let it go.
Oh, that sucks.
That is it.
You smoked the damn
He
layup.
smoked the layup.
They would have fouled though. Either way.
I think if he made the layup, they would have fouled.
They
They might have let it go.
They would've
and I would have
fouled.
won by the hook. Oh, gambling gods!
There's the shake.
The streak is broken. Started the tournament 2-0. First loser on the board.
What did you do? What did you do to piss him off?
Just betting. I mean, look at me. I got a very punchable face.
Can they beat Clemson?
I'll be betting Clemson.
Who, Purdue? Oh, I will take
That's if Clemson gets past
And the
McNeese
Clemson's
State.
Got to get past
All day.
McNeese.
Okay.
They're going to get past
McNeese, NC State.
Still got
I have
Braden Smith.
Clemson in our Survivor, by the way. Dagan or Trevor, come to me on the camera. By the way, anybody still watching this right now, get in our Splash Sports Survivor contest. They just guaranteed it for $40,000 for the winner, and there are still 700 spots available for you to get in, which means that's what we call overlay, guys. That's what we call overlay. There is more money in the pot than there is that has been put into the pool itself. So you are profitable by just entering and getting into that field. Where is it? It's right over here. Right over here. There you go. Right there. QR code right there on the screen. Go sign in. Go tap in. Go join. $25 to enter. 25 entry max right there above Matt McCall. See, there you go. Good job. We got Vanna White over here getting the job done.
I'm proud of you, by the way.
Me?
Yeah,
Why?
I would have had you going one shot much earlier than 3 hours in. I feel like you're gonna
Go ISO cam?
I think you're gonna abuse that. I would have thought you would abuse it,
I might.
and you haven't yet.
Can we go ISO cam on John Martin here?
No, we don't need to do that.
Zoom in. Let's get a zoom in right there. Let's get a zoom in on John Martin.
We don't
Go ahead.
Legendary
Cook.
face.
Cook, John. Cook.
I have nothing to cook on right now, other than I'm about to be $200 richer. What does $200 buy you in Vegas?
Half a lap dance.
You promise?
Ask Duster.
From Goodman.
Oh no.
Ask Duster. He got over there at Mandalay Bay last year. He got plenty of massages.
Those
much were
you're
they?
sitting.
Yeah, you did get a lot of massage.
Yeah,
much
it
were
was
they?
like $30 for 30 minutes, and they it is a great. It's not a massage.
It's
It's
a
a
great
shoulder
deal.
rub.
That is a good deal.
They give you a great shoulder
Great deal.
rub. They rub your neck. Like I was sitting
Was
over there.
Terrence Oglesby the first to get the massage? Did he break the seal on that? or?
No, so T.O. went over there and just said, "Hey, can you rub my bald head?"
I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad.
Oh, that's outstanding. Well, we got to get a masseuse in here and get a massage live for you.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
we do
it
need
is
to
a-
do that.
That's
it
got to
is-
happen.
Yeah.
It is a long day,
It is, seriously. A lot of stress.
even though Goodman doesn't think it's
All right,
work.
all right. So Purdue wins, right? I think a lot of us had Purdue losing
Yeah,
in that
haters.
first round.
I did not.
That was one of the
High
more
Point plus the points.
that was one of the
I
trendier
told you
upset
nobody in
picks.
here would have
I thought-
Purdue -8.
Yeah.
Nobody in this building had, and so
I thought
All
High
right, so-
Point could
so Matt-
cover, but I did not think High Point was winning the game.
So Matt, why did you think that Purdue was going to win that game? And then what did they do here to convince you that they can do more than just win a game in the tournament?
Well, I think the maturity level of Braden Smith, especially when the game's on the line, learning from 2 years ago when they threw the ball all over the gym and couldn't not turn the basketball over. I just think he's having one of those years. And when you look at him, he looks to me like a guy that's determined. Like he is determined to show people, hey, look, Zach Edey was great. We had a great run. But you know what? I'm a pretty damn good basketball player myself. And he just looks that way the way he's out there playing. I think Alan Huss, terrific season, great job. But Purdue with Braden Smith, to me, that guy just looks determined. I got them going to the Sweet 16. I do. I have them winning their next round game. You guys think it's McNeese? I think it's Clemson, but I have them getting to the next round.
Well, he's a guy that can, when you talk about players that can carry their team deep into the tournament, he's one of those guys. I mean, again,
It's all about guard play.
He can go for 25 and 10 and make it look pretty seamless. The question is, does he have enough around him to? Clemson's got 5 guys, so they got a good.
Braden had 20 and 6 assists tonight. Kaufman-Renn had 21 on 10 of 16. Fletcher Lawyer did not have a great game. Made some free throws late that mattered. And Cam Heide, 11 and 10. He had a double-double.
I mean, they won this game by double figures.
Massive.
They have only three guys hit double figures. One of their best players doesn't have a great game. That's what makes them dangerous. Think of all those guys are clicking at the same time. Like, Sweet 16 team with their draw.
You know what really impressed me in that game was High Point is loaded with high major talent. Like there are high major dudes up and down that roster. They go about 10 deep. The way that I remember them is the Big South title game. They're down by like 13. They put in their friggin' bench, Bobby Pettiford and a bunch of guys off the bench, and that's when they make their run and go win the Big South title game. Like they're deep and they're talented, and they're one of the mid majors that has the most money. Top 25 offense on KenPom. That's not a fluke. Top 25 offense on KenPom, and they just scored 57 points against Purdue.
This is my point again with Michigan today, and this is why I'm picking Michigan. I'm not picking the upset.
Is our hot sauce bet still on?
The physicality up front. Purdue out-rebounded High Point by 19. Purdue out-rebounded High Point by 19.
Yep.
That was the difference in the game.
Yep.
Beat their ass. Is our hot sauce bet still on? You got to take a shot of hot sauce if UC San Diego wins. I got to take a shot of hot sauce if Michigan wins.
Sure. You should have to take 2 because, he's going on a limb here. He's taking the big underdog. So you should have to take 2 shots.
How am I taking the underdog?
What are you
You're
talking?
Taking UC San Diego?
I'm taking Michigan.
Oh, then you should have to take 2.
2 shots of hot sauce?
Yeah, you got the favorite.
It's a 2-point spread.
We still got the favorite.
You don't know. We're good.
Is it 2 flat or 2.5?
Stop trying to get involved in our bets. Handle your own bets.
2.5.
I'm not doing it very well. As a matter of fact.
2.5. No, so if they
you know what? I'm sick of Goodman trying to call rules and shit. I'm sick of it. Because
I give you the opportunity.
2.5.
You did not
choose,
but you did not.
I didn't say no when you picked Montana, did I? I didn't fight
but you didn't. But you didn't say, all right, if I lose, by the way, you got to give me a chance.
Of course,
but you should have
a given.
You should know it's not.
Oh, come on.
It's not. I'm being nice by doing this, just so everybody knows. And now you want to go and try to tell him how many shots he needs to take if he loses?
I actually thought it was a bigger line than that. It was only 2.5.
We're gonna get Goodman straight.
2.5. Man.
Let me one thing before we get to a break, real quick. What does this change after seeing Purdue play like this, win with their defense against a team like this? Does this change what you think they can be in this turn? Does it change your opinion on them at all? Anybody?
I have them going to the second weekend. So, I would say that's a successful year.
Yes.
You have the Big Ten Player of the Year. And
you
get to a Sweet 16 coming off of what you lost last year. That's a heck of a season.
Does it change them for you guys at all?
I had Clemson in the Sweet 16. I'm saying by it.
It should only change your opinion if you thought Purdue was going to lose this game. If you're one of those people, right? And if it sounds like you were. But, look, they're still limited. It's enough to get by an overachieving High Point team. But, yeah, when the rubber meets the road, they have 2 players. And I think that's ultimately going to be their undoing.
Yep.
So, all right, we're going to get Goodman straightened out, and we'll come back. We got Auburn and Alabama State tipping off. So Bruce Pearl trying to get to the second round here. Stick around here on Madnesscast, Field of 68.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. Now is your chance to prove you're smarter than the Field of 68. We're hosting a Survivor contest with our partner Splash Sports. There's a $25 entry fee, a 25 entry max in the contest, and more than 1,700 spots available, which means there's a $40,000 max prize for the winner. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Each day you pick a team to win. If they win, you advance. We'll also be running a free to enter bracket contest as well as a second chance Survivor in the Sweet 16. So prove you know more ball than the Field of 68 on Splash Sports. My guys, have you ever lifted just a little bit too hard and you forget to apply your daily deodorant and then get hit with a truckload of BO from all directions? From the founders of Lumi, Mando Whole Body Deodorant is helping men conquer their odor in a new way. Formulated with mandelic acid, Mando has long-lasting 72-hour odor control that actually stops odor before it starts. But the best part, you can put Mando anywhere, your pit, your packages, your feet, your skin folds, your back, your knees, everywhere. And to top it off, Mando's cologne quality scents were created with men in mind. Pro tip, try their best-selling scent, Bourbon Leather. Once you experience the fresher underarms, a fresher package, and fresher feet, you will never go back. There is a special offer now for new customers. You get $5 off their starter pack with our exclusive code and link. Use code F68 at shopmando.com. That's F68 at shopmando.com.
Welcome back, Madnesscast, Field of 68. John Martin, Brad Evans, Jeff Goodman, Brooks Barnheiser is back in the building.
Nachos.
We got nachos. We have beer. So now,
Thanks to Flanker.
shout out to Flanker, man. Great host, great setup here. Obviously, great restaurant. It's been a fun day. We're kind of away from everything, but you can hear it's getting definitely rowdy in there for sure. So now we're about to start having some fun because people are drinking. You know,
You've been waiting. I mean, you've been talking about this since we got on.
Are you saying I need rehab?
Maybe.
Are you implying?
I don't
that?
know.
I think you're okay. I'll start after.
You know when I first met Brooks?
Where did you first meet Brooks?
Where we meet?
I met him at IU. I met him at IU with my teammates. Some of my teammates said, I don't know
what bar was that?
I don't remember.
Oh, you guys met at a bar?
Yeah. It was a lot of my teammates. We'll go down there. We got a lot of friends that go to IU, so yeah, we ran into each other and talked about ball for like 2 hours. That was it.
Then they kicked my daughter out.
Yeah.
At the end of the night.
Did they?
Yeah, she was under 21.
Oh.
Kicked her out at the end.
She had a fake?
She had a fake. She had a fake. She's 21 now, so I can say that.
For sure.
Not get her in trouble, but yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's the bar called?
I forgot. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was an extravagant one at all.
No. It's
Yeah.
a good spot, though. Good spot.
For sure.
Bloomington's got a really good scene.
Yeah.
That's an awesome campus.
It
Kind of
is.
underrated in the Big Ten, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What's best campus in the Big Ten, Brooks?
It depends. I mean, like,
like going?
for like, I don't know. Away games is different. I really like Nebraska. Like, if you're talking about,
Really?
and it's the kind of, my teammates love it too because their arena doesn't get enough credit. I really feel like.
Yeah, Pinnacle Bank?
Pinnacle is really cool. And it's kind of like the outside looks brand new, but inside you kind of get an old school feel.
And they pack it.
Regardless of like kind of how their team's doing. So I really like, but you always are going to love the Michigan States, IU, Purdue's. Like, those are always going to be really cool. But I think Nebraska is one that sticks out for me for sure.
Who are the fans? Who are the nastiest fans in the Big Ten?
Man, I mean, Illinois is up there. I feel like Illinois, Purdue, Michigan State, IU are always really good.
Yep.
But I think one that's also kind of been slept on is honestly when it's right, Rutgers, like in the RAC. I feel like we had a really big game there my sophomore year. Like if we won, we were second in the Big Ten. If we lost, we were ninth. And we ended up winning that game. And it was like probably one of our biggest games in program history. Honestly, we ended up winning it. But yeah, I think the RAC's really slept on. I think Rutgers has really good fans too.
Brooks, what's your thoughts on this Wisconsin team? I mean, they're up 14 right now on Montana. Gray Guard is really kind of switch up the schematics of the team. And everybody remembers old school Wisconsin, even from a couple of years ago, live in the half court, bleed the shot clock dry. They're always one of the slowest tempo teams in the country, but he's changed the game and really unlocked, and now they're scoring like crazy.
I know.
And they're putting up some nice points today against Montana.
Yeah, I think we kind of touched on it earlier, but I think he's done a really good job of just kind of, letting his players play, but also, keeping them kind of true to who they are and still running the horns out action where, like the ball side to side, with the bigs rolling, the other big popping up. And, they make you pay for their mistakes, but he also lets his guys, guys like Tanji Blackwell get up and down. I think a dude for them that's been really good is Kamari McGee off the bench. I mean, he's just a dog. I mean, he guards. I think he was shooting in conference play when we played him. I think he was shooting like 52 from three. Like, he's just, he's an unsung hero for them. And, like, to win games like this and to win in the Big Ten, you got to have, one or two Kamari McGee's on your team. And, he's been great for them.
What's something about Northwestern that somebody like from Memphis, Tennessee wouldn't know about it? Like, because I don't really know that much about the. I mean, I know obviously it's esteemed academically.
Right.
Like,
Have you been to Evanston?
no, I have not.
Wait, Memphis isn't esteemed academically?
Yeah, D Rose did take the test.
Are we sure about that?
You have actual proof.
Confirmation.
He locked in Detroit. He had to take it in Detroit. 'cause he locked in.
Okay.
But what's something that's like people don't know about Northwestern?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in a beautiful location. I mean, Evanston's really cool because, they say we're Chicago's Big Ten team for sure, and we are. But it's like kind of like 15 minutes north, and it's right on the lake. It's beautiful. But
Yeah.
the one thing about Northwestern I'll say is just like, and regardless of sport, like, we're a private school. I think we're the only private school. I guess USC now is in the Big Ten too, but
Yeah.
we were the only private school in the Big Ten. But, I think that people don't understand, like, you can't really do what all the other Big Ten schools do in terms of, like, transfers and stuff like that with academic regulations. So,
Yeah.
I think the success for us the last few years has just been, like, it's really meant a lot because, competing with the teams in the Big Ten is really hard, and especially being a private school, only like 7,000 undergrad. But, yeah, I think the one thing about Northwestern, regardless of sport, across the board is just like, we're just tough and compete because we kind of know that we're kind of against the 8 ball in some of the, resources and other things. But, it's really grown now with like, revenue sharing and everything like that. So we're up to par with everybody else. But the last few years, it's been really fun to be good.
Yeah, the other thing I'm really impressed with Northwestern is Welsh Ryan. The upgrades that they've made, and it is an underrated venue in the Big Ten. I mean, Mackey is on a whole nother level, in my opinion. I think it's bar none the best arena in all college basketball. A lot of people say, oh, well, what about Hinkle, where Butler plays, and the history that bleeds there. Number of locations, Pauley Pavilion out in L.A., all the various, the Palestra in Philadelphia, that's certainly in the conversation. But Welsh Ryan, man,
Yeah,
it gets
special.
rowdy,
Yeah.
it gets raucous. You got a
Yeah.
great environment there.
Yeah, especially like we put like the students right behind both baskets. So, when it really fills up, you kind of really feel, like the presence in there. And it's just been so cool because I remember my freshman year, I'm not really playing a lot, going to the games. We have conference games. The whole arena is like the opposing team's color. It's all their fans because, being in Chicago, a lot of Big Ten alumni, always migrate there. But, really these last few years, we've had a really good home court advantage. I think last year we were 9-1 at home, and the only game we lost was to Iowa, barring like a, late game run. So, Welsh Ryan's definitely, I would say, I mean, I'm biased, but I would say it's, a top 3 Big Ten environment, but
Which
it's been really fun.
To say
It's
because of what it was.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, and what it's grown to. Right. So it's been
Again,
so fun.
the upgrades that have been made to the structure of the building and everything else, I mean, very impressive. It's an intimate environment, too. It didn't see it a whole lot. So, you're right on top of the action. It's kind of like Mackey. Mackey is a smaller version of State Farm Center, Assembly Hall, and Champaign. And that's what makes that venue so special. I love taking the road trips to West Lafayette. Have you been to the Beef House in Covington, Indiana?
I haven't.
Dude,
I haven't been there.
You got to go to the Beef House.
Okay.
You got to obviously you're coming downstate and it's kind of out of the way, but if you go east of Champaign, Covington, Indiana is a really dinky town. The Beef House
I know
restaurant
Covington.
is right there, and you go north to West Lafayette. It's a kind of the perfect center point, and it's got a kind of a legendary status because the yeast rolls are off the hook. Yeast rolls in the Beef House, brother.
I'll remember that.
Let's get back off the yeast rolls.
Hey,
I'm telling you.
I was
All right,
gonna say Houston.
Auburn up early on Alabama State. No surprise there. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they have to do to kind of feel good about themselves again. This was kind of a get right game for them.
It's not going to be easy getting past Tony Matlock and the Alabama State Hornets.
Listen, Matlock was in your city in Memphis as an assistant coach for a while.
He's got a ton of Memphis kids on.
Done a good job. But again, if you're Auburn here, you know,
you're 32
you want a 30-point win, and you want Pettiford after his SEC tournament performance.
Yes.
You need to get him on track.
Yes. Well, I mean, look, we talked about it a little bit ago. No team that's lost 3 of 4 coming into the tournament has gone on to win it. It's never happened. So, again, that may be just a very random controlled sample. I don't know if it means anything. I don't know if it does. But
So are they the most vulnerable 1 seed?
I definitely think they are, yes. Now, with that being said, it's the strongest bunch of 4 seeds we've ever seen. But somebody's got to be that. Somebody's got to be the most vulnerable. And it ain't Florida. And it ain't Houston. I did. I didn't even post my bracket because I'm so fucking embarrassed about it. But, I mean, I have all 4 1s.
Oh, you went the Jay Billis route?
I did.
Oh, come on, man. You can't go full Billis.
I went 3 1s and a 2.
I mean, how do you not pick all the 1s this year?
I didn't pick Houston. I picked Tennessee.
Now, that
I did too.
Of all the 1 seeds not to pick, you picked the one to lose that hasn't lost in regulation since November the 9th?
Yeah, again, my problem is I saw them in Vegas.
That is your problem.
And they didn't look great. They didn't look great.
must
I
have
know they're a
seen blue
different
moons.
team. I know they're better. I know Uzan's much better than he was then. I like Tennessee. I really do. I think Tennessee's got all the pieces. They fit together. They got a scoring wing in Chaz Lanier who's been terrific. They got a veteran point guard who can run
Jordan
the team.
Gainey's been really good downhill, too.
They're just, I don't know. There's something about Tennessee this year.
There is absolutely no
year.
way in hell that Tennessee is beating Houston.
All right.
There's no way. I mean, unless Jawan Roberts and Tugler and Arsenault.
Jawan's healthy, too.
Yeah, no chance, man. No
What
chance.
about my Illini? You guys are sleeping on Illinois. Come on.
Illinois?
Get on the bandwagon.
You're
Come
Illini,
on
man.
over. Come on over.
I want to hear Brooks talk about the Illini because
And Brooks,
Nobody
all they
can
do
figure
is
them out.
beat my Illini.
nobody can figure it out.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
They
they're-
are so hard to figure this year.
yeah, I mean, I think with them is just, they shoot I forgot what stat I saw, but they just shoot so many threes. Like, and if they're hitting, they're one of the best teams in the country. And if they're not, you can be vulnerable. I think any team's really like that. But, they have so much talent. And, some games, you'll just step on the court and it's like, man, it's going to be hard to beat these guys. And so it just kind of depends on how they're playing. So,
Brooks, who do you think? Like, who would you least like to play on that one line? Like which team?
one?
Yeah.
For me, I would say, I don't know. They're all so good.
But one, there's got to be
You
one.
picked Houston to win the whole
Yeah,
thing.
I would say probably Houston would be the one I didn't.
Because
really-
Houston would be in your. I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
they're so physical.
Yeah, and it's been like we played Auburn. I think my sophomore year, and that was a super fun game.
Yeah.
It was a rock fight. I think the final score was like 43-42. Like it was in Mexico. It was old school. But yeah, I would probably say Houston. I feel like just with their toughness and everything.
That's right. I forgot about the Mexico expansion for the Big 12 for Brett Yormark. How's that going, by the way, Jeff? Oh, we've got Stephen Ashworth. Is he with us now? Stephen Ashworth, of course. Big win for the Creighton Blue Jays as they move on past Louisville. We've got Stephen now. Stephen, man, congrats on the win. How's it feel?
Appreciate it. Yeah, it feels good, man. We're excited to stay dancing, and a whole team effort tonight or this morning, this afternoon, whenever we played. Just happy to keep playing and marching.
Even so, getting this one 8-9 game. A lot of people thought Louisville would give you a test. You guys were in control pretty much throughout. I've said this all year. I think Jemiah is kind of the X factor for you. He was great today again. How much of a lift has he given you, especially after Pop went down?
Yeah, I mean, he's been huge, that second lead guard, being able to make plays for us and be the first option for us when we need him to be. And you felt it in that second half when they were making their runs. Jemiah just made plays, man, and he got buckets that we needed, and he stepped up in a big way tonight. And like you said, he can be that X factor for us. And the best thing about this team is that we've got a few of those guys that can be the X factor for us and make plays when we need it. And it was definitely Jemiah's day today.
Give me this is kind of a random question, but give me an insight to the locker room on how Ty Davis affects the locker room. I know him from his Mountain Brook days in Alabama. Give me a little rundown on Ty Davis.
I mean, TD's the man. He keeps everything steady. He keeps everything light and fun, and it's a joy to be around a kid like that just appreciates basketball. And plays basketball the right way, and he's a leader on the court in his own way. Even though I might take most of his minutes and opportunities this year, he's stepped up in a big way, and obviously, in a way, won us that DePaul game that allowed us to keep rolling in the Big East tournament. So Ty's a special player, and I'm excited to see where he takes the program in years to come.
Yeah, I think it's really beneficial that he got somebody like you to look up to, so it'll be cool to see.
Stephen, Brad Evans here.
that.
I'm just curious about the prep time that the Coach McDermott's maybe instilled in you guys. I mean, you got the quick turnaround, going to be playing again tomorrow. So, walk us through the schedule if it's already been laid out and in preparation for your next game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's going to be making sure that we get treatment as quick as possible. Obviously, time is money when it comes to these types of things, making sure that we can get the bodies feeling as good as possible for our next matchup. And the coaches have done a great job of making sure that we were prepared for this one, and they'll do the same with a short turnaround. And, that's the nice thing about playing in conference tournaments so quick to March Madness is that you're prepped for those quick turnarounds, and your body gets used to it, and then the mental preparation from a scouting standpoint, you also pick up things a little bit faster, which is super nice.
One thing that was noticeable just from where we were, Stephen, was that, and I know you know what I'm talking about, that run there in the first half where it was like 19-2. And everybody, I think Greg McDermott hit a three. I think he came in and threw one in. How dangerous are you guys when because you guys were clearly letting it fly. You were so confident. How dangerous are you guys when you're in that kind of mode?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we take pride in the type of caliber of team that we've been. And, this team's been through a lot. And I think that, in a way, we've had some of those bumps in the road that maybe didn't give us kind of the national, hype that some teams get. And, we didn't mind that, honestly. And this is a team that I think is built for March. And it's been fun to just be a part of this brotherhood. And, yeah, it was either Coach Mack or the ghost of Doug that probably threw in a few of those threes for us. That helped that run keep going, but that was a fun run. It was big for this team. Obviously, playing in a building where 18,000 of them were wearing red, and we only had a few in blue. But the few in blue were loud and proud too. So it was a lot of fun.
Probably going to get Auburn next. I assume you've watched them plenty this season,
Yeah.
Stephen. How do you beat this Auburn Tigers team? I know you haven't got the scout yet, but you know them. You've seen them.
Yeah, obviously they've been, the number one team in the country for a long time, the number one overall seed, and National Player of the Year. The biggest thing for me is that when you got a defensive player like Hulk, it allows you to do things defensively that maybe other teams haven't been able to do to them, especially with their shooting prowess. Janai creates so many problems for other guys, whether he creates a double team and then skips it out to their shooters. And so I think if we're able to stick out to their shooters a little bit more than other teams have been able to and limit some of their ability to then rip drive and get back into the paint will be a big thing, because obviously they're a physical team, SEC champs, and have had a hell of a year. So it'll be a fun matchup for sure.
Hey, Stephen, man, thanks for the time. Congrats today on the win.
Congrats, man.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Stephen.
you guys. Have a good one. Roll Jays.
You too.
Yes, sir. Stephen Ashworth, Creighton Blue Jays.
20-point game for him.
Yeah, man. I mean, I will say when he gets going like that,
They're tough. Extremely tough to beat when he is drilling threes, and he's not taking shy threes. They're 35-foot threes.
I respect
and bottoms.
He's doing it for the short kings. He is. He's doing it for the short kings, man. I mean, dude, he and I are definitely the same height.
You might be the same age too.
You gonna do our guest like that?
I'm just saying. He's married.
Hey, he's got his head on his shoulders,
That's
man. He's got
right.
his
That's
priorities
right.
straight. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I respect that about him. He gets his shot up, and he's a competitor. So I think tomorrow's gonna.
I was going to say, what do you give
Against
the
Alabama
chances? The chances of if Auburn wins, which
I think
they're up
Creighton.
18-8.
Well, I think if you don't respect Greg McDermott as
Agreed.
one of the best coaches in the college game, you're just not paying attention. And so I think a lot of people will be keen to write them off tomorrow. But I definitely believe that Greg McDermott, anytime he's involved in a game, they got a chance to win. And if they're, I mean, this is the tournament. This is what it is. It's like you get hot from three, you go to the Final Four. I mean, it's 4 games to get there.
And they can shoot it. Yep. The one thing they can do, and McAndrew made a couple tonight.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
They got enough dudes who can make them. That if you get your confidence going against a team like Auburn early, start making them. You start feeling like, okay, you know what?
Snowballs.
We can beat these dudes, right?
Yeah, and like you said, like I think the pressure then is always on the higher seed and the 1 seed for sure, especially if the 9 seed you going into the game and we were a 9 seed and we ended up running into UConn, different story. But I mean, if you have a good a stretch, then all the pressure's on the other team because they're the team that's favored. So that's a good point.
Again, Broome, Kalkbrenner. That is going to be must-see TV.
I mean, they might be the 2 best overall big men in the country.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
First of all, that's Juwan Roberts' erasure.
No, come on. I take those 2 guys all day over Roberts. Roberts is an exceptional player.
Juwan Roberts does not get enough love for what
he
brings.
But Kalk, man, what he's done on both ends of the court.
I mean,
he's the best defensive big man in the country.
Yeah,
he is.
Let's preview McNeese Clemson.
Oh, Clemson McNeese. All right, you guys already have side wagers on that. Correct?
We did.
Oh, there's nothing side about it.
Yeah.
It's Maine. It's the main wager.
We got $100 bills laying down in front of us. All right, so you're on McNeese?
Not my choice, but
you like Clemson, right?
Yeah,
he's such a square. He's such a square bitch.
I saw McNeese. We had him in the Field of 68 event tip-off, the first game of the season, and they're really good. I just don't know if Clemson's got so much physicality up front.
Exactly.
And McNeese, Will Wade tried to put together a team that could win a tournament game this year. After last year, they were overwhelmed. You could see it. They got absolutely destroyed by Gonzaga. But I still don't think they have enough up front. And they're without Alan Breed, who went down early in the season. They expected him to be maybe their top player, leading scorer. So
didn't they compete against Alabama? I mean,
they did for a little while.
I don't think McNeese has been, and they played a schedule. I don't think McNeese has been blown out this year.
Are you trying to convince yourself that now?
Yeah, he's trying to sell himself.
Is that what you're doing?
Look, it's not about that. I was forced into this bet, so it doesn't matter. But I
tied him up.
I'm gonna be honest. If I was talking myself into it, here's what I would say. I would say all these guys in McNeese are trying to get a spot for ACC NIL next year. So
I think Will already knows who he's taking.
Okay,
by this point. All right, I don't think.
Why don't you go?
I don't think they're trying out today. I think he already knows. Hey, I've seen 35 games of these dudes.
But no, it's different when you go to the tournament.
I think they're playing for other dudes.
So you've never changed your opinion about a player because of his tournament performance?
I mean, yeah, a little bit. You could.
So because do I have a dog or do I have a puppy?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That makes sense. Obviously, you come up in a game like this, it's going to tell you something different about.
Yeah, so just give me the money now. I can't wait.
Brooks is unbiased.
You
guys are going to be
McNeese, NC State.
Brooks, who's winning the game, Clemson or McNeese? From what you've seen,
7.5. We have this.
I would say Clemson.
Seen too much of
I haven't seen too much McNeese, but I've watched Clemson because I got a really good friend that plays on Boise State, and they played earlier in the year. But I would say Clemson. I would say if I had to pick, I would go with Clemson.
I mean, if I had to pick, I'd go Clemson too. But I'm in the situation I'm in. This is what happens when you work with tyrants. And work for tyrants.
Here's the interesting thing of the whole Will Wade deal. Okay, so when Will Wade took LSU years ago, Brad Brunell was in the hot seat at that point.
Yep.
And Will Wade could have probably taken the Clemson job, where he went to school, by the way. It's an alum of Clemson. If he had taken the Clemson job, Brad Brunell is not at Clemson anymore. But because they couldn't get Will Wade, they kept Brad Brunell.
He's got an extension, correct?
He's getting one right now. Yeah. He was.
That's
an
amazing
turnaround at Indiana.
Interesting.
That's a really amazing.
Oh, Indiana, you say?
Because
finally made a hire,
right? Our friend GP has this theory of once you're on the hot seat,
can't get off.
Yeah, but Brad Brownell has. I think he's the first one that's ever done that, though.
No, there's been others who've got.
Well, go ahead and name them.
I mean, probably. I'm trying to think who else.
This is accountability hour on the Madnesscast.
There's other guys.
No more Goodman just saying shit.
It's going to be unreal.
Fred Hoiberg was out. he was on and he's off now.
He was on
Might be
Nebraska.
back on, but
He wasn't really on the hot seat at Nebraska, was
he was like so close to getting fired. He went on a run 2 years ago at the end of the year. He was close.
All right. Spread drama in Montana, Wisconsin. That's all we have now. Spread drama.
17.5 was a closing number.
Yeah, I mean, they opened 18.5, so it's going to depend on when you got it, or it might not even matter. But I tell you, the sharpest bet of the day was Montana first half. Any suckers have Wisconsin?
I have Wisconsin.
Full game.
Full game.
Half.
No,
only,
but I also
only an idiot would have them first half.
team total. I love team totals. I have Wisconsin 85.5. So I need these two Tanjay free throws to go down, and another point, and we're going to be.
I think it's a tough beat for Montana.
It's going to be tough though.
Tough beat for full game Montana backers, but
like on their team.
good season. Honestly,
a lot of
good
the guys,
season.
because
Really good season for Montana. I really respect the way they play.
Maybe
They fought in this game. Wisconsin's just going to make too many
Fletcher
shots.
them,
It is what it is in that
Brian Woodall
regard.
played on my AU team.
The other sweat here is going to be SIUE on the team total, 4 to 8.5.
Is it going to be a sweat? I guess it could be. It could be.
Yeah,
Can they score 18
They have
points in 12
6
minutes?
points in 8 minutes.
right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, you already look at McNeese.
Do I win? Do I win?
Game's over, 2-0.
Wow, they are letting them play.
Oh,
They are letting them play
walking with
in the Midwest.
man's put back there.
Yeah, I mean, I think people have such a sour opinion of McNeese because of how they just got run out of the gym last year against Gonzaga. But that was just a bad matchup. That was a bad matchup for them.
Well, this is just as bad of a matchup because Clemson really gets after you on the
Well,
glass.
Clemson doesn't. They don't go in transition the same way.
No, they don't do that.
They're more deliberate, and I think that I love Clemson before the Dylan Hunter injury, and I think that's a big loss for them. He only averaged 5 a game, but he did. I mean, Brad Brownell wanted to cry in the postgame press conference about him. And I get it because he does everything defensively. So it's hard to replace that in the second to last game of the regular season. So, we'll see. But I think McNeese is here to battle. That's what I think. I'm going to the blackjack tables with it too. I'm going to piss it all away.
You can easily do that here in Vegas.
Oh, 100%.
Multitude of options to piss away money.
Foul. Man.
So again, the other part, I don't know if you mentioned that just now, but is the reports that Will Wade is going to take the NC State job after this game or after
if they win. Yeah,
I don't want to say
he's verbal, correct?
Huh?
Verbal?
Yeah, there's a verbal agreement in place. Nothing signed yet. He admitted, and I give Will a lot of credit on this, that he really doesn't BS too much. He admitted that they're talking, which most coaches would not do. No. Obviously, he's at McNeese State too. So people understand that.
Yeah, he's not there
NC
forever.
State or the high majors are going to come along.
Okay, so
he's going to look at it.
The domino effect would begin. Does Ben McCollum go to Iowa?
He's the favorite. He's
Montana's
clearly
going for the
now
cover,
that
by the
Darren
way.
DeVries went to Indiana. So I would think, yes, Ben McCollum would be heavily in the mix at Iowa right now. To me, getting back to Will Wade a little bit at NC State, it's the perfect fit. It is the perfect fit. Oh, could not be a better fit for NC State. Now, the NC State AD was not all into hiring Will Wade, but the ADs don't always determine nowadays.
Who's the NC State AD?
Who they're going to hire, huh?
Who's the NC State AD?
Boo Corrigan. He came from
son of a bitch.
He came
They had a
from
chance.
one of the service academies. It was either I think it was Army, it might have been Navy, one of them. And he's a little bit buttoned up, and Will Wade is not exactly buttoned up. So he had to be persuaded by some of the money people at NC State that we want Will Wade. We want Will Wade, and if you go get him, we'll throw some money into this thing and help you out. And Will Wade, here's why it's a great fit.
First of all, he's a good coach.
He's a hell of a
That
coach.
helps. That's a good start.
Look at what he did at LSU. They were in the tournament almost every
Look
year.
at what he's doing at McNeese. Forget LSU. He's got
Look what he's done at McNeese.
He's got McNeese in the tournament 2 straight years.
Dominating the league.
Yeah.
And by the way, the first year he was hired, he had to show cause. He couldn't even recruit. So he fits because he's that guy that kind of the chip on their shoulder, right? Like he's a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
What he'll say and do, he doesn't give a shit, and that's kind of NC State fans. They're probably other than Illini fans, they're probably the craziest, unrealistic, most unrealistic fan base in America.
We're at the top of the list?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
We're
there.
number one. We're
I mean, you and
above
NC State
Kentucky?
You know what's amazing?
Kentucky's not unrealistic.
Here's what's
They've
amazing.
won. They've won.
Well, true.
You can't call them unrealistic. They're a blue blood. You guys
NC State is a blue blood?
think you should be a blue blood. NC State
we're
thinks they should
definitely
beat
not a blue
Duke.
blood.
You said
NC
NC State's a
State-
blue blood?
They think they should beat Duke and
Illinois
Carolina.
fans think they.
No,
that we're a
no,
blue
you said NC State's a blue
He said
blood.
NC State fans are similar to Illinois fans.
They think they can beat. They should beat Duke and Carolina. That's what I'm saying.
They're the little
And
redheaded
Will Wade will
stepchild.
go in.
Well, they
Will
should.
Wade will go in saying, "You know what? Damn right, we're going to beat Duke and Carolina."
He should.
He will embrace.
He
that.
should.
He will fight. He will yell and scream. He doesn't give a shit, and that's what NC State fans want. And again, we'll see. But the dude had a lot of money at McNeese for his NIL. I think he'll raise it at NC State, get it to as high as anybody can get it there as a head coach.
Right.
And
Well,
he'll make them relevant. I mean, again, Keats made him relevant for
He made a
month.
miracle Final Four.
Yeah, for a month
Yeah.
last year.
Can I make a point? I'm going to make a point.
Yeah.
How is it possible? Man, I'm not even going to frame it like that.
Yeah.
NC State is the only program in America who actually was able to hire their first option. Now, how about that?
That's true.
well, yeah, because
That's true.
Because what?
they took a guy who's at a low major.
Yeah.
Everybody else is going
If you,
after
there is no
And a guy
way
with baggage.
you go
Everybody
try.
else is
Right.
going after Scott Drew and
Well, that's fair.
Brad
You know,
Stevens,
fair.
Indiana. Brad Stevens,
these
Indiana.
things
Get
are
the hell
stupid.
out of here.
Right.
Well, maybe Indiana should have hired Scott Will Wade.
They weren't doing that, and they weren't doing that with Chris Beard either.
Maybe they should have hired Chris Beard.
They should have hired Chris Beard.
Right. But they
My
couldn't.
personal opinion, but they
But
could.
like, but like, whatever. It's done. I'm over Indiana.
You don't like it.
Well, I mean,
You don't like the
why would you not hire Chris Beard? Like you just go be so high on your hog that you can't hire Chris Beard. I mean, was he charged? I mean,
The charges were dropped,
right.
but the perception is still there.
I literally don't ever think about it.
Well, they do.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And again, people are
That's
worried
stupid.
about. People are worried about, and it's usually a day thing, right?
I don't. Listen.
You're going to get killed for a day, and then people are going to forget about it.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's
if you
why.
win
That's why.
games, and at a place like Indiana, if you win games, they're really going to.
That's why Texas hired Roddy Terry, because they were sensitive to the blowback, and now they had to fire him after 2 years, and they're just wasting everybody's
No,
time.
a lot of people say that Texas should have. All right, here we go.
Trey Kaufman-Wren, man of the hour. Purdue is moving on. They get it done against High Point. He joins us now. Trey, congrats on the win, man. I'm just going to ask you.
What up, Brooks?
Did you get –
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Brooks
How
is
you
a
doing?
media
we got
star.
yeah. We had a Big
Brooks
Ten
is
reunion.
now- he's a media star, so we're going to let him grill your ass in a minute, all right? But we're going to start out with John Martin.
Let's start with
All right,
Brooks.
you
Let's start with
Go
Brooks.
ahead, Brooks.
I was just gonna say, bro, it came a long way from Indiana All-Star roommates, bro. I'm just proud of you, bro. Appreciate it, man. Yep.
Oh, I was gonna
No,
go. We'll let him go last.
Yeah.
Hey Trey, congrats, man. I'm just curious as a player. High Point felt like just in our circles, everybody had them winning today. They were a popular upset pick because their record, because maybe Purdue's recent history, and you guys came out and you made sure that wasn't going to happen. Or were you aware of how popular High Point was as an upset pick, and did that motivate you guys at all in this game?
Me? No, I wasn't. But I don't listen to people who don't understand basketball, so that also has partly to do with it.
Good answer.
That's elite. That's elite.
Trey, I've said it all year. I think Fletcher Lawyer's kind of the key for you guys going deep in the tournament. We know you and Braden have been so consistent all season long. And if Fletcher plays at a high level and can kind of be that consistent third guy, I think you can beat almost anybody in this tournament. How important is that from your perspective that he is at that level all the time?
Yeah, but I think it starts with Braden and I making sure that we're not just running ball screen action the whole time. We got to set more wide pins and getting him involved. Obviously, he's a great leader and helps our team. But anytime we get Fletcher ball. He's such a good shooter and very efficient that it really allows him to squeeze out the offense.
Trey, being around like the three of you guys, just all the Indiana kids, like I think everybody from Indiana knew that you guys were gonna, go on to be really good players, and it's been so fun to watch. But how do you, as a leader, keep guys like Cam Heidi and Miles Colvin, the guys off the bench? Like Cam Heidi, I think gives you a double today. Yeah. Like how, like you stress like how important that is for the team, but also how do you guys like keep those guys confident? Facing we all know how it is with, fans in college saying that they're not giving you enough or whatever. Like, that was big time. I mean, Cam Heidi is a double-double in the NCAA tournament now. A lot of people can't say that. So just stress how important that is for you guys.
No, you're absolutely right. Obviously you've played a high level, Big Ten basketball. You understand that everybody matters, whether they're getting what you can call the stats or whatever. Just, doing your job, whether that's setting a screen, playing defense, hustle plays, all that stuff matters. Obviously, it really helps when he gets 10 rebounds. But, even if he's just going out there and just all the difference in our team.
It's kind of bring it out wide. I think Mackey Arena is the best sports arena in the country, period, end of story. Tell me why I am right in that assessment and it's a fun place to watch a ball game.
It's a combination. The way it's built, it packs a lot of people in a smaller arena. And then just our fans. They always come out and support, whether it's the exhibition games that we have at the beginning of the year or we're playing a top-seeded team. We just have that culture here. And, we're very thankful because it always gives us a support.
How's it like playing for Matt Painter? I thought this was a year, obviously, where you lose a lot from a year ago, but his development of Braden, of you, can you just take us through what it's like to sort of learn from him and play under his tutelage?
For me, I think, obviously a lot of coaches recruited me. And I think he was he's probably the smartest coach that I talked to. As far as X's and O's in college basketball and just basketball in general, he just knows what he's talking about. And so you have that, intelligence level. I'm able to trust him. But obviously, he has my best interest, but he has the team's best interest. And
all right, before we let you go, you got to give us some dirt on our guy here, Brooks. Give us a good story, something from back in the day here when you guys were coming up in Indiana. What do you got?
He's got good. He's got something.
I'm excited.
Man, the story that he told me was we're in Indiana All-Star, and he said it was a high school game, and he said he was at the free throw line, and the students were chanting overrated, and he said he missed the 2 free throws because he didn't know he was rated.
That's true.
That's pretty solid.
That's pretty good.
I did not know I was rated.
Hey, Trey, man, great stuff, man. Congrats on the win.
Thanks, Trey.
Appreciate it, Trey.
Well, thanks for having me, guys.
Sir, Trey Coffin-Rin there, Purdue Boilermaker. I loved his answer at the beginning when he was just like, I don't listen to people that don't know basketball. I mean, some of us should take that same approach, but, whatever. It is what it is. It's the world we live in. It'll be interesting.
A little bit of a dig in your general direction.
It might have been.
It was
Here's
slightly.
what I'll say about Trey, and you know him better than all of us, Brooks, but he just seems like a dude that's perfect for Matt Painter and Purdue because he just plays ball, doesn't worry about anything, just workmanlike, right? Like a professional approach all year, and waited his turn for this.
Exactly. I think that's a valid point, or a great point. Like playing behind Edie, and Trey Coffin won. He won a state championship in high school. I think he was Gatorade Player of the Year twice in Indiana. Everybody knew that this was ahead for him, but he just had to sit behind, one of the greatest, college players that we've ever seen. So, I think being in Purdue and just being there and learning and, learning how to do it, learning how to, be, the best post player on his team, and then going, honestly, probably unanimous first team all Big Ten. It's been so fun to watch his, growth. And like you said, as a kid, he just loves ball. As you see, he doesn't pay attention to media. He just wants to go out there and hoop. So that's why I love that kid so much.
Yeah, high motor, no doubt about it.
All right, we're going to come back. The Alabama State Hornets. folks.
It's tight.
You thought I was bullshitting, dude. You thought I was just being funny. This ain't fun and games no more. All right? This is a one-possession game at the under 4.
Wow.
At the under 4. Tony Madlock with his son TJ.
Could he pull this off?
It's going to be tough, but 32.5 was disrespectful. That we already know. Doster is eating.
Did you actually bet on it?
No, I did.
Oh,
I did.
okay.
Matt McCall says he ate half of them. We're going to come back, get into all of that, probably get some new guys in here. Are you done eating? I'm not yelling. I'm just asking a question.
Finish
I'm
your
gonna get
damn
some
wings.
wings.
Get in here.
Yeah, let's go.
Exactly. It's time to work, all right? We'll come back. This is Madnesscast, Field 68.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today.
I have been looking for the best deal on March Madness tickets, which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and more than 70,000 events available. Now that March Madness is here, SeatGeek has your back. Each ticket is rated so you know if it's a good deal with that little green dot, and it's backed by a buyer guarantee. You can get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek with code FIELD68. That's code FIELD68.
People have opinions about me, strong ones. Some compare my brand to the competition and call me a copycat. Some say that I'm just watered down, that I fall flat. I've heard it all. But the people who get me, they say I'm different, subtle, but balanced. Nothing to hide, nothing artificial. And once they give me a chance, they keep coming back for more. For more dab water. That's right, I'm talking about dab water, and I swear by it. No bubbles, no fizz, just a smooth, refreshing canned cocktail made with real tequila. 100 calories, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and gluten-free. Find Dab Water's 4 flavors in an 8-pack variety pack or single flavor 6-packs. Dab Water invites you to enjoy its great lineup of products all tournament long. Take it from me, Jeff Goodman. Sometimes the most polarizing things are the best things. Dab Water, tequila, water, natural flavors.
Dab water.
Nose is running from those wings.
Yeah, it is. Those wings were fantastic.
Oh my goodness.
Those wings are fantastic. All right, so at this point right now, we got Auburn 29, Alabama State 27, and how dangerous is this right now for Auburn? Like, is this just are they just kind of playing with their food at this point, or are they letting Alabama State kind of start feeling themselves and start getting in a little bit of a rhythm here?
So it's interesting. You know, the question that we were asked outside of this room on the trivia for BetMGM, one of the questions was, give us a team that you think's a little overrated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I couldn't think of one off the top of my head, but my mind immediately went to how the season finished for Auburn, and I said Auburn. I understand they get 16 quad one wins, but if you're talking about teams that are playing their best basketball, you can make a case that Florida should be the overall #1 over them, or Duke, or Houston.
Mm-hmm.
So I said Auburn. And, you know, I don't know what's going on. I mean, look, Alabama State's going to compete. They're trying to win this game. Just because they're a 16 seed doesn't mean they're just going to roll over. They're trying to compete. So, I don't know. I mean, is there something going on? Is there something going on in the locker room? Like, what you're in a dogfight right now in the first half of this game.
I think we're at the point now where Auburn is starting to get a little bit in their heads, too.
Well,
they're starting to think about it a little bit.
I'll say this. In 2014, we were the #1 overall seed before we lost to your UConn Huskies. And we were in a dogfight in the first half against Albany. So much so that Coach Donovan was so frustrated he wouldn't even let any of the staff go in the locker room at the half because he wanted to have it out with the players. So we had to stand outside. We were in a dog. It was a close game. It was a 1-2 possession game. Now we blew them out in the second half, but I mean, when you got these expectations on you, Jarrell, like you know it's gonna be tight.
Yeah, and I think, and we kind of alluded to this earlier before, we really had any super close games, at least from major underdogs. But in these situations, 3-point game, every minute that goes by that Alabama State can keep this moderately close, the pressure mounts for Auburn.
Yes.
Like, there's no mistake about it. Like it becomes heavier and heavier. Like if they somehow get into halftime and it's a 1-possession game, and let's just say they come out and whatever happens, they go on a 5-0 run and they actually take the lead. Like it's full on, like almost, oh my God, the sky is falling time. And that's just how it works at this time of year. And obviously, this is one of the things that we even talked about the last couple of days, just with Auburn. They haven't been great. Like Matt said, they haven't been great down the stretch here going into the tournament. I don't care what anybody says. I think that's important. Does it matter whether you necessarily go all the way and win your conference title like Michigan did? I don't think that's necessary, but you want to be clicking on all cylinders. You want to be playing your best basketball around this time. And right now, this looks like a little bit of a carryover from Auburn for the last couple games.
Don't you think this is what they should do? Press. Be aggressive. Use your athleticism.
Yes,
like
100%.
Press. Like one of the things that made his team so good at Tennessee was like trying to inbound. Did you ever play Tennessee?
Yeah.
When you were at Marquette?
We did.
The ball on the side, trying to inbound the ball underneath out of bounds. He pressed all over the place. When I was at Chattanooga, we scrimmaged him. Just press.
And that's one of the things as well too. I think that's a great point, Matt, because it's like there is a gap in the talent. Like, there's no question about that. We all know that regardless of the outcome of the game, there's a gap in the talent. And that's one of the things that traditionally Bruce Pearl has been known for. Is like, well, if it's a gap in our talent, we're going to come out for 40 minutes. And we're going to try to do everything that we can to show how visible that gap is and make your life a living hell. I agree with you 110%. Like, these guys should, these type of teams, and it'll also help you build an early lead, hopefully, because then you'll be able to call some turnovers, get some easy transition basket, and that right away just takes off a ton of the pressure or any type of the early game jitters that these guys might have. Just coming out and giving it all out, all up on defense and getting after these guys.
Yeah. Meanwhile, McNeese is up 10-6 on Clemson early, and I'll tell you this, I did not think that McNeese was going to be able to out-physical Clemson, and they are absolutely out-physical them right now. There's a possession right now. McNeese has had the ball for almost a minute and a half. There's been like 4 offensive rebounds. Balls have gone out of bounds. They are beaten up on.
Do you know who doesn't want McNeese to win?
NC State.
Yeah, exactly. So they can get their coach in there and he can start recruiting.
Oh, all right. So Alabama State's going on the line now to take the lead.
These kids are playing against Auburn.
Yeah.
They're right down the road.
Do you want to sit over here so you can see it?
No, I'm good. I got them all.
He's got the fastest TV
I'm still trying
anyway.
to wipe the chicken wings sauce off my mouth.
Still trying to
you guys were on there.
recover. My nose is still running.
Chicken wings.
I can't do anything hot.
Yeah, you know what, Terrell? I think you're a finicky eater, man. Last night, we got tacos last night when he landed, and he orders tacos.
I got no text message. Nobody asked me to come.
He landed at like midnight.
I was about to say. I assumed everybody was in bed.
I was exhausted. I wasn't going to let him walk into there by himself. So, we got some tacos at Javier's in Aria, which is fantastic.
It was good.
But this dude orders tacos, and then he takes his fork and he's just scraping all the guacamole off of the taco.
I don't eat guacamole. It's
guacamole.
It's the one thing. I didn't know they came on the tacos.
The guy literally. So all right. So we're getting
what
off
are you
topic.
getting on your tacos? Let's talk about this. This is important.
Yeah,
I do.
I know everyone's
traditionally.
this is important.
I eat salsa. I eat salsa on taco, but traditionally I eat them cilantro and onion only.
That's it.
It's real taco.
No cheese.
Real taco.
Mm-hmm.
No cilantro and onion only.
No cheese.
It's not necessary. I will do cheese, but it's not necessary for a really well.
Okay, you need first of all, whatever the meat is, it's got to be cooked the right way, right? And it's got to be a lot of flavor on there. You got a lot of seasonings on that. You got a lot of seasoning on that. Then you got to go to guac.
Yes.
You got to go pico.
Yes.
You got to get some kind of cheese, whether it's queso, preferably the cojita crumble cheese on there, right? Then the onions and the cilantro on there.
Yeah.
You got to get all of that too.
Don't throw sour cream out. That's the only thing I don't.
I don't use sour cream either.
I don't do sour cream.
It depends on the taco.
There is a place.
It depends on
If it's a bad taco, you
well,
can put
if you're doing like ground beef and like basically like the non-Hispanic version of tacos. Like if you came to my house to get tacos, right?
So there's a place.
It's basically white boy tacos.
The white guy taco.
There's a place.
White guy taco
That's
Tuesday.
hilarious.
White guy taco Tuesday. You can put sour cream on those.
There is a place in near my neighborhood that I can walk to. It's called the Locals Pub down in Jupiter, and they have this thing called the Crunch Roll, and it is basically like a taco. You get the ground beef, and they put queso in it, and then they put this sauce. It tastes like Taco Bell sauce.
How is that what you're settling for?
It's illegal.
You're settling for. Clemson can't run offense.
Like I had
against these
McNeese to
guys.
cover. I didn't pick him to win, but
they can't run offense against them.
Javon Garcia.
Like how many possessions are going to end with Chase Hunter taking the tough two? Because they get into those switches. Yeah, there you go. They get into those switches, and there's not much that Clemson's able to run. I don't think
they're worried about their coach going to NC State. I forgot who said it earlier.
Yeah,
but it's like it was you, Jay. Like these guys are interviewing for jobs too. These players,
yeah.
they want to go to NC State.
Well, for sure,
for sure. ACC.
Yep, and what better stage to make kind of make a claim for yourself and show that you could play at the highest level. But I mean, I think we all just felt it was going to go one or two ways with the Will Wade news kind of dropping. Like, well, he's leaving, so either these guys are going to come out and be like, "Oh, this sucks, coach is leaving," or they're going to, like, man, what do we got to lose? We might be leaving too.
Yeah, Shefflin's got fouls, right? Because they got Christian Reeves out there at the 5, and no lock and no Shefflin.
I mean, right now McNeese is playing harder.
Yeah. And they are blowing up everything that Clemson tries to do offensively.
Wow. 2 and 3 minutes.
Shefflin got 2 fouls in 3 minutes. Whose socks are those? Amir Khan. Shout out to that guy. Is anyone having
this guy has turned himself into a superstar.
Is that the entire cheerleaders wearing those?
Look at everyone taking pictures with him on the sideline.
Wow.
He's a bigger celebrity than Fanta.
He is.
He is.
He is. At this point, he is. Good for him, man. He's figured it out. That video of him walking through, like with the speaker
with the
around
boom,
his neck.
the boom box,
yeah.
yo.
All right, we got VCU. BYU is one of the next.
I'm
games
so
we got
torn
coming
on
up.
this one, Rob.
It's BYU. You don't need to be torn
because I cover
Say
the
it.
league. I'm so torn.
Say it, Rob.
It's BYU.
No. Why? Tell me why.
Mawat Mag is gonna turn off Max shoulders.
Yeah,
what are you thinking?
Altitude. You got to say.
Oh, the altitude. Yeah,
It's the trigger word.
like the altitude, but or we can pronounce it like Fanta pronounces it, the altitude.
When you watch VCU play, and I saw them play 120 times this year. Wow. I love. It's probably an exaggeration. I love Shulga. I love the size. Bama Seal. Like these guys are athletic. They have length. But why are we all leaning towards BYU? Like,
There you go, shoemate. Human highlight reel.
McNeese is beating the hell out of Clemson, man.
Why aren't we picking VCU?
Look at that bench.
What's the problem?
Look at that bench.
I'm not picking against VCU.
I got
as much as
VCU.
I am picking BYU.
I am with you.
Yeah,
That's what
I
feel.
I'm not picking against
Like VCU to me, if it wasn't BYU, VCU to me
I
is a
think
team
VCU
that can win a game.
I think VCU is a
100%.
very, very good team. They have really, really good guards. Ryan Odom has kind of embraced the havoc mantra. Like they're forcing turnovers. They're guarding better than they have in the past. But BYU, I think so much of what VCU does runs through Max Shulga.
Yep.
And Mawat Mag, like I don't know what the numbers say. I don't know what the stats say. But you talk to people in the Big 12. You talk to people around that conference, and he is as good of an on-ball defender as you're going to play. He's big. He's physical. He can guard down. He can guard on the perimeter. And I think that he is going to give Max Shulga some very, very real problems.
I just think, though, Shulga, people try to trap him. They try to speed him up. They try to take – and he plays with this poise where he's like, all right, man, let me see what the floor looks like. oh, okay, I'm trapped here. I'm going to back dribble and then make the right play.
Yep.
The whole Atlantic 10 tournament, I think the first round game they played, or the quarterfinals, it was their first game. He had 11 assists. 11 assists. He didn't score, but he doesn't try to force the issue.
Yep.
It's just
it's like
this guy, Zeb Jackson, comes off the bench, willing to come off the bench.
Finish that. There you go. Foul on the rebound. Yeah. The last thing I'll say about this matchup, and I mentioned this with Wisconsin. VCU also played on Sunday. Right? I think that the A-10 game was at 1 o'clock. Yeah, so they finished at 3. So they're able to
altitude. Here it comes. I'm waiting.
It's a real thing though. So and it's not just the altitude; it's the travel. So they're flying to Denver. They leave on Monday, right? They get home from the A-10 tournament Sunday night. They leave on Monday, or whatever it is. They leave that week, and they got to fly across the country to play in a different time zone at altitude with 3 days rest after winning 4 games in 4 days.
Some of the places they sit, like Maryland. Maryland has to go to Seattle.
Yeah.
Seattle.
No, that's brutal. That's brutal.
You know, like why'd they send Maryland to Seattle?
They didn't deserve that.
No. Let us come over.
They're just beating the hell out of them, man. It really is surprising to me that Clemson is getting out toughed to this degree.
Exactly what they are.
To this degree. Like there's nothing more simple than that. That McNeese is they're just grinding them down defensively.
And the refs are letting them play a little bit too. I mean, I guess outside of Shefflin, whatever he did to get 2 fouls in 3 minutes or whatever it was. But this has been probably the most physical game I've seen so far today.
You know what's crazy about this, guys? What's crazy about this, McNeese winning like this, is McNeese was supposed to have a guy named Alan Breed. He was so when they went out, there were 2 things that Will tried to do in the portal this year. One of them was get bigger and more physical, because what happened last year in the tournament when they played Gonzaga, they were like, okay, look, we can bully folks in the Southland, but now we're playing even Gonzaga, who wasn't that big and athletic last year, and they got punked because they didn't have the size. Like Shahada Wells was like 5'11", right? So we went out and he got Brandon Mert, who's 6'5", 220 SEC height, right? They got right there, it's Sincere Parker, who's 6'4" and athletic, played at St. Louis. They got Bryant Celebongi. Right. They got who's the guy from Louisiana? Joe, I think it's Joe Charles, the guy from Lafayette. Got him to transfer in. And they got bigger and more athletic and more physical, so that when they do all this switching shit against high major teams, they're able to switch into mismatches and not get exposed.
Hold up some in paint.
But the other thing he did was he went out and he got Alan Breed, because he said, I need a bucket. I can do all this stuff defensively, but there's going to be times when everything breaks down, and I need someone that can just go out there and get a bucket.
Go get one.
And so he brought in Alan Breed, who was at Providence before that. And Alan Breed scored 35 points in the first 2 games. Then he hurt his knee and he hasn't played since. And he was supposed to be their leading scorer and probably I think you probably still say Christian Shoemate is their best player, but one of their best players. And he hasn't been there, and they're still doing this. It's really impressive. We're going to be joined by John Tanji here in a little bit. Is that happening right now? No. So maybe at some point we should be getting John Tanji very soon here, coming off of Wisconsin's win over Montana. Let me make sure I have the box score up here while we do all this. But yeah, McNeese with all the switching that they did. Impressive start. All right, yeah.
The altitude's got him. I'm going to ask him about that. The altitude has him.
Mm-hmm. You're going to ask him about the altitude?
I will absolutely ask him about the altitude. 15 points on 5 shots for John Tanji today is what he finished with.
Not a huge game for him, but he didn't need it. That was the beauty. That's the beauty of this Wisconsin team.
The $200 on the table right now.
Yeah, I'm going to lose it.
What is that on?
I took McNeese. I took Clemson minus 7.5.
I tried to talk you. I tried to talk John out of it.
I know there is a lot of basketball left, but man, I'm never going to hear the end of it from John Martin.
I want to see if McNeese can sustain this level of intensity.
Absolutely.
For 40 minutes. Like, I mean, it's been really impressive.
All right, we're now joined by John Tanji from Wisconsin. He scored 15 points on 5 shots
an 85-66 win over Montana in the first round of the tournament. John, first of all, congratulations, man. How you doing?
I'm good. Appreciate you guys.
I'm going to start with a question. They're going to laugh at me when I ask this question. You guys are playing in Denver. The altitude is different from what you're used to playing with in Madison.
Can we set this up at least? Can we set it up for him?
Okay.
All right. So Rob, the host who's talking to you right now, has been talking about how much the altitude is going to affect you guys for like 24 straight hours. We've told him he's out of his mind. Please, can you be on our side and tell him it's overrated or not?
It's hard to say. I think it is. Maybe it is overrated. We got a great strength coach that prepared us all week, so we felt great out there.
Throw me under the bus, John. Thanks. I appreciate it, man.
John, I want to ask you, man. So I actually had you guys back at the at your classic early in the season when you guys were able to win. You had an unbelievable year, and to see Braden Smith get Player of the Year, you can make a case for yourself. How motivated are you now that the NCAA tournament has started? You know, with everything that's transpired this season, how motivated are you personally?
Extremely motivated. I love basketball, and every day is opportunity. You know, I try not to get too caught up in, you know, comparisons or anything like that. I'm blessed to be in this position, and very motivated. I've been motivated.
John, just talk about a little bit about the balance you guys had today. Obviously, you played well, but you had some other guys, Kral and Blackwell as well, that all had good games. And you guys were pretty solid defensively against a good Montana team. So just talk about the balance today and how you just plan to use that going forward, with you not having to always be the guy that shoulders the load offensively.
Yeah, it's huge. I think with a short turnaround, obviously the other team is going to be really keying in on some of the top guys. And I think we had 4 of our 5 starters, you know, being double digits, as well as X off the bench. So it's huge to have a deep team in March, and you know, I'm just so proud of the guys today.
John, are you okay answering questions here on this show from Marquette graduate? Is that something you're okay with?
Yeah. I don't get too caught up in the rivalry, so it's all good.
See,
so John, when you came to Wisconsin, when you talked to Coach Gard, he sold you on maybe coming there. How much did you know that they were going to change how they were going to play this year, based on, you know, kind of the personnel, bringing in you and some other guys?
Yeah, that was part of the conversation. Last year they implemented a new offense, and I really liked it. And then they also told me that they would bring in some shooting fours this year, which would open things up even more and kind of create a dynamic offense. And obviously some of those guys really went off today, and they kind of showed their ability to spread the floor. So I think today was just a great example of just what this offense could be, and we can even get better.
Now that we're in the NCAA tournament, and again, the Greenbrier tip-off, you guys won it. It was, you played a game, you had a day off, then you played a game. Will Coach Gard and the staff kind of, you know, lean on that experience and go back to that experience you guys had early? Like, what will the next 24 hours be like for you guys?
Yeah, it'll be you know, we got some recovery to do. We'll learn from the film, and we'll have practice as well tomorrow. So I think we have a good mix of older guys in here that kind of know the fine line between celebrating a win and then also moving on to the next one. So we'll be turned around and focused on the next one pretty soon.
John, and I know just from a player standpoint how I was, but just how much basketball you plan on watching the rest of the night?
Oh man, it stays on. It's all day. March Madness is a huge thing, and we'll be tuned in all day.
Last one I got for you, John, is how much you think the altitude is going to affect you on Saturday. You gonna sleep in a hyperbaric chamber?
Man, I think we went through the worst of it, so we should be adapting and ready to go next game.
Congratulations on the win, man. Best of luck the rest of the tournament, and we hopefully we'll get you back on here on Sunday after you guys play. So best of luck. Thank you for jumping on, and we'll see you Saturday, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, fellas.
That was John Tonji, 15 points on just 5 shots. Jarrell McNeil never did that. Never scored 15 points on 5 shots.
More like
5
15.
points on 15.
Yeah, there you go. I'll shoot it 15
Hey,
times.
breaking news. Clemson scored.
Oh my
Clemson
I
scored.
was about to say they're in danger of not hitting double.
That was their first shot in like
This
10
is
minutes.
unreal.
That was their first shot in 10
when
minutes.
When we saw this team the first day of the season, could you imagine? Now again, it's still early. It's still early. They're only down. 14 points, but
John,
they've scored 11.
Don't jinx it.
don't
Stay
stay
humble. Stay humble, John.
I would like to know. We have
can't
John
be
Martin.
humble.
We have John Martin on here. We have John Martin on here, guys. And John, I would like to know. You have a wager with Jeff Goodman personally. You can show the $200 on the table. You know what? It's behind the dad water right now. Let's get the money in front of the dad water.
Shiflin just missed the ultimate bunny. By the
Money
way.
in front of the dad
I
water.
mean, this is not going.
What
well.
is that? The money on the table right there. The $200 on the table. What is that for, John?
That's for Jeff Goodman's antics. I mean, he wanted to put his dick on the table. This is the second time today he's tried it, and he said, no, I lost the first bet. Now you got to take my bet. I said, all right, what you got? What's the smoke? He says Clemson minus 7.5. I got to take the other side. I have no choice, right? I mean, Will Wade's going to NC State. McNeese is checked out. Everybody's got Clemson blowing out McNeese State, and I just looked. They have 11 points, 17 minutes into the game. That money is gone.
Whoa.
It's gone.
Level of humility.
He doesn't know that.
You just need to sit
Clemson
here.
plays too slow.
He's a
14-point
Memphian.
game with 3.5 minutes to go. Then you can start
I
talking.
can't
trash.
believe
Right
he
now,
just
you're
mushed
talking
it.
Trash with way too much time.
They can't
on the
make
clock.
a shot right now, though.
I'm trying to help out.
I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
This is bad, man.
This has been
first of all,
unbelievably
You laid
bad.
7.5 with the orange team, right?
No, I took the blue team.
You know what the problem is? You know what the
I
problem
took
is,
the team
John?
with the cowboy hat.
Goodman doesn't look good in orange.
Oh my!
Never betting on a team from orange with orange.
Yeah,
again.
you should have known better than that.
My
And then you got
goodness.
Tennessee beating Houston. What's your fetish, man? What's your
Love
fetish
orange.
with the orange here?
People told me.
I will say this, man. For NC State fans, my goodness, what a day!
Oh, they will be celebrating. They'll just have.
Woo!
They're going to be worried.
That's what I
They're going to
said.
be worried now.
That's what I
Yeah,
said. They
yeah.
want their coach to get the
Right.
campus.
Then Texas, they're going to be worried that
Like,
Texas is going to go after them.
That's
Now.
exactly
Well, you
right.
said that's not happening. So they should.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked. But again, some crazy things have happened. Like
Yeah.
years ago, here's one. Billy Clyde Gillespie verbally took the Arkansas job. Okay? Verbally took it. And then
This was when
somebody
he was at
called them.
Texas Tech?
This was right before he took Kentucky. Yeah. And somebody called them and said, hey, sit tight. Do not sign anything. Kentucky's going to come calling. And they did. So crazy things have happened. This one's more out there in the public a little bit more. It'd be tough for Will to do it. But if there's anybody who doesn't give a shit, it's probably Will Wade.
Man, he will be. He will be great. I remember when he was at Chattanooga. I mean,
Dude's won everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere. At good jobs, bad jobs.
Hey.
Doesn't matter where he's been.
SIU Edwardsville. What final?
did they?
You see what the score was?
Knocking it
What was the
down.
final?
78 to 40.
It's close.
We
my
got
goodness.
that's a winner right there. Chuck that up as a W.
All right, we're gonna take a break. The madness continues here on the Madnesscast. Jeff Goodman is feverishly looking for a bet that he
Frustrated.
gets made.
Frustrated.
I mean, he's like, please, there's got to be one winner out here,
We're
right?
going to go double or nothing again.
He's going to ask me to take American money or Mount St. Mary's money line.
That's the next bet. It's the next bet.
That's a goaltend. There you
What am I
go.
gonna do? All right, we'll be back. Stick around. Field 68.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today.
Now is your chance to prove you're smarter than the field of 68. We're hosting a Survivor contest with our partner Splash Sports. There's a $25 entry fee, a 25 entry max in the contest, and more than 1,700 spots available, which means there's a $40,000 max prize for the winner. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Each day you pick a team to win. If they win, you advance. We'll also be running a free to enter bracket contest as well as a second chance Survivor in the Sweet 16. So prove you know more ball than the field of 68 on Splash Sports. I want my home to feel like my home. So whether I'm looking for big furniture, just a small piece for my place, or maybe some storage solutions for the basement or the garage, the answer is Wayfair. Seriously, I needed a new patio set and fire pit for my backyard. I bought it on Wayfair. It looks great on our deck, and it gives me an excuse to fire up the smoker, invite some friends over, crack a couple beers. Just last week, I bought a new chair for my office, someplace comfortable to sit while the madness takes up the 4 screens in front of me. I got it on Wayfair, clicked a few buttons. A couple days later, it showed up at my front door. They even offered to help set it up for you. Digging through online stores can be intimidating. Trust me, I know. It can be hard to find what you're looking for in your price range, but not on Wayfair. They have great options, even if you are balling on a budget like me. Wayfair has every style for every home, including mine and yours. So head to wayfair.com and shop everything home. That's WAYFAIR.com. Wayfair, every style, every home.
Madnesscast 2025, field of 68, Clemson bricks again.
What do you think? You know what? Someone text T.O. Let's get T.O. on right now. Someone text T.O.
Bring him in here.
Someone text T.O. Louisville just lost. Clemson's losing. We got to get T.O. in here.
Tough day for, luckily, Carolina won. What if Carolina hadn't won?
That's their only hope now, them and Duke.
Oh, man, I want to bet. I want to bet UNC big. That's crazy.
Unbelievable.
I want to bet UNC big.
They're favored.
What a
they're
bad
going
year
on a
for
run.
ACC.
Doesn't that just say everything that they're favored in that game?
Yep.
It's funny, too, because Clemson, what do we say about them, right? They can match. McNeese is all about toughness. Clemson can match that. The problem is they can't score right now. They're missing everything. Threes, shots from
They
right
can't
around
run.
the rim.
They can't run. Goodman. They can't run offense right now. That's the problem. Is they can't run offense.
No, this is a fantastic high school quarter. It really would be. But again, that's what this is. McNeese is loving this. They're loving every minute of this game. Like, obviously because they're winning, but this is how they win. This is how, if you have a game that's super low scoring, that's about toughness, and again, Dylan Hunter's out. That's a big loss for Clemson. We talked about it before this game started. Like, when you have Brad Brownell on the verge of tears there, you realize how important that guy is. So
that's actually a great point. I forgot about that Dylan Hunter is out. He's like their secondary ball, like their connective piece.
Yes.
That's a big loss. It's not 15 points.
No, but it doesn't have to
minutes.
be. I hate when people say that. They're like, it's 15 points. It's not 15 points. It's just, even if he gives you something, the game can change a little bit.
Is this game any different with Dylan Hunter, though?
Right.
I don't think so.
Maybe
Well,
not.
I think again, instead of being down 16, you're down 10. If you're down 10,
maybe.
Well, because it's like the reaction of not having him, so you got to play guys that you wouldn't have otherwise played, and then who knows? I mean, I don't know.
A little 1-3-1 here.
Like Dahlstrom, I'm going to have to watch the film after.
they've gotten looks. They've missed everything.
Scheffler.
They have missed everything.
That's a travel.
Oh man,
you got to make that one. Make that one. Nope.
Well, how about this too?
They are missing every good
everything.
1 assist and 10 turnovers.
Javon Garcia is the Southland Player of the Year. He's got 1 point, and they're up 16.
That's
crazy.
Look, that's really bad news for Clemson.
Hey, McCall, who was the guy that discovered Javon Garcia?
Is that Tony Bergeron?
Was that Matt McCall? Where did he start his college career? Javon Garcia.
I got to get you back.
Look, I saw him play AAU, All Ohio at the Peach Jam. Played for Jason Smith at Brewster. Great feel. I mean, he's a good player. I mean, he knows how to run a team. Arguably the most quiet kid I ever coached in my entire coaching.
No wonder you keep pumping him up.
Doesn't say it.
Now it
Doesn't
makes
say
sense. Now it makes total sense. Because you found.
I'm rooting for him.
How have you seen
rooting
him?
for him.
How have you seen him kind of develop over the years?
Well, I think his body's changed. He looks like a physical guard. When he was with me, he was really, really skinny. And look, he's older. He did a year of prep school. Yeah. He did, 2 seasons at UMass. And, this is his third year. I think he went to JUCO after me, and then after UMass, and then now it's his second year. So he's an older player, but he's got great feel. He can score it. He's athletic. He's a good player.
Clemson's got older dudes too, but man, they are getting punked right now.
All right,
They don't look like older dudes. They look like a high school team tonight.
Goodman, do me a favor.
Huh?
Let's negotiate the next bet.
No, I'm not ready yet.
I mean, they're going to be down.
I'm not ready to call this one.
They scored.
Okay, you're not ready to call this one. Okay, sorry, my bad.
It's only 18.
You're only down 25.
They're only down 18.
I mean, if you're
down
you
25.
be up more. They got 13 points on the board.
100%.
Here's the crazy thing about this, guys. The crazy thing about this is we're talking about an ACC team that had a first-team all-conference point guard, right? And a guy that we thought, at the very least, he's going to be able to coach him up. He's going to be able to figure out how to run offense, right? They are right now 5 for 24 from the floor. They have 1 assist to 10 turnovers in this first half. And
about as bad a half as they can play.
McNeese is playing hard
with Victor
100%.
Locken and Ian Shefflin, with all that size inside. And McNeese State has scored 26 of their 31 points in the paint.
And Will looks pissed.
No, he's fired up.
He's
not
hyped.
pissed.
He's hyped.
He's fired up.
I
He
thought
is
he was pissed,
fired
yeah.
up. He's fist pumping. He's
And
fired
he said
up.
it. He said it before at the game this year.
Hey,
He
did you
said-
see what they just showed right there? Richie Saunders' grandfather invented tater tots.
Wow.
I don't know if I believe that.
Somebody
Claim to
fact check
fame.
that.
I don't know.
If,
I don't know if I
if
believe
so,
that.
I heard that the other day on Sirius XM.
that dude's elite. If you invent
How did
tater
you
tots,
invent the tater
I don't
tot?
know,
though?
but
It's like a crumbled up.
I don't know if I
Greatest
believe
thing
it.
I was about to say that you invent French
doesn't
fries.
everybody love tater tots?
Fry and crumble it up.
What do you not like tater tots?
Love tater
All
Who
right, don't
doesn't
be
like
hammered
tater
tater tots?
I don't know if I believe that.
Great grandfather.
Great grandfather.
Great grandfather.
Oh!
I have BYU.
This is going to be a good game. This BYU VCU game. This is going to be a high. This may be the best game we get in the morning session.
I could really use Alabama State.
Is
winning
this
game.
still morning?
This is
Technically for
what
us,
time is
right?
it?
What time
We're
is
at
it?
1:15.
1:15.
We're in the afternoon.
It's now acceptable for you to be drinking.
Well, I blew past that. Didn't quite make the cutoff.
That ship is already sailed.
Yeah.
Huh?
I mean, I guess we're getting into the middle of this.
I mean, it's a
the
good,
beginning of the middle.
an interesting window, though, right? I mean, you got Auburn still hasn't pulled away.
Yeah.
You got McNeese
You got
absolutely
McNeese, you got VCU,
throttling
and you got
Clemson.
Georgia, Gonzaga. We got a really good window coming
Yeah.
up here.
Yeah.
This is the best game of the day so far, and this is going to be. This has got to be a 1 or 2 possession game. That's what we need to get here coming down the stretch.
Yeah, people said that BYU might struggle with VCU's pressure. I don't know how much of it's been about that, but it does feel like
No, they've been fine. They haven't been able to stop VCU.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I think
VCU
you're struggling with the altitude.
Is this altitude?
Oh, I can't wait to play this drinking game.
I mean, that's just
Altitude.
wide open, dude.
Yeah,
Ooh, boy.
on the line. Yep.
Gonzaga, Georgia
They're getting after him.
could be interesting.
I don't know.
Tahad Pettiford banked in 3 and 1.
Asa
and that's a
Newell's
wrap.
got to go off in that
He
one.
could.
He's got to. He could. I mean, it's just probably a
The
lottery
problem is
pick.
that he's the only skilled big they have. Every other big they have can't.
For Georgia,
Yeah.
it's a Silas Demery. It's a Silas Demery game.
Yeah, he's got to
been-
be good.
He's been awesome the
Yeah.
last 6 weeks. He's made the leap. If they're going to win, I love Ryan Nemhard. Ryan Nemhard should not be able to stop him. Love Nolan Hickman.
Ooh.
Nolan Hickman should not be able to stop him. And if Yegor Demon is hitting those shots, BYU's winning this
You're
game.
in trouble.
That looked like an NBA move now.
Yes, it did.
Where's he going? Top 10, top 15?
Who?
Demon,
Yeah, probably top 10ish.
he's got a lot to learn, but the skills there.
I kind of put him in the bucket of Yakachonis in terms of
Yeah.
pro. I get it, but I don't love it.
Just because you can't pronounce either of their names?
No,
He just said, "Fuck you, John."
I have nothing against. I have nothing against him personally. It's just
Sounds like you do.
Yakachonis.
Sounds like you do.
Yakachonis looks apart, but it's.
Why don't you like Europeans?
European bias.
Are you anti-immigration?
No, I'm not actually. If you want to get into that. All right. Dagan knows I'll go off on that. I'll go off on that topic. So thank you, Dagan. Thank you very much for that.
Don't you think in this VCU game, with all this screening action that BYU runs, if you're VCU, just to take away threes, just switch everything. Like just switch it all. Just switch. They have enough size and athleticism to
They
switch
should be
everything.
able to.
And I think it'll play kind of into their hands as well too, because BYU is in a team that's going to just flatten you out, and they're not going to have guys that we're going to go at your big guys, spread you out, and then just let them go one-on-one.
Bam is still 6'6". I mean, Jack Clark's like 6'9",
Yeah.
6'10".
Hey, Goodman, are you going to get Will Wade on the show after
If they win? Yeah. You going to tell him?
I think you should get him on even if they lose by 7.
I don't think so.
I think just to congratulate him on the job.
I'm sure he'll be happy.
Yeah, but it is interesting. I don't know. Obviously his players are not dejected.
Who said they were going to be dejected? You're the only one who is trying to bring up that whole deal.
I'm with Jarrell on this one. Those guys are interviewing for jobs. They're interviewing for the ACC. They're interviewing for the SEC. They want to play well. And if they're not interviewing, that's because they don't have another year of eligibility and they want to make a run in the tournament.
For sure.
Yeah. No, it's
5 for 24.
That's Clemson?
5 for 24 from the field.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of those looks weren't bad.
Late in the half they weren't.
Yeah, they just weren't close. Sometimes, I mean, that's the tournament. That's the thing, is that it's 40 minutes, And the shots can be good and the action can be good, but if they don't go in,
Brooks, you want to sit?
Yeah.
What are you saying? It's a make or miss game, John? Is that what you're saying?
A make or miss league. A lot
It's
of
a
people don't know that.
Make or miss league.
A lot of people don't know that. It's a
Make or miss tournament.
Yeah, but it is. I mean, that's what makes it so different, man. Because if these games were played 7 times, I don't think it'd be nearly as interesting. Hot potato. So we got Georgia Gonzaga about to tip off, Kansas Arkansas, which will be
That's next,
that'll
right?
be fun.
That's next.
That's at 4:00. Yeah. And then I think the late slate is pretty rough.
No, Michigan.
Oh, yeah, you got Michigan, San Diego. Okay, you got them. It's like Tech and the Wilmington Seahawks. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's mostly pretty good.
I did. And I think I apologize on the field.
Drake, Missouri? It's a good game.
The other night. I did call Takeo Spikes.
You did.
Yes,
Yes.
I did.
That did
I felt
happen.
bad.
Former Bills
Sorry.
linebacker.
Monster.
Monster.
He was a
for
monster,
sure.
right?
Tequila Spice.
He was a
Yeah.
monster.
Nah, the Sittler's going to get you for that one.
Brooks, I can't wait until we have a Big Ten win here, and you have to interview someone from
We
the
had
Big
one.
Ten.
You missed it.
You
missed it.
Trey Coffin.
Yeah.
Oh, you got
That's his
Trail?
boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were out eating wings.
I wasn't eating wings. I was doing You Better You Bet for our sponsor, BetMGM.
Okay.
Some of us are out here working.
I asked him if he.
By the way, I just want everyone to know that the one thing that was requested, there was one thing that was requested heading
Keep
into
this
the
clean?
day. It was to keep the beers off of the table. Keep the beers off of the table. Brooks, who's the only person with a beer in front of him right now?
Don't make Brooks answer that. Make
You know what? Because Goodman grabbed the wrong microphone.
Oh man. The love-hate relationship between you two.
I'm ready for the love to start. It's only getting. I mean, again, this is day one, folks. This is day one of Madnesscast, and I can already sense between it's going to come to a head. It really is. Are you rebelling, Goodman?
No.
Okay, it was just a slip. You had too much going on.
Of what? Of the microphone?
No, the beer.
The microphone, the beer.
I never heard the rule.
No.
The rule.
I was never told the rule.
To keep the.
Everyone else was.
I didn't hear it.
Hey, we're not messing with Dagan today. We're
Wait,
not
so
messing with
how'd the
Dagan
interview?
today.
How'd the interview with Trey go? What'd you ask him?
It was good. We just kind of hit on like some other teammates, like how Cam Heidi stepped up. He first thing he said was like, "What's up, Brooks?" It was just funny. He saw me in. He shared a funny story that I even forgot about too. We were roommates at the Indiana All-Star kind of Indiana versus Kentucky thing, so we go way back.
Yeah, I asked him if because High Point, you picked High Point to win, and I said a lot of people picked High Point as a popular upset pick in the tournament, and he said he didn't pay attention to that because he doesn't listen to people who don't know basketball.
Yeah, that was the line of the day for sure. I like that one.
So it was good that you weren't here.
I'm just getting destroyed today, huh?
Yeah. No, I mean it was popular. It happens.
It's almost like I feel like people are saying that I'm the guy that tried to take the first half line for Montana.
God, I mean, especially
for Wisconsin
especially
today.
with a full game covered with ease. That was just a sucker bet.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that anybody would ever take that bet.
I didn't take it.
Or like
you
Clemson
picked it.
minus.
All right, well, you
I
took
didn't have a
this
choice. This one I took.
So
This
there
one's
needs to be some
worse.
responsibility for
This
that.
one's way worse.
What else is everybody
I'm not out on Clemson, by the way.
I've got BYU.
There's going to be no Clemsoning here. They're going to come back.
No, they're not.
I got
They're not.
I got Clemson in the Survivor. Do I need to? By the way, Splash Sports. The more than flips.
So you're feeling real good about
Kind of intrigued here.
it. Your bet looks really good.
How many we got in the Splash Sports?
So,
hey, hold on, Goodman.
I'm out.
There's 750 spots available still in our Survivor contest.
Okay.
If you're like me and you took Clemson in the Survivor contest, you know what you could do? You could enter again.
Did you take him? You might have, huh?
I mean, you only get one per round?
You get one per round.
And you went with Clemson?
Well, I have 24 entries.
Oh, yeah, 20. Okay.
Yeah, I got 24 entries in the pool. So I got re-entries available.
He tried to be creative. He tried to think it through too much, and you went with Clemson.
I didn't try to be. I just thought that Clemson wasn't going to get punked, and turns out they are getting. What's worse than punked?
See, I went with the bigger favorites early.
Goodman. What's happening right now?
Mollywopped.
No, it's not. It's not a mollywhopping.
It's worse than a mollywop.
What was the other word that you learned? What was the other term you learned? What did you learn?
Oh yeah, what was that one? What's the other word again?
Should we teach him?
What
Trevor,
was
do we want to?
Pistol
Trevor,
whipping.
Hey, go to the producer cam. Trevor, do we want to teach him?
Right? Pistol whipped.
Yeah, they're getting pistol
They
whipped.
are getting pistol whipped by a cowboy.
I'm saying though, if you're Will Wade, you think you should be up more.
Be up more?
Yes.
They're up 31-13, McCall.
That's what I'm saying. They only scored 13 points. I'm looking at the stat sheet.
tough
I'm a
crowd.
little concerned.
Tough crowd here. Tough crowd.
You are full of shit.
That's because you're
You are full of shit.
That is
We
the most.
held them to 13 points in the first half.
Okay, you're going to say that in the locker
Watch
room.
if Clemson comes out and scores the first 3 baskets of the second half, and they get this thing down to
No,
10.
if they do, if they get it down to like 10,
If they score the first 3 baskets of the second half, it's still
all
only
they
a
got to do is
12-point
get
game.
it down to 10 with 10 to go.
Matt,
Thir-
I
10
think
to go.
you say
13
that.
first half points is crazy
Crazy.
for a team like
But it's
Clemson.
not like McNeese ever scores much against anybody.
No, I was about to say, well,
Big Southland guy. You dialed in the
how many
Southland.
they average?
Okay,
Yeah.
Southland. Southland.
Oh, nice pass.
Yeah, this is going to be a good game.
Jimmer.
There he is.
Oh,
Jimmer.
he's there, huh?
How do we get
Nice.
Jimmer on field 68?
We've tried.
Good question. All right, I'll work on it.
Pass. Good turn on.
He's probably not going to come on if they lose this game.
No, I'm not going to ask them if they lose.
It is amazing. Auburn just kind of opened this back up. Like it was. I'm pretty sure Alabama State had a chance to take the lead at the free throw line.
Yeah.
32-31.
Yep.
And then it goes to the half, and it's a 10-point game.
And then Auburn
It
was
like
like,
a minute,
you know
30
what?
seconds left. I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out what happened.
Then Auburn was like, you know what, guys? We're Auburn.
No more games.
Yeah, we're Auburn.
Yeah. What is halftime like? Is there something to that, Matt? Like as a coach, where you can actually use that time, or is it just a matter of we have a stoppage and we can refocus what we're doing?
It's one of those things, and this I don't want to sound coach speak here, but like the first 4 minutes of the second half are so important. And if you have an 18-point lead, that shit can disappear in 2 or 3 minutes. Like,
Well, not this
disappear.
game. Not in this game.
That's why I told you to not talk trash.
I told you to slow down. He said slow down, John.
There's 44 points total.
It's like that momentum you have that you're taking into the locker room. You don't want it to go away. And sometimes as a coach, you can go in there and say too much.
Yeah.
Like if you're up 18, hey guys, here's where we're at. They're hurting us on this action. This is where we got to clean up. Let's make sure we do a better job on the glass. Bring it in. Let's go.
Yeah.
You don't want to go in there and say too much. You want to also give them time, the players time to talk, right? As
Amongst
you go in as
themselves,
a head coach
absolutely.
and you're like, you do all the talking. No, wait, give those guys the first, 7-8 minutes of the half before you even walk in there and allow them to have their conversation amongst each other. Because if the coach is doing all the talking at halftime, you probably got a problem.
Probably in trouble.
Where's NC State? Is it in Raleigh?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the only way that Clemson wins this game is that if Will Wade gets on a private at half for Raleigh. And even then, I'm gonna. No. I'm not a good winner. I'm a very
sore winner.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah, because he tried to.
You haven't won yet.
Oh, I definitely have won 7.5. I definitely have won 7.5.
How great would it be if he lost? I mean, it really would be incredible.
Let's hope it backfires.
It will not.
Make for great.
I've never felt better about anything in my entire life. Now, if Will Wade leaves at the half to go raise NIL money in Raleigh, okay, I might entertain a comeback. But I mean, yeah, look, Clemson will make a push. They'll make a run, but McNeese is going to take the air out of that ball, man.
Dylan Cardwell. Is that a knee?
Yeah, he fell on his knee. The other guy fell on his knee.
He's in pain. Oh, he's smiling.
I think he's all right.
Help me up.
He's been watching Chad Baker Mazzara too much.
Oh. That was a good.
He just tripped over him.
Yeah, all right. That was a good performance, though.
It was.
Nearly brought a tear to the room's eye.
All right. If McNeese does end up winning this game, can they beat Purdue?
Ooh.
Yes. Yeah.
Imagine
Purdue,
Will.
Yeah.
Purdue's
Will in
not
the
going to
Sweet
love
16.
Yeah.
NC State's
I actually think
they will sweat.
I was about to say, I think it gets really murky. It gets super murky.
We're going to try to get. I ran into him earlier. Chris Corciani starred for NC State. He's here in Vegas. He's going to come by later. We'll see how much he's sweating after this one if they hold on.
McCall, do you know who Corciani is?
I don't remember him. No.
Tell him.
He's the single most important person in Jeff Goodman's life.
You know who he is, Duster?
Yes, I do.
All right.
He was a point guard for the
Who did he play
early
with?
90s team.
Who was his backcourt mate?
It was I know this. Don't tell
Jarrell,
me.
you ever heard of him?
Nope. No. I have not. Don't tell me. Don't tell. It was Vinny Del Negro, right?
No, Rodney Monroe. Fire and ice.
Rodney
Nice.
You didn't know that?
We got Georgia Gonzaga tipping up here in 4 minutes.
4 minutes, huh, Matt?
4 minutes.
4-minute warning. Yeah. So okay, I think Gonzaga rolls. I think they really do. I think they.
I do too.
They got they finally figured out the St. Mary's problem. Got that win the WCC title game. Predictives have always been good all year long, and I don't think Georgia can keep up with them. 1 through 8.
Georgia was dead in the water once the SEC play started. They had 2 wins, and their 2 wins were over LSU and South Carolina, who are the only 2 teams that didn't get to the NCAA tournament. And then they flipped it. And it was really that win, Florida, their win over Florida.
Yeah, got them back going. Yep.
They have the win over St. John's. I mean, it was not in a good place. Credit Mike White and his staff.
No, he did a good job. He did a good job of stabilizing that for sure. I mean, they beat Florida.
They did.
I mean,
They
they're
did.
one of 4 teams that have done that.
I keep saying this. Everyone wants to talk. Can there be multiple SEC teams that gets to the Final Four? And I would love to know everybody's thoughts on this because I'm curious. I think there's a team that's not in that top 4 in terms of Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, and Auburn. I think there's somebody else that's in the field that makes a deep run. I don't know who it is. I think somebody else in the field makes a deep run. Is it Missouri? Because they beat Florida too.
Yeah, Missouri. It could be Missouri.
Is it Kentucky?
They had health.
I think it's Kentucky.
I think someone not in those top 4s. When we're talking about 2 teams get to the Final Four in the SEC, I think it's someone we're not talking about.
I think it's Kentucky. They get past
It won't be
Troy.
Georgia.
No.
I say it won't be Georgia. I think we can all agree on that.
I don't agree on that.
Rob loves Georgia.
No,
I think Georgia wins.
No way. Gonzaga's got a better chance
Jeff,
of making
I found a win
deep
for
run.
you. I found a winning bet for you. Just take Gonzaga.
Yeah,
Let
it
him take
is.
Georgia.
I don't know. If I go for 2, I might just
You're
wait till the
already
blackjack
0 for 2.
table later.
You're already over 2.
That's where I won. That's where I won.
Lose your
So
money
this is
in a
the
different way.
problem. Jeff Goodman has lost track of how much he's losing today in this room.
It'd be 0 for 2.
This would be over 2 if you bet.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? It'd be,
But I haven't lost that one yet.
All right, we'll let you keep hope.
I mean, I'm waiting for the Tigers to come out of that locker room. They're going to be ready. Ian Shefflin.
All right, we're gonna try to come up with some motivational quotes for Clemson, like maybe from like Braveheart or you got any ideas, Goodman? Maybe we can come up with some
Gladiator.
of those for the Clemson Tigers.
Maybe Dabo.
After half, there
Bring
you go.
Dabo in.
We need a sermon in that locker room. This is Madnesscast. Stick around.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. I have been looking for the best deal on March Madness tickets, which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and more than 70,000 events available. Now that March Madness is here, SeatGeek has your back. Each ticket is rated so you know if it's a good deal with that little green dot, and it's backed by a buyer guarantee. You can get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek with code FIELD68. That's code FIELD68. Owning property in the state of Texas is difficult enough. Paying taxes on your property should not make your life any more complicated. Ownwell believes that when it comes to paying property taxes, you should only pay what's fair. In under 3 minutes, you can sign up and have their team of Texas experts start saving you money without a single upfront cost. It's easy. When you sign up, you get an instant estimate of the tax savings they can get you so that when that property tax bill comes due, the amount that you have to fork over to Uncle Sam isn't quite as painful. Put property tax money back in your pocket in just minutes. 86% of customers receive a reduction with an average savings of more than $1,100. Imagine how much less stress you'll have in your life knowing that you could take some of the money that you have earmarked for the IRS and spend it on, an 85-inch flat screen to watch March Madness. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most Texas counties. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com/CBB. That's OWNWELL.com/CBB.
Welcome back, Madnesscast. I'll just go through the scores real quick. Not that you probably need us to, but 58-40, Auburn over Alabama State. 33-0, McNeese State. VCU and BYU tied at 22. And then Gonzaga and Georgia just tip off. Gonzaga hits a 3 to kick things off. Nolan Hickman. So Rob's Georgia moneyline bet already in great trouble.
Not looking great, Bob. Not looking great.
It's over. It's over, man. It's over. You can't win it now. You're down 3-0. This is a very important start here. Matt McCall told us first 4 minutes.
He missed the first shot, 0 for 1 from the 3.
No foul? There we go. That's that McNeese toughness.
They're getting every offensive
rebound. Bang.
Ooh.
Man, that would have really been it.
Backbreaker.
That would have really been it, Jeff. I mean, first of all, 44 points. All right, that's the biggest problem.
Tough finish.
Jaden Zachary.
Where's the flagrant?
Tough finish.
I mean, look at it. Look at that. He's not faking this. They don't fake it, McNeese. You know, like Dylan Cardwell was on the court. He was crying, you know. This is real. Look at that. Look at that. You see the way he hit him in the back of the head? I mean, that's unbelievable. That's truly unbelievable.
What are you talking about right now?
What's the fact that he got hurt and nobody called it? What's been the well, I think we need to officiate this fairly. All right. What's been the most interesting result of the day so far?
Has there been one?
This will be it.
Yeah,
if it holds.
Yeah.
100%.
Other than that, there
really hasn't been one yet.
Yeah,
Creighton was
winning
interesting.
over the Final Four team of one Rob Dostler.
Creighton rolling.
Yeah, remember?
Remember?
Yeah.
What?
You don't remember
That happened.
when you said that they were the dark horse Final Four team, Louisville.
Do you understand the definition of dark horse?
Dude, nobody.
Do you know who you picked for the dark
Nobody
horse?
talked
final?
more about Louisville than
Do
you
you know
did after you watched them. Remember when
Do
they
you know who
decimated that
And
14-year-old?
they were the number 11 team in the country.
Down in the Bahamas.
They're the number
When they
11 team in the
destroyed
country.
that poor kid.
They're
And
the
you
number-
had him go to the Final Four.
Do we want to go down this road? Do we want to go down? Want to go down this road?
Dude,
Down this
we've
road.
already gone down the road. He's already gone down.
So I'm going to give you a little background. So Dostler goes down to Bahamas, and he watches Louisville. They played, 3 games, Rob? 3 games down the Bahamas.
Brooks? Where's Louisville ranked right now in college basketball in the AP poll? 11th.
But where are they in the tournament? Gone. Bye-bye.
Fucked is where they
so
are.
he watches him anyway. Let me forget it. Goes down. He watches him play 2-3 games, whatever it was down there. They play one team. I had gone a year before. You ever gone to the Bahamas to play?
Mm-mm.
All right.
I've never been.
Basically, they just pick up dudes off the street.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. Well, they picked up a guy on this team, a kid who was 14 years old and a kid who was 49 years old. And they beat the hell out of him. And Doster comes out of there saying, like, this is a Final Four team. This is legit. That's what he thinks by watching him beat a 14-year-old and a 49-year-old.
That I would say
49.
I would
49.
say like
No, I saw the birth certificate.
about
49.
The
49.
In that entire rant, the only accurate thing that you said was that I went to the Bahamas. That was the only accurate thing you said.
Find like random Bahamas.
I saw him play the year before. They played South Carolina. So bad. Those teams down there are so bad.
Yeah. Who did Goodman have in the Final Four?
For this year?
Who's his dark horse? Go down the road, dude.
I
don't see why we don't want to go down the road now. Now it seems like the great time to go down
I
the
got
road.
Florida win it all, beating Duke.
No, but who?
You had none of
I
that.
had
in the
Kansas.
preseason.
I had Kansas early. I had Kansas, Alabama.
You tried to tell me you spent the entire preseason.
I don't remember. Yeah, tell me who.
Goodman,
I don't remember.
you spent the entire preseason trying to tell me how Kansas was that much better than Alabama.
Well, you picked them 2. I mean, it's not like you had them like Kansas at like 22. You had them at 2.
No,
so
I had
don't
them. I had them
don't
at
puff
4.
your chest out here.
I had them at 4.
No, you had them at 2.
I had them at
You
4.
had
By the way,
You want to know who I had above them?
I think
UConn. You had UConn above them.
I mean, who was
Who'd
not
you have
gonna
at 2 then?
Like
They
if
did
you
UConn at 2?
If you would have left Kansas unranked,
I
which is
don't
obviously
remember.
where they belong, everybody would have killed you
Right.
for that.
You can't. You can't.
So
it's Bill
I
Self.
get it. What
I don't care.
are you supposed to do?
Bill Self was coaching us 5.
Everybody was wrong. Everybody was wrong about Kansas. You know. I mean, why is the question? What? How are we so wrong?
No,
Well,
do it.
because-
no, I'm not giving it to you. No.
Here.
Okay, Jeff Goodman's preseason Final Four. Alabama wins the title.
Okay.
Kansas,
Yeah.
Duke, and Ole Miss.
Oh, Miss.
That's not a true.
What in the world?
That's not a true. That was my
Pretty good.
sleeper pick.
Oh, Miss.
You
is a
pick one
terrible
sleeper
preseason.
pick for the preseason.
That's
It's not horrible.
No,
I wasn't expecting Ole Miss to be the last team. I knew one was coming.
It could have been worse.
Was this
No, it
basketball
could've
or
been
the
worse.
college?
That could have been a lot worse.
No,
It could have been a lot
absolutely.
worse.
Why would you have Ole Miss in the Final Four?
You're picking up one sleeper.
You don't pick sleepers.
You do.
No, you don't.
No, we had a rule that you had to pick one team outside the preseason top 25.
Oh, okay. All
Or
right.
something
Okay.
like that.
So that's important context.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would have that rule.
I think. I don't know if that's what we
No,
made the
I
draft
think I just
from.
picked them because I'm not.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Duke and Bama are still going to be in
Kansas,
contention.
obviously, probably not.
But everybody thought Kansas
Right.
coming
I
into
mean,
it.
most people probably had Kansas.
On paper.
Hey, by the way, first 4 minutes, McNeese has pushed the lead to 20.
Right. My preseason Final Four was Baylor, Iowa State, Bama, and Duke.
It's only been 8 points scored the second half.
So Baylor's
gone.
Yeah, Baylor's only.
Iowa State
lost. They
probably
could have been
gone.
if they were fully healthy.
Man.
Crushed
Duke and Bama are alive though, so I feel decent about that.
I don't
Well,
love.
all three
my
of
Alabama
them
to
are
win
in the
it
same
all.
region. It's 22 now. It's 20. McNeese is doing to Clemson what Gonzaga did to McNeese last year.
Let's get Tio on.
Seriously, text them.
Damn, y'all gonna make him come on? Seems cruel.
Oh,
and
my
unusual.
God.
This is just a beatdown.
Oh, yeah, it's over. You start missing like that. it's trouble. Oh, my God, that's foul.
Good 200 from Goodman today.
How's Georgia doing, Dustin?
They probably
It's 13.
they probably don't do it
I should have
anymore.
bet. How did I not take that one? Damn it! Too late.
I told you.
They probably don't do it anymore, but before they got all the games kind of getting coverage, really bad feeling. You were getting your ass kicked, and they switched the game out on you. You'd be on the national broadcast. Yeah, let's get this game out of here.
The winner,
Switch
I don't
on.
care what happens the rest of the day today. The biggest winners of the first round on day one are NC State basketball fans. They're the biggest winners.
because that's their coach.
As long as they get him.
Maybe.
As long as he signs.
Could be the biggest losers.
I mean, imagine.
If he wins one
It would be
more.
so NC State, by the way, if this happened to them.
Nah, he's not going to do that.
But imagine if it did.
If they go to a Sweet 16.
Now, they go to a Final Four, maybe North Carolina fires Hubert, right, and hires Will. I mean, it could be something like that. Although maybe North Carolina's going to the Final Four now. So we'll have to see. But little 9-0 run to start the second half. Do you guys think I should just put it on the blackjack table or what?
Yes.
I think that's what I should do.
No, who's the biggest underdog you think can win today?
Yeah, that's true.
The biggest underdog.
Of the game.
Is it Yale? Yale, is that the biggest underdog you think
I
can
don't
win
think
today?
Yale can win.
Another one. Who do you think?
Who's the biggest underdog you think can win today?
Yeah.
There aren't many left.
I don't think it's changes their mind.
I mean, McNeese is the biggest underdog that won
There's
today.
no other. He doesn't fit Villanova.
Never said
He doesn't
that.
fit Virginia.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty sizable dog.
What I'm saying is that you need to take that 200 and just go put it on the money line.
Yeah, he does.
Whatever.
He does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
why not?
I don't think another dog's going to win today. Is the problem? I might say for tomorrow. And bet the Tigers without Tyrese Hunter plus 110. Bet MGM.
Is he out?
Yeah,
Definitely.
he's out. Yeah.
Wofford.
They play today. Who are they
That'll
playing?
be the biggest one.
Oh, Tennessee. Yeah. Okay.
I think Bryant's got a real chance. I think they're a live dog.
You really think that?
I do.
They do have the one
I
and
do.
only
Earl
Timberlake. The GOAT, some say. I always loved when he was at Memphis. I always loved him because he looked like he left the stove on, like at home. That's how he
Shot
played.
clock violation.
Wait, what? Hold on. We're not skirting by that. What does that mean?
He just always had that facial expression.
He looked like he left the stove on.
He looked like he always was like wondering if he left the stove on at home when he was playing. You know that look like the stove on. That's how he looked. I mean,
Confused?
Confused. Totally confused.
Are you saying he's dumb? Like,
No, I'm not saying he's dumb at all. I'm just saying he looked like he just every time he took the court, it was like he was perplexed. Which hey, we've all been there. Dude. All right. I don't mean he's dumb at all. I don't know him at all like that. But that's just how I'm just sharing my
Georgia scored, bro.
You know what?
We should throw a party.
Bad idea.
Throw a party.
You know what was a bad idea? Betting against Mark Few in the NCAA
You
tournament.
can't bet against Fewy.
That
Not
was
in
like
the first weekend.
3 minutes ago, Rob.
Bad idea.
We
That
told
was-
you this.
That was like 3 minutes ago.
Seriously, every year that dude goes to second weekend.
Nah, his consistency
Crazy.
is underrated. It doesn't get talked about enough.
I mean, think about that. The
I think it gets
consistency
talked
with
about
how
plenty.
good they are in the
We
regular
talked
season.
about 10 minutes ago. You skirted right past it.
I think Georgia's got it.
Decisions were made.
You said
What did he say? I think Georgia's
you do.
decisions
Yeah,
were
you
made.
said Silas Dimmery was going to end the run of the one Mark Few. You said that. Look, you can make this right. Bet Gonzaga live. This is going to be a destruction. It's going to. I mean, I don't think Georgia's going to magically figure out a way to start scoring on this Gonzaga team.
You never know.
I know.
You never know.
Everybody told me not to mush McNeese State. They've extended that sumbitch, and they look even better in the second half than they did in the first. I mean, it's unbelievable. And Auburn has the question with Auburn is, can they cover the 32.5?
I think they will.
If they want to, they can.
Yeah, I think they will.
Yeah, that's the problem. If they decide they wanted to go ahead and run this up,
Ooh, I don't know. Alabama State's gonna play this thing to the buzzer. For
8
sure.
minutes though, that's a long time.
Yeah, it is.
I would be nervous if I had Alabama State plus 32.5.
Oh, for sure.
I would be very nervous. I'm like,
What's it, 21 now?
Yeah.
Yep.
8 minutes left.
Yeah. I mean, you'd like to think with a couple minutes left, you're getting the walk-on zone. Minute left.
Yeah.
Minute.
Let's go Cougars.
It's starting to assert their will now.
Good pass. One more.
Travel.
Yeah.
So how much now do we feel good about the fact that Kevin Young has done this as an NBA assistant coach, and now because of his success, I think partially that so many other schools are going this route, right? We're seeing Alex Jensen at Utah, Luke Laux at Florida State, Jarrell Like, are you buying into this new kind of way of hiring? Years ago it was former NBA players and coaches. Now it's NBA assistants.
I don't necessarily hate the fact, number one, that they're assistants. It's a completely different role from the head.
Yeah, they haven't made $100 million.
100%, a lot less ego.
Right.
And the second part of that, Jeff, is that with the current landscape of college, has become a lot more transactional. So, is it going to work? I'm not saying that they're all pan out and be great hires, but just in terms of the business side of things and how to deal with these type of guys, a lot of NBA assistants are really well equipped to do that stuff because they're already doing.
You got to find the right ones, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the key with anything.
And they have to do a great job of building a staff.
100%.
I think that's the most important thing, bar none, is that, with them going from the NBA back to a college landscape, is that they're going to need to build strong staffs around them to ensure that they got all of the different resources and just the knowledge of the leagues that they're going to be in, the opponents and things like that, or even just the recruiting aspect of it, because it's still an aspect, even though, obviously we talk so much now about the NIL being a big part of that, but it's still a recruiting aspect of it and building a relationship and talking to parents, and that's something that's completely, they're oblivious about almost at the NBA level. So I don't necessarily hate it. I think it can be good depending on the situation. I'm definitely interested to see what Jensen will do in Utah.
Well, he's still there. I mean, that's the crazy part too. So you got Jay Lucas, who left Duke right away.
Yeah.
You got Alex Jensen, who stayed in Utah and is now trying to do both jobs as he navigates the portal. I don't know if he's made a hire yet, but it would seem to me that that's going to put him way behind the
No, for sure.
You can't, that's look, the hiring the NBA assistant route makes a lot of sense to me if you give them the staff, the support that they need. If you got a GM, they can handle all that.
Do they even know who to hire, though? That's, like when Isaiah Thomas was hired, now I know it was FIU, but when he was hired, he had no idea who to hire in college. He had no idea, and that's part of the problem with some of these guys. I mean, Alex Jensen, who's he listening to?
Right.
To make that staff.
No, that's actually perfect. And from what I understand, they don't have do they have a ton of resources?
No.
And this is the part I'm interested about. How the hell does BYU have everything under the sun NIL wise and Utah has nothing?
They got
I
know we don't know that. I talked to
dynamic,
Danny
right?
Ainge.
Do you know how much money the Mormon Church has?
Oh, listen,
I
get it.
We're talking like 3 commas and 2 digits in front.
Well, it was the Jazz owner Ryan Smith, and he got everybody together. Right. And there's another guy that's the associate AD who's done a great job of kind of, again, connecting everybody together.
Right.
And Utah, they don't have those type of resources, which surprised me too. I didn't know the disparity would be that great.
I didn't think that would be something where it's like, man. And I spent a little bit of time out in Salt Lake when I played with the Jazz. It's a different place, but it's like, just in terms of BYU and Utah, you wouldn't think, like you said, just the gap would be that huge until you kind of heard it. And I know Ryan Smith had a big part of it as well, too, since he's come in.
They got money, man.
He's kind of got his hand in on everything.
Yeah.
Why are you can I ask you an honest question?
Yeah.
Why are you the way that you are? Because I was just going on Twitter just to see what everybody's doing, and I see a post from you that says
Brooks okayed it. I did run it by Brooks.
He showed me, and I thought it would be an interesting tweet.
See? So I didn't just do that on my own. We can blame Brooks for that one too.
I don't know.
He's taking a little bit of accountability.
You asked his opinion. He gave it to you, but he didn't. He's not responsible for it.
No, he's not responsible. I'm responsible for my own actions.
That's spoken like somebody that's been coached to say that.
Well.
But you tweeted that the deal has not been signed.
I'm just reminding NC State fans that
you're sick.
I'm just reminding them that who knows. Pen to paper has not been happening.
It has not happened.
But you know what what you're doing. I respect it.
Because NC State fans, man,
they're gonna get.
No, we've had a real love-hate, mostly hate relationship for a long time. because it dated back actually to they drove Herb Sendek out of NC State after he got into like 5 straight NCAA tournaments. They drove his ass out because he couldn't handle their fan base anymore. They weren't beating Duke or Carolina enough, and I said, be careful what you wish for.
Right.
And then they had Sidney Lowe,
Right.
which was a complete train wreck.
Well, Rodney Terry made 3 straight NCAA tournaments.
That's Texas, though. It's
He's
Texas.
going to lose his job.
It's not enough. It's just not enough.
He didn't shed a single tear.
It's not enough for Texas. Unfortunately, these days, there's certain programs that have higher expectations. Carolina should have them. Texas has the money and the resources, and they're thinking we shouldn't be the 14th team to get in the NCAA tournament this year, right? And then you lose in a bad way in the first 4. Like, I think if they had lost differently, maybe I don't know if it would have changed, but it's certainly a lot easier
because
to make
they blew the lead.
Yeah, they had it. I mean, they had that game.
It wouldn't have mattered if they would have not had a lead.
Right? No, but it just looks worse.
It doesn't.
But he was gone no matter
His
what.
His performance last night was bad.
Right.
So yes, it is gonna be a more raw thing. Like
He didn't do himself any favors.
exactly. Like, hey, give me a reason to keep.
Yeah,
right.
He did not
Show
do
me
that.
something.
He didn't.
And you have a top 5 pick all year.
But like you don't.
Yeah,
Actually,
they do.
You
know,
know,
Trey's really good.
He is. He's a dog. You don't actually think that Will Wade wouldn't go to NC State?
No, I think it's done.
I'm
just having some fun.
Are you? But you don't even check your mentions. You're not even.
Don't even bother anymore.
Just start the fire and walk away.
No,
man.
you really are Heath Ledger in Dark Knight at the hospital.
Just hit send and move on. Move on.
Like, yeah.
They're probably lighting my ass up, but
I think worse. They believe you. I think they kind of believe you that
I think
who's
they
the guy?
They're watching the game.
The singer from NC State, McCreary, Scotty McCreary. We've kind of gotten into a little bit over
Really?
the years too. Yeah,
The American
he's a big
Idol
NC State fan. Yeah, he went there.
You
Huge
gotta
NC
do
State
the
fan.
American Idol guy.
Yeah, huge. I mean, they got some crazy ass fans down there. We'll bring Cortiani on later.
You and Clay Aiken?
Cortiani, I think. Story. I'm not a Clay Aiken guy.
No, he was definitely Ruben Studdard.
Cortiani, I think in Gugliotta. Do you know who Tom Gugliotta is? You know that name?
Tom
You know
Gugliotta.
that name. Gugliotta. You know that name?
Yes.
I think it was Cortiani and Gugliotta. Well, ask
That was
Chris
the
when
most
he comes over.
Italian team in the history of college. A Corciani and a Gugliotta.
Do you remember the story though? A few years ago, I think it was Cortiani, but it might have been Gugliotta. One of them got tossed from a game for heckling the ref.
It was. I'm pretty sure it was Corciani. It was
Right?
sitting with Gugliotta.
He had a
Yeah.
few. I think Chris had a few.
No.
of
No. He was definitely sober. Sober as a bird.
We got to get Chris over.
We'll ask him. We'll ask him about that story when we get him on.
We got to get Chris over.
About BYU.
Goodman,
here.
Goodman, let me ask you this: if we had the choice between getting like Coach K on,
Yeah.
or Chris Corciani, who would you rather have?
I mean, who would I have more fun with?
Who would you rather have on the show?
Coach K, obviously.
No, that's not true.
Coach K. That's 100% true.
Nobody
I tried to
believes
get-
that.
I saw your face.
I tried to get Coach
Nobody
K.
believes that.
He can't come on. He's obligated. He's got a serious deal.
So much for having a good set of games here. We got a McNeese in a blowout. This Gonzaga game's embarrassing.
McNeese in a blowout is crazy.
This Gonzaga result is embarrassing, dude. It is 27-3.
No,
Dawson,
27-3.
Dawson said Georgia
Rob, you were
money
close
line.
on this one. You're about as close as I was
This
on
is,
McNeese.
this is it.
Hey,
This is it. I
John
got
Mark
Georgia.
Cleaned up today.
I didn't just say it either. Hold on, I'll show you.
He tweeted it too.
Hey, you want to know where the Sharps play? It's this room right here.
27-3.
I'll show you, John.
Oh my goodness.
I also have Alabama State
This
money
is
line.
crazy.
So
That was for fun. That was
but
right. I hope.
Look, here we go. Georgia money line.
My God, he did it.
Georgia money line. The cat.
But you
Guess what the
tweet-
cash out is? Guess what the cash out is on a $100 bet? 35 cents.
You should take it.
You should take it.
Probably should.
It's better than walk away with nothing, huh?
I might double down. and bet
BYU
35
up
more
11
cents.
and a half.
By the way, the video
Held
will show you.
VCU to
I
28
told Dawson,
points.
I said, you need to bet Gonzaga live because I don't think Georgia's going to be able to score. They have literally not scored.
This is
They
crazy.
scored 3 points.
I mean, Blue Cane can't get in the board here.
Dude, Blue Kane is a hilarious player to watch because
There you go.
if you watch him,
There we go.
he doesn't pass.
By
He
the way,
doesn't pass.
Clemson's only down 18. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
They're down 18, and they've scored
They're
27
down 25
points.
for your bet.
All right. I'm just looking at overtime.
26,
I just want to get to OT.
My God.
All right.
I mean, McNeese is going to beat
You
Purdue,
can take
too.
the money.
You know
You
what?
can take the money.
I'm gonna do it. We're calling it.
Cashing out.
I'm going to do it.
Oh, man. What a rough day.
Oh, Josh is going to request an ISO shot around here.
It's brutal.
Trevor's got to do it. You got to ask Trevor.
Oh my God.
Why do you go in front?
Well, we're going to blackjack tables later.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get all my money back that I lost to you. I'm gonna get it all back. Yeah, we're live. We're live.
Hello, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's
Only
47.
Rob can walk in front of the camera.
Yeah. Because I said, if I set the fucking cameras up, I can do it. Okay, Goodman? Shit. Tim, what's up?
Oh,
There you go. Come on. Hold that money up.
I've already. Let me get it. That's actually
The money. Look at the score.
I gave it to him.
First 4 minutes. You know what happened?
Conceded.
It's 10 minutes ago.
I mean, no way.
They're down by 20.
There's no chance.
Look,
7.5.
Here's the thing. Clemson's got 27 points right now. This is why it's over. Clemson's got 27 points right now. They can go on a 27-0 run and still not be covering.
That's over.
Mayhem McCall's like, yeah, shit, you might be right.
I'm hoping for OT. That's all.
It might be over.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
Who took Georgia? Who did it?
It was honestly even shittier than Goodman's bet.
So, yeah.
I don't know. It's close.
So the cash out right now, guys, the cash out on a $100 money line bet on Georgia is 35 cents.
Technically, yeah, because I mean it's 27-5 just looks diabolical. It's a diabolical looking score.
It's not even like a football score either. 27-3, you can make like the football. You can't even
Right.
do that 27-5.
28-3 has happened.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen that. 27-5 in basketball just feels insurmountable. Even though it's not, it just feels like it is. So
This was the second best team in the ACC.
is it?
I know. That's crazy.
Is it?
Well, maybe
Or Louisville.
Right.
By the
Are
way,
they?
just for the record,
both got
I
spanked.
just want to let everyone listening at home, I just want to let you guys know, we texted Terrence Oglesby, and he said, I can't do it right now, guys.
Why? Ask for a valid reason.
Because he says he is taking care of his children.
Oh, no. That is.
I don't believe it.
We'll
He said, I don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
no, just tell
Take
him.
care
We
of
just
his-
need a quick cameo. Tell him.
Yeah.
Come take care of your field of 68 children.
That's right. Exactly.
All right.
Quick cameo.
Dagan wants us to talk about some of the games tonight.
Because we're beyond the
Everything's
these ain't
done.
compelling.
It's a wrap. Hold on, I'll figure it out. I'll tell you what,
What
it
is
is
it
right now.
Probably be
Trevor, when you talk, you got to talk into a mic if you're going to
7,
talk.
8.
You got to
7 or
he's
8,
just
maybe?
prompting us. He's just prompting
project.
us. Rob.
All right.
He doesn't want to be on the air. He just wants to
Purdue,
help us.
efficiency
We're
margin
drowning.
24. Efficiency margin 24. What are the average possessions?
He's literally looking at Ken Palm.
65. Purdue.
I mean, if I look at the net ratings, I can give you a spread.
McNeese.
Purdue minus 4.5.
10,
4.5. It won't be that close.
6. No, it'll be 6.5.
Is it going to be that low?
6.5. Yeah.
I
Think it'll be higher?
Is that official?
That is based off of what Ken Palm's projections will be.
What's the number you got?
6.5.
This was 7.5.
Actually, no. It'll be 7.5. 7.5. You're right. I did the math wrong.
That's what I said. I said about
7.
I think it'll be
7.5.
bigger than that.
7.
I think it'll be 8.5.
7 is my guess. Brad, what do you think? Brad and Tim, we got Brad and Tim Murray over here. What do you guys think the opening line will be for McNeese in Purdue?
All right, McNeese Purdue opening line. I think it's gonna be a low number.
7.5 against Clemson. I think 5.5.
I think it's gonna be lower. 3.5.
Wow.
See, I wasn't that old. I wasn't
really
that far. I said 4.5.
Okay, McNeese, they are
Yeah,
12.
you're right. I mean, we're all in the same
Yeah,
vicinity
we are
here.
right there. Yeah.
They're a 12 seed. They're not going to be 3.5.
And who would you
The
take?
shit
If
after
they're
this.
3.5, we'll take
And who would you
Purdue.
take?
After
If they're
this.
3.5, take Purdue.
No, McNeese all day.
All right, McNeese minus 8.5.
No.
I mean, no matter what. I'm putting you on. Put him on the. Hey, I got you another winner. I got you another winner. Purdue
Pull your dick back out. Pull your dick back out. Put it right back on the table.
Purdue plus 8.5.
I'm done betting John Martin. Anything?
I was giving you Rob.
Huh?
I was giving you this was with Rob.
Oh yeah, I can beat him.
I gave you Gonzaga with Rob. You didn't want it.
I think your luck's gonna run out here.
It's not luck, dude. This is business. This is what I do, man. This is what I do.
That's why he drives an Audi.
Yeah.
Why he's got a satchel. He's got a Louis Vuitton satchel, and he drives an Audi. You're trying to bet against this guy? What are we doing here? What are we doing?
And you betting them, huh?
What are we doing here?
You need to go the opposite way, huh? You see a guy like that coming, don't bet it.
Your colleagues are actually frying you. They're absolutely frying you. And now you have no.
You're the one with the satchel.
You know what's funny?
You
know what's funny? Hey, Brooks, are we making fun of John or Jeff right now?
Oh, there's nothing.
Yeah.
I'm feeling great. Who do you bank with?
Both.
Is there an ATM for your bank here?
Huh?
Your ATM for your bank.
What about it?
Is it here? And is there one in the casino?
There's an ATM everywhere, John.
Okay.
Every casino.
We're gonna have to hit it. We're gonna have to hit it.
We'll wait for the night games. What do we got for the night session? Let's run through some of these.
What do we got
first
for the night session?
slate of the night session.
So
what do we got?
Tennessee Wofford, right? A little bit later tonight. We've got
That's the first one, right? Tennessee Wofford.
UNC Wilmington. Texas
Any chance Wofford pulls the upset in that one? Any shot?
People love to pick against Rick Barnes, but honestly, the majority of the time he's been really good in these first round games. Like it's not here where he falters.
Right.
Typically.
He doesn't get upset. He just can't beat the big dogs in the second weekend.
Yeah, I mean, so no, I don't. I think Tennessee's damn good. Folks.
Then we got, to me, the most compelling matchup is in Providence. After that, it's Arkansas, Kansas.
Yes.
And
this the early
now?
The early evening
4.5?
The 5.5 now. Arkansas plus 5.5. I'd still be on Kansas at that number. I don't know, guys.
You wouldn't just take the points? I mean, I know you don't like Arkansas at all. You haven't liked them all year, which rightfully so. But it's not like Kansas has made you feel good about them.
Yeah.
I think that Boogie Flynn is just throwing me off. And then
why you were bringing back?
It's
weird, right?
Don't
Been
get me
out
wrong,
how long?
Best player probably on their team, most talented guy, but they've played their best basketball since he's been out. You know what I mean? So it's like to throw him in now,
well, number one, why would he
want to, right?
I guess, but if you're his agent, aren't you telling him maybe he fell off? He was like a first rounder for a while. Maybe he fell off. Maybe you're thinking, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Give it one more shot to see if he can pick up momentum again. But if you're Cal, now again, the only problem is you're so thin right now that you literally have 7 guys.
You can't turn them away.
Right.
And say,
you're
no,
going to need the
thanks.
body.
Yeah, for
you're
sure.
going to need
You
the body at some point.
Sure. That's true. But yeah, I think I would.
The hard part with that is Boogie needs the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have a different role. I honestly think he's going to have a different role.
And will he be able to accept that? And if you're Boogie Flynn and you come
Stand
back
in the corner, do how he played Nelly Davis
I was
early.
say,
in the year.
how Davis
That's
played
your role now.
for the
That's
first
your
half.
role. Because you know what? That's actually the role Boogie Flynn will be best in. He can shoot it.
He can't shoot it,
but he's a ball stopper. That's what he is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's more correlation than causation with that. I think they just hit a span where they grew up, and it just so happened that Boogie Flynn was out. I don't think he's the reason why they took off, though. I mean, I think he's too good for a good part of the season. It's why they didn't start 0-16.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the only guy they had that could shoot. So I think it'll be fine. I mean, and plus it's against a Kansas team that I consider basically dead.
Dead.
Are they though? I don't.
Dead?
I think they're a dead.
I think they got a lot to prove.
Well,
Bruce, what do you think? Have you watched Kansas?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, the last game we watched that I watched them fully is the Houston game. That game was crazy.
Yes.
Like OOT or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I know Flory because Flory, he actually went same conference as me in high school.
Really?
Yeah, and my dad was my high school coach. So my dad coached against Flory a lot. Unbelievable talent. So I don't know. It'll be a fun game to watch for sure.
Is it strange for you to watch because you played against them, AJ Storr, and he just hasn't found his footing at Kent. We all thought he was going to be the X factor, the guy that kind of gave them what they needed, and he just hasn't. And they rave about him as a kid. They rave about him, but he just can't stay on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to I think what I was saying at the first. It's like if you go somewhere and build something up, like at a place that really lets you be you, it's hard to leave and get that same kind of production somewhere else because you just didn't go through the growing pains and what I'm saying. Like, and I know he transferred to a couple schools or whatever, but when you find somewhere that fits, it's hard to like just why leave and then. But I mean, NIL is a big part of it. But I hope he has a great tournament. But it's just kind of a wild card whenever you leave. Grass isn't always greener.
You know who I said that about? Michi Johnson.
Yeah,
he's doing so well at South Carolina.
Great, had a
their
great
best
year
player
last
for
season.
a team that was winning, and then you go back to Ohio State. It's like, I know you made more money. I get it. You made more money in NIL, and South Carolina wasn't able to pay you that same number. But looking back, it's funny. We're gonna have Coleman Hawkins here tomorrow. You'll see Coleman.
Cool. Yeah.
So one of the questions I want to ask Coleman is like, okay, dude, you made $2 million this year. Unbelievable, right? That's life-changing money. We know that.
100%.
But if I told you right here, you got $2 million plus you don't make the tournament, or you get $750,000 and you play in the Final Four, which are you taking?
The $750 and playing the Final Four because some experiences like just outweigh money. You know what I mean? It's a lifetime memories. But yeah, no, it's a great question for sure. It's a great question
because he was like torn up.
Yeah, you saw him balling.
I mean, he
balling.
Was like, really,
I love Coleman. Because he does. He wears his emotions in his sleeve. He's so smart. Sometimes, again, I've said this to him, he can get in his own way with some of his stuff. But
he's also too smart.
Yes.
Like I think he's too smart and too thoughtful, and like sometimes it just helps, and you can probably speak to this, Brooke. Sometimes it just helps to like have nothing going on up there, and just be able to
be in the area.
Because when you start thinking about it, then it just becomes.
Rob can speak from experience.
Yeah,
y'all are killing me.
Have nothing going on
That's
up there.
the most Goodman's laughed in 3 years.
I love when Goodman actually laughs because
you got nothing going on up there, so
that's why I bet on Gonzaga when they were. It was
30-12 now.
It was
That's pretty good.
30-5. Hey, don't call it a comeback.
And you bet Gonzaga.
Better
Don't
come
call
back
it
to
comeback.
McNeese.
One less point than Clemson had at halftime.
Another game that people have talked about quite a bit in terms of the popular upset pick is Yale and A&M. And I guess because Yale did it last year,
right?
And A&M, you want to talk about not having a lot going on up there? That's them.
Oh god!
Like A&M is the only team I've ever seen that gets in rock fights, but hits themselves in the head with the rock. You're supposed to hit the other team, but they hit themselves. So that worries me about A&M. I don't know if it worries me, Jeff, today, but it worries me long term with them because I don't think they're a super high IQ basketball team.
No, I mean the guards are electric at times. It could look awesome, right? I mean Wade Taylor on a given night can look like as good a guard as there is in the country, and then sometimes like time and score, you can't always process that, right? Like understanding that Zurich Phelps has helped them a ton, right? Now you got two guys who can make plays off the bounce, and I kind of like, in a way, I would say one more dude up front.
Yeah.
Give me one more skill big up front, and I think they're really dangerous because I feel like all their bigs are similar, right? What do? They just want to punk you. They just want to play hard, and they do. They do a great job of it.
Absolutely.
But give me one more skilled format.
They would be for sure a team that some of us would be picking to make a deep run if they had that.
Final Four
That's
team.
all they're missing. And I think even just when we talking about the Yale game, we kind of watched who's it? They did it to Auburn last year, and we've seen too many examples of A&M getting in those games, like John just said, a rock fight where it's like they can't throw it in the ocean. And at some point in time, that's going to happen for A&M. They're going to rely on their defense, their toughness, their rebound, and they go try to carve out some extra possessions. But you just hope it's enough. If they had one more guy like that on the perimeter who could stretch the floor, somebody else that you could depend on to make shots. I mean, I like their team outside of that, outside of the shot making. But I feel like we had a couple teams that's kind of like top tier teams this year that's like that. So,
yeah, there's not a lot of skill there generally at all. I think that's ultimately going to be the end of it. There was a time where I thought maybe, but they had a bad stretch there. They blew that 21-point second half lead to Texas. And I was just like, the Sweet 16 feels like the ceiling for them, which is fine. It's not a bad season by any stretch of the imagination, but you don't have A&M going deep, do you, Rob?
No, I have Yale winning.
You have Yale winning.
Yeah.
So you think this is the end of the road?
Yeah. No, I look.
You got to get one of these right eventually.
You'd hope.
Does he? You'd hope. You'd hope.
I don't know if he will.
No, I really like the matchup for Yale here, and I've said this. I've said this before. So Texas A&M relies on getting offensive rebounds and forcing turnovers, right?
Yep.
Like that's what they do. They get offensive rebounds, they force turnovers, and they say, Wade Taylor and Zurich Phelps, you guys will be able to hit enough tough shots that when those are going down, you guys are going to be able to win, or we're going to be able to win. And what Yale wants to do defensively is they keep you out of the paint and they make you take tough shots over their defense, right? They are 359th in the country, John, in defensive three-point rate, which means there's only 5 teams in America that force teams to take a higher percentage of three-pointers than they do. And that plays right into their hands. Texas A&M shoots 31% from three. They love tough threes. They miss a lot of tough threes. And then what Yale does, I think they're 3rd nationally in defensive rebounding rate, and they don't turn. I want to say they're top 10 nationally in turnover rate. So they don't turn the ball over and they don't give up offensive rebounds, which is what Texas A&M wants to do. That's how they win games. And then they force you to take tough shots, which is what Texas A&M struggles with. So I like the matchup. It's probably smarter to bet Yale to cover than it is to bet the money line, but I think Yale wins this game. I got them in my bracket. I got them and UC San Diego winning in my bracket.
I talked a lot about that one. That's been another one.
We got it. Let's wait for McCall to come on here so I can yell at him about why he's wrong.
Okay.
He just gave me a dirty ass look when I said that.
We'll sub him in. We'll sub in Matt. You guys can preview the UC San Diego Michigan game, which is definitely one of the better ones for sure. So we'll do that. This is Madnesscast. Stick around.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. Now is your chance to prove you're smarter than the field of 68. We're hosting a Survivor contest with our partner Splash Sports. There's a $25 entry fee, a 25 entry max in the contest, and more than 1,700 spots available, which means there's a $40,000 max prize for the winner. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Each day you pick a team to win. If they win, you advance. We'll also be running a free to enter bracket contest as well as a second chance Survivor in the Sweet 16. So prove you know more ball than the field of 68 on Splash Sports. College basketball fans, are you ready to take your hoops game to a new level? Whether you're a seasoned bettor or just trying to win your March Madness office pool, Rhythm is here to give you the edge this season. With data-driven predictions for every single college basketball game left on the schedule, Rhythm helps you maximize your bets. And as March Madness kicks off, Rhythm's insights will help you spot those plucky Cinderellas that you know are going to shake up the NCAA tournament. But that's not all. When Selection Sunday rolls around, let Rhythm's AI-powered bracket generator do the heavy lifting for you. This is the same AI tool that performed 35% better than the average ESPN bracket last year. And here's the best part. Rhythm pairs perfectly with our Field of 68 expert analysis, giving you the 1-2 punch that you need for the rest of the college basketball season. So don't wait. Download Rhythm today and get ready to see college basketball and your betting results in a whole new light.
Welcome back to the Madnesscast here on the Field of 68. Rob Dawson. I got Brad Evans here with me. I got Tim Murray here with me, and I got Matt McCall here, Coach Matt McCall, because me and Matt got a little bit of
it's
a beef
a hot
here.
sauce. That's what
A
we're
hot sauce bet.
chugging.
Yeah, well, what's the bet again?
So
Explain it, please.
he thinks Michigan is going to beat UC San Diego.
I disagree.
I have UC San Diego winning.
So do I.
Okay.
And I feel
Does it
I feel
have to
great
be
about
hot
it.
sauce? I mean, we pick something else. Hot sauce.
Well, what do you want? What do you want to do a shot of?
Fire in, fire out, coach.
I was trying to be. What do you want to do?
Tequila? Like, I mean, what?
Oh my God! My God! Yeah,
I'm in. I'm in. You want to do a shot of tequila? Losers got
That's
to do a
better
shot.
than hot sauce. I mean,
All right,
yeah.
By the way, that game's going to end at like 9:45, so you're going to be feeling.
Dude, I will do a shot with you guys just for shits and giggles.
All right, done. Shot of tequila on the line. Shot of tequila on the line.
So you really think Michigan's losing that game?
I do.
Why? And I'll give you my take on why I think they
Michigan's biggest Achilles heel this year has been issues with turnovers.
Okay.
UC San Diego is second nationally in defensive turnover.
Okay.
I think that's it.
I have the same shoes, by the way. I almost wore them
good
today.
taste.
I wore them yesterday on the plane, so I'm giving them a break from today just because the plane. You got to get the plane off.
So is the reason you like Michigan because of the size?
Yes.
Okay. I think those are the two. When you look at this game, is Michigan has the size and UCSD turns people over and Michigan coughs up the ball.
I don't think they've seen size like this all year.
I mean, UC Irvine's center was 7-1. And they played him 3 times. Now, I'm not disagreeing. Danny Wolf and Vlad Golden are better than the big stiff for UC Irvine. No offense to that guy.
It seems to me.
What if he's watching this right now?
Well, hold on. It seems to me.
I just saw him in Henderson on last Saturday night.
This Michigan team, a month ago, right before they played Michigan State, not the game where they were kissing the floor, the game at home, everyone was saying, okay, whoever wins this game is the best team in the Big Ten. Michigan loses.
Yeah.
Then Michigan kind of falters a little bit down the stretch. They won some close games.
ILL.
But they and all of a sudden, maybe there was – look, this is what happens. When it starts going bad, when you're having success as a coach, what do? You go in the locker room and you let everybody air it out. What do you think? What are your feelings? What do you – that's what happens. They just went on a run and won the Big Ten tournament.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you.
They may have figured something out. And here their assist numbers were up in the Big Ten tournament.
Correct.
So that shows me that, like, all right, they're playing the game the right way. They're not wrapped up into, why are you running every play for Danny Wolf? Why is Vlad Golden getting the ball every time? I'm Trey Donaldson. I'm Burnett. Why should he be getting the ball? Oh, they didn't care. They just shared it and passed it and moved it, and they won. So maybe they figured something out. That's why I got Michigan.
All right. Well, I'm going to give you another reason why, but go ahead, Tim.
I think the interesting thing, as I was there watching UCSD on Saturday against Irvine here in town, was that I thought they played horrible. The first half, I thought they were atrocious, and they ended up winning that game by 13. Now, Irvine is not Michigan. I fully recognize that. But I'm curious, for you, Coach, this is going to be the 4th game in 8 days for Michigan, and they're going into elevation, and you're facing a UCSD team.
It's that altitude again.
But you live in Big Ten country, Brad.
I do.
Michigan fans were like, it's no big deal. We had 4 games in 9 days. That was the reason we had that 3-game losing streak. Well, here's 4 games in 8 days, and now you're facing a UCSD team, which from a gambling standpoint, best cover team in the country. And then you've got their elite 3-point shooting team. Iwa Tate Jones gets into the lane. He facilitates, and their best 3-point shooter did not have a good game in the final. And they had someone else. No, Hayden Gray was their second best 3-point shooter. Their main 3-point shooter is whose name is escaping me right now. But
yeah, I know you're talking about.
So I think it's a fascinating game. To me, when that draw came out, that was the game that immediately my eyes gravitated towards the most.
The 3-ball, that was the point I was going to bring up. I mean, you look at UCSD, they're consistently hitting that at like a 40% clip. Right. No matter how you slice and dice, Bart Torvik like I do, being the numbers nerd I am. Michigan is so so unreliable from distance. Now, they turned it up during the Big Ten tournament, and they kind of shot out of mind, out of body than what we have grown accustomed to seeing. So what version of the Michigan shooting attack offensively from outside, whether it's Burnett, whether it's Donaldson, those guys, can they match bucket from bucket from way downtown? I have reservations.
I guess the other thing too I was looking at in terms of this matchup is who really has UC and San Diego played?
Utah State, right? They beat them.
Utah State, okay. But I'm even going back to like their non-conference schedule.
Lost to San Diego State.
That's the
like that's the thing. I'm like,
anybody.
No, they've not played
like I'm like, okay, like who'd they play? Like you look at their November schedule. LaSalle, an A-10 opponent. They lost to Seattle. You go to December. You know, I mean, there's not a high major team that's like jumps off. They're like, hey, that's what I'm saying. Like, in terms of the size and the physicality, they haven't
Flag
seen
Golden is gonna have a monster freaking game. We were gonna look up the rebounds prop.
Yeah.
Because you can bet player props.
Yeah.
What is it? Get the hell out of here. 7.5. Take my money, BetMGM. Take it right now. I've got some bonus bets I'm going to fire off. Dead serious.
It's actually a good idea. I'm doing that right now.
On Golden. Yeah. Somebody take the mic. Tim, you host radio shows, talk.
I'm doing that right now.
Well, what the interesting thing is from who they played, like McNee's coach had not really played anyone either.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And they're smoking.
That's a
Clemson.
good point.
Now, once again, I mean, that's the beauty of this tournament. And it's funny because I was just talking to Brad about this because, you know, living in this gambling world, so many of us are intrigued by UCSD because of how well they cover. They're the best cover team in college basketball. But I was texting an odds maker yesterday here in town, and they are massive UCSD fans tonight. Everybody's on Michigan.
Everybody's on Michigan.
So it's we live in this bubble, at least like the gambling
true.
talk people, and we're like, oh, UCSD is popular. Actually, it's not. But that all being said, the odds maker who texted me said they need UCSD and they need VCU, and they are getting smoked right now. So the book doesn't always win.
This was a bad matchup for VCU. It was a bad matchup.
BYU.
It was a bad matchup. If VCU was playing in an 11-6 game against another 6 seed, I think VCU could win. Not in this matchup. There's too much floor spacing, too much three-point shooting. This was a bad matchup, and I think VCU is good.
Altitude team.
Altitude.
In
altitude. In altitude.
Yes.
There it is.
Finally got something right.
There it is.
Let's go.
And
The altitude.
VCU, like Michigan, this is their 4th game in 8 days. Isn't it? It's pretty crazy that they shipped 3 teams that played on Sunday to Denver.
Yeah.
And I know Wisconsin ended up taking care of
Beer
business.
is great. Weed is even better there. I lived there for 7 years.
I'm not opposed. I'm not anti-Denver. I'm like,
Denver's awesome.
Clean town.
The teams who play
Great
on
views.
Sundays and have to
I
go out
agree.
to Denver.
How about Maryland? I brought this
Going
up
to
earlier.
Seattle?
What?
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, guys, Clemson's got it down to 12.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
knew
this
they were
was
gonna
Saying,
make
don't
a
call it a
push.
comeback, McCall. Don't
That's why I
call it
was
a
saying
comeback.
John Martin was all out here talking trash. I'm like, John.
Did you hold on? Did you look at that? He just
jumped over.
He just went vert over the table.
yeah.
Like it was nothing.
Gonzaga
By the way,
100.
Like it was nothing.
Tomorrow, we were talking about this, Brad. What are we looking at for Houston Gonzaga line? 2.5?
It's going to be small.
It's going to be very short.
Very small.
Very short.
We were talking about, too, it's like the contrast in styles, right? I mean, Houston's going to try to bludgeon in the half court. Gonzaga wants to run.
It's down to 10.
It's down to 10. This
Down
is
to 10.
fascinating. I mean, this thing ain't over yet.
Quick math. 104, right? I've got under 1.
Well, overtime.
Overtime would be horrendous
will
here.
kill you.
Yes.
And that would
Overtime
be-
is, they don't call it undertime.
That would be one hell of a melt.
Why is McNeese shooting
I've never
quick?
heard that before.
Why is McNeese shooting quick?
That's a good
Why are
line.
they shooting quick?
Yeah, McCall, I totally
What
agree
is
with you on
going on?
that. Just bleed the clock. You're up 10.
You know what I do love? We have the 4 TVs going on over here right now. So we got
Price is Right. Is on.
TNT on one.
Yep.
And
We
the
got
Price is
True
Right
TV
is
on another. We got TBS on another. And we got CBS on one. So we hit Drew Carey just showed up on The Price is Right. So we got
you
Clemson coming
so-
back
this
on the
is-
TV right next to Drew Carey. And The
What
Price
is
is Right.
what is CBS doing? What is
gotta-
going
you
on?
Got to throw it in there. This is like when we were growing
No,
up.
you
and
don't.
They
Not
throw
on
your
today.
local news at,
Drew
at
Carey's-
6 o'clock.
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
That's exactly
right.
what happened.
Yeah,
That's
sneak that in
exactly what happened.
We take our break. Everyone go get something to eat, and then start the games back up at 7.
Really impressed with this Gonzaga team, though. I mean, this
Can the
has been
Zags beat
rough.
Houston tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think they will, but I think they can.
Yes.
So let me ask you
Well,
guys
first of all,
this.
you had the Zags losing this game,
Does,
Rob.
does this remind you of
He's not paying attention
and
to
you're
you.
No, he's
Brad,
not.
you're into the analytical stuff.
Yes.
2021, sorry to bring up bad memories.
Yeah, terrible.
Loyola was
Chicago.
Ken Pom number 9.
Yep.
They were an 8. Illinois was the 1, and everyone's like, "This is bullshit. This should."
It was one of the worst draws
and
in
Loyola
human
beat
history.
Illinois.
Yep.
It feels similar
Yep.
to because Ken Pom and Bart Torvik and the net love Gonzaga.
Yep.
But the resume sucked up
Yep.
until winning the
WCC and finally
So
beating St. Mary's.
we had Rocco on our show. I know he does
Yep.
a lot with you guys.
Yep.
And he's like, right after they won, it was last Wednesday, and he was like, probably a 6, maybe 7. and they pop on an 8.
I had him as a 7.
That's unfair. That's unfair to Houston.
Yeah, I'm here for it though, because I have Gonzaga winning. I got him in a Final Four in one pool. I got him in Elite 8 in others. I think the Midwest.
I mean, look
region,
at Mark Few's Wikipedia page.
That's right. You've
He
been talking
doesn't
about that.
miss the Sweet 16.
This is what
Yeah,
he's
that's
going
right.
for. What 10 straight seasons? This would be
10.
10 straight seasons. It's insane.
You all right?
Oh, I'm great.
You okay?
I'm struggling over here.
Why? Because you're on VCU?
Down 20.
No, it's Georgia.
Oh yeah, Georgia plus 7.5.
Georgia broke me.
Rob,
John Martin just
here's the
walked
thing.
back in.
There's nothing worse than hope in gambling.
It's down to 10.
There's nothing worse than hope.
I never had any hope.
Down-
Yeah, it's down to 10.
down
Come
to
sit
10.
down.
They're fighting back.
Come sit down. We got to come back.
Now you have to sit down and
7
talk
minutes.
about this. Okay?
7
With your
minutes.
Satchel.
Go on, Satchel.
With your satchel.
Yeah, the great Satchel Paige.
I can never be him.
Come watch the end of McNeese State and Clemson with us,
I
man.
do love the fact that I have BYU minus 2.5.
I do too.
I do love that.
I do love that.
Although now it's a little.
BYU is a fascinating team, man, because they just shoot lights out. And the fact that they're hanging 54 right now, 5 minutes in the second half on VCU. VCU entering the day in their last 30 days, number 2 in the nation in EFG defense. And they're depanting them, embarrassing them.
I actually
BYU
thought
teams are
I
wagging.
thought VCU's size with Bamasil and these guys, like I thought it would cause this team some problems, but the floor spacing is just too much.
So here's the question: does Odom go back to Richmond, or does he fly right to Charlottesville?
Charlottesville.
Okay, I just wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Is that
Ed McLaughlin, too, the AD at VCU. I love the guy. Love him.
Yeah.
Basketball
Yeah.
guy.
Or just
I
hire
love
Matt
Odom
McCall.
because he's a D3
But here's
guy.
the thing.
There you go.
I don't know. Like, VCU is an elite level job.
Think about their.
It's not. I understand it's not at a Power 4, but VCU, the Siegel Center sells out every single game,
Yeah. Yeah, they got a great audience.
and everybody that goes there wins.
Yeah.
Like
Man, it
I
started
would love
with-
to. And look, he's a friend of mine, and I don't talk to him all that often. But like Mike Rhodes is at Penn State. Mike Rhodes got a bigger paycheck. He did. He made more money. But I wonder sometimes if he's
9.
scratching his head, should he stay at VCU? That's an elite level college basketball job. VCU.
And to your point, Matt, especially now when you're evaluating, let's say a VCU versus a Virginia, right? What percentage of the amount of money coming into VCU is going to be given to the basketball team for NIL? What percentage is going to be given to the football team? And will that impact how much whoever has either one of those jobs has to spend? The other comparison I'll give you is Villanova, from what I've been told, is going to have, it's down to 8, is going to have somewhere in the neighborhood of like $7
John, I think
million
you're okay.
to spend.
Unless it goes to overtime.
I think you're okay.
Then I'm screwed.
Villanova's going to have somewhere in the neighborhood of
This goes
$7
overtime,
million to
you're gonna
spend
have a meltdown.
for NIL, right? So if you are a sitting coach at a Power 4 program, at a program with all those football schools, and you have, let's say, 5.5 to spend, is it something where you would consider going to take Villanova, knowing what their pedigree is, knowing how much money they have to spend, even if it's like a step down in terms of job quality, that you would, in terms like how you would rank different schools? Is that something you would consider?
Yeah, I think you have to. But the VCU job, like if I'm Ryan Odom, this is not just an easy decision. If they put a contract in front of you and it says, hey, here's $3 million. Okay, well, I'm making, I don't know what his salary is, $1.5 million, probably close to $2 million.
Yep.
And there's guys in the A-10 that are making close to $2 million. John Martin, I didn't make close to $2 million. I wish they would have paid me that in the A-10, close to $2 million.
They did you wrong, man.
They did me wrong. But if you're at that place and you have the resources and you have the infrastructure and everybody that goes there wins, you're not just quick to say, I'm going to Virginia. I just don't think it's that easy of a decision for them.
So the value of that VCU job in the past has been, okay, I'm going to go there.
Why are they scoring?
I'm going to
Why
go
are
there.
they not dribbling the
Why
ball?
are they scoring? Like McNeese is hurrying this thing up. Some of us have under 134. Will Wade, come on now.
So the value of that VCU job, Matt, has been I'm going to go there. I'm going to win. I'll make some money there, but that will be what projects me to be able to go make the life-changing $20 million contract money, right? And that's kind of what Mike Rhodes did. He went there, he won, and then he went and he got his $3.5 million a year for 7 years.
I get it.
Because every coach who's been there's left, right? Because you think it started with
Will
Cable.
Wade,
Well, it started with
Cable,
Cable, then Grant,
Anthony Grant,
and then it was Shaka.
Shaka, yeah.
Then it was.
But Shaka, it took Shaka a while.
He turned down NC State.
He turned down jobs to stay there.
and
took
then
him
Texas
a while.
he couldn't turn down. And then it was Will Wade, and then it was Rhodes next after
Rhodes was
Wade.
next.
Yeah.
It's a stepping stone.
And now
Yeah,
Ryan Odom.
it really is.
But if they go to the Big East, would it be a stepping stone?
Shouldn't be. No.
The thing about VCU is I think that they have accepted and embraced that role in the coaching ladder, right?
Because isn't it the deal? If you leave VCU, don't you have to bring the team that you go to back to the Siegel Center
to play?
Because LSU played there, Texas played.
And good luck playing in the Siegel Center.
Yeah, UVA going there next year.
Good luck.
Ooh, buddy.
Good
that's
luck.
Be a hot ticket. In
Take
Richmond?
the under.
You're taking the under?
Take the under. Take the under. What is it going to be, like 105.5? 99.5?
Do you remember the team that had like J Huff on Virginia?
Yeah.
Their totals would be like 97.5.
And it would still go under.
Yeah. I've never seen anything like it.
Just like SIUE today.
Yeah.
48.5. Oh, man. They
And that
didn't
hit.
score 50
That
points.
hit.
No, they scored, what, 40?
So everybody that I'm sitting here with right now thinks Michigan's losing tonight. Is that correct?
Hand raised.
Yes.
Correct.
I'll take, yeah.
I don't.
Come on, Bo.
Oh.
Are you getting in on the tequila bet?
Traitors.
Tequila bet.
Oh, we changed it to
Yeah,
tequila.
it's tequila.
Yes.
I mean, who wants to take a shot of hot sauce?
Well, we figured it's going to be like 10 o'clock at night,
was
too.
terrible.
Yeah,
It's
tequila,
like
man.
terrible. Go home. Go to bed with heartburn.
Johnny Knoxville over here from Jackass.
Yeah, what are we doing?
We
Go
want
to
you to do
bed with
wild
heartburn.
as shit.
No, it's so
Yeah, I'll do it. I watched him do an entire tub of it, so I can take a shot.
I'm just going to take a shot for funsies.
Yeah, that's just to get you up in the morning.
That's right. Mexican government tells me it's good for bone density. I'm beating osteoporosis by taking shots of tequila.
Yeah, I'm in, man.
So I am shocked this game's not closer.
because
BYU VCU. I'm shocked it's not
I am
closer.
too.
wow,
I thought it would be competitive.
But BYU has just been
they were the
wagon
hottest team in
offensively.
America for like 3 weeks. You know, I mean, I get what you're saying. VCU was quality, but I
But
think
BYU's been beating top quality teams even away.
No,
From
I know.
Provo.
I just thought it would be competitive.
before they got blown out by Houston, we would have said like this BYU team could maybe cut down the nets. They were in that conversation as well as they were playing.
maybe
the 3 seed
maybe
over there
cut down
in
the
the
nets
Midwest?
in their region. They're not getting
Yeah.
past Duke.
Yeah.
No one's getting past Duke. In
But
that
they
region.
were like I mean, they were like what
Wisconsin.
top 5 at tournament?
Wisconsin.
Like,
Oh, they played Wisconsin.
Ooh, that's going to be a fun one.
Oh man, take the over. Let's
Yeah,
go.
that's gonna be
Let's
a-
go.
that's
Let's
gonna be
go.
a high-scoring
Let's go.
give me BYU
John
versus
Tonje
Wisconsin.
over. Richie Saunders over.
Give me BYU
Over.
Wisconsin.
Over.
I like BYU.
Over everything.
Yeah.
I like BYU there.
Whoever
Yeah.
filled this out where Jeff Goodman spilled their coffee all over this bracket
That's my bracket.
has,
Over there. That's mine.
this is yours?
Yeah.
Okay, Goodman spilled coffee on it, so it's hard to read.
Goodman spilled coffee.
He did.
I for one am shocked. The only thing more surprising than Goodman spilling coffee on something is Bryce Hopkins entering the portal with a no contact tag.
Where's he
Who
go-
could have seen that one coming?
Where's he going?
Probably
Illinois?
wherever he wants.
Oh, I don't know. Let's see.
Indiana?
I'd be very surprised if he
Ooh.
left the Big East. Let's leave it at that.
They like to shell out. Big
He-
fat
he's
stacks
not-
of cash.
He will
Doesn't
be in
work
the.
out for Indiana though. Yeah,
Maybe it will now.
should.
So, Coach, let me ask you this. It's clearly not affecting McNeese. So it would seem.
We might
knowing
be,
that,
hold on. We might be getting LJ Cryer here in a second. We might be getting LJ Cryer.
Ball game. Ball game.
Now, all right. Wanna jump in?
McNeese is going on
Oh,
in the second
McNeese is
round.
up
But I was going to ask
65-53
you,
now.
is Colorado State affected tomorrow by the news that Medved is gone? That wasn't
again,
as official as the Wade stuff, but it certainly seems.
Again, we've been talking about this all day. Like everyone on
happened with
Colorado
Nico?
State.
No, I'm just. I mean, isn't it a pretty much foregone conclusion? He's headed to his alma mater.
Was there? Is there
No,
a
there's
report
no.
out?
No, I'm just putting the tea leaves together.
let's just say it does happen. Like, or it does. That he is taking the job. Like those kids at Colorado State. Like this this is a different deal.
We're joined now, guys. We're joined now by LJ Cryer. We got Houston's LJ Cryer here coming off of a 78-40 win over SIU Edwardsville. LJ, congrats on the win, man. How you feeling?
Appreciate it. I feel pretty good. It's a blessing to get past this round.
LJ, what does it take to be successful under Kelvin Sampson?
First you got to surrender to the culture. You got to understand that he's not going to change for anybody and that he's going to be himself. And you just got to just be tough-minded and understand, the hard coaching is going to make you better in the end.
LJ, Brett Evans here. It's looking very likely you guys are going to see the Gonzaga Bulldogs in the next round. Have you seen them play at all this season? Give me an initial scouting report on what you think that matchup's going to be.
I haven't got to see them play much, but we did watch a little bit of the first half today. And, they're a really talented team. They have good guards, good bigs. They move the ball, share pretty well. From today, it looked like they were playing pretty hard. So it's definitely not an easy matchup.
LJ, talk about your teammate today, his performance, Milos, on the inside and 25 points and what he was able to do out there. Obviously everyone always talks about your defense, but your offense today, led by him and leading your team in scoring. Talk about his performance.
When he's confident, I feel like it opens the floor for everybody. And I feel like we're going to go as far as he goes, honestly. I feel like he's our most important piece. He's the one with the ball in his hands most of the time. So, I feel like I don't want to put all the pressure on him, but as long as he's playing well, I feel like we can go pretty far.
Yeah, I think Milos, LJ, has been the guy that kind of flipped this season, right? It feels like he has figured out what it takes to be a Kelvin Sampson point guard and kind of accepted that sometimes the best thing is for him to be selfish, right? Sometimes the best thing is he might be the best option on the floor. How have you seen him change over the course of you got him in the spring and now where he is right now as a player?
His toughness overall is grown. You could tell the coaching bothered him a lot at first, and sometimes he'll shut down and not play as confident. But now, sometimes when coach get on him, you'll see him smiling and stuff. So it clearly doesn't bother him anymore. And then in practice, we've had practices where he wasn't even allowed to pass me the ball or anybody the ball. It was like you had to score it. So we kind of instilled that confidence in him, and he's took off and ran with it.
Hey, LJ, man, congrats on the win. The Houston Cougars are moving on. Appreciate the time, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, LJ.
Thanks, LJ.
LJ Cryer.
What a stud.
Houston basketball.
Baller.
By the way, can we talk about Clemson? It's down to 5.
There's nothing we need to talk about.
The over just hit, I think.
No, not yet.
Not yet? What's the number?
I think it's 134.
Get the hell out of here. If the over hits in this game, literally get the hell out of here.
I don't want to be a downer, but it's probably going to hit.
Yeah, because they're going to start fouling.
Yeah.
Oh, they have to?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
That's going to be a fun loss.
It's probably going to be like 136 or 137 or something.
I really want this to go to overtime because I'm going to see this guy sweat.
There will be no sweating. This will not be going to overtime.
There's the foul.
A lot of time, though.
Who's shooting? Quadir Copeland going to the line?
But I was just going to say, Houston has not lost a game in regulation since – not that they were going to ever lose this one, but it's been since November the damn night.
Since Auburn.
You have to kill this team with fire if you want to beat it. And how many teams are capable really of doing that in the country? I would say
Gonzaga.
Gonzaga.
I'm sorry.
Beat one SEC team. They beat one SEC team, and now they're going to beat Houston.
They're going to beat Houston.
Oh!
Wow.
He missed the first.
Oh!
It's important.
Interesting. Really important.
He missed the
this
first.
guy right here. He might have a little action. Living and laying down under.
134 and a half is what we got.
Oh, 134. Okay. All right. Well, Noonan, he's got to miss this. And, okay, hit one.
Right.
Still 2 possessions, though.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a 3 up here.
3 would be bad.
3 would actually make this
be really
very
bad
interesting.
Got to give it up.
13.
There it is.
Get in.
Oh, Tim! Oh, Tim! Oh, my
Can we
God.
get a turnover? Can we get a turnover here?
I might have to go buy you a shot of tequila. Make it feel better.
Well, it's just amazing how many
Southland playing
Oh,
of the
that
year.
hurts.
Javon Garcia to the
Javon
line.
Garcia.
Are you flipping kidding me? That's a bad beat, brother.
There was 44 points in the first half.
Well, how many points have been scored in like the last 2 minutes?
That is pretty crazy.
An obscene amount of points have been scored in the last 2 minutes.
Pretty nuts.
Just has to make
This
one
is an
here.
epic melt by McNeese.
I'm willing to say it's a bad beat. And 44 in the first half, and it still goes over.
Gotta hit that free throw. Let's see. All right, that's a big one. Still not over.
134 and a half, right?
Yep. But here's the thing, right? No matter what, it's
They're
pretty much going
fouling.
to hit because if Clemson misses the three, they're going to foul.
They're fouling for sure.
Oh man.
Credit to Clemson.
TCU's crawling back in this a little bit. 14.
Oh, you still got a chance.
I missed it.
No, that's a good miss. That's a good miss.
Yeah.
And
He laid it.
oh!
Man, that is just brutal.
That was the over.
That was the over. On that bullshit
That was
layup.
the over.
That was the over.
Tim's got to go. Tim's got to go. You got to walk that one off. See you, man.
That is so sick.
Thanks for jumping on. See you guys. Oh, that is brutal.
Love you, Tim.
That is brutal.
Hey, you got to respect Tim for coming in, joining the show, taking an absolute shit in the middle of the floor. Worst bad beats. I'll let
the
you
under.
Oh, he did.
On that layup, the overhit.
No.
Just brutal.
They are reviewing it. Is there a chance it wasn't good?
There's a chance.
Maybe a miracle.
I
There's no
I
chance.
didn't get a
I
look
think
at
it was off his hand.
No, what
I-
they're
I-
reviewing is whether or not they need to take the ball out of bounds right now.
Oh, they're looking at
Oh,
time.
okay.
Yeah, they're looking at
Oh my God, that's just brutal, man. So rough.
Yeah.
So rough.
Tough indeed.
Oh. All right.
Yeah. Miles Kelly's going to join us here momentarily. We'll obviously get into today's win. Auburn moving on. What was the final? 83-63
Yeah,
over Alabama State.
Miles Kelly hit 23, hit 7 threes. Game's over. They call it off. He just did this.
I think they're just
This is
saying
a
the
big.
game's
This is a
over.
big. Hey, this is a big.
Yeah, I think they're just saying that there was no
That's
time
it.
left.
Should be it. Yep. Okay. Handshake.
That was
All
quick.
right. McNeese marches on.
Quick handshake.
Oh, the handshake was it?
A little quick.
No surprise.
A little quick.
I mean, again, I'm not sure there's a ton of love between Will Wade and Brett
A
Burnell.
little quick.
Yeah. So McNeese.
I mean, again, the crazy part we haven't talked about, kind of maybe you guys have lately, but Will Wade beats his former school to do this.
Yeah.
He beats his alma mater to do
true.
this. Like,
he says they don't practice on days when Clemson plays football.
is that what
I
he
used
said?
to do the same thing with Florida.
Yeah.
I used to do the same thing with Florida.
Yeah.
When Florida was playing football, we were not practicing.
That's crazy.
It didn't go great
That's
for a
what- I
while.
was going to say that's a lot of L's you didn't practice to watch.
There's Heath
Keith
Schroyer.
Schroyer.
I mean, you think about what he's done there at McNeese State. Again,
Former coach.
hired under a show cause. You know where Heath Schroyer was an assistant at?
UNLV.
Also,
NC State.
Fresno
NC
State. NC State.
NC
Yeah.
State. He was there with Mark Gottfried.
Ooh, wow, interesting.
How about that?
A lot of connective tissue.
Yep. So amazing. I mean, really amazing, but not that surprising that Will Wade would have them winning a tournament game. Just the way they did it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, look. Last year against Gonzaga, they were a popular pick. This year, they were a popular pick again.
Yep.
And I mean, it's just a credit to me. It's a credit to how Will Wade coaches. It's a credit to the kind of programs that he builds. And obviously, do you think his resources will be better at NC State than they were at McNeese?
I think they'll be a little bit better. I think they'll be a little bit better. Yes.
Oh, sure.
So okay,
I don't think the deal it's not done. Has he signed a contract? Like
No,
there's
he hasn't signed
like
it, but
there's
it's pretty close to
and
done.
to your point earlier, you brought this up about Billy Clyde Gillespie. Like
You
there's
could go back
there's
on it.
other jobs
No,
that are
if
going to come up.
If Texas came and called him tomorrow, which I don't think would happen, but if they came and called him tomorrow,
He's going
if
there.
you're Will Wade, what do you say? Hey, thanks, NC State.
I'm going to Texas.
But I got to go to Texas. I mean, probably would, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most people would.
But
one of my favorite kids.
One of Jeff Goodman's favorite kids, Miles Kelly, is a winner today, 83-63 over Alabama State. Miles, congrats on the win. Thanks for joining us, man. Just take us through. You know, you guys it was close in the first half. You guys were, treading water there, and then you kind of blew up there in the second. Just take us through the game today.
We came out hot. I hit a couple shots early, and then Alabama State made their run, and that's when we kind of lost a little energy. We had to regroup as a team and really pick our energy up because this is win to go home time. We got to win 6 in a row to get to where we want to be, and I think we did that in the second half and came out and really locked in.
Like where are we now in kind of flipping this thing back and feeling good about where you guys are right now?
We just needed to win. That was it. We win in advance. That's the story of March Madness, and that's what we got. So we got to get ready for Creighton Saturday. Come back, watch the film on Alabama State, and watch the film on Creighton versus Louisville, and really lock in to the Creighton scout.
What do you know about Creighton? How much have you seen them play? Did you watch any of that game that they played today?
Yeah, we watched a little bit before we came to the gym. We watched some at the hotel, and then we watched a little bit in here. I've watched a little bit of Creighton myself, just being a basketball fan. So it's going to be very important for us and the team to really pay attention to this scout. They're a very good team. They have some really good pieces, and we just have to be better than them.
Miles, Brad Evans here. Quick question for me. Bruce Pearl's a character, man. Energetic guy. Got any good Coach Pearl stories for me?
Coach Pearl stories. Yeah, I have a million. I don't have any off the top of my head right now. It's like, it's a new story every day. Every time you see him, it's something interesting happening. So that the character is
right
a great
there.
word
That was
to describe
Miles
him.
saying. That was Miles saying, what can I say here without having to run in practice tomorrow?
Right.
Nothing. Okay, you know what? I got nothing, guys. Sorry.
Hey, I will say this.
I'm still being coached under him, so I'll save the stories till after I'm done.
Yeah, you need your playing time. You need your playing time.
For sure.
I will say
For
this.
sure.
Stories. He asked you for a Bruce Pearl one. I sat down with both you, Janai, and Tahad a few weeks ago. Man, you were like refereeing between those two guys. The freshman was killing the fifth-year senior. What's that relationship like between those guys?
It's exactly what you saw. Whole time I'm being the mediator. They both go at each other. So I'm the person to calm Tahad down because he's on Janai too much, or I'm the person to calm Janai down because he's on Hyde too much. So it's exactly what you saw there.
Hey, tell them before Matt McCall asks your question. Tell them the line that you delivered to me about last year. Remember?
I do remember. I think it was I think Janai was talking about March Madness and how I haven't been to March Madness and stuff like that. And I said we were both watching the round of 32 at the same place last year.
It was like literally the best line of the year, Miles. And Janai didn't know what the hell just happened. He had no idea where you were going.
Good for you. Miles, 15 threes. 15. I mean, how did you get up so many shots at 15 threes in one game?
I was feeling it. Like I said before in my interviews before, I love these rims. I love Rupp Arena. I think it's just the aura of Rupp Arena that gets me going.
All right, last one I got for you, Miles. There's obviously a race for National Player of the Year. Some people think it's Cooper Flagg. Some people think it's Janai Broome. I want you to make the argument right now. You got a national audience listening. Why is Janai Broome the National Player of the Year?
It's self-explanatory. He's the best player on the best team in the country. So that's what the National Player of the Year should be, and he has the best stats. I think it's pretty much self-explanatory for all the voters out there.
Did Tahad end up switching his vote or what? Did he finally come around and vote for Janai over Cooper?
I think after I think one of the last SEC games, Tahai finally switched his vote. But I think he's always gonna play with him with Cooper flag stuff, just to motivate Janai, just to keep him going.
Hey, well, Miles, man, appreciate the time as always, and congrats on the win. Thank you.
Thanks,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Miles.
Appreciate y'all. Of course.
Thanks, Miles.
That's awesome.
He said, I enjoy Rupp Arena.
Hey, I watched
he said, I like the rims at Rupp Arena.
He's like, I was watching 32 just like you last year.
It was when he ever said that.
That
line,
was amazing.
I almost died.
15? He had 15 jacks today?
He took 15 threes, 7 of 15 from the three-point line. 7 of 15.
Talk about an impactful transfer. You think about that.
Yeah.
And part of it, too, it enables bringing in Miles has enabled Bruce Pearl to hold Chad Baker-Mazara a little more accountable. Because before it was Chad, whatever he
Brooks, you walk like it hurts to walk right now.
Yeah.
Have you ever
walk
taken
like it's the
15
end of
threes in a game?
High school for sure.
Okay.
My senior high school for sure.
Collins ain't letting him take 15 threes.
No.
No, we play through the post low key. But it's guard post up, so it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, you get your share.
No, for sure.
All right, we got BYU. I feel like
VCU
there hasn't
cut it
been
to
any
10
game.
a minute ago.
Goodman, let's talk through. We're going to have to take a break in a second because we got to turn some of the equipment off. But let's talk through some of the night games and some of those matchups that we like. What are you looking forward to the most tonight's matchups? What's the one that you have circled?
I mean,
you cannot say.
I know.
You cannot say Kansas, Arkansas.
That's fine. I got another one.
Because I've heard him talk about Kansas
Yeah.
a 1,000 times.
No,
I mean, that's
Hey,
his answer.
did you know Bill Self is coaching against John Calipari in the first round?
That is the
Did
answer.
you know? Did you know?
What's been the best? What have I said has been the best story all season in terms of the underdog Cinderella story that I have latched onto since mid-November? Drake.
Oh, yeah.
Drake.
Yeah, you love
Bennett
Drake.
Sturts.
You love Drake.
I was in Charleston. You're talking about 4 kids who went from Division II, who a first-year head coach, Ben McCollum, brought with him from Northwest Missouri State. And those kids, man, now they've got an advantage because they know his system. 3 of them have been playing with him for 4 years. Bennett Sturts a couple years. So, to me, I don't know. Have you seen this kid, Bennett Sturts, at all?
Yeah, for sure.
He is a stud. Like, he can play anywhere in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Missouri's going to come after him. And I think he can handle it. But they're going to try to take the ball out of his hands. And if they do that, I just don't know if the rest of the team can handle taking care of the basketball.
I think Missouri's going to intentionally try to speed him up, too, because Drake is the slowest team in adjusted tempo in the country. I actually interviewed Ben McCollum last week on BetMGM Tonight, and I asked him a kind of a playful question about Griff, the Drake Bulldog, the actual Bulldog. And I said, what's slower, Coach, Griff or you guys on the floor on a per-possession basis? He laughed and goes, we don't intentionally play slow. We will, play fast and speed
They
up
don't
the
play a lot of
competition.
guys either. They don't play a lot
They
of
don't.
guys.
And I think Dennis Gates and Mizzou, they like playing fast. And I think they're going to step on the gas in this game. And I'm really curious to see how Drake is going to respond. Drake is excellent on the boards, too. They really have glass command, one of the best rebounding teams, the mid-major level in college basketball. But Mizzou can flat out pile up points. So I took the over, guys. That's my bet in this game at 132.5 based on what McCollum was saying. That they're willing to run. And, I think that is going to be front and center tonight.
I flipped on that game. I started out thinking it's going to be Drake. Thinking Drake's going to win.
You got to lay it with Mizzou?
I think Mizzou's going to win now. That's where I've come around to. Because what Dennis Gates does, is the defense that he plays a lot of the time is that switching man-to-man that Leonard Hamilton made famous at Florida State. And what that makes you do, and McCall and Brooks, you guys can attest to this, when you switch in that man, you don't get to run. You can't run your stuff to be able to get shots. You got to beat somebody one-on-one in a mismatch. And I just don't know if Drake has the guys to be able to beat Missouri's defenders one-on-one in a mismatch.
Yeah, I mean, when you're switching 1 through 5, they're just essentially taking away everything that you're trying to do. Mm-hmm. And you have to try to exploit the switching. And you have to try to go inside off the switching and get to some high-low action. I mean, that's ultimately what you have to do. So I think that, how is Drake going to exploit that? To your point, Rob, it's almost like a snapback pass to a point guard who has the 5 men on him and he tries to break him down off the dribble. Like that's what you try to do. Or you get to the second side of the floor and try to go on a high-low action. You flash somebody up to that free throw line, nail area at the free throw line and try to go high-low. That's how you try to beat the switching. But I think Missouri's size, I don't know, that Drake's going to be able to exploit their switching.
All right, so you go Mizzou minus 6.5.
I'm going Mizzou.
What about you, Savant?
Yeah, I don't really think Drake wants any smoke with Missouri. I think Dennis Gates done a great job this year.
You know what I would have done if I was Dennis Gates preparing for this game?
What would you have done?
I would have showed a highlight video of our team all the way up to this point in time of the season. And you know what song I would have played to the highlight video? I would have played They Not Like Us. Because ever since the Super Bowl halftime, we have not heard from Drake. You know what, guys? We're not going to hear from this Drake team. They not like us. We're exploiting them. That's what we're doing. John Moore, you don't like that?
I like that. That's very creative. I would have.
That's what I would have done. We haven't heard from Drake since halftime. We haven't heard from him. We don't know where he is. He got exploited.
I just feel like Drake does the same thing every time that like they win 28 games, they get the tournament against a power league opponent, and they lose. Like that's what they do. Why
they're a little different this year, but yeah, they're
what they say every year.
Athletically, talent-wise, they're not going to be close. I just feel like they might have the best player on the court. That's the one thing I'll say.
Yeah, is Mark Mitchell healthy?
I don't think he's 100%. No.
Yeah,
is anybody 100% right now?
That's true. That's true.
Look at Brooks over there shaking his head like no.
We know Brooks isn't limping around over there.
Brooks is definitely not.
He's getting back. He's getting back.
But yeah, I just I had Drake last year against Washington State, and never again. I told myself never again. You know who killed me?
No matter what.
Jalen Wells killed me.
Oh, Jalen Wells. That's your boy now, right?
That's my boy now with the Grizz.
Can VCU make a push here?
No. It's over. Y'all don't like it.
How many games have you called over so far?
I haven't been wrong once.
Yeah, it's been a lackluster first.
First sessions have really sucked, to be honest. But that means we're due for a banger tonight. And we're
should
have a
we
couple
should.
of buzzer beaters.
So
UCSD.
Yeah, because we got UCSD. By the way, Brooks, I don't know if you've heard about this. I don't know if you want to be involved in this. Me and McCall, and then I think who are you?
I'm in.
I'm just taking shots.
Yeah. So he's taking shots.
I'll drink whatever.
We have a wager of a tequila shot. Whoever wins, if Michigan wins, we gotta rip a shot of tequila. If San Diego, McCall said he doesn't want to take a shot of hot. It was supposed to be hot sauce.
Come on.
If UC San Diego wins, McCall's got to take a shot of tequila. Are you in?
It's more painful. Tequila's enjoyable.
You think Michigan's going to win?
Thank you, Brooks.
He's got.
We can give you a shot of water. How about that?
Thank you, Brooks.
I like that. I don't know. Because Dusty like a brother to me, so I don't know. I think Dusty, because he played for my dad in high school.
How about that?
Dusty made it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Eastern Green, Indiana.
Wow.
Yeah, but no, I'm really close with Dusty, so I think they get it done.
Is there anybody in the Big Ten that you're not friends with?
Oh my gosh,
you're like the big, you're like the ambassador.
Yeah, I love Trey Kaufman. Oh yeah, me and Brandon. Oh, Dusty Spade is a brother to me.
Yeah, I support the 10, bro.
All right, let me ask you this: toughest place to play?
Probably in the Big Ten. Probably Purdue. It's got to be Purdue. Mm-hmm. I think. I think just like night in and night out, got to be Purdue.
Who's the toughest guy you've had to go up against in your career?
In the Big Ten.
Yeah,
you can't say Zach Edey. You cannot say Zach Edey. That's too obvious.
In my career before, Edey, of course, but matchup wise, in my career, it's not the Big Ten. But Jaime Jaquez, my sophomore year,
really,
we made it to the second round of the tournament, and I was our sixth man. I was coming in. I was our second leading scorer, second of the season. I thought I had some momentum, and I went in there and I played Jaime Jaquez, and I realized I got a long way to go. So
what was it about? Just so strong.
He was so strong, and he was just. I mean, by the time I checked in, he probably already had 12, so he was already hot. Yeah. But no, he was just so strong. Got to his spots, and he kind of knew what he wanted to do every play. So I definitely learned a lot in that game. But I would say Jaime Jaquez for sure.
Where was your favorite place to play in the Big Ten?
Mackey, right?
I mean, but I really do like Nebraska. We didn't play there this year, but I like Nebraska a lot. I think they're just their energy, their fans, regardless if they're good or bad, and they've been really good. I think Hoiberg's done a great job these last couple of years. No, I really like Nebraska. Kind of their setup and everything. It's fun playing there.
And they sell out, good, bad, whatever. They got 15,000 people.
Nothing else to do out there.
What's it called? Lincoln Financial. What is it called?
Pinnacle Bank.
Pinnacle Bank.
I think that's where the Eagles.
Yeah, that's where the Eagles play.
See, he wins one Super Bowl. This is how he acts. This is where he thinks Nebraska basketball plays. Michigan is definitely a team that has been infuriating to watch for the majority of the year, and it's why again you see they're a very, very short favorite in this game. Most people here think San Diego wins, but Matt, let's start with you. Why does Michigan win?
I just don't think San Diego's seen anything like this front court. When you look at Vlad and Danny Wolf and the size and physicality up front, I don't think you see – like when you pull up their schedule, they really haven't played anybody.
Right.
And you could say McNeese State hasn't really played anybody either. You could say the same thing. But
they played people in the non-conference. McNeese did. Played Alabama. They played some people in the non-conference.
UC San Diego didn't. And I would love to get Brooks' perspective on this because he saw it firsthand just in terms of the X factor for that team. But it seems to me it was not going well coming down the stretch. And there seemed like there was a disconnect there. And that's what happens like late in the year when it's not going well. You, as a coaching staff, you go in a locker room, you put a circle of chairs around, and you say, all right, what's the problem? And you let everybody air out whatever issues they have, right? So if it's I'm upset that all the plays that we're running are to get Danny Wolf in spots to be successful. Well, Coach, why are you running so many plays for Danny Wolf? Well, Trey Donaldson, this is why we're running these actions for Danny Wolf because we feel like this is what's best for our team.
Yeah.
That's what you do. For them to go on a run and win the Big Ten tournament, they figured something out. And to me, what they figured out was something that was going on in the locker room amongst those guys. But I'd ask you, Brooks, we know how good Danny is. We know how good Vlad is. Who's the X factor on this team? Who's the guy that you're like, hey, man, he's got to play well for them to be successful?
I kind of got two guys. I got Reuben Jones, like just guarding, but then also Trey Donaldson. He makes huge plays. Like you can kind of look – like the last couple of plays in the Big Ten tournament, you got the layup against Maryland or whatever, but even in the final, like the three coming off, and like you look up and he only has like 10 points or 12 points, but two of those shots were the biggest in the game. And he just kind of brings confidence and scoring. And I don't know, I think it's like those four guys are huge for him for sure. And like you said, the 4-5 ball screen, I mean, we guarded it as you just got to try to pressure Danny, make his life uncomfortable because he's so big and so talented at that spot that if you don't and you back off, he's just going to pick you apart because of his size and passing. So, yeah, no, it's just really, really hard to guard for sure.
How difficult is it? Like you never see that before, right? A 7-footer running ball screens like that with another 7-footer.
Mm-hmm. No, I haven't. No, I haven't either. But yeah, it was definitely different. But yeah, you got to just try to make it as difficult as possible, and kind of crowd Danny, make him speed up because he's just so skilled.
Do you guard big on them? Because I know when Illinois played them late in the year, they put Kai Boswell on them.
Yeah, that's what we did. Yeah, I was on Danny. We only played him once. I was on Danny, but we switched 1 through 4. So like we kind of our guards 1 through 4 switch, and our bigs just stay home. But yeah, we always try to put guards on guys like that if they're bigger at the 4.
Jeff, what about the year that Michigan has had?
I mean, way better than anybody thought.
No doubt.
I mean, again, anytime you have a brand new coach in a brand new spot. And they do this, and they challenge for the Big Ten title.
They won the Big Ten tournament.
Yeah. I mean, how do you not say?
They won 8 games last year.
And people were questioning. They were questioning Dusty. Can he do it? Can he go from, FAU, especially after last year, where some people viewed that a little bit as a disappointment.
I definitely do.
I know. Well, you're an idiot.
Well, he brought back every single person from a Final Four run and got packed up in the first round by a gentleman sitting next to him.
All right, McCall, go ahead. Go ahead, McCall. Come on.
It's FAU.
Right.
FAU making the NCAA tournament is
was
a
insane.
successful year.
Insane.
Nobody has done that. Elijah Martin was never healthy. They had to deal with all these expectations. They had to deal with
NIL.
went to practice.
NIL
There
with
were
those kids.
Agents just standing outside of practice, waiting to come in and pound. That program's never had to deal with that.
Well,
the expectations are one of the hardest things to deal with in sports. One of the hardest things to deal with.
Would you rather not have them?
At FAU?
You make a Final Four, you're going to have expectations. That's just part of the deal.
So you're saying that just because they got knocked
And they were
out in the
picked.
first round last year and they won a conference tournament and then won the conference regular season championship, that it was a bad year?
Well, they were picked to win. They did not win. And they had a team that was returning every single person from a Final Four team. And they could not win there in a bad league with no Houston and with no Cincinnati and a down Memphis team. Yes, I consider disappointment. Yes. And a first-round loss. Yes.
And they got to the tournament.
They got to the tournament.
And where did they finish in the league? Second?
So they finished second. They were picked first.
They finished second.
They finished second.
It's a bad year if they finish eighth.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad year, but relative to what I expected from a team that was returning every piece in an NIL era where nobody does that, and they can't even beat out South Florida for the AAC regular season.
Amir Abdul-Rahim, man, R.I.P.
R.I.P. He did
What
a
a
great
year,
job.
yeah.
He did a great. Listen, I'm not trying to say he's the worst coach that's ever walked the face of this earth. I just think it's a disappointing year.
But we're talking about what a great job Pat Kelsey did in terms of turning a program around because it was a complete dumpster fire when he got there. It's the same thing with Michigan.
Right. No, I mean, he's done an objectively good job this year. I mean, we lost Brad. He said he's not going to listen to any more FAU talk.
We got Terrell McNeil here,
Terrell
he has all of the. He is ready to talk about FAU. He is ready to talk.
Fired up.
FAU basketball right now.
No, but you're
Here's what I'll say, and when it comes to what happened last year with FAU, I think it is fair to say that the expectations were a little bit out of whack with what they should have been.
Yes.
And at the same time,
We get it.
probably did not quite reach what the expectations should have been given the context of that
They
season.
beat your Memphis Tigers in the first round of the NCAA tournament 2 years ago on a Nick Boyd layup.
Yeah.
That could have been you.
Could have
A
been
Nick
you.
Boyd
Going to the
layup.
Final Four.
If
Could have been
Nick
you.
Boyd doesn't, let me
Could have
ask
been
you
you.
this. Let me ask
That's
you
why
this.
you're so
Let
upset.
me ask John Martin this. If Nick Boyd misses that layup or they don't score or Memphis gets a stop,
Yeah.
and FAU doesn't go to the Final Four,
Yeah.
but yet they finish second in the American the following year and still go to the NCAA tournament, is a successful year.
Absolutely.
That's the NCAA tournament.
But they didn't just go from that game to the Final Four. They had to win against FDU, which is obviously
They're going to win that game 9 times out of 10.
Then they had to beat Tennessee.
Great
right?
win.
Then they had to beat Kansas State.
Great win.
So they had to do all those things, and then they lose on a buzzer beater to San Diego State.
Another mid-major team.
So it wasn't just beating Memphis. It was the fact that you did this repeatedly, and they also were really good at. But didn't they beat Ole Miss? Or maybe they got.
They beat Florida, second game of the
They
season.
beat Florida. They lost.
So
They lost to
Are
Ole
you
Miss.
still not bought into Dusty May? Like after this year and what he's done?
I feel like I'm in North Korea right now. If I don't buy it, Dustin May, I'm gonna go to prison.
No, I'm curious. Like, has this made you feel a little bit better about?
I think he's a good coach. I'm trying to figure out whether I think he's a great coach.
Yeah, we're not.
No,
I don't think we're saying he's a great coach yet.
I think he's a good coach.
But has it?
I think he's a
Don't
really
you
good
feel
coach.
like this year, even with they've won a lot of close games. We know that, but don't you feel like that still says something about without really a high level point guard being able to win all these close
Whose
games?
responsibility is it to recruit the players?
Well, yeah, but you came in and again,
Dumpster
you have
fire.
nothing. You didn't
Dumpster
retain.
Bit of a
You didn't retain
This shit in-
anything.
I don't want to hear this shit in 2025 when you have NIL, bro. You don't. It doesn't have to take time anymore.
Okay, but what happened at Arkansas and Kansas? Like,
What happened at Louisville?
yeah, he's gone.
Right, but I'm saying though, like he came in,
He did a
didn't have
good
to wait.
job.
Didn't have to wait.
Michigan did as good, if not
those
better.
Are two situations.
Michigan did more, and they had less.
No, I'm saying
they had less
though,
money.
But you can't get all of it. You can't have it, every single way, Jeff.
He
You
had
can't
like
say
half the money
he
of
doesn't
Louisville
have the point
this
guard.
year
Well, why doesn't he have the point guard?
because he
Whose
didn't have the money.
responsibility is it to get the point guard.
I'm just saying he didn't have the
Michigan
same
doesn't have the
NIL.
money.
They did not have this year the NIL that Louisville, Arkansas, Kentucky, Kansas State. I'll keep going and going.
I think
Indiana.
I think it goes.
He did not
back-
have it this year.
I think it goes back to what you guys initially started with when I walked in, and that's the expectations. So when the guy takes over as a first year head coach, inherent in the program. And I get what you're saying, John. In this climate, I feel like the clock does start faster because you have the ability to turn over a roster right away if you have NIL resources. But at the same time, you still get a little bit of cushion as far as public perception is concerned that if you don't win right away, just for Cooley at Georgetown.
Oh my gosh, great example.
Like he's turning it around, but it's
slower.
It's not just boom. So
Dusty got the
you know what I mean, like
right away.
So I think with Dusty this year, like it was a pleasant surprise. Nobody came into the year feeling like they were going to be.
Did anybody
Big Ten
think
champions? Like you know what I mean?
Did anybody think Rick Pitino would miss the NCAA tournament last year?
No.
Goodman had him in the top 25.
I say yes.
True story.
I say yes.
When Rick Pitino was hired, the day Rick Pitino was hired, right? You know what Goodman said?
Chris. Yeah, right there.
You know what Goodman said? I have St. John's in the top 25. And do you know how many people were on St. John's roster at the time?
0.
One. Joel Soriano. That was it. It was
Soriano.
Joel Soriano and Rick
care.
Pitino. That was the entire St. John's basketball program. And Jeff goes, I'm putting them in the top 25. You had them in preseason top 25.
But that's my point. Back to your comment, it's like it's hard to flip it in year one and do what Dusty May and Pat Kelsey have done. I mean, that's all I'm saying. That's not the norm. Rick Pitino didn't do it. And he's the national coach of the year this year.
I think it used to be hard. I don't really think it's hard anymore. I think it's, in fact, never been easier to flip a roster on day one because not only do you have a new coach, you have a new engagement from fans, you have more NIL because people are just so happy to get the last guy out. I mean, I don't disagree that it is hard. I just think that it is not as hard as it used to be. When you were at UMass or like you had to really take over from the bottom. I mean, you had to really
see what you're saying.
Build it because you didn't have the transfer portal. Anyway, Matt and I are going to go out here. We're going to wrestle. And,
I like that.
All right. And who's coming up when we get back?
We got a special guest.
Very special.
Very special guest.
We've been talking about it all day.
Former NC State star Chris Corchiani will join us. Yes. Talk a little bit about Will Wade. Will Wade just wins. Is Corchiani is he nervous? We're going to find out next. Is he sweating?
Is he nervous? This is what? Madnesscast.
Madnesscast. Next.
This is Madnesscast.
Make sure.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. Now is your chance to prove you're smarter than the field of 68. We're hosting a Survivor contest with our partner Splash Sports. There's a $25 entry fee, a 25 entry max in the contest, and more than 1,700 spots available, which means there's a $40,000 max prize for the winner. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Each day you pick a team to win. If they win, you advance. We'll also be running a free-to-enter bracket contest as well as a second chance Survivor in the Sweet 16. So prove you know more ball than the field of 68 on Splash Sports.
People have opinions about me, strong ones. Some compare my brand to the competition and call me a copycat. Some say that I'm just watered down, that I fall flat. I've heard it all. But the people who get me, they say I'm different, subtle, but balanced. Nothing to hide, nothing artificial. And once they give me a chance, they keep coming back for more. For more dab water. That's right, I'm talking about dab water, and I swear by it. No bubbles, no fizz, just a smooth, refreshing canned cocktail made with real tequila. 100 calories, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and gluten-free. Find Dab Water's 4 flavors in an 8-pack variety pack or single flavor 6-packs. Dab Water invites you to enjoy its great lineup of products all tournament long. Take it from me, Jeff Goodman. Sometimes the most polarizing things are the best things. Dab Water, tequila, water, natural flavors.
Welcome back to the Field of 68's Madnesscast. Rob Dawson, Jarrell McNeil, Jeff Goodman, and we are joined by NC State legend. I'm going with legend here, Chris Corchiani, who is, according to my sources,
the second all-time leader in the NCAA in assists, behind Bobby Hurley, who played 37 more games. Was it Chris?
A few more games. Hell of a player.
Who's counting though?
So it's good timing to have you on here because NC State has recently made a coaching change, and there are reports swirling. I think one of those is from our own Jeff Goodman, that agreements have been reached in principle between NC State and McNeese State head coach Will Wade, who just won a game here in the NCAA tournament, just beat Clemson. Let's start with this, just kind of big picture. What do you make of where NC State is right now as a program, obviously coming off the Final Four last year?
We're in a bad place. I mean, we've been in a bad place for a long time. We haven't had the sustainability to kind of build a program. We've had a year here, a year there, but it's not a program the way our neighbors, Carolina and Duke, have built programs. So we're excited. The fact that we have an opportunity to get Will and really kind of build on that and the excitement and the dollars behind him, it's going to be – we always think we're going to be good. But this time we really think we're going to be good.
You think you got the right guy this time? Because it's funny, years and years ago when I felt like the fan base pushed Herb Sendek out, right? Would you agree with that?
Agree. Herb went to 5 straight NCAA tournaments.
Basically fired, in a way. I mean, he left on his own free will, but he had it because the fan base was like, you're not beating Duke. You're not beating Carolina. You're not going deep in the tournament. We want to change. You bring in Sidney Lowe. It was a disaster. Then after that, it was Gottfried, right? Gottfried, who, did some things that probably weren't that legal. And, eventually he was fired. Kevin Keats, again, went to the Final Four, but it was a one-off. Let's face it. It was a one-off. They were good at times, but not consistent. What makes you feel so confident about Will Wade? And first, before I get to that, how much are you sweating when you see Will Wade win that game and there's been no pen to paper yet? Are you a little bit worried here, like Texas might come calling or something?
No. I think that's agreed in principle, and I'm happy. I was rooting for Will. It did a great job and upsetting our fan base. And Jeff, it's a starving fan base. I mean, we are dying to be good, and we haven't for 40 years. Yeah. And this is our savior. This is a guy that we feel can put us on the map and put us right there with Duke and Carolina. Not just right there. We want to be above them. And he's the closest thing to the coach that I played for, Jimmy V, is that we've had. He checks all the boxes. And he's got he's a great coach, charismatic. He's got a little asshole in him, which we love at NC State.
Love it.
So he's a perfect fit for what we're looking for.
I think you kind of alluded to it a little bit, but just talk a little bit about the difference and we see it every year. Well, not every year, but those years where teams like last year in the Final Four run, they kind of catch lightning in a bottle. Absolutely. They go on the run, they get hot in the ACC tournament, punch their bid, and then they ended up carrying that momentum throughout the tournament. And when we asked you about it, you said it was in a bad place.
Yep.
And just talk about the difference of catching lightning in the bottle for 1 year. And, because it's not a mid-major program. So I understand it, and you want a consistent winner.
That's a great point. And I've been saying this for a while. We have had good teams from time to time, but not a program. A program is when you've got teams every year. We haven't done that. I mean, Sydney had a good team, and Mark had a good team, and Herb had some good teams. But we want to get to the point. Our fan base is delirious. They're crazy.
Delusional.
Just like I am.
Delusional. All of them.
All of them, And Jeff does a good job of trolling that as well. I will say that.
It's got to be easy with you guys.
Right, it is.
Chris, I don't know if you saw Jeff's most recent tweet.
I did. I certainly did. And the family, I haven't seen the responses. I got like 15 calls. You said you might go on with Jeff. Tell him we're pissed off. I said, hold on. He's a good guy. I mean, But we want to have a program that is a program. We don't want a year. And we feel that Will Wade is that guy that can take us to the next level year in and year out. He checks all the boxes for us.
Why?
Why? Because we have a fan base that just really wants excitement. He gives us that. He can coach. He's going to be able to recruit. He's one of those guys. He's young. He hasn't done it yet. We don't want a guy that's, my age, old, and has done it. We think that this isn't a job that's a stepping stone job where he's going to be here and then go to the SEC. We believe that it's his program. We're going to give him all the resources, everything he needs.
You think he will get all the resources pretty much?
He will. The excitement level. Again, when you haven't had it for so long, you want it. You thirst for it. And, our boosters are all behind. And, we're pushing all our chips in on this guy. And we think he's going to deliver.
The thing that I think has really changed my mind the most about Will Wade was McNeese State played in our event up in South Dakota in November, and we got a chance to spend a lot of time around him up there.
You didn't know him. You didn't know him,
and I knew him a little bit, but I didn't know him. And after spending time hanging out with him, like the mentality that he has, where I don't even know if I'm supposed to say this, but basically he was talking about scheduling with his team. He's like, yeah, we'll go literally anywhere. We'll take a bus, we'll take a flight, we'll go into a building, we'll kick your ass, we'll take the check, and we'll head on home, and we'll stop at Subway for $5 footlongs on the way back.
Yep.
Like that's his mentality as a coach.
But that is NC State's mentality.
Yes,
that's who we are.
The reason
we're grinders.
The reason why
we're the stepchild.
What I think about it is the perfect fit is that he is going to relish the opportunity to go into the state of North Carolina where, like, let's be frank, NC State right now is probably third, maybe fourth behind Wake Forest, but like however you want to order it. But go in there and go and just like start poking the bear, right? Like, and go at Duke and go at Carolina and go into the Dean Dome and go into Cameron Indoor Stadium. How do I forget what that is? So and go in there and win and then rub their noses in it. And I feel like that's what NC State fans want more than anything else.
Absolutely. But he's the kind of guy, he likes that underdog role where he wants to do that. He wants to, go in there, prove and go in there. And our fan base is going to love him. I mean, they're going to get behind him. He's got that intensity that like you said, long bus rides, $1 foot long hot dogs. Yeah. That's what we're all about. We're not Carolina. We're NC State. We're agriculture. We're, rural areas. And he fits that bill of, let's roll our sleeves up and I want to go kick their ass. And that's what we're all about.
Is that why Herb didn't work to some degree too? Because he was almost too smart, didn't talk shit. He didn't really fit, right? Carnegie Mellon guy, like he didn't fit, even though he was winning at a pretty good level.
Our fan base is different, and I would agree with that, Jeff. He was very intelligent. His first 5 years, we didn't go to the tournament, and our fan base will turn real quick, along with myself. But the next 5 years, he went to the tournament every year, but our fan base was like, he's not the guy.
They already made up their mind.
They made up their mind. But it's weird because when you're with Duke in North Carolina, I mean, we're 20 miles apart. We're right there with them. And you're always third. You get a chip on your shoulder. You don't like it. You go get coffee at your office and everybody's a Carolina or Duke fan.
They're talking about them.
Yeah, exactly. Right? They're like, we suck. Yeah. Right. So we're dying to be good. We're starving. And we got a guy that has a little chip on his shoulder that fits our mold. And, he
works his ass off, too. I will say that. I mean, he works his ass off. And, again, if you think about what he did at McNeese, year one, they hired him with a show cause. He couldn't recruit at all.
Yeah.
Couldn't leave campus and was still able to put together a team that absolutely dominated.
It's been impressive.
Yep.
It's been impressive.
I'll tell you what I really enjoyed about watching this game today was the way he interacted with his players. Seems like his players loved him. Every time the players came off the floor, he was embracing them. I mean, he was like one of them. And I think that, when you have that mentality, the players want to play for you. And it seems like that's the way it was.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if this is a question, but I just think it's an interesting dynamic now because just over the last couple of years, we obviously see, sort of the big brothers as you talked about with Coach Williams stepping away and them going with Hubert Davis, Coach K stepping away, getting John Shire, and now like you almost validating like we got our guy too. And I love the fact that we even said it like got a little bit of asshole to him and completely different from Shire or Hubert Davis. And I think it's just going to be a really interesting dynamic to see, over the course of the next couple of years how this stuff is going to play out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time. We were going against two legends, Coach K and Coach Williams. They stepped down. We thought that this was our time to kind of get up there and be in the same kind of playground with them, and it didn't happen. But yeah, so we're excited. We're always excited, but we usually are not realistic. But we think we're realistic now with Wade coming to Raleigh.
All right, was it you a few years ago that got tossed during the game by the official?
It was Gugliotta. I happened to be with him.
Okay,
so
you were with him.
it was his fault. It was his fault.
Give me the whole rundown.
We were there sitting together. It was a 12 o'clock game and playing Florida State. And we were kind of peppering the referees a little bit, but no profanity, nothing that was out of the sorts. And Carl Hess didn't like some of the things that we said. And again, total sarcasm. He ended up just no warning, no nothing. I was like, he later called to apologize. And, he called and said, I didn't know who it was. And I said, Carl, I still want to know what we said that made you throw us out. And he said, well, Tom stood up and he was 6'10". I said, but what did we say? I said, we were sarcastic. But anyways, they're the kind of things that, as you get older, you try to be relevant any way you can. So, put me back. Exactly. And put me in the news. It was good. No.
Did you ever get run in your career as a
No,
player?
no. I had a few technicals here and there, but
he wasn't
mild-mannered.
Totally,
yeah.
right?
It was thinking if it was a 9 o'clock game and we were having a couple of
drinks
before the game.
At noon, though.
It was a noon game.
You hadn't even started yet.
No.
I got a new aspiration now. So
you get thrown out of the game.
I got to go back and try to get kicked out of the game.
I'm sure you could.
Hopefully, I can get close enough to the truth.
I joke around. I said I played at NC State for 4 years. I'm known more for being thrown out of a game, for wearing these unitards that Coach V wanted to wear back in the day, and traveling against Georgetown when it was a terrible call. But it's just a great time. Always being in college basketball, being relevant at any level is special.
Absolutely. Give me last one I have for you. Give me your best Jimmy V story. I know everybody's asked you this.
Yeah.
You've probably answered it 100 times. I've never heard you answer it.
Jimmy V was great when he used to recruit me and come down to from Miami, Florida. And I was so excited. He'd come down, he'd roll in a red Corvette, and I'd be excited. And he'd come to the door and he'd tell me, he'd say, get out of the way. I need to get to your dad. You go do your homework, go shoot hoops. I'm recruiting your dad because in an Italian family, you're not making the decision. Your dad is. And he told Coach K one time, because it came down between Duke and NC State. And he said, you know what? He said, Coach K, you don't have a chance. He's not Polish. He's Italian.
That's awesome. Are we getting Will? Is he coming?
We're waiting on Will Wade. We're waiting. I think he's finishing with the media now. It would be quite the surprise if Will Wade comes on and you're sitting there. I don't know if he recognized you.
I know, right? No, I told you he texted me.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think
I was like, shit,
I know. It will. Listen. We all did. That's the beauty, though.
Right.
The beauty of Will Wade is, again, he can manage so many different things, and I think that's kind of a gift, right? Being able to deal with so many different things at once, and multitask like that. Again, I think this is the perfect marriage, Chris. I do. I think it's a perfect marriage.
This team, oh my God!
What was that your biggest takeaway from watching?
They were like a bunch of junkyard dogs, though. I mean, it looked like they were playing on a park, and they were just nasty and mean. And I mean, Clemson was a better team. I think they played 10 times. Clemson wins 10, but they were just nasty. I mean, just played
That's
hard.
how he was at LSU.
Yeah.
Same thing. He had those dudes that just played harder than everybody else, and
and he'll be able the talent level that he'll get at NC State versus what he can get at McNeese State. Like the thing about the team he had at McNeese State is they're like all borderline high major guys, right?
Yeah.
They're guys that have either high major athleticism, but something going on there, or they're really, really talented, but they don't quite have the physical tools to be able to get looked at by an LSU, so they end up at McNeese State. And he's able to get them all together, and they get a chip on their shoulder.
Yep.
And now imagine when he gets guys that are the same kind of mentality, like, well, we didn't get recruited by Kentucky and Duke, so I'm going to go prove to them that I should have been. I'm going to kick their ass.
Yep.
Go bring all those guys to NC State, and you're playing you got ACC level athletes playing the way that he has those guys playing.
He's got this guy Copeland that he's the kind of guy like he would be playing when he's 40 years old. He's still going to be playing in the park. He loves the game. Yeah. I mean, they're the kind of guys that you love to watch and get behind. But the guy just loves playing. When he was at Syracuse, I hated him. Today, I loved him. But, I mean, just the way they played defensively, they were all together. They played hard. A lot of that has to do with coaching. I mean, that's got to be individuals
100%.
as well, right?
I think, what blew me away about Will, talking to him this year, earlier on this season, was he was like, you know what? If I got to stay here another year, I'm fine with it. Like he loves coaching. It wasn't like, I got to get out of here. I got to get to the high major level.
Yeah.
This is horrible. I'm complaining about this, and this. We had him in Sioux Falls at the Pentagon. First of all, he was the only coach that just said, like Rob said, I'll play anybody, anywhere, anytime. He played South Dakota State at the Pentagon, basically in their backyard, and didn't care, didn't want anything, didn't want a return game, nothing. And then when he got there, I'm like, hey, hotel, everything good? He's like, we don't give a shit about any of that. He's like, we're fine. We're fine. We don't care. And I almost think he'd rather have it that way because he wants his guys to be hungry and not those guys that are traveling on, and they'll have it, obviously. They'll have the private planes and charters and all those things and the meals and NIL. But I think he might do better with some of those other guys.
I agree, and I think he kind of leans into that. Obviously, at the level he's at now, it creates a certain type of hunger and a competitiveness, and those are the teams at that level that really have great success and win. Thing I'm thinking about now too is just it's been fun watching him implement just sort of that his defensive schemes with that team, and Chris even talked about it a little bit. So physical. A lot of guys that are really like size, and they do a lot of switching and things like that too. So I'm just gonna be, it's gonna be interesting to see what he'll be able to do just with the full resources and being able to get better.
To your point, I watched the first 5 minutes of that game. He switched defenses three different times, and to me, that's beautiful. It's a thing that you don't see a whole lot of. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. 3 different times, 3 different defenses. And the point guard's pulling the ball back, doesn't know exactly what they're in, took them out of their normal pace. Those are the things that kind of mean a lot early in the game because it ends up kind of going throughout the game. For sure.
All right, we got to wait on Will, so we'll appreciate you coming by.
Hey, appreciate
and listen,
Jeff,
don't lose too much money out here. All right,
go get it back then. What are you down?
Go get it back, Chris.
I'm doing good on the games, but the tables are killing me.
All right, hold on, grab the mic. We got to talk about this real quick. We got to talk about this real quick. What's your game of choice?
Blackjacks and craps.
Craps?
Yep, craps.
The problem, I love both those games.
Yep.
The problem with craps is you either win it all real quick, or you lose it all.
Easy
real quick.
Come, easy go.
All real quick.
But I tell you, I got on the blackjack table. I've been on there 3-4 times, and I just haven't had anything. I want to win 2 or 3. No momentum.
I won like 500 quick last night, and then I went to bed.
Yeah, that's smart.
I went to bed.
Money,
but I won't be smart
management.
tonight.
That's what I told him.
The key is, I've learned, here's the key. Every time I play blackjack with Rob, I lose. Every time. I mean, it might be 100%. I don't think I've ever walked off the table. So I've learned now, I didn't even text him last night. We got in.
Yeah.
He went up to the room. I went up to the room, and I'm like, I snuck down.
Snuck down.
No,
You
there's
guys
no way I'm
stay-
telling him.
you see him- you see him
Well,
coming. Yeah.
when I went down to go find Jarrell, I saw you at the table, and I really thought about going and walking and sitting down next to you. And was like,
Just
hey,
straight
fucko,
yeah.
about to lose all your money.
That's a real thing, though. That's a little
no
mojo.
question,
Yeah, you
right.
see him going. Yeah,
Don't ruin my mojo.
Got to stay
Not
away
this
from
trip.
it. But
I will sacrifice my money to be at the table with Jeff and hit when I'm not supposed to hit.
He don't like it. Jeff's one of those guys, huh? He's one of those guys who don't like that. Yeah, yeah.
I'd rather see Jeff take a loss than me get away.
All right,
I'd
listen,
love to
great
play with
seeing
you.
you.
Hey, Jeff,
We'll
thank
see you
you.
over
Oh,
there
yes.
later tonight. All right, maybe
Gonna
we'll
be
play
back
some blackjack
over? Yeah.
tonight.
You gonna be over there?
Yep, absolutely.
Good. Yeah.
Once we're done with
Thanks a
everything.
lot. Appreciate it.
All right, Chris Cortiani, NC State,
seeing you, man.
former point guard, and obviously happy about this Will Wade news.
Make sure Texas is out. Right? Make sure that's out.
Yeah, we'll make sure.
Yes,
See you, man.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so are we waiting on Will?
We're going
here?
to take a little break, and we're going to come back, and we hope to have none other than McNeese State head coach Will Wade.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. I have been looking for the best deal on March Madness tickets, which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and more than 70,000 events available. Now that March Madness is here, SeatGeek has your back. Each ticket is rated so you know if it's a good deal with that little green dot, and it's backed by a buyer guarantee. You can get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek with code FIELD68. That's code FIELD68. March Madness is here, and you know what that means. Buzzer beaters, high stakes hoops, and it's a time where legends are made. In other words, it is time to wear chubbies. Pretty good segue, right? Chubways has mastered the art of stylish casual wear that doesn't skimp out on performance or durability, whether it's their bright, stretchy polos, their iconic thigh-exposing shorts, or their one-of-a-kind swim trunks. It's the perfect threads to wear as you helplessly watch your bracket predictions fail. Watching games with your friends, Chubby's original shorts gives you that classic feel with a modern look. You hitting the gym to make up for all the pizza, wings, and beer that you consumed in the last 4 days? Chubby's ultimate training shorts are built to sweat. And to sweeten the deal for you, for just a limited time, Chubby's is giving all of our listeners 20% off your order with the exclusive code F68. So use code F68 at chubbysshorts.com. That's chubbysshorts.com.
Field of 68's Madnesscast. Rob Doster, Jarrell McNeil, Jeff Goodman, and Matt McCall. And the lights are officially back on, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what happened here in Flanker. I think it's because we're getting a little late in the
Like
day.
you got an espresso shot. You good, man? Like the energy level just went through the roof.
I'm ready to go. We got night games coming up. I just put $100 on every single underdog's money line for the next round of games.
How'd you do in the first session
I
of
am
Underdogs?
throughout the entire tournament so far, including the first four. I'm currently down $272.
Could be worse.
But if I get one of these underdogs here, if Yale wins, then I'll get back to even.
I mean, I'm down 200 to John Martin, so you're doing well compared to me.
I am.
You're down. You're not only down 200 to John Martin. You're down 200 to the satchel.
Yeah, to the
satchel. The man is wearing a
The
satchel. Okay.
All right, let's talk about this BYU win. McCall, condolences for your team's loss here. BYU 80, VCU 71. Richie Saunders had 16 points here. BYU knocked down some threes, Jarrell. It looks like we are now in a spot where BYU has won, 12 of their last 15, 13 of the last 16. They're rolling, and they were the better team throughout against VCU.
Yeah, and I think they really handled them a lot easier than I thought it was going to be, and we were kind of looking forward to that as well too, because we thought it was going to be an interesting matchup. But I think the defining part of that game was just the fact that VCU did what they usually do. They picked those guys up. They tried to pressure them. They weren't able to cause or generate enough turnovers to really impact BYU. They were able to get the ball over half court, get into their sets, and run their stuff. And at the end of the day, if you get those guys in their comfort zone, allow them to go through their sets and play off of each other and move the ball around, they're going to be really hard to stop. They eventually were able to get a little bit of separation there going into that first half, and they never really looked back. They, for the most part, controlled pace and the tempo of that game the rest of the way throughout. So, good win for BYU. Think altitude had anything to do with it? It was the altitude. It was the altitude. I'm just going to beat you to it. I'm just going to beat you to it, Rob.
I mean, I've been saying it since the bracket came out. I really like Ryan Oden's team at VCU. I didn't like the matchup. I didn't like the matchup going into it. I thought BYU would beat them. I thought if VCU could get a matchup against someone else where, Shoga can come off ball screens and make the right play, but not have to play against a team that's going to make a ton of threes. I mean, that was the difference in the game.
That's the first tournament win for BYU in like 13 years.
Has it been that long?
Yeah.
Wow.
Satchel's back, by the way.
Satchel has returned.
I have a question. We'll get back to BCU in 1 second, or BYU in 1 second. Goodman, I feel like how do you not tear your ACL sitting like that?
I feel like you do. I don't have any freaking room here.
I feel like your ACL is so
but like,
yeah, my knees are hurting too.
Yeah, my knee
I'm
hurts.
with you.
Yeah, BYU. How dangerous is this team, Jeff?
I mean, they're old. They shoot it well. They play hard. They rebound. I mean, they got a chance. Again, I'm not – and now they have belief.
That's right.
That's the one thing they have right now is belief they can beat just about anybody because they have. Over the last 2 months, they've been as hot as almost any team in the country. So I think the biggest thing for me is defensively how much better they've gotten over the course of the season. And because you look at him individually,
Mawat Mag. They put Mawat Mag when they go look at the.
And he's such a good defender.
Yeah, when they put him in the starting lineup and put Cannon Catchings to the bench,
they needed him. And again, Catchings is another offensive-minded guy.
Yep.
Right. Mawat's always been about defense. So, I think that sets a tone. And I think Kevin Young understood that. Hey, you know what? We could try to outscore people, but we're not winning games in the tournament that way, and we're not winning a ton of Big 12 games that way. So you got to give him credit. I mean, he flipped this team in the middle of the year. And, again, another guy, brand new coach. Now, the key for him was he retained Richie Saunders, Hall, some of those guys. When we looked at it, we were like, all right, you know what? He brought those guys back. But how good are they? Well, Richie Saunders has been as good as almost anybody in the Big 12 over the last month.
He has.
Yep. Mawat Mag, we talked about him defensively. Max Shulga, 12 points, 3 assists, 4 turnovers. All he got were threes off. 4 for 10 from 3, but that was it. And 2 of them came late.
Yeah, I mean,
it bodes well for the next matchup.
But that was key to take him out of the game.
Yes.
And you saw on the Atlantic tournament other teams try to do it, but they didn't do it successfully because he was so much bigger than everybody else. In the A-10, whether it was George Mason or whoever they were playing against, he was bigger than those guys. So when they trapped him, he could still see over it.
Mm-hmm.
Today was the difference. He couldn't do that.
Yep.
He couldn't do it today.
Yep.
And it was a bad matchup. It was just a bad matchup for VCU.
Yep. And that bodes really well for their next matchup, Jarrell, because the team that BYU is going to be facing, Wisconsin, has 2 guys that they kind of let rock. We talked to one of them today, John Tonji. He's going to have to deal with Mawat Mag. He's got no, I guess he doesn't because they train. Keeping track of the transfers when the conferences are moving is very difficult. But Mawat Mag is going to be facing off with John Tonji. So we got Will Wade. Will Wade is joining us. McNeese State head coach Will Wade off of a 69-67 win over Clemson. All right, Will, I need you to be honest, man. You got to win, but you sweated that thing at the sweated it out at the end. How are you feeling right now? Is the heart rate down yet?
Yeah, I mean, look, we stayed pretty calm. Luckily, we had a good working margin. We missed some free throws. We didn't execute press offense very well, but give Clemson credit. They were much more aggressive than us the last 6 minutes. And, we we didn't respond as well to that.
Matt McCall, he said at halftime, if I was Will Wade right now, I would be mad that we're only up by 18 at the half. And he almost turned out to be right.
Yeah, we gave away some opportunities in the first half, missed some open shots. Now, of course, they missed a bunch of open shots, but the game went exactly how we needed it to go for us to win. They're 4 and 17 under Brownell when you assist on 11 plus baskets. They shoot under 53% from 2 and under 38% from 3. So we hit all 3 of those benchmarks. We were willing to give up the threes, but we hit all 3 of those benchmarks, which allowed us to win.
Coach, hold on. I don't know why Rob Doster is starting this interview off. First of all, winning is hard. Okay, you won a game in the NCAA tournament today. You should be happy as hell. Just talk about the resilience of your team. Ignore Rob Doster's question. First of all, congrats, man. What a win and what a season. What a job you've done at McNeese. So give you all the credit. But just talk about the resilience of your team to be able to close that game out.
Well, the credit goes to the players, not me. I'm just along for the ride. But, look, our guys were focused. We had a good week of practice. We had a good week of preparation. We were shell-shocked last year when we got to play Gonzaga. We were just shell-shocked, and we knew we weren't going to be that way this year, and I knew we were going to play well. I didn't realize we played that well defensively. We hadn't played the zone all year, so it's something we had saved, and it was certainly effective for us tonight.
Hey, Will, a lot of people obviously were talking about how is all the recent speculation about you and NC State going to affect your players? Would it throw them off? How did you handle this with your players as you led up to the game?
We talked about it. We were in practice when all that happened. And you guys know, look, you interview for a job and then your attorneys deal with their attorneys. It's not like I'm talking to people we were in practice at Brown, and Mike Martin, who I've known since I was in the Ivy League, he came out in practice and said, "What's up?" to me. He's like, "Hey, you're trending on Twitter." So what the hell am I trending on Twitter for? He's like, "Oh, they said you took the NC State job." I was like, "Oh," and then I got back to my phone and had like 300 text messages. And so, look, that had nothing to do with it. When we got that night, I sat down and talked to the team. We had already talked on Saturday, and we're honest. Shoot, half the kids I recruited, I told them, "Hey, look, the goal is to go Power 5 after this year, and some of you guys can go with me, and some of you guys, so we all know what's up." And shoot, our guys, this was great for them. They're gonna have a lot of schools in their DMs tonight too, looking to pick them up, pay them. So it's a good for everybody.
What we keep saying. That's what we keep saying.
What is up, though? Hold on. You said we all know what's up. So fill me in exactly what's up.
No, I'm just saying. We all know the deal.
He
the coaches
just won an NCAA tournament game.
Look, here's what I mean.
What's up?
Coaches, you get an opportunity. When you win to move, and players, when you get an opportunity, and you play well, they get a chance to move. It's the free markets at work. That's America. So it's I'm happy for everybody. But hey, we want to keep this going, and we've got a great thing going, and see if we can keep this going another week.
Yeah, Coach, and you kind of hit it on the head. We kind of alluded to it before the game, just with all the speculation. But I thought it was going to go the other way because, like I said, with the current climate, it's too big of a platform for these guys to come out and not want to showcase what they're able to do as well, too. But I think specifically what stood out to me just from the opening tip was the physicality that you guys play with. A lot of people kind of question whether you're going to be able to do it. I got a chance to see you guys over the last couple of weeks here. And I thought it was going to be a good matchup, but you guys answered the bell right from the opening tip. Could you just talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I think our athleticism was really good. I think we got our athleticism into the game, particularly with Shoe Beast and Brandon Murray, who was with us at LSU. He was a monster, and Copeland did a great job. So we got we got some of our main guys going, and we were physical. We out-rebounded them. We outscored them in the paint, which is what we need to do. And so, and all the speculation and all that stuff, if you're not in our program every day, you don't know how we operate. So everybody can think that they know or think, in a normal situation, this is what happens. Well, we're not normal. We do things differently, and that's why we've been successful. We don't do what everybody else does, or we get the same results everybody else gets. And so, we try to do things a little bit differently. And when you do things differently, sometimes a little honesty. I think I'm too honest. Copeland always tells me, well, you sugarcoat it a little bit. This is too direct. And so, That's just the way it goes, and I should have these moments.
Hey, Will, I know you said that, it's all about the players, but for you, you've kind of had to rebuild, obviously, the last 2 years going to McNeese State and, kind of starting over in some ways. So for you to not only get back to the tournament again here for the second straight year, but to win a game in the tournament again, how personally satisfying does that feel for you?
I mean, look, I'm happy for our players. I'm happy for our university. These people took a chance on me when not many would. So this ain't about me. I've been to the tournament quite a few times. We've won games. Like, this isn't about me, but this is probably the most satisfying win I can remember in the NCAA tournament since when I was an assistant at VCU and we went to the Final Four. I mean, this is every bit as satisfying as that. And so, it's a credit to a lot of people. A lot of people made this happen, and I'm just fortunate to be a small part of it all.
All right, I want to end it with this, Will. You have the most famous college basketball personality is in your program right now. It's not a player, it's not a coach, it's your manager. Can you just talk to me about how Amir's rise, the music is coming out? It feels
well. We took Providence.
So
we took Providence by storm today because our hotel's within walking distance. So Amir led us down the block with his box with the music. And people were looking at us like we're nuts. We said, "The Bayou Bandits are here, baby. We are here."
Hey, you gonna eat some Chislic to celebrate or no?
We've come a long way from that bullshit you may be playing in South Dakota. We didn't look like we could be an NAIA team up there, but hey, we come a little
No,
ways.
you did not.
Hey,
Thanks,
listen,
guys.
congrats, man. We appreciate you jumping on. Go get ready for Purdue, all right? We appreciate
Sounds
you being
good.
here
Go
with us. Will Wade, McNeese State head coach. Oh, man, it's always
McNeese
electric.
State and NC State coach.
He's good. Who's he recruiting for the portal right now? I love it. I love it. He doesn't even really try to hide it.
No,
Everyone here knows what's up. Well, what's up? Well, yeah, I'm sure they got some stuff in their DMs tonight too. It's
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
oh,
I love
How
it.
could you not want to
Full transparency. You can't do anything but respect it.
Jarrell, you. So for people that don't know, Jarrell coaches the Mean Streets EYBL program out of Chicago, and you help kids find the right place for college.
100%.
You hear Will Wade talking like that, saying like this is the free market at work. Is that something that is going to make you want to send players there? Like that, you want to hear stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Because if anything, if nothing else, and this is part that I kind of hate is dealing with some of the BS. And it's just, don't get me wrong, but coaches are great at it. The coach speak and
They're salesmen.
Yeah, exactly. They're used car salesmen. And it's, some of them are just so full of it. It's like, man, it's hard to shift through who's a good guy, who's a bad guy, who's being transparent. Yeah, with that, it's just, transparent. Everybody knows what's up. And look, some of those guys made them a shit ton of money tonight. Like I said, on this platform, playing at a high level. So that type of stuff, makes kids gravitate
It's
toward
so
it.
rare to hear.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
It's so rare to hear because again, we've heard how many coaches sidestep all this talk.
Yep.
And instead of doing that, he just comes right out and like, "This is me. You know what? Take me or leave me, but I'm not changing. I'm not changing."
And I think going through the experience at LSU helps that too. Like everything he went through, he's like, all right, like I'm going to embrace this. I'm going to embrace this. This is who I am. Because to your point, Jarrell, like the coach speak and if you don't come off authentic, and I'm speaking on my personal experience, if you don't come off real and authentic, the players are going to think you're fake.
100%.
They're going to think you're fake. And guess what? They're not going to run through a wall for you. They're not going to play for you. They're not going to do that. They're going to think you're fake. And he's not fake. Like, this is who I am.
And just to that point, and Matt, I'm full in agreement with you, and I think you could speak to this too. The hardest place in the world to try to fool people are the locker room.
Yes.
They see through BS quicker than anything. Your players, your staff will see right through it and be like, man, this guy is full of shit. Yeah, 100%. 100%. So I think it's just great, just him being authentic about everything, being straight up front. Like, what kid wouldn't want to play for him? The fire that he showed, the passion that he showed, just giving real life answers to questions and not ducking and dodging.
Yeah, for sure. Listen,
can they beat Purdue?
They definitely can.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the line's out. Line's out.
What's the number?
6.5.
Yeah.
All right.
I will be all over McNeese.
You said you'd be over him at any number.
I'll be all over McNeese. I would have taken McNeese plus 3.5.
I think
Yeah.
McNeese wins. I think McNeese wins. Listen, we will be back. We're going to take about a 30-minute break here. We got to let some of our equipment cool down. We got to let some of our stuff finish charging up. Tennessee and Wofford have tipped off. We have an incredible slate of games here in the early evening window on Thursday night. Field of 68, Madnesscast. We'll be back. Dinner break, boys. Who's hungry?
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for this season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. Now is your chance to prove you're smarter than the Field of 68. We're hosting a Survivor contest with our partner Splash Sports. There's a $25 entry fee, a 25 entry max in the contest, and more than 1,700 spots available, which means there's a $40,000 max prize for the winner. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Each day you pick a team to win. If they win, you advance. We'll also be running a free-to-enter bracket contest as well as a second chance Survivor in the Sweet 16. So prove you know more ball than the Field of 68 on Splash Sports. I want my home to feel like my home. So whether I'm looking for big furniture, just a small piece for my place, or maybe some storage solutions for the basement or the garage, the answer is Wayfair. Seriously, I needed a new patio set and fire pit for my backyard. I bought it on Wayfair. It looks great on our deck, and it gives me an excuse to fire up the smoker, invite some friends over, crack a couple beers. Just last week, I bought a new chair for my office, someplace comfortable to sit while the madness takes up the 4 screens in front of me. I got it on Wayfair, clicked a few buttons. A couple days later, it showed up at my front door. They even offered to help set it up for you. Digging through online stores can be intimidating. Trust me, I know. It can be hard to find what you're looking for in your price range, but not on Wayfair. They have great options, even if you are balling on a budget like me. Wayfair has every style for every home, including mine and yours. So head to wayfair.com and shop everything home. That's WAYFAIR.com. Wayfair, every style, every home. If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today.
I have been looking for the best deal on March Madness tickets, which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and more than 70,000 events available. Now that March Madness is here, SeatGeek has your back. Each ticket is rated so you know if it's a good deal with that little green dot, and it's backed by a buyer guarantee. You can get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek with code FIELD68. That's code FIELD68.
Owning property in the state of Texas is difficult enough. Paying taxes on your property should not make your life any more complicated. Ownwell believes that when it comes to paying property taxes, you should only pay what's fair. In under 3 minutes, you can sign up and have their team of Texas experts start saving you money without a single upfront cost. It's easy. When you sign up, you get an instant estimate of the tax savings they can get you so that when that property tax bill comes due, the amount that you have to fork over to Uncle Sam isn't quite as painful. Put property tax money back in your pocket in just minutes. 86% of customers receive a reduction with an average savings of more than $1,100. Imagine how much less stress you'll have in your life knowing that you could take some of the money that you have earmarked for the IRS and spend it on, an 85-inch flat screen to watch March Madness. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most Texas counties. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com/CBB. That's OWNWELL.com/CBB.
Madnesscast. We are here. We took a break. We let the tempers cool down. We let the electronics and the equipment cool down.
Drank a couple dad waters.
Got some delicious food here from Flanker. Shout out to the great staff at Flanker here, Mandalay Bay. Obviously, this has all been presented by BetMGM, so very thankful to them for helping us come out here and do this. So, all right, let's catch up. Arkansas and Kansas tied at 28. We talked about this one, fellas, as this is a game where it could be tight. Both these teams have kind of trended in different directions, the last couple of weeks. What have you thought about the early goings here, Rob?
For Arkansas, Kansas?
Yeah.
Boogie Fland is back. He's playing okay. We had a Flory Badunga poster, and Brooks Barnheiser got all fired up. As fired up as he's been today. That's another one of you. I think you got a friend on every single team in college basketball. Is that right?
Not every team, but a lot of them, I would say, but not every team.
Close to
Close
it.
to.
No, it's. I
think because you got friends, man.
No, I got Jeff Goodman.
Clearly you're jealous.
You got friends. I got Jeff Goodman. No, I mean Arkansas's look better than I thought. They look better than I thought, but Kansas has been making some shots. When Zeke Mayo plays well, when he wakes up and he's making shots, I think that changes things for this Kansas team. And I mean, obviously he's playing. He's got 11, made 3 threes already, Terrell.
Yeah, and for the most part, it's been all him and Dickinson so far in this game. Obviously, a couple more. They're gonna need to get a couple more guys going, but it's been a tough, competitive game, kind of what we expected. I guess at this juncture, we're kind of looking at it as for sure the game of the night now because we haven't had a whole lot of excitement in day one so far. We had one big upset with McNeese, but so we're looking for a good finish here.
Yeah, no question. Michigan San Diego has a chance to be the game of the night.
Yeah, we're not done yet
because there's a lot on the line.
Wilmington, who knows? Wilmington, nobody's talked about that one.
The Sittler.
Stanford Steve called that one.
Did he call it?
He
did?
He said Wilmington would win.
Yeah,
he did for sure.
Is Darion Williams and Chance McMillan playing? Do you know?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, can you check on it? Just make yourself useful, man. What's he do? What is the guy doing?
Every time I look into my phone, I get yelled at. So
can he check on injuries?
Am I allowed?
Do you think that if we said you're not allowed to check your phone, Goodman would actually not check his phone? You think that
He's
would
done a good job
happen?
since we got back from dinner break. He's done a good job.
We've been on for a minute and 30
It'll be a
seconds.
challenge, but again, if you can minute some inspiration,
I thought that was dank.
Yeah.
less inspiration.
Well, I guess we got some more noise in here.
We got some.
Yeah.
Well, we have a broadcast that's been interrupted.
West Region.
All right.
The regional is in San Francisco. Winner plays the winner of Texas Tech, UNCW, Wilmington.
We'll be right back.
Well, there you go. See, they're talking about the Sidler right now. UNC Wilmington, Texas Tech.
This is the sit.
We got Texas A&M beating Yale right now.
It's getting
It keeps getting louder.
I was about to say, I don't think it could have been any louder.
I mean, you got to get louder than the
Unbelievable.
the audio.
I
Flanker.
feel like this is like torch.
What I think happened, I think Flanker doesn't want anybody to hear John Martin.
I think Rob was talking.
Is that what it is? They're
Drowning him out.
trying to drown him out?
I think these are dirty tricks by the Sidler because we're talking about Texas Tech rolling them, and so he's just trying to expose us to loud noises. So
I will say that the Kansas-Arkansas game is delivering. At least we might get a close game here.
yes,
With the one game that you were hoping that might be able to
no,
provide.
I mean exactly. And look, I mean Arkansas, even though they were 10, obviously they were a top 25 preseason team. They were a team that brought in, whether they were a year ago or at one point they were McDonald's All-Americans. Like the talent is there for Arkansas.
Absolutely.
So would it be the craziest thing in the world if Arkansas woke up in the Sweet 16? I don't think so. I mean, because you have to throw out what they were the first 16 games of the year. It's what you are now that matters.
Well, the one thing about him is when you go up against St. John's, what you got to be able to do is not turn the ball over, run offense against their pressure, and not turn the ball over. And at the very least, Arkansas has got 3 really good guards.
Yes.
Now, we can argue about how good those guards are, whether they fit well, whether they're winning basketball player, any of that. We can talk about that. But they got 3 really good guards, and on paper, that's the kind of team that could give the Johnnies a little bit of trouble. Now they got to get past. Kansas here in the first round. They're dealing with some foul trouble themselves, and
DeJuan Harris has been playing with 2 a little bit here, and now you got
Kansas got to play.
3 guys
Arkansas
with
got to play
Arkansas.
defense.
3 guys with Arkansas with 2 in a 8-man rotation.
Rob is about to rock bottom somebody through the middle of the ring.
Not happy for sure, but yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody would be surprised.
The best way to get rid of Rob.
Yeah, just keep turning up the volume.
I think he's got the control over it. He's got the knob.
Trevor's hitting. He's hitting the button. Get him out of here.
All right, that's crazy. Hey, it is the Madnesscast. You can't just have the Madnesscast without madness.
Ooh, nice move.
DJ Wagner's development this year has been crazy. Like
and all of a sudden, Store comes alive.
So
imagine if like this was the AJ Store game.
Yeah,
that would be crazy.
He's playing. He's off to a good start. He's off.
There we go.
There it is. That's perfect. Now remember when you're ready to.
We really thought Trevor controlled that and wanted you gone, so he just jacked it
Said
up.
Trevor was hitting the button to get you out of here.
No, the problem is he started moving faster. What's the over/under on when the sound comes back?
45 seconds.
Trevor wants Rob out.
Yeah,
Damn, Trev, I'm getting a workout in here, man.
No,
Come on.
Rob, while you were gone, man, we were talking about DJ Wagner's development this year and how key that's been. I don't know if you.
Oh!
That's got to be a foul.
No, Brooks' friends right there. AJ Store.
Oh, that's clean.
Did he really get $2 million?
AJ?
Yeah.
I think there was a 1 in front, but I think 2 commas is the right area to
I
be.
grew up in Memphis. You got to help me with the math.
2 commas.
Give me that.
So millions, like 1 point something.
Oh man!
Somebody said today you got $2 million. I didn't know if that was true. AJ Store.
No, he didn't get 2.
Okay, good. That helps.
I said 2 commas with a 1.
Whatever it is, it was too much for what he's giving us.
A lot of money.
But it maybe.
Oh wait, I actually, we haven't even talked to you about this, about the whole NIL deal and how it affects players, obviously in a positive way.
Mhm.
And and you came in, you had nothing. And now, you got money and you see other players have money. And you spoke earlier about the fact of, guys not sticking out at their place. But what about the distraction that it can be? Have you seen that at all? Have you kind of talked to other players about it and how it, how it can kind of sidetrack some guys?
Yeah, I don't think I've really seen it like distract people on the court at all, really. I think one blessing from going to like at Northwestern is like a lot of us, like money never really was a factor for any of us, so that doesn't really get us. But like a lot of friends at our other schools, like they kind of like will talk about like knowing like how much your teammates are making and stuff like that. Like you would think that there was more. Not backlash, but like more like not jealousy by any means, but just like that the fact that
within the locker room,
yeah, but I don't think I've really seen that. For sure. Like if somebody's, I mean, you would think about it, but I mean, if you play ball for the right reasons, I don't think it'll affect you. But I mean, some guys like if somebody's getting paid more than you and they're not playing, and you're like having a good year, I could see how that know what I mean could mess with your head, and be like, well then. Why am I even doing this? But I've been lucky and, blessed to be a part of teams that don't care about that. And we just always just want to go out there and win and, play ball for the right reasons. But, I could definitely see that affecting somebody for sure.
The best guys really are the ones who have both.
Right, exactly.
Like, a guy who really like had that I was like that I covered was Kendrick Davis at Memphis. Like he came to Memphis because he loved Penny, but he also got paid.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as there's like something beyond, and you want to go to the tournament, you'd never been to the NCAA tournament before. So as long as there's still like that fundamental, like I want to be great,
right?
And that's the part you got to figure out because I bring up Great Osabor as a negative to this stuff all the time. Like how on earth he got $2 million to go to Washington and finish 500 is criminal.
That's
but
why? Why?
For Great
What you mean? Why?
Why is it
criminal? It's criminal
man.
for Danny Sprinkle in Washington.
Congress needs to investigate.
They overpaid him when they knew he wasn't that good.
Yeah,
but for Great Osabor, it's not criminal.
But hold on.
No, he took a deal that was put in front of him.
Right.
No question.
Totally.
But here's the problem with that. I disagree with that. It's the market. Like that's what it costs to get a big guy. And if you need a big guy, if you want that player, you're going to have to pay what it costs. It's like
I don't think that
a dozen eggs is not worth $9 right now. But if you want eggs, you got to go pay $9.
I was told eggs have come down.
$8.
$8. A dozen eggs is not worth $8. But if you want $12, you
I was about to say the same thing.
But you know what? It's not Washington's fault that
it
there
is
was
Washington's
a complete
fault.
lack of supply of big guys in the market last
It's
spring.
their fault.
It's totally their fault.
He coached him. He knew he wasn't that good.
Who are
Save
you-
the money. I don't want you to spend it. I want you to
Like, who are
say
you gonna
year
get
one,
exactly?
Year one, we're going to suck.
Exactly.
And then in year two, we're going to have $2 million more, and we can be really
Washington
good.
basketball
Yep.
needs Elon Musk to come through and slash funds because they clearly don't.
I actually have a story about that because the guy that negotiated Grace deals, he's with my agent too. So I'm friends with Great, but the reason why this is like, and I mean this, and it's so crazy. I didn't want to step in it and say,
I was in the kitchen. I was cooking Great.
He was cooking, but I gotta stand up for him for a little bit real quick.
Yeah,
But the main thing is, I heard that like Sprinkle really wanted to pay him that money because he was with him everywhere he's been, and he's the reason why he's got all those jobs. And he won Mountain West Player of the Year at Utah State, and he was like, you know what,
fair.
like I think he knew that it was an absurd amount of money, but I think he thought in his eyes like I'm not Sprinkle without Osabor, so he wanted to take care of him.
You know what the other
He
part of it
rewarded
was?
his guy.
The other part of it was, if he doesn't get him, everybody looks at it and says, well, what's wrong? Why
Exactly.
wouldn't he
Why
go
wouldn't he
You
follow?
can't get that guy.
Right.
You can't get.
All
He's
right,
your guy.
right,
Yeah,
okay.
right. 100%.
Okay, but okay, that is not the market though.
I mean,
That's not the
essentially,
market.
John, the market is what somebody is willing to pay.
That is true.
Yes.
But Brad's point was don't blame Washington because dude. It was the mark because Washington said we're going to give him a lifetime achievement contract. That's why that was the
So
market.
if he was going to get $2 million elsewhere and Washington wanted him, then what are they going to do?
But he wasn't going to get $2 million elsewhere.
What was he going to get?
JT, no clue.
It was
Probably
JT.
not quite. Probably
JT
could've
Toppin
gotten
got
like
JT Toppin got 1.5 at Texas Tech, and it came down to JT Toppin
Yeah.
at Great Ossibor.
Yeah.
So you know that number was probably on the table,
Yeah.
right? Louisville had money to spend. I know how much some of those guys got at Louisville.
Yeah. Again, I target Great because the team was so bad, and is that because Great cost so much?
Well, look, if you want to, the criticism there is that if you let's just say you had, let's just say that's $4 million. Throwing it out there. Let's say you had $4 million
as a team, yeah,
as a team,
yeah,
and you spent $2
which in
million
2025 would be a pretty average to above average
three,
number.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
If you spent that much of your budget on Great Ossibor and didn't have the money to fill out the roster, kind of like what happened with Rutgers. They spent all their money on
Right.
Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey.
Exactly.
And you didn't have the money to fill out the rest of your roster around them. So you got these two guys that are great, and then you can't quite put together a team around them that's good enough for those guys to be able to actually win games instead of just put up big numbers.
Yeah.
Then yes, that's a fair criticism of Washington. But saying we wanted Great Ossibor, it cost $2 million to get Great Ossibor. We spent $2 million to get Great Ossibor. I don't think that that's fair because they needed him, they got him, and that's what the price tag was.
Well, they needed more than him, clearly.
They did,
and so that's.
But I don't.
But I just think this is we're having the conversation about NIL, and this is probably not going to be as much of a problem because revenue share starts this year, so it will probably not be. Teams are going to have just crazy money to spend, but in this current world, it was $4-5 million that was doing good, and when you have a guy taking up $2 million, I mean that's a big percentage of the salary cap.
I think a major component of this as well too, and it was just something that I thought about because obviously I know you guys told us we got Coleman Hawkins coming on tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
And just seeing his last interview after they finished up and stuff, like, man, it changes the dynamic. It's not just the money, but it's the fact that it's now public knowledge.
For sure.
Because then you got people constantly putting a price tag next to your performance. And for me,
that's true.
It's cool because it's like that's what pros do.
That is what pros
That's
do.
what pro basketball is all about. Is
Yeah.
Look, this public knowledge from the moment I stepped out of Marquette, everybody knew how much I was making. And it was, oh well, he's highest paid, second highest paid guy on the team. He needs to be getting a certain level of production for him to be holding
Absolutely.
up his end of the bargain. And if the team isn't winning, the production really doesn't matter as much. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even like the kid we talking about from Washington now, like they sucked. Like, so they don't win a lot of games and he plays well, it's like he's still gonna get killed. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
true. That's
so
true
it's
because again, the opportunity cost.
it's just, I mean, it's just opening up a can of worms, but just everybody having that, I think it definitely adds a ton of layered criticism.
Yeah.
These guys got to deal a lot more with this social media stuff that we had to
You're
back in
right
our day.
about that. You're not wrong about that. And for anyone that's out there like ripping Coleman Hawkins and all these guys and whoever it is over the money they were making and perform, like, don't do that. Don't do that, right? But if you want this to be something where you're making money as a college basketball player, you got to accept the fact that this is what comes with professional athletics.
Some of it comes
And
with
this
it,
is
for
going
sure.
to be.
They're not used to it yet.
Yes,
that's the
but
problem.
you gotta be.
NIL's
been
around
long
year
enough.
that the big money came, and
Yep.
I don't know if Coleman. You can say it all you want, but I don't know if Coleman knew what to, especially when you don't win.
No, it's hard. It's
If you
hard.
win, no big deal. Nobody's killing.
It's
you
hard
know.
when it happens overnight like
Right.
that. Even the kid, like I'm just using him for the kid from Indiana, Balos. He said something about just all the people and saying negative stuff, and like he got paid well as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not just one or two guys, and it's a lot to deal with. I don't think it's necessarily fair, but to Rob's point, like when you start making that amount of money, and
You're a pro.
Yeah,
You are a pro.
You
are a pro.
You are,
And this
I mean,
day and
those
age,
guys are making. Joe, you made a lot of money overseas.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And
They're making. It would have took me. It took me years to make.
That's what I'm saying.
The money
Right.
that these guys
and,
are
and
making
there's
in
no
the-
there's no going back
100%.
now. There's no going back. I'm not saying that we should go back, but I'm also waiting on the big payday. The guy that gets the big payday, it actually is on a good team. Like, where's that at?
Trying to think who.
Duke does not count.
Yeah, I mean Cooper obviously. Got
I guess
paid.
you said JT Toppin.
Yeah,
That's-
JT Toppin got 1.5.
That's earning your money.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good
Yeah,
example.
They had a
JT
great
got-
year.
got
I mean,
good
Yeah,
money.
yeah. JT's been balling.
No, a lot of the guys that got paid. RJ Davis didn't win, right? I mean,
Yeah,
RJ
the
Davis
one.
is
two Rutgers kids.
RJ Davis
100%.
is about to go to the Sweet 16.
But he, you know what I'm saying. His team didn't win a lot in the regular season.
Yeah,
didn't
no,
win
they
a
were
lot.
they
I mean,
underachieved.
you go through a lot of
Yeah,
a lot
yeah,
of the
you
highest
can.
paid guys.
Is that a correlation or is that
But a lot of the top teams. I mean, look, Arkansas, Kansas State,
Yeah.
Indiana. Those are three of the top five right there.
Yeah.
Probably.
yeah the biggest disappointments this season?
Those
I
are
mean,
three of them. They're up there.
they had their moments.
It's an added layer of pressure, man. It's definitely an added layer of pressure. So
Well, and I think these coaches are probably still getting used to dealing with it too. You
Oh,
know, I mean,
100%.
that's another. Have another fry. But I do think that's.
All right, what's up, babe?
You're going to sit here and try to talk with your mouth full and try
Drake
to direct
started.
me.
Drake, Missouri started
It's a barn burner. 5-4.
after 5 minutes.
Almost 6 minutes in. Yeah, is this good for Drake? Does Drake?
Yes,
they must
this
love
is
this.
very good
Yeah.
for Drake.
Because Missouri scores like 90 a game. They're crazy.
pace. It's a pace game,
Yeah,
right?
I don't know if they can sustain it. It's going to be tough to do. We got Arkansas, Kansas at half. Razorbacks up 47-44. Now, that's a fun one.
Yep.
We talked about that one as the game of the day.
Providence, Rhode Island. Providence has gotten the two, the McNeese win, and now this game.
Wow. The two upsets.
John Fanta.
The two upsets. John Fanta is bringing the upsets to Providence.
He's bringing the entertainment.
The only compelling games of the day. And then Tennessee's up on Wofford 41-29. Doesn't look like that one's going to be an upset special here for Rick Barnes. Didn't really think it would be, but they're cruising. What about this Tennessee team?
Again, I
Do you love them? Do you like them? Do you love them? Like what?
Somewhere between like and love. I'm way better on them than I was a month or so ago.
Okay.
After seeing them at the SEC tournament, and we saw them. Rob and I saw them. I don't know a month ago, and I didn't love them. But I think they've come around, and I think the big thing, honestly, is not just. I mean, Ziegler and Lanier are great, but the other kid, Bailey. What am I saying? What's his name? Gainey. Sorry, Gainey. Should know it since his dad's an assistant.
Yeah.
Gainey's been great.
It's been really good.
He
Yeah.
gives him that third guy, and he can kind of attack now. He's not like I feel like last year he was just a spot up shooter. Now he's able to make some stuff happen off the bounce. Okpara is fine for what he gives you, and Milicic is still the one that, to me,
He's the X factor.
yeah, can put you over the top.
He is the X factor.
Yep.
When he plays well, they're really hard to beat. They're
They're good,
really
though.
hard to beat.
They're good. Their pieces fit together pretty well.
Wow.
Tough. I mean, that
When Chaz Lanier,
When he gets going, man, there's nothing you can do.
that release is crazy.
There's
God,
nothing.
look, he's got 19 points. So I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
he's got some. I mean, obviously their games are different, but
Yeah.
he can do some of the same things Dalton Connect did last year. He can heat up quick.
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
He heats
I
up
disagree.
quick.
I
What do
disagree
you disagree with?
Well, how can you say?
I think they
that
are
comment I just said. How can you disagree with?
Because
that?
they are completely different basketball
I
players.
just said that.
They
I
are
didn't say they were
completely
the same
different.
player.
He just
You
said
just
he
said they could do the
I
same
said they
things.
can both heat up quick.
No, you said they could both do some of the same things.
Heat up quick.
Like making literally the only thing they could do is have shots go in. They get them
They need
completely
that.
different ways.
They need that.
Well, what would
Completely
what would you say? Dalton was more of like a creator, and whereas
Yeah.
Chaz is you can catch a
They
shoot guy.
went with the when they needed him. So what they do now with this team is they'll find whatever action is working, whether
Yeah.
it's running the Gainey and Lanier off floppy actions, whether it's running them off of pin downs, whether it's whatever they're doing, they'll find the one play that works and they'll just beat that thing to death.
Yeah.
And they'll go over and over and over again. And you know what they did last year for Dalton Connect? When they went to the play that worked, they gave him the ball. They said, "Everyone, get the hell out of the way. Go get us a bucket."
Yeah.
Okay, that's what they're completely different players. You got to run Lanier off a screen. He's not going to be able to do that stuff. With
Well, they're the same player now.
Yeah.
Dalton Connect for the Lakers.
huh?
I said they're the same player now with him with the
Yeah.
Lakers.
Yeah.
That's the only way he's going to score.
Yep.
I think Tennessee's an Elite Eight type team. That's how they feel to me.
Watch this. Goodman. I think I'm coming around. I'm all in on the Vols now.
I'll do it.
I've come around. I'm all in on the Vols.
Not allowed to do
I'm all the way in on the
Can't
Vols.
do it.
No, he does
I'm
it.
all
He does it, and then
in. I'm
gonna
all in.
lose. They're
I'm
gonna
all in
lose
on the
this
Vols.
game.
I'm all in on the
Hey,
Vols.
his picks today have been total shit.
Terrible.
What was the Gonzaga final? And I think
They came back.
Did they come back?
Yeah, they covered
And they lost
the
by
second
20.
half line.
Did they really?
Georgia did, yeah.
They lost
We're
by
back, baby. We're back.
What was the line?
I don't even know.
Yeah. A&M Yale is a 6-point game, but doesn't really feel like Yale has got a lot of juice in this one.
They're starting to come around. Their defense is starting to impact this game, and I think they got used to Texas A&M's length because they haven't had the turnovers here.
My
They
freshman
turned the
year
ball over
roommate guarding the ball right now.
Who's that?
Casey Simmons. Was
Oh,
my
another
freshman
friend.
year
Look at that.
roommate.
Another one.
He was at Northwestern. And he transferred to
Nice. You see when he got his dunk blocked earlier? You didn't say he was your friend when he got his dunk blocked.
I think that was a
Different game.
different game. I think. I hope so. I think that was a different game.
Look at Tennessee go.
Ooh.
That's our man, Jemai Meshack. Jemai Meshack.
Were you on the interview with us?
Is he the best
You're on
defender?
the interview, right?
Is he the best perimeter defender in the country?
I
Yes.
mean, I think he's the best player in the country, to be honest.
Jemai Meshack.
He just he needs more. He needs more threes. He needs more. He needs more volume. No, I do love him. I do love Jemai Meshack.
I do too. I think
Yeah.
I think
What are we reviewing over here?
When we talked to him, who'd they beat? Oh, it was Alabama. Yeah, and he hit the game
buzzer
winner.
beater, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, look at that.
that's definitely a guy that can win you a title. I mean, I'm not saying he will, but he's the type of dude you
This
need.
is the difference between the Ivy League and the SEC right here. Watch
Yeah, I
this.
seen it.
Boom! See ya.
Look at him. That shoulder separated.
They
my
know.
arm.
Yeah. Brooks was like, "That's my friend over there that made the hit."
Hey, turn up the music again.
You gotta just tell him basketball is a small world, Brooks.
Very
Man.
small.
It's all connected.
Yeah, for overtime, it's the volume here.
It's the duster, but
It is the duster, but man, this Drake Missouri game.
it is a barn burner.
Is it worse? Is it worse than Clemson McNeese? Look at that!
Jesus.
What a three!
Ooh.
Oh, bodies flying. 40-foot threes being launched.
No, come on, Bennett. Come on, Bennett. Come on, Bennett.
Ooh, good finish.
Yo.
Nice take.
That was lefty too, wasn't it?
Yep.
So the Drake coach, are the rumblings that he's going to Iowa?
There are rumblings. Yes.
Rumblings or murmurs?
I don't know.
Scuttle?
You guys,
Scuttlebutt?
you guys have to characterize it better than me. We got a lot of that this year. You got the Willard rumors to Nova. You got Will Wade going to NC State or maybe somewhere else, depending on the hour. Sean Miller. Yeah, you got a lot of coaching. I feel like we have.
I want more
Nico
rumors
Medved.
from Goodman.
More what?
I want more rumors. What is the
I know. I hate when you make me go the rumor route.
no? What is the wildest rumor? It doesn't, not this cycle, but the wildest rumor that you've heard for a coaching change.
I'm trying to think. I mean,
There's got to be something good.
there was one. I mean, I remember the one. I mean, it was early Twitter days. It wasn't a. It was one I had to chase down when a Cavs Twitter page said that Izzo took the Cavs job.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So I remember, and it was early. It was like it had to be like 2014 or something like that. And I had to call Izzo, and I'm like, I know it's not true, but like that was the days when you had to chase it anyway just to make sure.
If you knew it wasn't true, then you wouldn't have called him.
You have to just
You
to
got
make
to.
sure. You had to make
Confirm
sure.
it.
Yeah, I do remember that.
It was
though.
a Cavs. It was
I
a
do remember
Cavs
that.
Twitter page that I didn't know anything about.
Well, you know,
They had
Dan
a bunch of
Gilbert was
followers.
kind of nuts. He's nuts enough to do something like that. You know what I mean? It didn't make a lot of sense though.
No.
Just off the rip.
Thank you.
And I had the tip that Brad Stevens was going to the Celtics before from somebody that their hit rate was like 5%.
Oh, really?
So I blew it off.
Right.
Totally blew it off. I was
Yeah.
like, there's no way.
No way, huh?
It turned out to be right.
Yeah, but you did the right thing for your career. It does feel like does it not feel like we have more of that this year, this tournament though, like the coaching rumors and turnover than usual?
Well, you know why?
Isn't this always settled before now?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll say is like most of those high major guys right now, we know they're not taking jobs. Scott Drew's done.
Right.
TJ Otzelberger's done. We can eliminate most. So it's just a lot of those mid-major coaches
Right.
that are involved in
that are
everything.
still
Ryan
playing,
Odom, Virginia.
Nico Medved.
Nico's involved. Richard Pitino's involved.
Where's Pitino involved?
I don't know if Richard gets anything. He's in the mix at Villanova.
Is Willard the front runner for that?
I don't know if there's a front runner yet for that. I'm not sure. Porter Moser's in there.
You know what?
Oh, really? Surprising.
Yeah.
Can we get Richard Pitino to Villanova? Can we make that happen? I told you this last night. I need someone that I know is going to win there. That's what I need.
I mean, who would you
That's
hire?
a home game for
Who
me.
would you hire right now? Richard Pitino, Porter Moser, Kevin Willard, and who's the fourth? Chris Collins. Everybody look at Brooks. Those are your four. Those are your four choices.
I would probably go Richard Pitino.
Jarrell?
That's where I would go.
Who are you going?
I might go Kevin Willard. I might go that route.
Johnny?
I go Chris Collins. I like that. I think you've seen what Chris Collins
Luckily,
has
Brooks
done.
is gone.
You've seen what Chris Collins has done with the development of guys like Brooks, right? Ty Berry, tough guys. Villanova, when they were winning at their absolute peak, they were winning games in the 40s, right? They loved that style. So he'll bring that back.
And remember, Dad, Philly guy. I mean, no disrespect, Brooks, but
and Brooks,
basketball program-wise,
Right.
Villanova,
Yeah,
winning 2 titles, right? I mean,
being just like my dad was a coach growing up and stuff like that, and like he would always he took a few different jobs, just taking a step up. So I would definitely understand it if he did, but selfishly, I definitely don't want him to because
you want to go
like
back.
We said, I want to go back.
Right.
Yeah, whatever I go do, be able to go back and see him, see the guys, back in Northwestern and just keep building it up. But like I mean,
he's been there how many years now?
A lot. He's out probably maybe 12 or something like that.
A long time.
Yeah, he's been in 3 tournaments.
That long?
Yeah,
he's been there a while, and I mean, he's the best coach in program history by far. So I mean, if he wanted to, go and chase try to win a national championship with the resources and stuff that they have,
that's the thing right now.
Yeah.
Big East, without having it for revenue
Football and
sharing,
stuff.
they
Yeah.
don't have football money that they
Yeah,
have to devote towards football.
Right.
So they could go. I've heard the number $7 million for Villanova.
Yeah.
Now my guess
are you
is
saying Northwestern's going to put money into football?
No, what I'm saying is
Okay.
they got to split it. Yeah, football's going to get.
I know, but I mean,
percentage.
it won't really affect basketball. Basketball will still get plenty of money.
Yeah, but they may get the 15%
Right.
of $20.5 million.
Right.
You want to do the math?
Instead of getting the bigger chunk.
Why would it only be 15%?
That's just the way it's
structured.
Normally,
Right.
across most high major programs, it's going to be somewhere
Yeah,
around
that's true.
15. It might be higher at Kansas.
So what's football get?
70,
Jeez,
somewhere around there, and then the other sports split the rest.
That would-
Again, it can be different.
Yeah, no,
South Carolina,
but I mean, I think
it's going to be different.
Most places will prioritize football.
Right, of course,
100%.
Almost every one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
So-
that is a good point. But yeah, like I said, I
What
need
makes
him
him
to stay.
such a good coach? What makes Chris Collins such a good coach?
I think there's so many things. I feel like he doesn't get enough credit for how just as a man, the kind of guy he is. But I mean, he's so when you're playing for him, you really just want to play your heart out for him because you kind of know what he's been through at Northwestern. He took the job as a Duke assistant, went there, got him to a tournament, had to rebuild again, and then just to build it up with him. I feel like it's almost hard to describe, but those guys that have been there the last 3 or 4 years, getting back to the tournament twice, and everything that we've been through, especially my freshman year, a lot of people didn't know what our future in our program was at. Yeah,
They were ready to get rid of him.
Yeah, and then it's kind of been such a good story. We kind of got in the locker room one day. This is actually a great story. It was after my freshman year, and a couple of people left, and we all kind of met in the locker room, and it was Coach, a couple of the assistants, we're still on staff, and our whole team, and he was just saying whoever wants to leave, they can go, and we kind of know what we're up against, but I promise you, if we all do what we're supposed to do, something beautiful is going to come out of this, and we went to the tournament the first year, went back. But he's just he's honestly a father figure to a lot of the guys that play for him. So, he's just a great coach. So I hope he stays. That's my coach. That's my school. And, I'm going to just do everything I can, get good players there and show people you can make it from there. So, I hope he doesn't go to Nova. But, I would understand it if, he wanted to, chase a higher dream. But, I hope he stays and keeps building there.
No,
For sure.
he's done I mean, again, a crazy good job at a very tough spot.
Mhm.
And you know that better than anybody. Like
Exactly,
that is,
yeah.
it's not an easy place.
Mhm.
You got
Not at all.
academic restrictions.
Not at all.
You know, that you don't have it a lot of other places.
Mhm.
And let's face it, a lot of if you're choosing between, if you're an academic kid,
Yeah.
you're choosing between like Duke, Northwest, like Duke's going to get the best
Right,
academic
yeah,
kids.
exactly.
They just are.
Yeah. And it's funny, like, I feel like we always talk about it. Like, every time we step on the court in the Big Ten, like, the last 3 years, like, more likely than not, like, the other team is way more talented than us. And we know that. But I think we use that to our advantage. Like, we understand that, all right, they got a bunch of guys over there that are super, like, they're uber talented and everything, but, like, they're not going to play harder than us. And, like, we just got to be way tougher because we have it that much harder. So I feel like that's why we've been good the last couple of years, is because we really embrace that for sure.
And appreciate it, right?
And he does it too. Our staff does it as well.
Because they know.
Yeah, because they know for sure. They know better than anybody. Because all the kids that they recruit, you know, when they, you know, pick Miami or they pick like these other schools that got more resources, it's like, all right, then, like the kids that we get, like they're gonna love it here, and like they're gonna go to war for them. So it's been so much fun.
I think Porter would be good too, though. I've really come around on him the last 3 weeks. I
Why?
was worried about him.
Why?
Well, just because Oklahoma was looked dead to me, you know, before the last 3 weeks, and then I don't remember who it was they beat, but they just went on a nice run where they won like 4 or 5, and like I the fact that he's got Jeremiah Fears, and Jeremiah Fears is an NBA talent on his own, but the fact that like he's playing the way he is at 18 years old, like he can get players like that.
Is it out of necessity?
How you mean?
Because I don't think they have any choice.
Right.
I mean, just being honest. And I'm not saying that Jeremiah's a hell of a player. Yeah. He obviously, sorry, Trevor, but he was committed to Illinois.
Yeah.
I think he, at the end of the day, figured out that he wasn't going to be the guy right away.
Right.
And I think that's how that whole thing came about. But outside of him and Moore,
yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah,
really.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, he obviously didn't necessarily sign up to be in the SEC.
Yeah, for sure.
He didn't think that's the league he was joining. Not that the Big 12 would have been.
But very different.
And so I think like the Big East would be a nice. I think he'd be because I mean, let's call it what it is, bro. I mean, the Big East is mostly unserious. I mean, we got St. John's.
Talking about 1 year, John.
We got St. John's,
Wow,
Marquette,
two-time
UConn,
winning
Creighton,
national champs.
So but the rest of it, the bottom of it is so bad. I mean, it really is. It's so the middle and the bottom is so bad. So I think you could look at the Big East.
Xavier's a tournament team this year.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
5 tournament teams.
You're right.
Five tournament teams, 11.
But then it
teams
used to be.
in the
Then
league.
it used to be double that. I mean, it used to be 9, 10.
Yeah, and they had like 17
16 teams.
They were like 8 when he was there. There were 18 teams in the league.
Right. So I mean,
Tulsa.
Yeah, you
South
guys.
Florida was in the Big East.
You guys are.
I mean, they had to pivot.
Right.
Didn't Memphis join the Big East for like 5 minutes, and then the Big East blew up?
Yeah, all the Catholics got scared when Memphis came in. That's what happened. They said we can't be in a league with
I
Memphis.
like that one.
We gotta scram.
Well, it wasn't our Catholics because we were Conference USA with them.
Oh, that's
before.
right. That's right.
You know, with
We
them and since that was.
He said it wasn't our Catholics.
It wasn't our Catholics.
No, it wasn't.
Our Catholics
It wasn't.
don't scare easy.
Although I don't think you guys were excited. I don't think you guys were excited about sharing the league with Memphis again. Although I do miss those series.
I still think we need them. It'd be good for both parties.
I agree totally. But yeah, I think Porter would be a good fit at Villanova. So
I'd put him
we'll see.
4 of those 4.
Really?
I think so.
I don't. First of all, those are all freaking really good coaches.
Yeah,
I mean,
they are.
And they all have like similar resumes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
that's
none of them
true.
are like blow you away with
Yep.
a ton of tournament appearances. And that's kind of what you're dealing with right now.
Yeah.
You're not. Again, the Scott Drews aren't available. You know, the Chris Beards aren't available.
Why is Scott Drew not available?
Because he went to Kentucky and turned it down.
So he's just never going to leave Baylor?
I don't think so.
He's
I
not
think
going to
he has a
leave Baylor
statue
until
built.
Jesus tells him to leave Baylor.
Well, when will Jesus tell him?
Probably never, I guess.
Yeah.
One-
Family didn't really want to.
Yeah.
They weren't feeling it last year.
Well, I mean, in fairness, he has been there forever.
Why? My
He's
question
been
is
there forever, like 22 years.
He has all the resources he needs. They just built a brand new facility.
He doesn't have the resources like you think, though. That's the thing. To get it up another level now, not necessarily.
I hear you, but they also they got 2 guys making 7 figures
This year.
VJ
Going
and Omir.
Forward, can you sustain that?
And they got Jeremy Roach, VJ, and Ormir. I forgot about it.
and Robert Wright
this year. What I'm saying is, are they going to have that money as it moves up? Are they going to have that in the? Are they going to have Villanova money? Are they going to have Marquette money? Are they going to even have Kansas, Texas Tech?
So that's where this gets really
that money.
That's where this gets really interesting moving forward. Is because you keep saying Villanova money, Marquette money. It's these private schools that don't have football that all of a sudden
have an advantage.
Yeah.
If they want to have the advantage,
They want it.
If they want to have the advantage, like I'm not sure Shaka Smart is going to just go all into. All right, we could have $8 million. Let's use it all. I just don't see him as that type of coach. It's going to be like, we're going to overpay.
You'd have to negotiate with an agent if you're going to do that.
I
thought you were on the bus nonstop.
Yeah, it had to get said. That was kind of the lead in because, that's obviously something that's been out there. But, me personally, I think, I don't know how many choices he's going to have.
You think in a year he's going to have to?
He's going to have to.
Because when you lose,
it's a lot more walking out the door, even more so than last year. And last year, we all were like, going in this year, it's like,
I agree.
I don't know if Marquette going to be like, you know what I mean? And obviously, they overachieved to probably, early on expectations. Totally. But moving forward now, losing Cam, losing Stevie Mitchell, losing David
what does
Joplin,
it look
it's
like? Right.
All right,
because if you got to go to the portal, which you have to do.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt you're going to have to go to the portal.
Yeah, for sure.
You could try to get some mid-major guys that are cheap.
Yeah.
Probably not going to work.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it does, but hard to do that without overpaying.
I do feel
Marquette,
like we got to cut the shit on. I mean, all these coaches say they don't have enough resources. All of them say it.
Well, some don't. Some don't.
And if every coach in America has more resources next year than they did the year before, doesn't that mean there's no difference?
Yeah,
everybody just has more resources.
That's what everyone's excuse is going to be is we don't have enough resources. There's no cap. Like the thing about it is you have to be able to find a way to get players on a discount, right? And I think if you look at what we talked about in the preseason, Goodman, Alabama and UConn were able to get guys that either came back or that joined the program at less than what market value would have been for a lot of those pieces, right? I think Big Cliff was probably the biggest name. Liam McNeely probably got less than he could have gotten at other places. I think Indiana and Kansas had those offers on the table that were more, right? And that's what you're going to have to be able to do. And the best way to do that, and I am convinced that this is it, the best way to do that is to have the players come back. Like Brooks, if you went on the portal before last year, do you think you could have gotten a higher number value in terms of what you made if you had gone to the portal and driven it up? But you came back. You came back, and when you could have made more money elsewhere.
100%.
And you came back because of the culture and the program.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what you still have to do.
Yep.
That is how you're going to be able to build a winning program. It's not like this stuff like what Louisville did this year. It's possible to do that. But so many more programs
are going the other way.
Rebuild everything.
Yeah.
It doesn't work
doesn't
because
work.
you're just a hired gun. And if you're a hired gun, once you get to late February or March and you've proven who you are and everyone knows you're going in the portal, then all of a sudden you don't care anymore because you already know what you're going to get next season.
Yeah.
So I'm convinced that doing it.
I
Best
think,
way to make it work on the cheap is to get that continuity.
I think the point you said about just the retention is important, Rob, because we hear the coach talk about it all the time.
For example.
Yeah, like the retention is because it's impossible to build what they say. We always talk about culture. You build culture and you've just flipping your entire roster every year. So retention is a big part of it for sure. But to go along with that, we've also been seeing, like to John's point, is everybody's worrying about closing the gap for the team that's essentially the ceiling and saying, oh well, I don't got as much money or resources them. And we also have great examples that sometimes it's more about fit than it is about the resources and the amount of money you have. Like, for example, just because they're on, like Tennessee has done a great job the last 2 years, even though we were just arguing about how they're different. Lanier and Connect, like those are guys that they hit on that I don't know what they're making, but it's like I'm sure they're not making top dollar like some of these other big guys are.
Yeah,
but they fit into what they need at Tennessee, and he's retaining the majority of his other guys.
That's the biggest part is they added this piece that for the last 2 years have made a huge difference. But the core of that team is Zakai Ziegler, Jemai Meshack,
Felix
Justin
Okpara.
Gainey, Felix. No, he was
Arkansas up 10 now.
Yeah, no, I saw that. It's they have a core, and they're adding pieces to the core. UConn last year when they went back to back, they had their core
pieces,
and they added Cam Spencer to it, right?
Yeah.
So I think that is it's not anti-transfer portal, but here's a perfect example. You talk about fit, right? When it comes to just raw talent, like if you were to do a rankings on players in the preseason and where they ranked in like a top 100 players list, Arkansas has got like a top 10, 12, 14 roster
for sure.
You know what else they got? They got 3 guards that need the ball in their hands.
Yep.
You know when they got good? When one of those guards was forced to go out, and the other one, DJ Wagner, accepted this idea that like I might just need to be more of a facilitator than just a scorer. And as soon as everyone had a specific role identified, then what happened? They got good, and the talent went out. So I think fit and role and however, like if the pieces connect, that matters as much as anything. Real quick though, I had in our survivor pool today, guys. I have a confession. I had Clemson in the Splash Sports Field of 68 Survivor Contest. Now, if you touch this QR code right here above me, it's going to pop up here in a second. Maybe not. When you, I guess they get, this QR code right here. I just went and I re-upped. You have one more round of games if you want to get in.
Who'd you pick this time? So I know who not to pick.
I'm not going to say. We're not going to talk about it right now. We'll talk about it if they win.
How many entries do you have?
I don't want to talk about it.
You sound like you're starting to sound like the guy
so we
has
have
like 18 football.
We still have 500 spots available in the survivor pool. $25 to enter. You can have a max of 25 entries in the pool. So get in there while you can. Splash Sports has guaranteed a $40,000 to the winner, which means that even if we fill half of that, there's still an overlay in there. So it's good value. Get in there if you can.
Yeah,
$40,000.
I really regret the fact that I'm in Tennessee, man. I would love to play the Survivor. I would just fade the shit out of all your picks. Are those public?
They are.
Oh, I just fade the shit out of Rob's picks. So all of them.
They are. But it's you can't do it in Nevada.
Can't do it in Nevada. Can't do it in Tennessee.
I got a group of buddies that we all put money in. So we got a group of us that are all. Shout out Mike Latulip.
Mike Latulip.
Shout out Mike Latulip.
All right, let's check in. Let's do our little reset here. Drake's up 8 on Missouri. I mean, Missouri looks out of whack.
Yeah.
They really do.
Drake is guarding.
Can't score.
Yeah.
They get back. That's the thing. They've given him nothing in transition.
They have.
Which is odd because Drake is one of the best offensive rebounding teams in the country, and they're not doing that.
No. They know. All they got to do is slow down in Missouri, frustrate him.
It's almost like Ben McCollum
can coach a little bit.
He's a good coach.
Yeah. I need to go to a kiosk and bet something real quick. Can I do that?
Kiosk, sure.
Why do you need to go to a kiosk?
I'm going to bet something. Thanks.
They have apps for that.
Yeah, but I want to use cash.
You want to use Goodman's cash?
I'm using Goodman's cash.
What are we betting?
I'll reveal it when I turn. I'll bring the slip.
But I want to know because I want to. What if I want to?
You're on the other side.
Did you get that satchel on sale?
It's a Louis Vuitton. I don't think Louis Vuitton has sales.
No, they don't put them on sale.
I don't think Louis Vuitton is on sale. Brooks, how much NIL would you need to get a Louis Vuitton?
You said what?
You think you can pull off a Louis Vuitton satchel?
I don't know. I don't know if I could, to be honest with you.
That's not an Indiana guy.
Not your style.
I don't know if I could really do that.
I feel like there's probably Louis Vuitton satchels on the Northwestern campus, though.
Oh no, a bunch. I'm sure there's a bunch. Yeah, for sure.
Quite a few.
I'm just not wearing one.
Yeah, I just didn't really grow up around that. So yeah,
you didn't grow up around Louis Vuitton satchels.
So would this be Hunter Dickinson's last game, or does he have one more year?
I honestly can't keep track.
No,
I have no.
I
can't
think
keep
this
track.
is it. It's got to be it.
The biggest question if someone texts you about a player, like, what do you think if this guy enters the portal? Does he have more eligibility? Like, what do we got left? Do you have any more eligibility, Brooks?
No, I don't.
Ooh. You got no waivers to apply for?
I do, but well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We got to see how the next month plays out.
You're trying to go to the NBA, huh?
Trying to hoop at the highest level I can.
Keep it going.
For
He's
sure.
going to cover all his bases.
Yeah.
Right?
If you get another year of eligibility, you're going to put your name in the portal and drive that price up a little bit?
I don't know.
I'll help you. I'll be your agent for Chris
Oh,
Collins.
do not do that. Do not do that. Goodman is not a good negotiator.
I play hardball, man.
No, Goodman does not play hardball. Can I get a little more? You can't go any higher than that? Just a little more?
Yeah, I wonder.
You can't go higher than that? Okay, we'll sign.
I wonder how those negotiations go because, like, I don't have it. Like, I don't have it. Yeah, so I don't know.
Did you have an agent in college?
I have an agent for after ball, but I don't have a NIL agent.
You didn't have one last year?
I had like George, my guy is he's just like my ball agent. But I mean, this year he would probably be my
NIL deal.
Yeah,
last year.
Yeah,
you did. You, not your parents?
Nah, not my parents.
Just
It was
you.
me. Yeah, me and like
he's in Northwestern student.
I mean, yeah.
What was your major?
Give him a little bit of
What was your
credit.
major?
Yeah, I'm a film major, so like radio, television, and film.
Nice. Really?
Yeah. But this year might be different, just because like it'd be my last.
Film major.
I'll
Like,
let George do it for sure.
Are we doing like Rotten Tomatoes over here? Is that?
I like movies a lot. I do like movies a lot. I used to grow up with my family going to movies all the time, so that's kind of how I got into like really appreciating film, and then like apply it to the basketball sense, like broadcast and stuff like that. So it's been fun. I really like my
favorite movie
of all time. I'll probably go with Honey.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a great movie.
What movies?
Go with Honey.
Give me your top 5.
Top 5. That's hard.
Doesn't have to be in order.
Yeah. I would probably say Hoosiers because I'm from Indiana.
You know who hated Hoosiers?
That's the most
Robbie
stereotypical.
Hummel.
He didn't like Hoosiers?
Said he didn't love it. And then the best part, the guy
Are
who
you
wrote
serious?
it, the guy
Yeah.
who he said it was overrated.
Okay.
We went through movies a while ago. And then guy comes up to him. He's doing an Indiana game. A guy comes up to him and introduces, I forget the name of the guy who wrote it, but he introduces himself.
Okay.
And Robbie's like, oh, no. Like the guy
right.
knew.
Yeah, that's,
I heard you say
Oh God, no.
You said it was overrated.
My movie sucked, huh? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
What?
I've never seen Hoosiers.
Come on.
So good.
I've never seen it.
Is it?
I've never seen it.
Wow.
I have never seen Hoosiers.
It's a great movie.
Give me your top 3 basketball movies.
Top 3 basketball movies?
So
I'd probably say
is
Hoosiers.
Okay.
I'd probably say Glory Road, probably. I like Glory Road.
Good one.
And then
There's
that's
one
hard.
that there's one that has to be on that list, and if it's not on that list, then you're gone.
Coach Carter? Or no?
He's going to say
That's
like
up there.
Blue Chips.
Blue Chips was really good.
Blue Chips is really good too.
Blue Chips is really good. They
You
filmed
haven't
that
got-
in Frankfurt.
You haven't
in
gotten the
Indiana.
number one, the best one, the best basketball movie of all time. Also happens to be a top 5 movie of all time. Do you know what it is?
I mean, I was just gonna give you my top 3.
What was your top
Here's
3?
your
Let me
top
hear your
three.
top 3 before that.
He says that, he's right.
Number 1,
No, you.
Above the Rim.
Okay. With Tupac?
Yep.
Yep.
Rebound. You ever seen that?
Yeah.
Don
Martin Lawrence?
Cheadle. Don Cheadle.
Okay.
Not that rebound.
Not
I know
that rebound.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I was
yeah.
about to say.
Check it out. The Earl Manigault story.
Hoop Dreams? Is that what you're talking about? No?
Documentary. So that's a little.
I
bit.
don't think so.
different.
That's
Yeah.
different.
That's different. That's different.
What is it?
What is it?
What was your third?
White Man Can't Jump.
There you
Boom!
go.
There you go. It's
Oh,
got to
yeah.
be that.
It's
That's
really
right.
good.
It's
It's
gotta
really
be
good.
that.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I think Hummel
What-
has Hoosiers at number 42.
Crazy. That's so
Hummel hates
crazy.
Hoosiers.
We got to get that guy.
That's
we gotta
so
get
funny.
that dude on. One day when Hummel and I are doing the pod.
Yeah, that would be so. That's so funny.
On the Zoom.
That is
Off
crazy.
seasons.
When are you getting? Aren't you getting Hummel's parents on the Zoom?
Yeah, I got it off season. That'll be fun. We'll get Glenn. And
What do you think of Robbie Hummel?
I love Robbie. Love Robbie. He's been good to me. He's been good to me. He's been good to me. He's always kind of like, whenever like he'll be at a game or do one of our games, he'll always come up and just talk to me. And I feel like he believed in me like early on, like even when I wasn't playing.
Really?
Yeah. So then like when I started playing, it sounded like, he always thought I was going to end up being okay. So it's been cool to just
You know
see that.
why? Because you're from Indiana.
Yeah, I
too.
know.
That's
Yeah.
what it was. Anybody from Indiana, he loves.
Yeah.
All that matters is the zip code. Doesn't matter whether or not you can play.
True.
I just cannot believe that we have not really gotten
close.
Yeah, like
Right.
I mean, it was the thing I was really worried about the most this year was that these 1s and 2s are just going to be so much better than ever. And I know this is not even close to the full, compliment, right?
We
We'll
got some more
see.
games tonight.
We'll
Hopefully
see what
get
tomorrow it brings, but I don't know. It's just like nobody's even throwing a punch. I mean, I guess you want to say Wofford being down 13, but the spread was.
I didn't think any of the 15s or 16s really stood a chance outside of Bryant. Bryant is the only one I could see hanging with Michigan State because
Even
they have the
even
size.
the 14, right? I mean, Montana got blown out in the second half.
Yeah, but they made that close. They got it to within 1 in the second half.
Montana?
Like, yeah, it was like 1 win in the second with like a minute.
I don't think that
10
was
minutes
I don't
left,
think
right?
that was the Montana game. That was, Montana lost by like 19.
I know, but they got it within 3, and then
Yeah.
and then Wisconsin turned it on. So it's
Yeah.
not like they got completely embarrassed.
I don't know. I'm just worried that there's going to be a lack of parity. That's why I went with 4 1 seeds in my Final Four.
You
I
do?
just- yeah.
So BetMGM right now here in Nevada has, I think I told you this, 12-1 odds for all 4 number 1 seeds to make it to the
I
Final
mean,
Four.
I definitely put $7,000 on that. I mean,
What did you just go bet right now?
oh, I did make a bet. I bet. You want to announce it?
Yeah, I can.
What did you do? Let me see.
No, I'm letting Brooks announce it.
He's opening the fucking satchel.
The satchel. You got the slip.
You bet Michigan to win?
Yeah.
That's all it is, right?
Yeah, Michigan minus
Okay.
1.5.
How much
Okay,
you
yeah.
bet?
Michigan to win minus 1.5.
I
I like that.
I bet 500. BetMGM has the best price on the planet if you like Michigan.
Did you switch up? Did you?
No, I was not.
You were always Michigan?
Yeah, I was always.
Everybody else was
Why
UC.
didn't you bet in the
John,
That's-
you know what's really, really good podcasting? When you don't talk into the mic.
Well, I was
When you
trying
just-
to.
when
I
you
had
just
to
put
put
the
my
mic right there on
I-
your
I-
dick.
Hey, look.
Dagan, y'all are pissing Dagan off. That's all I know. He said,
No, that was good content.
Whatever.
That was elite content. But no, I was always on Michigan. I thought the San Diego talk has been a little much, man. Now I don't think I've won a bet on Michigan all year. So
Here's the thing: what was John telling us that they have more money that is coming on Michigan than any other bet?
is that what he said?
Yeah,
That
So
was
you're-
like yesterday.
you're better. You're a fish right now.
Oh, that's fine. Hey, I've made square bets in my life, you know.
Sometimes they hit.
At the end of the day,
Sometimes it works.
At the end of the day, man, people are gonna feel so stupid when they look up. People are gonna feel so
Bless
stupid.
you. Bless you.
Yeah,
Where did that come
they look
from?
up in the second half with 16 minutes left, and Michigan's up by 18 against the damn. What do they play? The Big West? Are they a Big
Right.
West team?
Oh,
How do you
know?
know?
UC San
We're
Diego?
partnered
They won the
we
Big
have
West.
a partnership with the Big West.
They won the
You
Big
gotta
West
know this
regular
stuff.
season and tournament.
You got to know this stuff.
Ooh,
Dagan, cut that out.
nice
Erase that.
move.
Big take by Michigan.
I'm worried about Mizzou. So much for my Final Four pick.
You got him in the Final
to
Four?
Yeah, that's my long shot. Not looking great. Not looking promising.
Not when you're.
This is a
struggling
move
in the
right
first
there,
game.
though.
Damn.
That's a move right there, baby.
Oh, he cut his hair.
Yeah, he did. That's
He
why
just
I
cut his
didn't
hair.
realize
I didn't
who he
even
was
realize
for a
him, yeah.
second.
He's like-
So fired up,
like
he's spitting
drooling.
all over the
Yeah.
place. You see him?
Yeah.
It's the mouthpiece.
Wow.
So yeah, 70-55 Tennessee Wofford, 42-31 Yale, 28-22 in Drake, and then Arkansas up 6. So they've looked really good. Arkansas has looked really, really impressive. Everybody's
I really thought Yale was going to give him a fight, man.
but nah, man, Kansas looks like they're ready to go on vacation, brother. They're ready
They
for
do.
the season to end.
Hunter Dickinson's in Cancun right now.
All right, we'll come back. Lots more to come here on Madnesscast. Stick around.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today.
Now is your chance to prove you're smarter than the field of 68. We're hosting a Survivor contest with our partner Splash Sports. There's a $25 entry fee, a 25 entry max in the contest, and more than 1,700 spots available, which means there's a $40,000 max prize for the winner. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Each day you pick a team to win. If they win, you advance. We'll also be running a free to enter bracket contest as well as a second chance Survivor in the Sweet 16. So prove you know more ball than the field of 68 on Splash Sports.
People have opinions about me, strong ones. Some compare my brand to the competition and call me a copycat. Some say that I'm just watered down, that I fall flat. I've heard it all. But the people who get me, they say I'm different, subtle, but balanced. Nothing to hide, nothing artificial. And once they give me a chance, they keep coming back for more. For more dab water. That's right, I'm talking about dab water, and I swear by it. No bubbles, no fizz, just a smooth, refreshing canned cocktail made with real tequila. 100 calories, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and gluten-free. Find Dab Water's 4 flavors in an 8-pack variety pack or single flavor 6-packs. Dab Water invites you to enjoy its great lineup of products all tournament long. Take it from me, Jeff Goodman. Sometimes the most polarizing things are the best things. Dab Water, tequila, water, natural flavors.
Welcome back to the Madnesscast. Rob Doster, John Martin, Jeff Goodman. Are you guys having a good day?
Yeah, I mean, this is still – I know we haven't had close games, but – right. But it's still the first day of the NCAA tournament. We've been waiting for it all year. And while we want to see upsets, and I think we will, I mean, we're basically a quarter of the way through right now, the first 2 days. It's also good when the best teams win and advance for later on in the tournament.
I agree with that. I was saying today, like, I'm already so excited about the second round matchups that we're going to get. I think the second round is going to be elite. Houston Gonzaga, that's going to be so good.
Is that a foul on Hunter?
We call a foul on Hunter there. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be Saturday's going to be a really, really good day.
Yeah.
We already have Wisconsin BYU locked in.
Wisconsin
Right?
BYU's good.
Purdue McNeese is going to be awesome.
Purdue McNeese will be fun.
That is going to be a great game.
Yeah.
Honestly, Purdue McNeese, after seeing the games today,
game.
that might be more fun than Purdue Clemson would have been. All due respect to Clemson.
It's got a storyline to it also.
Yep.
You know, I mean, you need good games and good storylines. And Will Wade, bottom line, is playing for a Sweet 16 at McNeese.
Yeah.
I mean, that's damn impressive after dominating.
There we go.
Your league
Pulikitis,
for
come
2
on.
years.
Get hot.
Hey,
Get
I know
hot.
we didn't talk a lot about
Get hot.
this.
Get hot.
I'm just talking to
Make
you
it
now.
interesting.
I don't want
Like-
Bula Bula to make me look like a
That's
fula fula.
big into the season for Clemson, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You're right. I mean, Clemson we expected more out of in the tournament. You know, and they're older. You know, they
I mean, they beat Duke.
They played, but they played about as bad as you could play.
That first half.
They did.
That was not characteristic.
They dug a grave. 13 points. Like, you can't. It's not.
And their bigs were missing everything around the rim. They had open threes.
They played bad, and then they got in their head, and then it was over.
Couldn't make a shot. But that's the hard part. Then you put pressure on.
Yep.
When you're down like that, you got to play perfect.
They lost by 2.
Yeah, I mean,
Which
they
is
just
crazy. They came all the way back.
right. It was such a big hole that you know.
And they had chances earlier to cut it.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think, you know, at one point in the season, I kind of thought they had a chance to be a dark horse for real.
Ugh.
You know, when you beat Duke at home, wherever you beat Duke, it doesn't matter where. You know, you're obviously a capable team, but I guess, you know, losing Dylan Hunter like we talked about, you know, and then again, that's the cruelty of this damn tournament, man. Because I guarantee you, if Clemson played that game, you know, tomorrow it would be a different outcome probably.
By the way, my guy Bennett starts 14 points at half.
Is he an NBA player, Jeff?
Maybe.
I think he got a shot.
Third point
I
guard.
like him. I think he got a shot.
Depends who he's with.
Yeah, I completely
You know what I
agree.
mean?
Situation like if
He's got to have dudes around him. He's got to have dudes around him.
If the right team gets him though, I think he got a shot.
He can play.
He
He makes all the right plays. He shoots it well enough, not great.
Yeah.
Passes, it's good size.
Really good size. That's what I
smart
like
as
about him.
hell. Man, he just I was saying this before, and I hate to say this, but it's true. Like, if I'm gonna pay anybody $2 million in the portal, I'm gonna pay that kid. Because he's gonna win games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I hate all these bigs. All these bigs that you're paying for.
He's not even.
He's not in the portal. I know. I'm saying if he chooses to go,
he's playing
If he
right
chooses to go in the portal, I'm going to pay a kid like that. Maybe not him, but I'm saying I would take a point guard who impacts winning over bigs that you're rolling the dice on.
He's up by 7 right now on a 6 seed in the first round of the tournament, and you're talking about him. You just put him in the portal. Goodman just put Bennett Sturts in the portal. Unbelievable.
Wait, isn't his coach
With a
leaving?
$2 million price tag.
With a $2 million price tag.
Wouldn't you pay a Zakai Ziegler?
You know what?
Brayden Smith.
Fuck it. You would be.
I get what you're saying.
You would be a great.
I would pay a point guard $2 million a whole lot quicker than I'm going to roll the dice on a big.
Right.
And it's always been like that, even at the pro level, because bigs are hard
to
come
find.
by.
So like even like Felix Okpara for Tennessee, like that's all you need.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
if you surround him with enough.
But that's where I'm spending my money elsewhere.
You're spreading it around, right, John?
Yeah, I mean
Spread it
that's what I'm talking about. That's literally the theory that you were pushing.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what's funny about that though? The funny thing about that, and I'm not saying you're wrong, Jeff. The funny thing about that is, right now, North Carolina spent all their money on guards.
Yeah.
They didn't have the money to get who they needed at the price they needed it.
That's true.
At the 5, and that's
That
what's
is true.
kind of.
But they got a guard who
Yeah.
couldn't shoot at the point. You know, they got a guard who couldn't shoot at the point. A freshman they paid a lot of money who's like this. You know, he had that one stretch in the year when
No,
everybody
I
thought
look.
he was,
I get it. Trust me, I get it.
they spent the wrong money. I mean, Carolina spent the wrong money too.
Who spent the right money?
Which is why
I don't know.
They got
I don't
GM
think they
going into next year.
The only
Who
thing
spent the right money.
Yeah.
I don't think they spent the wrong money as much as they added one too many perimeter players when they needed to get a big guy instead, and they thought they were going to be able to get Cliff. And I don't know. I was told that Cliff, like, it was not a monetary decision that led Cliff to Alabama over North Carolina.
And again, Cliff might not have been the ultimate. I mean, although I think at Carolina he would have been better.
He'd have been better.
He would have been better, and he would have had a bigger role certainly than he does at Alabama.
No, that's yours.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, but who has who spent the smartest in? You know, I think I'm gonna give you a Memphis. PJ Haggerty, Dane Danger.
I would not argue with that, actually, John. I wouldn't argue with that.
Right?
I mean, that's
they did a great job.
Kobe Rogers.
Yep.
Tyrese Hunter. They got to be at the top.
Especially after last year for them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They did a really good job.
You're talking just in the portal and not retention?
Yes. Who spent in the NIL? Who spent the smart? I think Memphis is in that discussion.
And obviously, you would say Kentucky did a good job.
Kentucky did a great job.
You guys are gonna. You guys might laugh at my pick, but my pick is. What just happened back there? Did you hear that?
Somebody
least
did
it's
not
not
cover the
audio.
spread.
Yeah, someone just lost something. No, I honestly think it's Duke. I honestly think it's Duke because they lost 7 dudes to transfer last year, and they went out and they got a guy that averaged like 6 points a game last year for Purdue, and they went out and got a dude that averaged 9 points a game at Syracuse, and they went out and they got a guy from
Sion
Tulane,
James.
Sion James, and put those guys around a bunch of freshmen and brought back Tyrese Proctor. And do you remember what we were saying in the offseason? Did they get a point guard? Do they have enough?
Yeah.
Is this the right fit? Like, if you're Duke, you're going out and getting Sion James and Mason Gillis and Malik Brown. And
How much of that was on them being masterminds and them kind of knowing how much they were going to have to pay some of the
I think
you know what I'm saying? That's why
look, this could just be, it could be Shire just blowing smoke up everybody's ass. It could be him being lucky, but he says this was the plan. Like, he knew what he had in Cooper. He knew what he had in Knippel. And, what a block. What a block. Oh, what a save.
I mean, again, Texas Tech. You got to say Texas Tech.
Yeah, that's a great.
Because they paid for a big, and they paid for the right big.
They paid for the right big.
You know, now they got him late when he pulled out of the draft.
Yeah.
But they got the right big.
No, that's true. That's true.
Every guy they got
Yep.
has come in and
like that's the
Look at
thing.
this block.
is
Look at this
what
block.
bigs paid off? Because
Top is the only one I can think of.
Yeah,
I would
dunk
Dane
that shit.
Danger again, but he wasn't
solid.
He
Yeah.
wasn't a $2 million.
No.
He was out of bounds.
He was not.
If you-
He was
I
not.
thought
View it.
Iowa State
View
did
it.
well in the portal. They just haven't been healthy.
Yeah.
Joshua Jefferson was great.
Yeah,
and they
yeah,
got
yeah.
low money.
Yeah.
Low money for
Iowa State's issue is not
Really?
what they do in the portal. Iowa State's issue is the fact that
they're hurt.
they just all three of their guards are banged up. All four of their guards are banged up.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of these teams. Like it feels like did not do
Go
a
hard.
ton.
Yeah, they didn't.
In the
I
portal.
mean, St. John's.
Yeah.
said them.
St.
Yeah.
John's
They
did a good job
Yeah.
in the portal. They did a really good
Damon
job.
Smith
in
and
the portal.
Kadari and
It took them a little second to kind of figure it out.
I mean, obviously
Yep.
Louisville because
yeah.
that was just the nature of what they had to do. I mean, they just had to start over.
Vandy to get in.
Yeah,
Vandy did a really good job.
Woo! Flory.
Did a great job coaching.
Here comes Kansas.
We got a game. We
They're
got a game.
a
Living
tale
up
as
to the
old as
hype.
time. Kansas playing like shit, and then Bill Self throwing on some junk, dog shit.
Are they going zone?
Yeah, we've been 2-3.
Ooh,
62, 61.
Calipari's arch nemesis.
I'm trying to figure out what the people in the next room are rooting for. They need something in this game. What is it?
My guess is this Texas A&M is what they're.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
Or Tennessee. No, you know what? Wofford won. Wofford was 17 and a half.
Cover.
Really?
Wofford
They
17 and a half, yeah.
What's the thing? The race.
Wofford
to
did.
what is
Wofford
it?
just hit a 3 to
Are
cover.
they
That's what it was.
excited because
What's
they're
the
just
race
not
to whatever
shooting
scoring? How many points?
15.
Something. What is it? Is it? I don't think it's
Race-
10. But I think there's one. It's not 10.
It's race to 15 here.
10, 15,
Is that what it
20.
is?
I mean,
Yeah, they go crazy.
so Tennessee moves on, not really tested at all in this one, 77,
No, that one
62.
was-
Again,
it was
you
kinda
know,
blah.
your hopes are low with a 15, but there was
There was never any drama.
no, there was not.
And there's really been no drama in Texas.
Yeah, I mean,
A&M.
they've just been kind of keeping them. They've been stiff arming them kind of the whole way. 8 to 11 here. So
Kansas, Arkansas. That's the game,
Yep.
boys.
I tried to tell you. You fought me.
Good take.
Give me that shit.
Well, when you got Flory standing there, that's not Hunter.
yeah, it's
No,
not.
it's not.
Little
Is,
different.
is Hunter off the floor right now?
Yes.
Yeah, he's not in.
He's got fouls.
And they're
What
making a
does he have?
push.
3 or 4 fouls.
2-3 zone.
I think it's 3, but he's been out since like the 11-minute mark when he picked up his
Honestly,
third.
they've been better without him.
They clearly have.
Because against defensively,
Hey, you want to know? You want to know what else is true? Kansas basketball was better without Hunter Dickinson before he ever showed up, and it's been better when he's off the floor tonight. I mean, they've underachieved this in his time there. I'm not saying that he's the reason why they
No,
have,
it's been
Both seasons
It's
they
been
have.
it's been rough.
but again,
The-
bro,
the issue is not. I don't think the issue is Hunter.
he does require
Specifically.
but he is heliocentric in that he requires a certain amount of touches and offense and sorry, should I have just stayed there?
Well, I mean, if you
I didn't want to
No, I'm more shocked that you know that heliocentric is a word.
Come on, bro. When Northwestern walked in
Northwestern
there-
doesn't know what that means.
that's what it was. He saw Brooks come back in and say, "Yeah, let me."
Yeah, say, watch this
Northwestern
Northwestern
word. Huh?
This is how we do it in Memphis.
Yeah, heliocentric is a word we throw around in Memphis a lot, but he requires a certain type of action, and so has that been?
I don't think the issue to me is not Hunter Dickinson. The issue is that the core of that Kansas team is DeJuan Harris, KJ Adams, and Hunter Dickinson. And each one of them individually, I think, is a player that could be a piece, even a central piece, on a team that can win a league championship and make a Final Four. We've seen it with DeJuan Harris.
Yeah.
KJ Adams has been really good for like 4 years.
Yeah.
Hunter Dickinson made an Elite Eight when he was a freshman, right? Was it Elite Eight, Sweet 16?
And that's it.
Yeah. But
That's it.
when you put them all together, you have two guys that can't shoot around a 5-man
Right.
that needs space to be able to. Like the whole reason why we liked Hunter Dickinson with Bill Self is because Bill Self could create those angles and create those seals, and you get the lobs and you get the duck-ins. So all Hunter has to do is catch a ball, turn around, his big 7-foot ass can lay right in with his left hand, right? And you can't create that space of those angles when your point guard doesn't have to be guarded outside the foul line.
Yeah.
And when you have KJ Adams and whoever's guarding him is just standing their ass right in the paint.
But
That's the problem.
Bill Self, Kansas basketball will get back to greatness when Hunter Dickinson is gone.
If Darren Peterson,
that's
as good as
because Bill
as
Self,
advertised.
Bill Self has been so stubborn. He has been so stubborn about Hunter Dickinson. He has been so stubborn about KJ Adams. And
loyal to KJ.
And you call it loyal. I call it stubborn when I'm looking at 2 straight first-round exits for Kansas basketball.
I mean, but as much what you're saying isn't wrong, but where they're at now, John, who else do you play through?
Right.
Like Hunter
They
Dickinson
won last year, but you get my
what
point.
I'm saying? Like
Stanford or whoever
he
it was.
gives them an offensive identity.
Yeah.
Because of those same guys, you got those guys regardless.
Yeah.
Those are, as we said, the core guys. So you added Hunter Dickinson, you at least give them somebody to throw the ball to that
For sure.
commands eyes and people to load up to him, and they can't let him just go to work and play one-on-one. Without him, who knows what the team looks like? Don't get me wrong, that'll free up a lot of money to go do some other things, but it just hasn't clicked. Like what you're saying isn't wrong. It just hasn't clicked. But it's for sure not necessarily.
But it's like and I know you can't. You're not gonna run the guy off. You're not gonna run him out of the program.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's just again. I think Kansas basketball will be right back to where they historically have been. Again, Hunter Dickinson's not on the floor right now, and they're about to take the lead. I mean,
KJ had found Flory, they would have taken the lead with a dunk.
Yeah. Interesting that.
No, they're making a run with Hunter on the bench here.
I mean, we're doing a lot of stuff, so it's hard to know exactly if that's why, but it seems.
They switched to the zone. That's what changed this game. Yeah. I've been watching. They switched to the zone.
Yeah.
And Arkansas has forgotten how to play basketball.
It looks like they look.
Why is that, Brooks?
They're doing calculus.
Yeah.
Why you got to make Brooks answer for Arkansas, man?
No, I'm saying like why? It's not just Arkansas, but when you're playing someone and you're rolling offensively and they switch to a zone and all of a sudden it looks like you forget. Like look at this. That's like the third time Harris has jumped the pass lane.
Arkansas does this every game. They do this.
That's why I said.
No, it's not. But
the zone slows them down.
Yeah,
they did it. They did it against South Carolina
for sure.
Right, they barely won that one. They were up 3 over Ole Miss. Right, with like 30 seconds left. Just find a way to lose that one in regulation.
I think a lot of it just comes down to I'm sure that they plan for the. I mean, has Kansas done this before? I haven't watched a lot of Kansas. Have they done it before?
No, but what Bill Self does is whenever things aren't going well, he just throws these random. And I mean, like you get triangle and 2s from him, you get box and 1s from him.
And I think that's why he's partially a great coach because you can't scout against it if you don't run it in the numerous 5 games before. So I don't think teams are putting it in, and then it just messes with like the offense of the other team because they're used to looking at man-to-man running their sets, and then all of a sudden you got to adjust to a zone that you have no zone sets in for. It just kind of messes up your psyche for sure.
As much as we're saying that, what the hell is Arkansas doing? Because they look like they don't have.
They forgot how to play basketball.
Single zone offensive play.
Well, they haven't done anything.
They haven't done anything but throw the ball back and forth and try to go high low. That's it.
Look, that's the most shocking part about this is that John Calipari looks like is running the team that looks like he's not coaching them. That's never happened before.
Yeah,
that's never happened for the. I wish you guys could have seen Matt McCall's face over there.
Coming in hot.
Hey, while you were gone, I bet on.
Where you been, McCall?
I went over the win.
Went over to the win in that? Oh,
I did. Yeah, I did. I did a hit with Sirius XM and VEASAN over there.
Put down a few bucks too.
I did not. No, I did not. I didn't have time. Cab drivers in Vegas, it's like the meter runs.
That's what happens in a cab.
But like the meter, like we didn't
when
have
you get in, the meter runs. It starts.
We didn't have meters in Ocala, Florida. We didn't have meters in.
What do? They just
Amherst, Massachusetts.
It's
like
Amherst.
Hey, like
they don't even have cars in Amherst.
Hey Matt, while you were gone, I bet on Michigan. While you were gone, -1.5.
Let's go. I got a parlay on that.
Okay. What about the rest of it?
Yeah, Arkansas has not figured out this zone, and it's it's one of those things. It's like, what? Draw up a play.
Just
Like,
just
let's
one. Take a timeout and give up one zone
time out.
play.
Yeah.
Well, this is why you
And the
brought
thing-
Boogie Flam back in theory
But
to
the
be
thing
able
with
to bust
Arkansas
this.
too is you got multiple former head coaches on your staff.
Yeah,
multiple.
Kenny Payne, the great Kenny Payne.
I know Kenny should draw something up.
Somebody should.
Actually, can we need to have fewer former head coaches on the Arkansas staff
Yeah,
because
Here's-
one of them's Kenny Payne.
I have a question.
I don't understand why you question Kenny Payne.
You're right. He was
I
fantastic.
I have a question. Who
He should have gotten a third year.
if you gave somebody a roster, if you gave some, let's just say this Arkansas roster here, and the choice was you want Kenny Payne to coach it or Jeff Goodman to coach it, who do you think wins more games in the SEC?
No, there's no way. There's no way I don't win more games.
Who's your staff?
You have no idea how
Doesn't
hard
matter.
winning is. You have no idea.
Oh,
you have no idea.
Kenny Payne didn't do a lot of it, so
he showed you how hard.
I mean, come on, man, come on.
I can't. I could not
Anyone
wait
else
for
hear
you to
that?
deal with like
Did you hear that?
a parent or like
you don't
somebody.
know how hard winning
can
is. He
handle
goes,
that
Kenny
part.
Payne showed you
That's
how
not the
hard
hard
winning
part.
is.
I can
You gonna
handle
draw up a ball play?
I can handle that.
You gonna draw up a ball
hire
play?
somebody to do that. I'm gonna hire better staff.
Yeah, Goodman.
I'm gonna,
What
I'm
kind
gonna
of
go hire? You know,
I
what
have
I'm gonna
no-
hire. I'm gonna go hire Mike Dunlap to do the coaching.
Goodman, what ball screen coverage would you go up? Would you
Then
use
I'll
against,
go hire.
against DeJuan Harris?
Then I'll go hire. Who else would I hire?
Bobby
I
G.
would put the
You
best
hire
staff
Bobby G.
together you would ever find.
Okay, give
I
it
don't
to
need
me.
the coaching.
Give it to me.
All right, I start Mike Dunlap. Let me
Okay.
let me see who
Mike,
else.
Mike Dunlap.
So you're basically a general. You're not even a general manager. You're the
So these are,
assistant athletic
let me ask. Let me preface this: are these all the guys that like reach out to you and like,
Mike
like?
Dunlap?
No, I'm just. I'm asking. Like assistant coaches that like, hey
love
Jeff
this.
Goodman,
Mike Dunlap.
pump me on social media. Like, hey Jeff,
Mike Dunlap ain't on
hey,
social
hey.
media. Trust
Hey,
me.
hey Jeff.
These are all the
Pump me
people
up,
that say
pump me
nice
up.
things to Jeff.
Go
Like,
ahead.
oh,
Go ahead. Build your staff.
Jeff, you're such a good reporter.
Who else
Yeah,
would I
you got to hire Rob Doster.
Who else would I hire?
Yeah, this we cannot break
I
up
would
this
not hire
marriage.
Mike Dunlap Sr.
Oh my God, Mike Dunlap.
That's a good
I'd just
coach.
be raising money.
Yeah, who's gonna help you raise money?
I'm gonna raise the money myself.
You're gonna raise the money.
Yeah, somebody raise the money. Damn right.
I actually think Goodman would be able to raise money.
I think Goodman's staff.
You'd be a
is
very
absolutely
good
awful.
associate athletic director.
Staff sounds phenomenal.
I'd put
His
together
staff?
good stuff.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm taking Kenny Payne.
All day, every
I would have
day.
got Mark Adams to
twice
be my
on Sunday.
defensive coordinator while he was out.
Okay.
Dunlap running my offense. I might bring Shy on. I might bring Shy back.
Who?
Shy.
Larry Shine?
Yeah, why not?
The best.
That's what I'm saying. Dude.
I don't think Shy wants
I
to
could-
work for you.
Oh, he would totally work.
I don't think Shy
absolutely
wants to
no-
work.
all these coaches
wearing me out. The moment I got the job,
I don't
he'd be
think Shy
wearing-
would want to work for
my
you.
phone would be ringing off the hook.
Does
for
anybody
Shy.
else here know Larry Shine?
He's the Wyoming coach, right?
He was
Hey,
Wyoming.
we're down to
He,
six.
You don't know.
We're down to
I
six.
mean, yes. But
Bula, bula.
head coach at one
Come on,
point in
Eli, let's
time.
go. Come on, we need this.
He
We need
was.
this.
Our program shifted at Florida when we brought Larry
They're
Shine.
coming back, man. They get
He's
some
the GOAT.
stops. Timeout. Take a timeout, Buzz. Take a timeout, Buzz.
Draw something up.
All right.
Bula, bula.
So we finally have some, at least at the very least, some against.
I missed you
spread
guys, by the
drama.
way. By the hour I was gone, I apologize.
Yeah, man. We've been holding it down, brother.
You didn't
You
miss
know,
us.
talking about Goodman's shitty staff.
I'm gonna put together. I got to think about it even more. But
Every, Goodman,
think
I like my
even
staff
more
so
than he
far.
I like Larry Shine.
I like my staff.
I'm just imagining these
I just
guys.
don't know that
sitting on-
anybody's going to say yes. I'm working for Jeff Goodman.
I'd be so easy to work for. Come on, so easy.
I can tell you for a fact that you would.
I'm
you would not-
easygoing.
You would not be easy to work for, work with.
What are you talking about?
I like Rob.
Oh!
How did that go out?
That
I'm sorry, you don't. I mean,
he blocked that through the rim, didn't he?
No, he just missed it.
Did he bounce it off his head?
I might go get John Robick. You know that? I
Free
might go
John
get Rhodes.
Robick.
That's a show.
Where is he?
I might get
telling you.
Rhodes.
Free
I think
John
he's an NBA scout.
Can we get a replay on this? What happened on that?
Great coach.
I agree.
Great coach.
Great coach.
I know.
I'm in.
See, you think I don't know how to evaluate coaches?
Oh, he just missed it. Yeah, he off the back
Great
of the
coach.
rim.
You just picked a bunch of
Staff.
old
He blocked?
dudes, random old
Nah,
dudes.
he got out of the way. It just came
I could
out.
cheat my ass off. I'd be getting third-party deals.
I'm shocked they didn't call that goaltending.
Why the suits still? I don't understand.
Man,
the college,
Arkansas has gone bone dry. And as soon as I
Come on,
said
Boogie.
that- oh, wow, halfway down.
They haven't scored in like
an hour.
Oh my
It feels
god,
like-
it's ridiculous. It's like
They had 47 at the half.
it's like they're trying to crack the
64 for
Da
the
Vinci
game.
was
Code.
62.
It was unbelievable.
2-3-0.
We were trending towards a 100-point game.
No, it's nobody's made.
And this game died. Somebody had the over and was like celebrating at the half. But they are certainly not very happy right now. We'll have the finish for this one. We'll get into what it means for the winner in Kansas, Arkansas. Obviously, we'll see on KJ Adams.
Oh no, Oh no,
and a lot more. Rob will figure it out when we
Rob's
come back.
Dr. Rob.
Sir, you have the official diagnosis is oh no.
Dr. Rob. We'll come back with the diagnosis from Dr. Rob.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. I have been looking for the best deal on March Madness tickets, which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and more than 70,000 events available. Now that March Madness is here, SeatGeek has your back. Each ticket is rated so you know if it's a good deal with that little green dot, and it's backed by a buyer guarantee. You can get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek with code FIELD68. That's code FIELD68.
People have opinions about me, strong ones. Some compare my brand to the competition and call me a copycat. Some say that I'm just watered down, that I fall flat. I've heard it all. But the people who get me, they say I'm different, subtle, but balanced. Nothing to hide, nothing artificial. And once they give me a chance, they keep coming back for more. For more dab water. That's right, I'm talking about dab water, and I swear by it. No bubbles, no fizz, just a smooth, refreshing canned cocktail made with real tequila. 100 calories, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and gluten-free. Find Dab Water's 4 flavors in an 8-pack variety pack or single flavor 6-packs. Dab Water invites you to enjoy its great lineup of products all tournament long. Take it from me, Jeff Goodman. Sometimes the most polarizing things are the best things. Dab Water, tequila, water, natural flavors.
Move. Give me that shit.
Welcome back to Madnesscast, which is available, as Jeff Goodman would say, in all of the states.
That was good.
I'm just looking at because I know what I'm about to say. I'm just looking at him. Like, this son of a bitch.
This is going to be a Dr. Rob joke, and you hit me.
Dr. Rob,
during the
what's
break,
the diagnosis?
Were you able to? What's the prognosis for KJ?
I mean, it didn't look good.
He's going to have to get his left leg amputated at the knee.
Dr. Rob.
That didn't look good, though.
It's not funny, but it is funny.
It's not funny until Dr. Rob was in.
All right, Arkansas up one. Arkansas up one. Let's get back to the hoops.
Yeah, sorry.
Arkansas
has
won.
been taking the lead. So listen, somebody has got to win this game. We are told. So
I try to ring it back.
Tough
Turnover.
pass.
Turnover. Oh, turnover.
Tough pass. Hunter thought he was playing an exhibition. This is not a D2 team, Hunter.
I mean, is this a case too for Kansas? We're just like
Nelly, bang.
Oh!
Nelly Davis.
Remember when Hunter Dickinson was off the court and they were winning, and then he came back on and they were losing?
But are these guys for Kansas? Are they checked out? Is this like, hey, like
they were winning a minute ago? They could have been that checked out. I mean, I think yes, to
I
your
don't
point, generally. But once you take the lead,
like
late
we're gonna
second
see
half-
coming out of this timeout, where are these guys at?
Yeah. No, I agree.
What do you think Bill Self's drawing up here? Big 12 tournament, he drew up a play at the end. Remember that?
Yeah.
And ended up with a KJ Adams mid-post ISO. That's what you want, right?
No, I don't. I want the floor
What do
to
you
move.
want if you're Kansas? That's kind of the problem.
That is
Right,
the problem.
that is
right
the
there.
problem.
I don't even know what they want.
Boom!
Next shot.
Who was that? Was that Bennett? Who was that?
I'll tell you one thing: these mid-major coaches that are up for all these jobs. Their teams are still playing.
Yeah. Man, see, this would be a disappointment for for Missouri and Dennis Gates if they don't come back and do this. I mean, after the season they had, they were top half the SEC, but wow, there's that stat: most possessions in college basketball when the shot clock goes under 5 seconds.
Wow!
Look at how many more than North Texas that was. That's crazy.
And North Texas just beats you into submission with the way they do it. So Missouri is flustered, Matt. When you're in a game like this, right, and you're kind of like the boa constrictor's kind of wrapping around you, what can you do? How do you snap out of it if you're Missouri?
Well, you have to prepare your team before the game. It's psychological warfare. So when you look up and we're at the under 16 timeout in the first half and the game is 4-2, you can't freak out. When we're at the under 16 timeout in the second half and the game is 28-22, you can't freak out. You have to continue to play. This is how they want to play. Can your style of play, overcome them?
Nice. Right. Well, they clearly got it. I mean, they're down 9 with the way they play.
Cal, it was a foul. It was a foul. Cal was a foul.
I don't know.
100% a foul.
It was 100% a foul.
What do you think Cal did with all his blue suits? Where do you think they are? Because he had a lot of them, man.
He probably just wore the same ones for Memphis.
I don't think he's wearing the same suits.
I don't
from
think
Memphis.
he's fitting in the suits from Memphis anymore.
Maybe not.
Donated them.
Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's really helping the people of the world with suits, donating his suits to charity.
Why are we still wearing suits?
That's a very good question.
I'm with you on that, man.
Right, Brooks, why are we wearing suits? Your coach didn't wear a suit
Because
because it's not about your coach. It was about the team. That's the thing.
Yeah.
When you see the suits, it's almost like those guys are still trying to kind of make it about themselves a little bit.
Yeah, no? I'm a fan of no suits.
No suits.
It's a basketball
So
game.
Jeff, are you going to make guys wear suits on your team?
Yeah, here we go. Oh, great question.
Okay, all right.
So can they look like there's no limit?
No limit. They can wear the
They can wear a satchel.
They could absolutely wear satchels.
You'll allow the satchels?
I don't think any of my coaches
because he needs a bag man.
Would be caught dead in satchels.
He do need a bag man.
Travel.
Oh,
Wow. I agree.
That one Nelly was called.
Good call.
I agree. Won the SEC tournament.
Now, was that a travel or was he tripped?
Travel.
Do we have any? Is KJ Adams returned or is he done?
Where's the foul?
There is no
tripped over.
Oh, that's a good call.
Yeah, I mean this is
the best game of the day.
Yeah. It is
by far.
Got what we wanted.
We needed one. We needed one. We needed a one possession game.
I mean, DeJuan Harris, national champ, all the experience. What you got?
To here.
Oh, it's not there.
Way to jinx him.
DeJuan Harris.
Just asked a question.
He
answered.
Way to jinx him.
I mean, what has happened to DeJuan Harris? That's just a very uncharacteristic play for him.
I mean, you're.
But again,
senior.
He's trying to pass to Hunter Dickinson.
I mean, they should have emptied out that ball side corner though. That guy was sitting in his lap. So
Fake a pass to make it pass too, right? Like
you can't throw it.
You can't just throw that bounce pass like fake low, go high.
Drake up 9.
Texas A&M
right
here.
Man, look at that. Under 5 seconds. Oh, they're gonna kick it back.
Pushing it back.
Oh.
See, he should have kicked that back out.
Go.
Every possession under 5 seconds on the shot clock now.
Wow. Nope. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Mizzou might be panicking.
All right.
Mizzou is 100% panicking.
I'm surprised Cal didn't tell him to intentionally miss the.
How much are they up?
Game's not over yet.
What in the world?
It's over
Another
now.
turnover.
Another turnover.
Wow. Anybody ever can figure that out? By the way, I guess.
Oh, jump
Possession
ball.
to Arkansas.
That's 5 turnovers they've had in the last 2.5 minutes of this game.
Where do these guys from Kansas go from here? Like they go to Cabo? Like
The workforce.
Where do they go? I'm just saying, like all this NIL money, like where are they going?
I mean, Cancun. My assumption.
Can they put you on there as a reference, Matt?
Can who?
Can the Kansas players put you as a reference?
I mean, the possession was Kansas.
There he is.
Gotta have it.
No.
That's it.
All right, your season's mercifully over, Kansas. Hogs. Are we all going to call the Hogs?
Oh,
Pig
suey!
Razorbacks. Really poor effort by you.
Goodman's upset.
He's on his sources.
Goodman's sad right now.
He's on his sources.
Can we get Cal on the show, Jeff? Can we get Cal on the show? You got to talk into the microphone, dipshit.
Nelly Davis.
I'm not holding your mic for you.
We've had Nelly Davis on before.
Yes.
We got to get.
I don't know if we do it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we have to keep the vibes going with Arkansas. We call the Hogs, man. We got to get somebody on for sure. Nice win for them. Really not okay. Okay. You have fouls to give. Whatever. I don't really know what the idea is there, but
Drake's up 11.
Man, Missouri's in the danger zone.
You know what Ben McCollum or what Dennis Gates needs to do right now?
Play we not like us.
Yeah.
Or they not like us.
Oh, not over. Not
All
just
right.
yet.
Not yet. Maybe we called the Hogs a little too soon.
Just yet.
Maybe we did. Because I think Arkansas is still in the bonus. So it's 1-1.
A&M stretched it back out.
So I don't know. Then, of course, if Arkansas wins, we presume they would play St. John's, assuming they take care of the trash can Omaha. Right? So
trash can. That can be taken more than one way. I knew what you meant.
That's what they do.
That's exactly what they do.
They jump out of trash cans.
Yeah, the trash can.
Just the way it came out.
Yeah.
Trash can.
It came out a certain way.
They are going to be treated like a trash can, most likely tonight. Most likely. But if it is Arkansas St. John's, like how possible is it that Arkansas's miracle run continues?
They could win that game.
No way.
They could win that game after winning this one.
You think no chance they can?
No chance.
You think they absolutely can?
I mean, I wouldn't bet on them, but yeah, I think they could win it. They have probably more talent.
Who?
Arkansas.
Then St. John's.
I mean,
if you line up their rosters right now,
I'm saying
you are taking Arkansas's roster over St. John's.
I'm saying high-end talent of like where guys get drafted, where maybe.
I could not.
I'd be interested in Arkansas if I'm getting a big number. If I'm getting like
want to find out what it is?
It won't be that.
I'll let you know.
I don't think it'll be that.
Why not?
I guess it could be. They were so bad.
Yeah, and plus, I mean,
sounds high.
Are you gonna do your back of envelope, Kempon man?
I just don't.
I think it'll be like 10.5.
I don't see it.
I mean,
I don't
see it if St. John's can't make a shot.
That doesn't concern me with this St. John's team. It doesn't concern me at all.
Ooh.
Everybody keeps talking about St. John's inability to shoot, and they continue to win games.
Yeah,
they won the Big East regular season. They won the Big East tournament, and everyone's like, "Oh, they can't shoot." You think Arkansas is going to make more shots than them?
John, it'll be like
how is Cal going to
my
prepare
guess.
for the switching 1 through 5 with Zuby Ejiofor? How are they going to do that?
That makes me kind of like
they'll have a
St.
very hard
John's.
time scoring.
Again, I don't trust them. I don't trust these guys. I don't trust either one of them. So,
here's the thing.
St.
I'm
John's.
not saying they win.
I trust
In
St. John's.
in theory, right? When you have a bunch of guards and you're going up against a team that wants to pressure, like you should be able to do well because you got guys that know how to handle the ball and not fucking throw it all over the place. But Kadari Richmond's 6'6", and in his 5th year in college,
They're
right?
big enough.
RJ Lewis is 6'7", 220. And those are going to be the guys. You have Simeon Wilcher, 6'4", and athletic. Aaron Scott, 6'7", with a 7'1" wingspan. Zuby is 6'8", 240. And they're going to switch everything, those
And
guys.
this is what
They'll
everybody
switch
wanted.
everything.
They wanted Calipari.
and Boogie, how big? How tall is Boogie Flame? 6'1", 180, something like that. A 6'1", 180 freshman is going up against Kadari Richmond, RJ Lewis. That's tough, man.
Why even play the game?
Yeah, don't even.
Don't play the game.
Oh my God, Mizzou.
Another one.
Make me look like an idiot.
By the way, if the Razorbacks win this, it'll be John Calipari's second tournament win in five last tournament games, and it'll be the first time he's beaten a single-digit seed in a long time. So,
when was the last time?
That was the problem in Kentucky. That's why everybody wanted
they
to.
lose to the, double
So
digits.
what happens if Kentucky loses tomorrow?
Rehire John Calipari.
What will be
Fire
the
Mark
end
Pope. Rehire John Calipari.
I think people are going to want a lot more than the gas money.
They're going to want a lot more than gas money. Yes. Totally agree.
But I don't think they will.
Look at this. Missouri, no field goals in the last 7 minutes.
Is that good or bad, Goodman?
Jeez.
Oh,
Goodman, do you think if you were coaching Missouri right now, you'd be able to get at least one field goal this far into the second half?
Absolutely.
So this Drake team's different than last year's Drake team.
No, you told me Drake was Drake.
Yeah, I didn't think they were like.
Told me all Drake suck.
I thought that, but this team clearly is different.
Big Kendrick Lamar guy?
Oh, I mean, yeah, absolutely. But I was a big Dennis Gates guy in this game, and man, he is getting outcoached. He is getting outcoached in every way in this game.
Are you saying Missouri should hire Ben McCollum?
Is it too late for Indiana?
It is too late.
I mean,
contract signed.
He said, yeah, boy. You read those lips. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I mean, again, Iowa fans are if this is where Ben McCollum is going, big winners today as well, because this is a great resume stamp.
Arkansas still has to get the ball in bounds.
Love it.
And they don't have a timeout.
Love it.
They still have
another
to get the ball in
turnover.
bounds.
Oh, man.
This
How
is
many
insane.
runouts and dunks are they going to get?
It's insane.
Well, let's focus on this game over here because this is this.
I mean,
this
Drake's
game still
opened
has
this
12.
up. Drake has opened up this game, man.
Like
Don't-
this game over
Don't
here.
tell me how to live my life, man.
Arkansas has to get the ball in bounds.
Don't tell me. Oh, we got another turnover over here.
Boo, get out the corner.
Trap.
All right.
Got to hit one, Nelly.
Does Cal want him to hit one?
I was about to say, now you in the danger zone.
He said it's the last. I guess.
Oh my God!
You don't have long. I think. Who knows if we're even.
Look at the bench.
Oh,
Don't even look at the bench. Just shoot the free throw.
Right, man. Leave me alone.
I'm not taking no instructions.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah. Last time, look where you got us. Jadell Davis trying to ice it. Likely be for the win. How nails has that dude been at the free throw line this last couple of weeks? He's hit every big free throw.
It's almost like he's played in the Final Four before.
I'd love to get Jeff your take on this because you got sources and you're in the weeds. Yesterday we saw James Jones at his press conference say they were asking him why he stayed at Yale so long. He said no one else has pursued him.
It's not completely true.
But that's what he said in his press conference. Why?
Fordham tried last time. Fordham was in the mix.
Okay, so you're not leaving. I mean, this guy's in the NCAA tournament every single year.
Yeah,
almost.
I think the hard part, getting out of the academic leagues, is hard. It's hard. Once you're in, there's a stigma on you that you can't recruit outside of them.
Because the guy can coach.
Yeah, no, he should get a job. I mean, again, he should be in the mix for Villanova.
100% agree.
But they're not at his age, and the fact that he's been in an Ivy so long, they don't think he can make that transition easy.
All right, Arkansas is going to win this game.
It's a wrap. Razorbacks moving on. Call the Hogs. I like it, man. I like this Arkansas team. They're fun. They're unpredictable.
They're 0-5 in the SEC to start.
Yeah.
Now they're in the second round of the tournament. That is,
It's like buying a lottery ticket.
it's
Sticking it
honestly,
on your windshield and driving down the interstate going 95 miles an hour.
honestly, it's really like
Who knows?
Who knows?
the turnaround here that Cal has actually been able to pull off is something that I don't think is getting enough.
Totally agree.
Enough attention or enough credit, because I mean they were dead in the water.
They were totally
How-
dead in the water.
Think about it like this, right? Like the guys on this roster. We got all right. So
Yeah, and we'll continue that conversation. But pleased to be joined now by the great Jemiah Mashak, who's coming off a nice first-round win in the first round over Wofford. Jemiah, thanks for the time as always, man. Congrats on the win. How's it feel to get the first one out of the way?
Man, I've been saying it all day. The first one is one of the hardest ones to get. Just getting the rhythm of the game, getting the rhythm of the environment, especially for a lot of the guys that haven't had their tournament yet. It's a big moment for them, so I'm celebrating with them.
Jeff Goodman. I was down there at the SEC tournament watching you guys last week, and I finally come around 100% on you guys. I don't know what it is. It took me a while, but watching you guys and how well you played, I think, last week and how well the pieces fit, I feel like you can go to the Final Four and be one of those teams that can win 6 straight. Tell me why I'm right.
Honestly, it's everything that you said. I think we're built for it. I think a lot of the teams that go far are able to rebound well, but they're able to defend well. If you know how to defend runs well, you can really go far in a tournament like this, and I think that's what we do. When you see our offense and how we've been clicking, I think we're putting it all together throughout the season. The ups and downs we've had, it's for moments like these when our offense are clicking and our defense is at an elite level.
Jamal, just jumping off of that, that's kind of been one of the things that people had doubts about. You guys offensively, just being able to generate enough points. But tonight you guys had it rolling. It seems like you're kind of clicking on all cylinders right now, but we also still know that defense is where you guys hang your hat, and another impressive performance. So just talk about the way that you try to impact the game and leading the charge defensively.
Honestly, it's what I do, man. It's what I take pride in. A lot of guys do it because they have to and because their coach tells them to do. But you ask anybody on this coaching staff, I've been doing it ever since I was in high school, man. And I'm a character of habit. We all are. And when you put in your 10,000 hours defensively, like I have, it becomes natural to you. So wanting to be able to lead that charge, when you're looking at our team, you have, the best point guard in the nation in Z. You have the best shooter in the nation in Chaz. We have the best shot blocker in the nation in Felix. Best 6-man Jordan, and I'm the best defender in the country. So if we have all that together and we're clicking on both ends, I don't think we can be stopped.
I love that. Talk about your backcourt too with Zakai Ziegler. New York point guards. Like everyone talks about New York point guards and how good they are, and this guy and his ability not only to defend, and then you just mentioned it. You got the best shooter in the country in Chaz Lanier. How much is that a luxury for you when you're playing out there with those two guys?
Honestly, it helps me do what I want to do. I'm really good in all the other areas. Whatever we're lacking in as a whole, I can fit that hole. Honestly, I feel like I do everything on the court. If they're missing shots, I know I can rebound it. If I need to run point to pass the ball to those guys, I know I can. I need to shoot open threes, I know I can. Driving the attack, the closeouts. All that stuff is what I do. I'm a versatile guy. I've been doing it ever since I was young, but really wanting to fit any hole that we need in that game, I want to be able to do it. So that's what I've been working on, is what I've been trying to do, and I think I'm able to do it in games like these in big moments.
All right, Jemai. So Chaz Lanier had 29 tonight. You said he's the best shooter in the country. He looked like the best shooter in the country tonight. Is this because he has to go up against you every day in practice? Like, is your defense the reason why Chaz Lanier is as good as he is right now?
I'm not gonna take all the credit. It definitely helps, though. Honestly, like I said, his offense helps me defensively, just like my defense helps him offensively. So, wanting to be able to do that and us competing against each other all summer, all year, it definitely helps a lot. I think he looks at every other guy that he goes against, and he's like, "Man, you have nothing on Shaq, so I know I can score whenever I need to." So he comes in with that mindset. He's even kill. He's not too high, not too low. He's gonna do what he works on, and honestly, it's not a surprise to any of us the shots that he makes.
You talk about defense, and like that's kind of what you do. And like we were talking about it, when we were just looking at the game beforehand. You're one of the best perimeter ball defenders in the league, or in college. Like you said, you've done that since high school. What made you start to do that? Did anybody have an impact on you that way, or what age were you when you were like, yeah, I can really do this, and be the best, defender in the country?
Honestly, it's a lot of things. My dad was probably the main reason why I did it. But he knows how much a competitor I am, and the main thing that I've always wanted to be was a winner. You look at guys like Draymond Green, you look at guys like Drew Holiday, Derek White, Marcus Smart. A lot of these guys, Kawhi Leonard, I've said it all the time. all these guys have in common is that they're winners. They win championships. They play defense. So I want to be able to fit that mold. I want to be able to be as good of a two-way player as I can. But if you don't defend, you can't really compete. You don't want to win as bad enough. So I want to be able to be a winner. I want to be able to start on defense. And, having the experience that I've had, like I said, it's not even just perimeter defense. It's what I do on both ends. I'm guarding bigs. I'm guarding small guards. I'm guarding every kind of player you can imagine. You guys saw me guard Zach Edey, and, everybody remembers that moment. So I feel like I'm a versatile guy, best overall defender in the country.
Amen.
Jemai, your guy Rick Barnes, the criticism that he kind of gets from people like us that sit here is the success in March, the runs, the Final Four since he's been at Tennessee. What would it mean to you guys to be able to get him to a Final Four this season?
Man, I'm going to tell you guys here right now, if we get to a Final Four, when we get to a Final Four, I'm not going to be saying anything about myself. I'm going to just be getting him all the praise he can because he deserves it, man. The type of consistency that he has, he really doesn't get the credit for as much as he should. He's here every day working, wanting the best for himself and wanting the best for his team. And he's the type of guy that, honestly, for him, he'll rather have all of us get to the NBA and pursue our dreams than get into a Final Four. And I think that's what makes a guy like him so unselfish. So wanting to give that back to him in a national championship, a Final Four run, I want to be able to do that for him. And especially in a year like this where we've gone through so much as a team, I want to be able to give that to him. So I'm working hard for it, and I want to be able to achieve that for him.
Awesome, Jemai. Well, again, man, congrats on the win today. Balls are moving on. Thanks for the time.
Yes, sir, man. I appreciate it. Love talking to y'all.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Jemai.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Jemai made
one of the best interviews, man.
He is so
I love having him on. This third time this year, right?
Yeah.
Third time.
Yeah.
He's the best.
He's become a
He's
favorite.
the best.
Hold on, though. I mean, I know my man wants to play, but this guy's got a future in broadcasting.
Mm-hmm.
No, with the questions he's asking all day,
and nobody prepped him.
He's a film major. He's a film major.
Are
McCall.
you kidding
He's
me?
a film major.
Absolute natural. Northwestern. What
That
else
helps.
needs to be said?
Yeah, Tennessee would obviously play.
Although Bryant McIntosh couldn't do this. No way, right? B-Mac could not do this.
B-Mac couldn't do it.
Martinelli can't do this.
No,
No.
definitely not.
No
Definitely
way.
not. He can score, man, but he couldn't do this. That man can score that ball, but he can't do this.
Yeah, Tennessee would play the winner of Utah State and UCLA, who are tied right now, the under 16 media timeout. Long way to go in that one. Just wondering, we had the audio, we had the doors.
Yeah, what was going on?
Opened up,
Getting excited in here.
I mean, what else? What else they gonna throw at us? You know what I mean? We're absolutely.
Did someone fall into it? Is that what happened?
That might have
Somebody
happened.
went down
Fell
there.
into the door. Someone got excited about a cover.
Razorbacks.
The whole. I want Goodman to answer this question because Goodman is the biggest Cal critic that you're going to find, and I think a lot of it is deserved.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of it is deserved
He
criticism.
was trying to get Meshack when you were talking about how good of a job.
Yeah.
That Cal was doing.
But the credit, I think, for Cal, right? When you have a bunch of these guys, it's not like that team has been together for 3 years. It's not like that group when they were 11-7 and 0-5 in the SEC. It's not like a team where the culture had been established over the course of multiple seasons and everybody knew each other and everybody's best friends and everyone's been there since they were freshmen and you got that core identity. It's a bunch of guys that brought in for the season. Now, some of them came with Cal from Kentucky. Some of them recruits that were committed to Kentucky with Cal. But the fact that he was able to keep them together is something. The stuff about he's not an X's and O's coach, the issues with this, a lot of that stuff is deserved with Cal. But the ability to get talent to buy in and to not quit and to keep fighting is something that I think is really, really important when you're building a program and building a roster and building a team. And I don't know if there's many guys better than him at that part of coaching.
Who?
Am I answering that question?
It wasn't really.
It was thrown to you.
You're right.
Yeah.
Again, that was Chinese
he's done a hell of a
propaganda.
job getting him in this position to where they could get in the tournament. They flipped it around when everybody thought they were dead.
Yeah.
And he is a master at that. That's the best thing about John Calipari to me is he is able to kind of push the right buttons with different players. And while part of it was his fault with only having 9 scholarship guys, they were down. They were down to 7 dudes. Yeah. And what he's been able to do with that as well and figure it out, and it helped in a way because those 7 dudes knew they were going to play. But, I mean, he's lost probably his most impactful player in Adu Thiero. Like, that was his best player until he went down a couple weeks ago. And, yeah, you got to give him a ton of credit for what he's done, and I think he needed it. I think he needed it, too, after these last few years of struggling in the NCAA tournament. If he had another – and this one wasn't the same, obviously, because they weren't going in as the heavy favorite as he had been, against Oakland and St. Peter's. But he needed this one, I think, just to probably feel good about himself a little bit, and for Arkansas fans to feel good about the hire. Because for a while, for 3/4 of the year, they're thinking, they are. Did we hire the right dude? Is he watched?
Yeah. Is there a coach in college basketball over the last 15, 20 years that has more swagger than John Calipari? Like when he walks into the room.
Rick Pitino.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pitino.
Rick Pitino.
But it's the two of them.
The Sidler.
But I'm saying, like, when he walks into a gym,
Penny got
when
swag.
he walks into the
He does.
I like Penny. But I'm saying when this guy walks into a gym, when he walks into the Peach Jam, when he walks
everybody
into,
knows.
Everybody knows he's in.
Yeah.
Everybody knows. And to Jeff's point, like this is big. Like winning a game of the tournament. This is the reason that Kentucky fans were disappointed. Because they weren't winning in the NCAA tournament. He just won a game. Everyone was destroying him when he was 0-5 in the SEC.
Yeah.
Destroying him.
Yes.
And
destroying him
at that point because he had maybe the biggest payroll in the entire country. And I know he's got different dudes. And I know he was shorthanded. But a lot of that was, your own doing as well, right? A lot of that was, again, what you've done. So,
look, the criticism was deserved, right? The criticism was 100% deserved. But the credit now should also be given for being able to right the ship and get them to where they are.
Agree.
Now, on the overall, if you go back to the preseason and you say this team that you had, you end up as a 10 seed and win a game in the tournament and lose in the second round. Is that a successful season? No one is going to say yes. But if you go back to January 3rd or whatever it was when they were 0-5 in the SEC, and you say, if you guys get to the dance and win a game, is that a successful season? Every single person will say yes.
Well,
so it's different context.
I think we need to do a better job of like preseason polling, especially in the era of transfer portal. Like it's not as valuable as it used to be, because it's so much guesswork now. So I think and I get it, like it's our business, we're in the business of guesswork.
You got to do it.
But I just also feel like, that's what I was kind of talking about earlier, like who you are from the middle of February to the middle of March, that's who you are. Whatever, and that's whether you were good in November, December, or whether you were bad, like who you are at the end of the season is who you are, truly. And I think Arkansas is kind of showing you that they are far better than what they showed in the early goings. They were young team, trying to acclimate everybody, and now that they've done that and they got a little bit healthier, Jeff Goodman can't stop raving.
No, I mean, I just think you got to give credit where credit is due.
We have to.
And again, you still beat Kansas. It's not the Kansas team that we thought they were going to be.
You are 5.5 underdogs.
You beat Bill Self, who we still say is one of the best coaches in the country right now.
When was the last time we lost a first round game, Jeff?
Oh, it's been forever. 15 years probably.
I think didn't you just send it? Hold on.
Yeah, what's it?
They should have lost to Sanford last year.
You just sent it.
Lucky Ball almost caught
2006.
2006.
See?
17 straight wins.
So you could say it's not the Kansas of old, but it still is Bill Self.
I think for Bill Self, he was ready for this to be over.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Like this was.
But he was ready for last year. He's ready for this year.
Well, look, but it's almost like you got to
at some point.
All right, now the Hunter Dickinson era is over.
Well,
now it's over.
But here's make some changes.
Make some changes with what?
Maybe to your staff. I don't know.
No. I don't know. I don't think it's a staff thing.
It's not a staff.
It's not a staff thing. Look, what happened was
what is it? Just
he was loyal to DeJuan Harris and KJ Adams to a fault.
And Hunter Dickinson. Don't leave him out.
He was loyal to those guys to a fault because continuity is so important in college basketball. But what happens right now is if you end up finding a core that's not good enough to win a championship and try to build the continuity around that, it's something where that could end up being like those guys weren't going to change who they were. Like DeJuan Harris who he was.
But here's the other piece I'll say on this. In terms of his staff, and I fell into this trap as an assistant coach, and he's got a great staff, and those guys have won 1 million games for him. You see a player, and you see his deficiencies, and you automatically think, as an assistant coach, it's Bill Self. Bill Self will be able to overcome his deficiencies.
Yes.
You know, like you think AJ Storr, I don't know like what's going on there. I just know that like Wisconsin won a lot more without him, and so did St. John's. But you see his numbers, and you're saying this is a really talented player. Bill Self is in the Naismith Hall of Fame. He's one of the best coaches in college basketball right now. As an assistant coach, I'm saying, man, Bill Self will be able to overcome his deficiencies, right? Like when I'm an assistant coach at Florida, I'm saying Billy Donovan is a future Hall of Famer. This guy's really talented. Billy Donovan's going to be able to overcome this guy's deficiencies, and sometimes you can't. You can't. Because there may be something going on in the locker room. There, sometimes you can't. So it's got to go back to the drawing board in terms of that roster. Like, there's certain things great coaches can't overcome. Right. And just because a player is really talented and he has good numbers doesn't mean one of the best college basketball coaches of all time can overcome it. Mm-hmm. Doesn't always happen.
By the way, don't look now. Drizzy? BBL Drizzy? 52-46.
They not like us.
Is the BBL popping on Drizzy right now?
Did Dennis Gates play that song in the timeout?
I don't know. It looks like it because I mean Missouri was down 50-39, and obviously going a little 7-2 run here. It's down to 6 with the ball.
I think we have some Missouri fans out here too.
I was about to ask. You think they're Missouri fans or they bet on Missouri?
I think I think
maybe both. Everybody bets. Yeah.
Both.
It's not about.
It's a sports book. Yeah. But they are still Missouri fans. I mean, they definitely. I'm sure they have it like a money line parlay or something.
Bonus. Wow.
I do as well. I'd like it if Missouri came back and won this. And this is what Drake did against Washington State last year. By the way, they had a nice lead there in the second half. By the end of it, they had given it back, and they didn't win the game. So we'll see if they can hold on here. But this game possibly is flipping right before our eyes. Got a chance to cut it to a 4-point lead here for old Dennis Gates. Why has Missouri been so good this year, Rob? What's made them? What's taken them from 0 wins in the SEC, right, to what they are today?
I think it's two things. Well, one, they didn't have John Tonji last year because he played 8 games and then was hurt. And, I mean, Brooks, is John Tonji a good basketball player?
Really good.
There you go.
Really good.
So I think that helps. I think the other part of it is Mark Mitchell's addition allows them to be switchable defensively and switchable in what their lineup looks like. They can play big and put Mitchell like as the 3, right, as a big wing. They can play small and even put him as a 5-man if they need to. So, wow. So I think it's those two things. And then I don't know if people realize how good Tamar Bates and Caleb Grill have been, right? Like Tamar Bates is – I don't know if he's still doing it, but he was a 50, 40, 90 guy on volume as a shooter. And he could also raise up and dunk on you. And Caleb Grill just – like that dude shoots from 35 feet.
Yeah, he does.
And hits it at like 40%. And he's another guy that could raise up and dunk on you too. So I think having big wings that can really shoot it and are really athletic with Mark Mitchell in there who gives you that versatility has been like that changes with like when you got those pieces. Yeah. All of a sudden it works when you have this like switching, give you different defenses.
How many of
sometimes
those guys are new from a year ago?
Tamar Bates took a leap this year.
Yeah.
Caleb Grill was at Iowa State last year, right?
And that was 2 years ago.
2 years ago. And then Mark Mitchell came in this year. But tomorrow they were banged up last. I think there was injuries and stuff. So
yeah. It's been interesting to kind of just watch the difference. By the way, UCLA and Utah State have tipped off 21-14 UCLA.
Won a foul.
10-40. Traveled.
Mick Cronin's name is
kicked him in the head. That's what it was.
Has come up Or are you pulling out another 100 for me?
Yeah.
Oh, he's down. He's reducing his unit sizes.
I'm bringing the money down now after losing two in a row.
What are you betting on now?
Are Mick Cronin and Buzz Williams the only two guys in college basketball that are wearing three-piece suits?
I know, it's crazy.
What are we doing?
Kevin Willard goes suit, right? Not three-piece.
Three-piece?
I don't think so, yeah.
Patino.
It's a little much.
Not a three-piece.
No, he goes two.
Who?
A two-piece.
Patino.
It's amazing, too, Patino coaching a game in that suit, nothing's out of place. The tie is like the game's over, and it's all buttoned up.
You know who was the best at that? Mike White. Mike White never wore the suit jacket, and his shirt was always perfectly tucked in. I don't understand how that's possible. No suit jacket. His shirt is always perfectly tucked in. Like he's never fixing it during the game.
Suits are the worst.
I don't know how the hell he pulled that off.
They got to get a couple more though.
Maybe it's just an in shape guy thing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Drake would be, I think, a lot of fun for people.
It's a big stop here.
Yes. They switching. They
Okay.
You got to beat them. You got
Danger
to beat
zone.
them.
Danger zone. 5 seconds.
Whoa! Whoa!
Nothing. Called nothing.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That should be intentional.
Now Drake's in the danger zone.
Yep.
Because Missouri's going to the free throw line.
They keep switching, and they can't. And Bennett Sturz can't beat anybody off the bounce. They can't win those.
What's been the difference? What's been the difference in this comeback?
They're switching everything, and the defense is actually working now.
Yeah. I want to see this UCLA team make a run. I don't know why. There's no good reason for it, but I like the way they play. I think they're tough. I think they could give Tennessee a really, really strong game.
I agree. I'm with you. Totally agree.
I hate Caleb Grill's haircut. Can I just say that?
He looks like a 1930s like mobster.
Yes.
Like he's got like you see him he's like a soprano.
No, not Sopranos. What's the Irish guys?
Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, he looks like
Peaky
a guy from
Blinders.
Peaky Blinders, right?
Peaky Blinders.
He does.
It's the same dude off Oppenheimer, right?
Yeah.
Because he definitely puts product in it, right?
A lot.
1,000%.
Which is fine. I don't judge. I'm really not
Do you
judging.
put product in your hair?
I rarely do. If I got
I never, neither do I. I never have product in.
Gilman
but-
seems like a big product guy.
But he slicks it back, like
Goodman doesn't know what a comb
James
is.
Dean. You know what I mean? Which is fine. Whatever. I don't care. But I'm with Rob on it a little bit. You know.
Oh,
You got to finish it.
Rotate.
Get it up.
Rotate.
oh, travel.
Yeah,
Called
but
it.
They didn't get
Man,
it all.
that was an unbelievable defensive possession.
I mean, they have really turned the water off on these
Momentum
folks.
is changing his address right now.
They have turned the water off on Drake totally. They are just reeling. I think they're on like a 10-0 run.
good, though.
I think we have Missouri fans out there.
Get another good game.
Should we go invite them in to watch with us?
Wasn't that them right into the wall?
I'm going to go fix that door, though. Hold on.
I think that was. We have a regular old handyman here.
Yeah, you can do it all. Fixes walls, turns down the volume.
Jack of all trades.
Diagnose. He's a doctor.
He's a doctor, jack of all trades.
Doctor of everything.
Jack of all trades.
And then what's left? We have Michigan should be tipping off here any minute, right? Next 20 minutes.
Hot sauce shot on the line.
St. John's.
Late night hot sauce.
now.
You got Texas
No,
Tech,
I mean, I
UNC
think
Wilmington.
the hot sauce shot too.
you
No, don't bitch. You bitching out on tequila?
No, I'm not bitching.
Unbelievable.
I'm not.
Made the bet on hot sauce.
We could do both.
No, nobody needs to do both.
Talk about heartburn.
That's
Yeah,
terrible.
that would be awful.
That's just terrible, man. So yeah,
I just think McCall's scared of the tequila.
Buddy.
Ooh, nice.
Woo.
Nice.
Oh, good move.
Michigan. I mean, Utah State, man.
You got to get a stop here for your Drake.
See what you got, D. Gates.
SEC hasn't lost a game yet, right?
Georgia, Texas.
Oh, Georgia.
got
That's right,
Texas
Georgia.
obliterated.
Georgia
Texas
and
is
Texas.
out.
What a bad take by you.
Well, you know,
Georgia was
I don't even know what
Good
day it is.
pass.
Georgia was down 30.
Free throws.
Yeah.
I don't even claim Georgia.
What do you mean you don't claim Georgia?
I don't claim Georgia. They shouldn't have even really been in, right? I mean,
they don't count as they don't count as an SEC team.
And we told Doster they were going to get housed in this one.
Oklahoma's taking an L tomorrow.
Let's talk about that. I said this the other day. How many of the 14 that got in? We've seen Texas. We've seen Georgia now. How many first-round exits? And Texas lost in the first 4, but you got to count them. So that's 2.
Yeah.
How many first-round exits? I said 5.
So what are we at right now? 3?
Yeah, 2 so far.
2 so far.
Got one on line. Oklahoma loses.
I mean, 3.
But this was not one that I picked.
No,
I thought Oklahoma would lose.
I mean,
that would be 3.
Yeah, I got Oklahoma losing for sure.
Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Vanderbilt probably goes down.
Yeah,
that's 4.
Yeah, I think you set the number right.
5's the over/under.
5.5. Yeah, probably 5. Yeah, 5's right.
If you get 9 of the final 32,
Big one.
Big
one, Bennett.
quick inbounds, push it.
Oh my gosh. Oh, get on the floor.
Get the ball.
Look who came up with it.
Big recovery.
Get it quick. Bang.
Got him.
Oh, walk into it. Walk into it. Oh, good rebound.
We needed that one.
This has been a fun game.
See how they got that last basket though with the ghost screen?
You like the ghost screen.
I love ghost screens.
Good job, Ed.
Perfect.
Good D. Put it up. Let's see if they go back to it again.
Slow it down.
Yeah, and then now they just get to do what they do, which is take the possession under 5 seconds. You know,
but
oh
my gosh,
how was that not a turnover? Good finish. Wow.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, so you saw the switch right there. They had Mark Mitchell on the guard. Who was that? Was that
What happened?
Menyamo?
Who hit the last shot?
Big. Was it? It was Menyamo. Was it Menyamo?
Yeah.
I mean, whatever his last name.
So we
is.
go to the under 4. Missouri's down 5. Drake ball. And very impressive the way they got punched and stood up. I mean, honestly, it's not over, but it looked like they were about to go to the mat there, Goodman.
Yeah,
And your Drake Bulldogs.
Well, we'll see. They gotta still close this thing out. Just the fact that they're up this late, you know, Jarrell's tired over there. It's a long day for Jarrell.
It's a long day.
Wait till you got to coach again. You know,
Jarrell's not
Start
built for
up
this
soon.
anymore.
I'm rolling right into it, Jeff, this weekend.
There you go.
He's taking
Streets.
So Jarrell's taking a red eye home.
Has begun.
Has it really? How's our squad?
We'll be good. We'll be good. I'm excited. I got a phone call this morning, so I'm really excited.
Are you coaching? What are you coaching? 17s?
So that's why Mean Streets isn't in the EYBL anymore. That's why we don't see him at Peach Jam. That's why we don't see him at Peach Jam anymore, because we got Jarrell on the sidelines.
I see Fanta all the time.
What is it? What's the other one? The Peach Basket?
Peach State.
Peach State? Yeah.
Peach State.
Yeah.
No, we go to the jam, baby.
As soon as they hired Jarrell, Mean Streets went from being like one of the top 10 teams to being Peach State. All right, Trayvon Brazil, let's do it.
Trayvon Brazil is with us moments after Arkansas won against against Kansas, and they're moving on. Arkansas did not beat Arkansas. Arkansas beat Kansas. Hey, that's what you get, Arkansas, Kansas, right? Trayvon joins us now. Trayvon, appreciate you joining us tonight. Congrats on the win, man. How did it feel to knowing what you've sort of been through this year as a team to be able to stamp it with a tournament win and keep dancing today?
Hold on, let me get these headphones. Y'all can hear me?
You got us now?
Yeah, we got you.
We got you now.
I can hear you. I'm not bad. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so just knowing what you've been through this year with everything, the 0-5 start in SEC play, to finally get healthier, and obviously the way you've been playing, to stamp all that with a win in the tournament today and keep dancing. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels great. We started 0-5. Like Coach said, everybody counted us out. Nobody thought we could make it at a point. We were just trying to get a win. So to be in a tournament and to get a win against this, Kansas team feels great.
Evan, how did you flip this thing? How did you guys, where was it? Can you go back to a game, maybe it was at Rupp against Kentucky, but was there a point when you guys flipped it, and how did you do it?
Whenever both of our, top scorers went out, Adu and Boogie, we kind of came together as a team and, kind of looked at our last couple games and said, if we win these ones, we're going to be able to get in the tournament. And that was our main motivation, trying to get into the tournament. And, the team all came together, and, it's been great ever since.
Trayvon, just talk a little bit about you guys were up. You lost momentum there a little bit down the stretch when they went to some 2-3 zone on you and kind of tried to junk the game up. Just talk about the way you guys were able to respond and kind of weather the storm. Not just this game, but really just this down the stretch of this season as well as a team.
I mean, we knew they were going to make a run. They're a really good team. We're battle tested though. The SEC is a gauntlet, so we're used to the teams being able to come back on us, and we just got to stay poised and consistent. We did that tonight.
Speak to that, the battle tested of the SEC, of playing against the teams in this league. You guys have played against the best teams in the country. How much confidence does that give you in this NCAA tournament?
I mean, 14 of our teams from our conference are in, so that should explain it. These teams that we were playing all year. It's good?
You're good.
Oh, my bad. The teams we've been playing all year have been really good. We played, multiple top 25 teams, so, we're ready for any opponent.
Talk about Nelly Davis. He had 18 points tonight, hit a big three down the stretch. It took him a while to kind of find his footing this season. What is his, as he's gotten better and gotten more consistent, what has that done for you guys?
I mean, it's made us a lot better. Him playing confidently is, elevates us a lot. We know what he can do. We know he's been to, the Elite Eight, deep in the tournament. Trust him, and, we're going to continue to trust him throughout the season. So.
Talk about when your top two scorers go out, a lot of people kind of tend to think that, the team might dip. But I feel like there's a lot of situations, like me being a player too, where it's like the team comes out even more confident. Do you think that's, something that you guys definitely have done because, you guys might have a little more freedom to go be aggressive and make up for the scoring that's now lacking, statistically, even though you guys are all very talented? Like, do you think that's really helped y'all's confidence?
I mean, for sure. Only having 7, we're not looking over our shoulders like when we mess up, and we just know we can go out there and play. We all have a lot of minutes, so nobody has nothing to complain about.
For sure.
Hey, Trayvon, appreciate the time, man. As always, congrats on the win. Thanks for joining us. I know he appreciated it as well.
Yeah.
We got to fix the internet there in Providence. What's going on in New England, man?
No, it's the worst internet. I'm not kidding.
That's what I'm saying. It looks like it.
I've been telling this for years.
Yeah.
Awful. Internet. And then the other thing, you guys are going to kill me for this.
Upset cooking.
No.
Upset cooking.
The other
Upset
thing,
cooking.
Relax.
Upset cooking.
Relax.
It's cooking.
McCall, you'll appreciate this now that you're a member of the media. If you go to any games, all they got is punch.
Oh no!
They got like for drink. They got this punch, and that's it.
Oh,
no, like Diet Coke.
Nothing.
No,
just punch and shitty Wi-Fi. It's a bad combo. I've complained about it, as you can tell.
Is Providence internet better or worse than Memphis internet?
I'm shocked that you would complain about
So
something.
when I do my show,
You know the good complaints?
whatever, man. Fuck you. He's this guy. But no, in all seriousness, I know we've talked a lot about Arkansas, but their fans have to be feeling so freaking good today. You know,
But this is what I was talking about earlier too. Like an SEC team, and I'm not saying it's them that can make a deep run, because even when Muss was there, it was like this up and down season, and then all of a sudden you see Muss taking his shirt off in the Sweet 16. You know, like that's what would happen, and then everyone's like all excited in Arkansas, and Arkansas basketball's back, and rightfully so. I mean, maybe that's what's going on here. We'll see.
Coming. Better watch
Would
out.
you stop.
You better. I'm just saying. You better have some trash cans prepped in Providence. I'm just saying.
Imagine.
Yeah,
that would break everybody's heart.
we don't get Patino Cal because Patino can't beat Omaha. That would be wild.
looks like Drake's going to hold on here. By the way, they're up 5. They're up 5.
16 left.
They're up
John.
I haven't mushed a game yet. Every time I've said a game is over, it's been over.
Can you say Omaha's over?
I will give you credit on that.
Say Omaha's over. John, say Omaha's over. John, say Omaha's over.
It is over.
Upset Lolly.
Imagine
John, say it's over. John, say it's over. John, call it.
Omaha's over. St.
not
John's
up.
wins.
It's not up.
They're going to jump out of the trash can.
Jarrell, as someone that follows the Big East, St. John's always seems to get down early, and then it ends up being a 20-point win.
They just wear you down.
Wear you down.
We watched it. I watched Marquette come out on fire in the Big East tournament.
Lost by 20.
Oh, my God. And just the game seems so long,
Yep.
and they walk you down, and they get it to within 6, and then tie it up, and then they take the lead. And eventually, they just the defense and their size and their
Takes over.
wears
It's
on you.
not just a physical thing either. Like there's a mental
for sure.
toll that having to deal with those dudes every single possession. You played them last year, right? St. John's.
We didn't play.
You
Nah.
didn't play them?
Nah.
Making that up.
Oh, so
There's a mental toll that comes with just seeing every possession you go down there. You got RJ Lewis, and you got Kadari Richmond, and you got Devin Smith, and you got Zuby Ejiofor. And these guys are just like in your shit.
We played UConn. That's the Big East team we played.
You played UConn?
Yeah,
That's right.
UConn in the tournament.
So if Missouri loses this game, that's 3 SEC teams that are out? 3 of the 14? Is that right?
But in fairness,
It's all the lower.
Yeah.
I mean, none of the top.
A&M won.
A&M won.
Tennessee won.
Tennessee won.
Auburn won.
Auburn won.
A lot of people said they couldn't.
Nobody said
A lot of people said they can't get past Tony Madlock and the Alabama State
You
Hornets.
love.
You're the only
Do you
one.
love anybody that coached at Memphis too?
Anybody.
Anybody.
Doesn't matter who it is.
No,
Because he was an assistant at Memphis.
Tubby. He doesn't like Tubby.
I don't like Tubby.
You do like Tubby. No, whoa, whoa, whoa,
I
whoa.
don't have anything
Under those words.
I don't love Tubby. I don't love Tubby.
No,
like
just
I love
say I
Tubby.
don't love Tubby as a coach.
I don't love Tubby as a coach.
Right. He's
Correct.
a great man.
Yeah, I can't speak to him as a person.
Oh, he's
I only can
awesome.
speak to
He's
him
the best.
as the job he did at Memphis,
He's the best.
which was shitty.
Sure hell.
Josh Pastner told me he doesn't like you.
Fake news.
What'd you say?
Well, he probably at the end he didn't. At the end he did.
Josh Pastner said he doesn't like John.
It's one of the nicest guys in college basketball.
Yeah, he's the
Who,
literally. No, John's the
Not
only
you.
person
Yeah,
that
Josh
Pastner doesn't
Pastner.
like.
I am extremely nice.
John tore him apart. On
I
Memphis
did. I
radio.
really gave him the business at the end.
He did.
When
You
I-
guys
when-
should make up.
When we have a million times.
Okay, good.
Austin Nichols. When Austin Nichols transferred, that was the end. We're taking a real.
That was
We're going
That
down.
was it.
Yeah, that was the. When you lost the Memphis kid that was a McDonald's All-American. Yeah, you 100%. Or
Chris
something.
Chioza, you lost him.
That was a bad one. That was a bad one.
and
And he would
looking
ought to be the
back on
assist leader at Florida.
That was the one that killed him.
Oof.
It was not the one
I
that
told
killed
you.
him.
I told you I should take him.
He still got
Oh!
It's over.
It's over.
It was over when I caught it.
They are like us. They are like us.
They are.
They're not like us. They
Yeah,
are
they
like
are.
us.
Drake said that.
He didn't show him the video. He didn't show him the video.
Hey, here's the headline for this game, Trevor. Drake says they not like us.
Ooh, I like that. I like it. I like it.
Drake says they not like
I would.
us.
I would sit on that one, Trevor.
Don't like it.
I need to. I mean, if it's different if we're saying it. We have to workshop it a little bit. You know what I mean? We have to workshop it. You could just say like Drake finally wins, finally gets a dub, because they've never won a tournament game. This is their first
I
tournament
like
win in
it.
program
St. John's
history.
is on the
Right?
board.
I'm not, but I'm. But
Does anyone love 16-foot jumpers more than Kadari Richmond loves 16-foot jumpers.
They can make twos.
But
That's why they're able to be great, because they can make twos.
Kadari Richmond loves 16-foot jumpers.
It's a good shot for him.
That is a good shot.
Oh,
for
him.
Edgerscore. Well, why wouldn't he not just throw it?
Just turn around.
Why did he? Well, he kept falling. He just kept.
What was going on there?
He was literally aiming.
That looked like
when
that
the
was
guy
good.
was running away from him.
Was last
Look at
night.
that guy trying to get away. He's like, nope.
He wasn't going to fall out of bounds either.
Ooh, that hurt. UCLA up
we go.
14 on Utah State.
Throw it up. Bam.
All right, so we have we had a 12 over 5 today, and this would be 11 over 6.
I think that's it, right?
Yeah.
And a 10 over 7.
And a 10 over 7.
And
that's about as
we'll have
standard
another
as
12
you
over
could.
5.
I mean, that's not a.
We'll have another 12
Yeah,
over
I mean, the McNeese win is the one, right? Like, I mean, that's
the headline.
That's the one.
And
it was the
Arkansas
biggest
winning.
upset of the day.
And Arkansas winning, too.
I mean, yeah, Arkansas.
Not because it's an upset. because it's
Arkansas and Drake were the same point spread underdog, so they're both plus 5.5. So, you know,
McNeese was 7.5.
McNeese was 7.5. So they would be the biggest upset of the day. Which, you know, now you know, again, these second round matchups is where it starts to get.
That's where it gets dicey.
Yeah, it starts to get real juicy, man. These second round games, like. Everybody's going to love Gonzaga over Houston because of how impressive Gonzaga looked against Georgia. I just can't wait to bet Houston.
Well, everyone's going to love it, too, because of Mark Few.
Hey, you know what I don't have to wear now?
What?
You know what shirt I don't have to wear now that Missouri lost? You don't remember?
What was the shirt going
You
to say?
don't remember the bet?
What was the shirt
What
gonna
I
say?
was going to wear if Missouri made the Final Four.
Yeah, what was it going to say?
I'm not saying.
Well, what was it?
What is going on with these two?
I'm going to show them.
Should we hit a break?
Oh, he's got the video.
He said, I'll just show him the video.
I like Matt.
You just hit a break.
Should we hit a break?
Should we hit a break?
Absolutely. We're going to do that. We'll come back and maybe be joined by
Eventually.
They got to cut down the nets, right? Drake, they got to cut down. They got to cut down the nets. But we'll be back. This is the Madnesscast.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today.
I have been looking for the best deal on March Madness tickets, which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and more than 70,000 events available. Now that March Madness is here, SeatGeek has your back. Each ticket is rated so you know if it's a good deal with that little green dot, and it's backed by a buyer guarantee. You can get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek with code FIELD68. That's code FIELD68.
Owning property in the state of Texas is difficult enough. Paying taxes on your property should not make your life any more complicated. Ownwell believes that when it comes to paying property taxes, you should only pay what's fair. In under 3 minutes, you can sign up and have their team of Texas experts start saving you money without a single upfront cost. It's easy. When you sign up, you get an instant estimate of the tax savings they can get you so that when that property tax bill comes due, the amount that you have to fork over to Uncle Sam isn't quite as painful. Put property tax money back in your pocket in just minutes. 86% of customers receive a reduction with an average savings of more than $1,100. Imagine how much less stress you'll have in your life knowing that you could take some of the money that you have earmarked for the IRS and spend it on, I don't know, an 85-inch flat screen to watch March Madness. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most Texas counties. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com/CBB. That's OWNWELL.com/CBB.
Welcome back, Madnesscast here on the field of 68. We got a final, 67-57, Drake over Missouri. Brooks, I'm just going to ask you about Drake generally. Like we're having fun with, the fact that they won and they're going to celebrate it, but Bennett Sturts was a dog in this one. And so I would ask you, How live when you watch them, did you sort of feel like they could be for the rest of this tournament?
Oh, yeah. I mean, no, I think you kind of hit the hammer on the nail. Or just, I mean, he's electric because if you look at it like their possessions all the way, how they get it all the way down to 5, and it's not like they're really holding the ball. They're just kind of like manipulating the game to get what they want to do, and that always comes at under 5. And he's usually the guy with the ball in his hands, and whether it's him making a tough shot at the end of the clock or he's throwing a lob to somebody or getting somebody else a good shot. I mean, with a steady diet of that, they're not gonna, they're gonna get good possessions and they're gonna beat teams that, people don't think they can beat because they play slow, but they're really not playing. I think somebody said earlier, they're not really playing slow. They're just playing how they want to play. Yeah. And, sometimes it just takes longer than, other teams is running gun. It's just their philosophy. So I think they can do, even more than they just did.
Jarrell, do you believe that too? Do you think Drake is like a real candidate to make a run?
I'm not sure about making a run, but they're a well-coached team. I'll say that. And they're a team with Sturts, obviously, who kind of leads the charge, but they have just enough talent. Brooks kind of hit it on the head with their style of play. And to speak to what he was saying is that they're not stalling you out and just like not trying to actively score, but they play the way that they play. They move the ball from side to side. They get a defensive chance to break down. Now, if they have major breakdowns and they can go get a lob or a wide open 3 or a layup, they'll take that as well earlier in the clock. But if not, they're going to work you down to the last 5 seconds. And the fact that they don't have empty possessions where they're consistently turning it over plays into their style of play as well, too. But I'll say this.
2 turnovers on Michigan already.
The biggest play of that game, Mizzou's making that run, and that one-legged lean-in three-pointer that he hit, backbreaker.
Yeah,
that's a crazy run-stopping shot right there, where it's like the sky is falling. You guys think, oh my God, we're about to blow this thing after playing so great for pretty much the entirety of the game.
And 2 of them.
Yeah, he hit 2 of them. I remember seeing that one just specifically and being like, my God, that's the one that kills you.
Yeah,
if you
hit that one, and then I think that one got it back to 6, and then they get it to 1. And they ran that little set where it's like it looked like it was going to be a ball screen that came over. They ran that ghost screen.
Oh, it was the ghost screen. Yep, I do remember that.
It came off, and the guy guarding Sturts went to go switch it, but the guy setting the ghost screen didn't switch it because there was no contact made. So he came off of it and got that little runner in the lane, and it put him up by 3. And then there was a turnover. They got a dunk, and they got to 5, and that's when you saw the mojo kind of leave.
Yep.
Michigan and San Diego tipped off. It's 6-0 Michigan. Some of us thought this is how it could look. I mean, I know it's early, but it looks like San Diego's kind of overwhelmed by the size here.
Just wait until Aniwa Tate Jones gets going. There you go. That's one. That's
game.
1 bucket and 1. That's 1 bucket, John.
Was it an and 1?
I think they caught it on the ground.
Should have been.
I think they caught it on the ground.
Should have been. That's bullshit.
I don't think that was going to count in the record books, man. St. John's, Omaha, interestingly enough, 10-7, Omaha, 7 minutes gone by. This is the concern with St. John's. They have 7 points against Omaha in 7 minutes.
Got them right where they want them. John, I'm telling you, this is right where they want this game.
Yeah, but I think that they'll win this game. But it does sort of just speak to the limitations that we know they have the limitations.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But it's why I never let myself think that they can win a championship or even go to a Final Four because they have 7 points. They have 10 now, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, they're struggling against Omaha. I mean, they're limited, and when
what's going to happen is they're going to start. They haven't really gotten into their press at all, and then that press is going to start getting on them, and then they're going to wear on them. And then the way that it works for St. John's is they'll force a turnover, they'll get a bucket, then they get back in that press, and they force another turnover, then they get a bucket, then they get back in that press, and all of a sudden it's in your head, and they're fired up, and then they'll go on these like 24 to 8. It's not even. It's like not runs. It's just waves, like these avalanches, where you just can't even get the ball in.
Yeah, that's why this
could use a big upset though.
This would be big. Oh, Cal would be going to the Sweet 16. Oh,
that would be wild.
That would be so
Cal's not getting past the trash cans though.
God.
The Omaha Fighting
what
trash
is their
cans.
What is their mascot?
Mavericks.
Omaha Mavericks.
The Mavs. Yeah. The Mavs.
We would have been here all night until I figured that out.
This is the first time I think this entire late night slate where we haven't had any games going on. Right?
We had Michigan.
Look, it's all commercials.
Oh, you mean commercial breaks?
Yeah,
Oh, I got
it's all commercials.
What's
is it Texas Tech UNCW is the last one to tip off?
Yeah, the biggest one of the day.
Big one.
It's the biggest one of the day. Utah. Let's talk about UCLA real quick. 39-27.5. Adai Mara, one of my favorite players in college basketball. 8 points for. Is he your friend?
No, but I mean I respect him because
right.
we played against him.
But you see what I had to ask because you
for sure, I
perked
know
up.
about everybody.
Is he with us now?
It's coming right now.
Okay, we're gonna have him in a minute. Okay. Okay.
Right now we got Jace Carter.
Jace Carter, Texas A&M Aggies. They are moving on after beating the Yale Bulldogs in the first round. He joins us now. Jace, man, congrats on the win. Obviously, got to feel good to get the first one. How does it feel to get the first one out of the way and, continue on in the tournament?
It feels good. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we got
you.
Yeah, it feels good. Obviously for us, a lot of us are seniors. So to be able to sleep another night in Denver, it's always good, especially playing in a tournament like this and playing against a great team like Yale. We're excited.
Big guy Pharrell was terrific tonight. 25 points, 10 rebounds. How important has he been to this team as he's kind of emerged and, kind of acclimated himself into to this system?
Yeah, I mean, Pharrell, it's his first ever NCAA game, and for him to play the way he played, we're excited for him. I know as a little kid, it's a dream to come true playing in March Madness, and for him, he's been great all year, and I'm glad he's our big man.
Just about y'all prep going into the game for obviously a good Yale team, but an Ivy League school where the style of play is a lot different from what you guys are used to seeing probably in the SEC, and you really need to be disciplined going into these type of games. So tell us a little bit about your preparation going into the game.
We really focus on our foundation. They had obviously the player of the year in their conference, number 4, who's a NBA level player, NBA level scorer, and the sneak guy they have is 42, and him and 4 play 2-man game a lot. So we focus on those 3 a lot. But really sticking to our foundation. We as a team felt like we were underdog. A lot of teams felt like a lot of people thought we were going to lose this game. We let it fuel us, and we just wanted to be the aggressor and not get away from playing our foundation of basketball.
Jace, Wade Taylor and Zurich Phelps are the guys that get a lot of the pub for your team because they score a lot and they take a lot of shots, and that's the way that it works here. But this was the definition of a team win, right? Wade played well. Zurich only got 6 shots off. But what does this say about you guys that you can win on nights where those two aren't playing all that well?
Yeah, I mean, we got 10 high-level college basketball players on our roster that play significant minutes. We feel like we have one of the best rosters when it comes to depth in the country. If Wade is not going, obviously we have Zurich who can play at a high level. And if Zurich's not going, we have Manny Obatsky, whose nickname is March Mo. And then we have our forwards are killers. Anderson Garcia, Solomon, Big Hen. It's just we have so much versatility. And if it's not someone's night, we're a family. So we embrace the next person, and you have to be ready no matter what opportunity presents itself.
I know, obviously, because it's a tournament game, like you don't really need, to be on alert because it's like win or go home. But the fact that Yale beat Auburn in the first round last year, did that come up?
Nah. We feel like we're not Auburn. We don't really give a damn too much about what they did last year. We're focused on the present. And we obviously had a big chip on our shoulder, but we knew that if we played our style of basketball and stick to our foundation, we would have a good shot. And credit to them, they played really well, and obviously they've been a good team for a couple years.
Jace, I think my first game in double figures in college was against you when you were at UIC. But when you were there, Northwestern.
Oh, y'all beat us by 40.
Yeah, but hey, but just talking about it, bro. I remember when you were there, 13.
Okay, yeah, y'all had D.
Yeah,
and Boo Bo. Is his name?
Yeah, Boo. Yeah, we were good. We were good. But just like
good.
seeing you kind of, Yeah, seeing you grow from that, just like being a guy averaging like 17 a game, but then kind of going to a team that's, got a lot of really good players and you being a leader, kind of, sacrifices for the greater the team. Like, I mean, it's just kind of, I really respect that, and just kind of, now y'all in the tournament and going. So, like, talk about, like, kind of, being a leader and, doing stuff other than scoring, to contribute to winning and stuff. Like, that's just really important.
100%. I think, like you said, when I was at USC, I had a different role, and I had to sacrifice. If I wanted to win, I wanted to be in a program that was a high level program, and that my job isn't to score 17 points a game. I have Wade Taylor, Zerk Phelps, Pharrell Payne, who are, guys that's their job. So for me, it's to always to stay ready. The season hasn't really gone the best for me from a personal level, but I always know that opportunities can present themselves, and just to stay ready, whether that's guard the best player, whether that's having 10 points in a clutch game like this, whatever it is, you have to sacrifice. And it's hard. You obviously want to be the one that goes for 40, but, I want to be a winner. I want to win games, and that's why I'm here.
Jace, what's it like being in a Buzz Williams practice? And I've heard that you guys go like full bore box out drills, shell drill, all that, even in shoot arounds.
Yeah, I mean that's who we are. Buzz is who he is. I love him as a coach, as a man. He's one of the most. He's probably the best leader I've ever been around in my life. We get after it. No matter we play at 7 a.m. or 7 at night, we're playing shirt skins. It doesn't matter. We're getting after it. We're always diving on the floor. And if you don't come out with that intensity, it sticks out like a sore thumb. And that's just who we are, and that's how we were. That's how we were sculpted to play basketball here.
You still doing zigzag?
Superman drill, Seminole.
Yeah, I play for Buzz. I know all about it. I know all about it. Cheese step, all of that.
Ain't nobody individuals. We talking about individuals.
Hey man, I play for Buzz, baby. I've been around it. I know exactly about it, the routine.
Break times too.
Yeah, I had to get out of there. I only had 1 year of it though, Jace.
It's a different beast.
Hey, Jace, man, congrats on the win. Congrats on moving on. Continued success, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys. God bless.
Yeah,
so you too, man.
Love Jace Carter. Big fan.
Hold on. He goes, yeah, I had double figures against you in my first game. Who are you?
What number were you?
What? I remember that because you said.
Where was he at? UIC?
He was at USC.
Oh, USC.
Yeah. But like you said, Jace, I'm always thinking about like what I'm gonna ask him if I don't know him. Then I was like, oh, yeah, I played against him. So
It's another one of his friends.
Another
one of his friends.
Played, 4 years at the college level. They finally score here. Oh no!
That sums up. That sums up. That's it right there.
I will say they have 2 points and Michigan's only up 8. You know
how mad Matt McCall would be right now if he saw this score?
He would be mad. And he'd be right.
Yes.
I mean, Michigan's turned the ball over like 3 or 4 times. I mean, they should be up 18-2 right now.
They should. This should be over.
And
I think it's 4 turnovers that they have.
Yeah. I mean, I will say this. They look bad. It's almost like they're a
UC San Diego.
Yeah. They look overwhelmed right now. They're turning the ball over off their foot. This is that's what happens. Like, these
didn't happen to McNeese.
Well, that's a special case. I mean, their coach is going to the ACC or the SEC, right? Do you have a good one?
According to Jeff, big one right there.
Jeff's giving us nothing.
Jeff is checked out on today. Jeff is washed.
Hey,
the only thing Jeff is worried about right now is how far away the blackjack tables are. By the way, John, call it, man. I told you. Upset loading.
I already did call it.
Omaha 18, St. John's 14. They're fighting with them on the glass. Like, that's the impressive part about this to me. It's like this isn't just a flurry of threes they made. They're fighting with the Giants on the glass.
Yeah. How long are they gonna hold up in this fight, though, Rob?
Yeah, I mean
you've seen enough of St. John's to
the surge is coming. The question is like, can you keep it to like 10-2?
Exactly.
Or does it get to like 20-4. That's the difference between beating St. John's and losing to St. John's.
KK.
Yep. That's your guy, right?
One of my Hillcrest high school kids. Yep.
Turnover number 5 for Michigan, by
Cameron
the way.
Thomas.
So Omaha, the thing I love about this Omaha team, beyond like the story with the trash can and all that, is that this team lost. Frankie Fiddler was on Omaha last year.
Yeah, he was.
He averaged 20 a game for him. And they
That's
lost
crazy.
Frankie Fiddler and then became better after he was. And that's not a shot at Frankie, but like they kept grinding and kept growing. I think they were middle of the pack last year in the
I don't
Summer
think
League.
Frankie regrets his decision, though.
I do not think it at all.
So it seems like it worked out well for everybody. You know, Frankie kind of had to do what Jace did, right? I mean, he was doing his thing in Omaha last year. He had to go to – he is not a feature piece on that Michigan State team at all. He's like, listen, like, I want to go somewhere and win. Yeah.
You want to win.
So there's a lot of lessons in that one, Jeff Goodman. For sure.
With the Fiddler?
With You're ready at all times to talk about the Fiddler and the Siddler.
The Fiddler and the Siddler.
It's like a sitcom. Pull it together.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. It's good. It's good.
I need San Diego to like you make 2 of them, couple threes in a row. Like just get the lid off the rim.
Dude,
By the way, the defense
stop.
just started picking up. Just get the lid off the rim.
It's gonna take a lot more than that for San Diego, man. What do you gotta take? You gotta take a shot of what now? Just tequila now?
Just tequila.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's safe. Di Mara, UCLA. Nobody wants to talk about them. They just kind of put their heads down and win. That's what I like about UCLA is that
they're not exciting at all.
They're really not.
There's nothing about them that makes you like. No, it's not a shot.
No, you're right. I just think it's funny though.
Yeah, they just go out there.
Yeah, I mean, watch them play. They're completely boring and meticulous.
When they're bad, the press conferences are exciting.
That is true. That's the most exciting thing about it.
I've had fun
when they
watching
lose,
those.
Mick Cronin's going to cut somebody out.
Going berserk.
Yeah.
What time is 10 p.m. CT?
Half an hour.
It's so hard to figure this out.
What would you like me to do?
He's out of bed, I guess. He said half an hour.
Time zones and it leaves.
This is it for me.
Right, I'm out.
I asked McCall to get us a round of drinks, and he's up at the bar. I asked Matt McCall to get us a round of beers, and he is literally standing at the bar talking to people.
Go get him.
Just having a conversation. No. Did he miss both those free throws, by the way?
Yeah. They got it back, though, because Michigan turned it over for the 12th time.
It's over, guys.
I'm so out.
Another turnover.
Oh, another thing.
I'm John Martin.
Here we go. Hey, it's back, baby. Upset on. We got upsets over here. We got upsets over here. You ready? Come on, bro.
They can't get the points up there fast enough.
I forgot that you got a surgically repaired something or other.
I've never seen a team turn the ball over as much as Michigan does. I mean, they are so bad. But they're talented. Why do they turn the ball over so much, Jarrell? What is that? Is that something?
That's what happens when you have your 4-man as your point guard. As much as we give him credit about how hard that is to guard, he's not a point guard. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have a primary ball handler that's under 6'8". So, you know what I mean? Like, and don't get me wrong, they're able to cover up some of it. They got great size. They got a different team, and they're really hard to scout. And figure it out with some of the stuff that they run. But you're not gonna be perfect with a guy, Danny Wolf being the primary decision maker. You know what I mean?
That's true. I mean,
Perfect.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. He asked me about the turnover, so that's what I'm saying, Jeff. Like,
Jarrell's a big turnover guy. He turned the ball over a lot.
I sure in the hell did.
Turned people over a lot.
I did. I won that battle. So I gave up a lot, but I went and got it. It evened out, Rob. It evened out.
What was the significance of 10 o'clock Central Time?
Ryan Nembhard.
Gotcha.
Ryan Nembhard?
Gotcha.
Yeah. Ryan Nembhard.
Yes. Andrew's the one in the NBA.
Yeah. I get him confused, man. There's too
Me
many
too.
Nembhards.
So we're gonna get Ryan Nembhard.
We're going to get Ryan Nembhard.
Love it.
Yes.
So that will keep our streak alive.
So keep our
streak continues.
It's been very important to Jeff Goodman that we get somebody from the winning team, and I like it. I think it's a great strategy.
I'm glad.
You've contributed something to this damn day today, But yes, we've got Omaha St. John's 2017. Looks like St. John's is close to taking the lead here. Going to try to close out the next 7:49 strong. UCLA and Utah State are about to tip off the second half. And then we got one left, right? Just UNC, Wilmington, and Texas Tech.
It's the last one to tip off.
Last one today.
Last one to tip off.
And so what did we learn today? What have we learned today?
Save
What
that
have
for,
we learned?
save that for after dark.
Yeah.
Oh, we're saving that for after.
Save that for after dark.
What have you learned?
That I have to save this for after dark.
That your satchel is a little more full than it was.
The satchel is good luck.
I was about to say it's bringing them really good luck.
The satchel's been carrying me,
satchel.
This
You've been carrying the satchel.
This is hour 10.
I wonder if somebody's going to try
live stream.
I wonder if somebody's going to mug you tonight when they see that satchel. Do you worry about that at all? Walking down the strip?
I don't because.
Could you defend yourself?
Could I defend myself, bro? Come on, bro. I mean, you want to find out? I mean, you want to find out?
They're a tough Memphians.
Look,
I'm not sure you're one of them.
That's the thing. It's like even the weakest Memphian is going to be just fine out here in Las Vegas. Okay.
If someone knows what it's like to be tough and what it's like to be hard, it's somebody from Newburyport, Massachusetts.
I'm not from Newburyport. That's not where I hail from.
Where are you from?
Framingham, Massachusetts.
Dude,
rough.
That's worse.
The rough and
you're
tumble.
not helping your cause.
Bro said he's from Framingham.
Tough spot.
Is that England?
God.
Not everybody can be from Memphis.
No, that was funny.
No, not everybody can be from Framingham. Where all the Withermen are.
Brooks is ready for a nap over here, guys.
Huh?
You all right over there?
This is like we're doing our best.
I mean, come on. This is much tougher than a Chris Collins practice. I mean, come on, right?
It's not as hard as
Coin flip. I
It's a coin flip.
Well, Chris Collins' practice don't last.
How long?
13
How long?
hours.
How long? Chris Collins practice? 2?
2.5.
I guess 2.5. All right.
We are losing him.
Buzz.
Yeah,
How long did
yeah,
Buzz
yeah.
and Crean?
He might
Wait,
die.
how long did Buzz and Crean go on average?
Well, I guess.
I mean, they probably broke
I can't
all
report.
rules.
I can't report them to compliance
Right.
anymore.
the statute
No,
of
you're
limitations
fine.
are up.
For sure, Coach
Like-
Crane. We used to go like 4
4?
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
4.
to the point where you sitting there and your toes will start to burn just from having the tape and the shoes on so long your feet just on fire. Like, shit, how long have we been in here?
4 hours.
Early on, especially.
What's the
like
longest?
our freshman year.
The longest practice you ever had?
Another turnover.
All they
I
do
would
is
say
turn the ball over.
Get it. Yeah, that's like because he knew anything past that was kind of put like somebody
He
might
was
come
getting
down.
reported.
Somebody, or somebody's gonna drop an anonymous letter.
Right,
on the
exactly.
compliance
Some
person.
parent.
Exactly. Or somebody's gonna come downstairs. Hey, what the hell are y'all still doing here? Yeah, so that's as far as he went.
That's why Georgetown used to tape up the slits on the walls.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah.
I
So nobody could
100%
see it.
believe
So they could do all sorts of illegal stuff.
100%. Listen, the stuff that I've heard and seen happen because of practice times. And don't get me wrong, some coaches are crazy like that, where it's like, look, this ain't right, but I've seen some guys.
I got a great
let's just be
one
that are absolute
Framing
pussies. Like let's say, in a group, like they were complaining because they were trying to get practice shortened. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just, and then usually those are the guys that probably need to be in their practice and work hard.
And the guys that probably didn't last.
Yep, those are guys that were on the board for who's leaving next year.
Yeah.
Everybody take your odds, make your odds on bets. But Buzz was pretty much the same. Chiefs, I thought it was funny though. I said Chiefs step. He immediately said, "How you know about individuals?" It's like, because he's been doing the same shit since he became a head coach. It's crazy, and it's just a complete.
If it works, though,
it's a complete mental game. Like as I said, everything Buzz does is based
he got
on
it from
toughness.
He got it from Billy Gillespie.
Yeah, 100.
Billy Gillespie
boot camp.
My favorite one ever, Billy Gillespie. I have a picture in my phone. He was at Ranger Junior College. It was like
90 degrees outside.
Don't say this is your favorite one.
Not my favorite, but
you want to change that.
Yeah, not my favorite.
That.
This is not my favorite.
Start this clip over.
The kid was okay, but
let's reset
basically,
this. Go ahead.
He goes 2.5 hours. That's practice 1. Doesn't like it. They come back. They go 2. Again, they're running outside, I think, at this point, and a kid passes out. They got to take him to the hospital. I got a picture of the kid in the hospital bed. And after that, he comes back for a 3rd one, another 2 hours, and then a 4th one. They went a total of 8 hours in one day, 4 different practices, 8 hours in the heat for a good portion of it. A kid in the hospital bed practiced 2.
And he came back.
And he kept going for 2 more.
And that's why you told him to reframe it.
How about that?
This isn't your favorite story.
No, it's not my favorite.
I know.
I
understand.
It's the craziest.
It made perfect sense. Yeah,
it's not. I mean,
yeah,
the kid
insane.
The kid was fine. I talked to the kid out.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Try to find a picture for you.
All right, thanks. Let me do a score update here real quick.
Do it up.
St. John's up 28-22. I told you that game was over. UCLA 42, Utah State 29. I'm not quite there on this game. All right, there's still too much time left. And then Michigan, San Diego 20-10. I'll give San Diego 5 more minutes, but
5 more minutes. That's all you're giving them.
Yeah.
Michigan,
and then he's calling.
They got 10 points.
Michigan's throwing the ball all over the place.
They really are, and they're still going to be up 12 here.
Throwing the ball all over the place.
Daddy Wolf is playing well when he doesn't turn it over, though.
I mean, the thing is, San Diego is getting the shots that they want right now, and they're just not making them. And they're forcing the turnovers that you want to be able to force. And they're not able to finish in transition.
Bang.
I don't think that this is going as bad as that score line looks right now. I feel like with the way that UC is San Diego,
it should be way worse.
No, it should be like 23-18 right now is what it should be.
I have no clue what game you're watching. I have no clue how you feel like this should be. I mean, if Michigan doesn't have 18 turnovers, this is like
what? Hold on, let's bring up the box because they've gotten.
Can you get McCall over here?
I don't think he's coming back.
You said he was going to get some beers.
I think he abandoned us.
Where's McCall? To go back to
he bailed on us to go talk to somebody at the bar over there. He had one job. Yeah, they're 1 for 10 from 3, John.
I mean, what's Michigan?
Well, I know so this one's about to go in, right?
Michigan's shooting pretty well from 3, but they're turning the ball over every time.
Let me turn it.
That's the first one. That's the one. They were 0 for 9 before that. That's the one.
All right.
That's the first one.
Eric Nolan
and on the season, they shoot 37% from 3. Now they're 1 for 10. But then they're about to hit one right here too. So boom.
Oh, well, you got to stop that.
Yeah.
5 points.
You're like that guy at the NFL Sunday who's like ahead of the. He's like watching the spreads and stuff. How are we behind? How are we that far behind? I guess that's just the way it goes. UCLA up 14. You like UCLA? You like Nick Cronin?
Yeah, I mean, he holds guys accountable. They get better generally over the course of the season. I don't think he's got like the most high-end talent, but he's got a bunch of dudes that, you know, he got away from the international deal for the most part, other than Mara.
He was a beast. He was absolutely a beast. I'll be interested to see what that number is against Tennessee. I can see them doing it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. Come back. Looks like Mara might be hurt. We'll take a break. Come back. UC San Diego, Michigan, near in the half. This is Madnesscast. Stick around.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. Now is your chance to prove you're smarter than the field of 68. We're hosting a Survivor contest with our partner Splash Sports. There's a $25 entry fee, a 25 entry max in the contest, and more than 1,700 spots available, which means there's a $40,000 max prize for the winner. Survivor is the future of March Madness. Each day you pick a team to win. If they win, you advance. We'll also be running a free-to-enter bracket contest as well as a second chance Survivor in the Sweet 16. So prove you know more ball than the field of 68 on Splash Sports. If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. My guys, have you ever lifted just a little bit too hard and you forget to apply your daily deodorant and then get hit with a truckload of BO from all directions? From the founders of Lumi, Mando Whole Body Deodorant is helping men conquer their odor in a new way. Formulated with mandelic acid, Mando has long-lasting 72-hour odor control that actually stops odor before it starts. But the best part, you can put Mando anywhere, your pit, your packages, your feet, your skin folds, your back, your knees, everywhere. And to top it off, Mando's cologne quality scents were created with men in mind. Pro tip, try their best-selling scent, Bourbon Leather. Once you experience the fresher underarms, a fresher package, and fresher feet, you will never go back. There is a special offer now for new customers. You get $5 off their starter pack with our exclusive code and link. Use code F68 at shopmando.com. That's F68 at shopmando.com.
All right, welcome back to Madnesscast. Where are we? We're in Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you.
We are.
We are at the Flanker, inside Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. I think. I have no idea. I have no. Yeah. Did I tell them right? I told them put them here. I don't know.
Sure. You're good. You're good.
I'm just literally.
Good job. You're figuring it all out here.
I'm just pointing the shit. All right. These games have been mostly non-compelling, as the last one of the day is about to tip off between Texas Tech and.
I feel like this is going to be the one.
Because it's the Sidler.
It is Sidler. You don't have any faith in the guy Sidler, do you?
No, the Sidler. That's what he does. He gives you not riddles, siddles. All right. It's not funny, Rob. Seriously, tighten up, dude. I will say, Michigan, watch out, letting it get close.
I know. Michigan has 9 turnovers.
Nine turnovers in
they've scored
14 minutes.
27 points in 14 minutes.
Are they
going to win another close game?
They scored here.
That's what they're going to do. It's what they do.
Yes.
Rob's that guy. Rob's being that guy. Are you live betting this or something?
I did not.
All right. So while we're watching these non-competitive games, we talked about
not competitive. I mean, they're both.
But
you're only up 6.
St. John's is winning that game
by only up 6.
They're going to win the game by a wide margin, though.
I'm not so sure.
Why are you a hater right now?
I'm not a hater. I'm just being honest.
Look, all I know is UC San Diego's figured it out offensively.
3 for
Get a couple
17
stops.
from 3. And they're
Yeah, I mean, UC San Diego, if they keep turning Michigan over at this rate, they got a chance to win. But I mean, that's a hard rate to keep. What is it? What, every 2 possessions at this point?
But that's what Michigan does.
It is what they do.
Ball over.
But see, like they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to. I guess that goes on against Michigan here. They're getting a little frustrated. I guess we could stay with that. I mean, what have you made of Michigan and how they've looked in this? Because they do have 27 points, but they also have the 9 turnovers.
I mean, the way give me that shit. The way I look at it with Michigan is the answer has been simple for them like the whole season. It hasn't changed. When you don't turn the ball over, you are incredibly difficult to stop. But the problem is they turn the ball over on like 21% of their possessions, I think. And that's just so unsustainable. Like, yeah. If you get 67 possessions in a game, right, which is about the average in college basketball, and you're turning the ball over instead of on 21% of your possessions and you do it on 15, then that ends up being an extra 4 possessions a game. And if you score the way that Michigan can score, that ends up being an extra 5 or 6 points a game. And that changes everything.
It does.
We were Brooks. We were talking about Michigan here, and I think that they are permanently flawed because of the problems that they have turning the ball over. Is that the game plan against them? Like, let's find a way to be able to make them kick it, give it back to us, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point. Like you said, like when we played against them, we knew that Danny was going to be involved in a lot of the 4 or 5 ball screens. So just really trying to pressure them and kind of make them play fast and make them make mistakes. And I think we were one of the games at home. Like they've won like 14 conference games or whatever within 5 points, like a crazy stat. We were one of those games.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just kind of what you have to try to do. They are very talented, and they know what they want to do. Especially with the front court, it's just so big, draw a lot of fouls. But yeah, you just got to try to make them, make as many mistakes as they can because they're prone to it. But they just somehow find a way a lot of times. So,
what's Wolf like playing against?
Yeah, I mean he's like he is advertised. Like he's a big guard. You know what I mean? He can make a lot of plays. The thing that's really underrated about him is his rebounding. I think he might have led the conference in rebounds this year, with like a little over 10. So he can really like manipulate the game. He didn't play great against us, but I think we did a good job of just trying to speed him up. But Vlad played incredible against us. I think he had like 32 or something. So, it's really like if one of those dudes are clicking, they can still win. So if they're both clicking, it's really hard. We were just fortunate. I think we did a pretty decent job on Danny, but I think he still had a lot of assists, a lot of rebounds. He just didn't have the scoring going that game, but, they still ended up getting the win.
Yeah, both these games, obviously, UCLA's up 17 now over Utah State. I wanted to get into really quickly, though. We talked earlier today at the beginning of the show about Texas firing Rodney Terry. We didn't so much talk about what they're going to do now with the opening. Will Wade's off to NC State. I guess Sean Miller, is he the assumption? But, of course, he's playing tournament games. Not that has mattered. But is he the assumption?
We don't know. I mean, he was the guy that they wanted 2 years ago. If Rodney Terry didn't go to the Elite Eight, I don't know where Chris Del Conte stands in terms of who he'll go after here once it becomes official with Rodney Terry. But I would think Sean Miller would be in the mix.
All right, let you are Chris Del Conte. You are in charge. You are making this hire.
Yeah.
Give me your list. Like who are you calling first? And obviously you're going to say some of the names that everyone always says at the start of all these job searches. So let's just get past that part of it, right? The guys you're not going to hire. Who the realistic hires that you think you can make?
I might take a run at Will Wade now. I might quickly take a run at him and just make sure, right when they get knocked out. If he doesn't sign anything, again, I don't know if he'd do it, but Texas is a lot better job than NC State. We know that. If not, I'd look at Brent Underwood. Sean, those are two. I'm trying to think of somebody else who's kind of an up-and-comer. I feel like we say the same names.
Yep.
No, it's true.
Yeah,
you say the same damn names. It's like, you want the same.
I have a theory on that. I feel like we've kind of rotated, like the coaching carousel has gone quicker in recent years. Like guys are getting less of a leash. Where you used to get 5 years, now you get 3.
You'll get 2 in the future.
A lot of times, yeah.
Some guys
because you get an IL now, and yeah.
So the crop of next guys up are like it goes quick. So where like
they're
Archie
not as established.
Yeah, Archie could have been the next guy up for like 3 or 4 years, and Shaka, we were talking about him for like 5 years before Texas finally hired him. And now it's, you have one good year at Utah State and you get hired to Washington, and then the guy that they bring in has one good year, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, West Virginia should go hire him. So, I think that's part of it as well.
Go after Tommy Lloyd. Try Tommy Lloyd if you're Texas.
That seems lateral.
Well, it is lateral. It's just Arizona doesn't pay. They don't pay like Texas pays. They don't have the money Texas
They
does.
They wouldn't find it.
I don't know if they can. I mean, Texas can get it because of football.
Right.
So
That's interesting.
I think there's more salary for Texas, number one, and number two, there's probably more third party opportunities,
right,
than there is. Trying to think who else. I mean, I would think Buzz would he'd walk from College Station. If you told him you got to walk from, I don't know how far a walk it is,
right,
from College Station to Austin, but would a TJ Otzelberger be interested in Texas? I think he'd rather go Midwest, to me.
Yep.
But I'd go after him. I would absolutely go after him. Todd Golden's got a big buyout.
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd look at him. I mean, Texas, think about it. Todd Golden, if you're Texas.
I agree.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this then, Jeff, and this is just as you were sitting here rattling off names, something I thought about. Have we seen the end of days of the Nate Oates?
What do you mean?
High school guys?
Yep. Guys getting bumped up because, we even talked about a little bit
He
earlier.
had a player, right? He got into high school because of E.C. Matthews. That's how he got in, to college. He had E.C. Matthews as a player. And Danny Hurley took E.C. Matthews to Rhode Island. Then Bobby Hurley hired Nate as his assistant at Buffalo. So there was a connection with the player there.
Yep,
that's how he got in. Then remember, Bobby won, got out. Nate took over, and then Greg Byrne was a AD that had no problem taking a risk.
Right.
Some ADs are like that. Some are not going to take a risk.
I guess that's sort of my question, just like because we talked about it earlier, even just seeing a lot of the NBA guys, assistants and stuff starting.
That's such a risk. But
so
the buyouts, they don't have to pay a buyout.
Yeah, that's
for
true.
those NBA
that's
guys.
true. Yeah. So I was just thinking, are we done seeing the ADs thinking actually outside of the box? Like, this guy's young, he don't got a lot of experience, but damn, he can coach. I think he could be really good.
I think we will see some of that though with the assistant coaches that guys are bringing in, especially if you are at a program where, we talked about it earlier, where like you have a GM, where you have the money that's already in place, right? Like, I guess Indiana's the wrong example, but in theory with Indiana, the money's already there, the fan base is already there. All you need is someone that can take all the talented pieces that you can get and coach them up and make them better. And I think that when you're going out and getting Darren DeVries is a guy that should, in theory, be able to do that, right?
Yeah, if he has the right staff to be able to put together the right team with that money, that's a big part of it. Because we've seen it, plenty of staffs and you got to know the marketplace too. That's where GM can be important. It's figuring out that you're not overpaying. You don't want to be paying, $500,000 for a guy that you could get for $250,000.
Yep.
Wow. Look
Appreciate it, man. Big time.
This is good stuff.
We got to get through the rest of the night,
This is only hour 10.
Call it. Thank you.
Power hour.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're good. We're great.
Thank you. Shout out to Flanker.
Shout out to
Thank
Flanker.
you, Flanker.
Check out the window. Yeah, I'll be checking on you guys.
You got
All
it,
right,
man.
bet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Flanker. No, you're on the other side.
Blue moon over here.
I'm not your.
You're good, Dagan. We got you. We hear you.
We got you. Hey, cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Let's go.
Cheers
To hour 10. To hour 10.
Is this hour 10?
Is that it? Hour 10. We got one more hour until we get to after dark. All right. So the people that are listening,
Rob
right
will
now,
be on the Aria poker tables at the 1-2 very soon.
I actually want to go play.
If you want to take a fish's money.
It's been a long time since I played poker at a casino.
Well,
It
good
was
news.
pre-pandemic was the last time I think I played poker at a casino.
Well, you're
It
here.
might have even been like 2017, 2018 around there.
Okay.
'Cause you're a poker guy, right?
Before I had kids, I was, yeah.
You play poker?
I had
Yeah.
before, but like twice.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, wait, the Drake team's here. The Drake team's here. Oh, we'll be right back. Yeah, the Drake team's here. Bring him in. Goodman's not going to be here, so we got the entire Drake team. Who's showing up? Who we got? Who's going to be here? Let's see who we got. What's up, fellas? Let's go for a win. Hey, first of all, congratulations on the wins, guys. Second of all, Jeff Goodman was so excited that you guys were coming on the show that he had to run out of the room. He got scared. He's intimidated right now.
That usually
typical
happens.
Goodman.
People don't really know how to deal with us. So if he's running out of the room, that makes complete sense to me.
All right, look, we got to start with this. Bennett, I want to ask you about the one-footed shot. Is that something that you work on? Is that something that you've practiced? And where the hell did that come from?
I have never practiced that shot before, and when I shot it, I didn't really know what I was doing there. What the heck am I doing? And then it went in. I was like, shoot, got lucky there.
Look who's back.
Yo.
Glad you make time for us, Jeff.
What's up, boys? How are you?
Doing good.
So how nervous did you guys get at the end when they made that run and cut it to, I think, 2?
No. Ask Dan. He airballed.
Airball and free throw. Yes. No, you see, it was the perfect circumstance. It was a foul to a media to the free throw, and this media is extended. It made sense. I walked it back. It made sense.
What does this mean for you guys? What does it mean for you guys? You know, again, it's been, as I've said, kind of a storybook season for you guys all year. Has it hit you that you've won an NCAA tournament game, or are you just thinking, hey, you know what? Let's go win the next one?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously feels good just to see how far we've come since the summer. But like you said, we got more work to do. We got another game Saturday, so there's not much celebrating that's going to go on.
Hey, fellas, there were a ton of basketball games today in the NCAA tournament, and only 3 underdogs won outright, and you're one of those 3. What made you guys able to do that as dogs today?
That's me. As dogs, we stuck together as we have all season, and we're resilient and we're winners at the most. And I mean, we got punched in the mouth and we came back and we stood our ground, and we had guys like Tavion and Cam that got us, big rebounds that kept the possession in our hands. And I think that was the key for us to push through that run that they had. But for us, I think we got to keep doing what helps us win.
Guys, I'll just open it up for any of you. Just talk a little bit about Jeff kind of alluded to it earlier. They cut into the lead, they made their runs, and you guys just seem to have an answer every single time. Just talk about the camaraderie and togetherness of the unit that you guys have to be able to overcome that and kind of just not fold from the weight of the pressure. Obviously this time of year is one shining moment time. So just talk a little bit about that.
Obviously, when you have a talented team like Mizzou does, they're obviously going to make some tough shots and get a run going at some point. But it's really just weathering the storm. We've been in basketball games like this. We've, won in situations like this. So it's really just staying calm and focusing on what we're doing next possession.
Like you said, I mean, I think you guys are like proven winners, and the world may think of you guys as dogs, but I mean, to the right people, I mean, national championships speak for themselves. You guys got guys on your team that have won multiple of them. So, like, how does that culture, bringing that to Drake, was that something y'all instilled from day one, and who kind of like led the charge in that aspect?
I would say Daniel in the beginning was a very vocal leader, getting us all going. That came from Northwest, and I think it ultimately started with Mac. Mac used us as guinea pigs to help, bring that culture that we have now as Drake Bulldogs, and I think that we can keep it going. I think that's what it started with.
I think it kind of fell on all of us because we understood the culture. Of course, coming with Mac, it kind of fell on all of us to bring it and teach everybody with all of our our everyday actions and how we bring it to practice, how we bring it to weights. We all led the charge in that aspect. I don't think it was any one person. It was definitely the fact that we came together as a group from Northwest that gave us the success we have.
Hey, Bennett, did he smile today after the win?
He did.
Yeah, I smiled a little bit.
That's it.
What movie are we watching tonight, Daniel? What movie you got?
One more time?
What movie? Are you going to watch a movie or are you going to watch film?
We're on the Reacher series. I think there's new episodes coming out still. It's not over yet. I think one came out last night. So we're gonna watch that tonight, no doubt.
All right. I miss you guys. Keep doing it. And you've been fun to watch. And this ride has honestly been amazing. So enjoy it.
It's not over yet.
That's right.
It's not over yet. Keep winning.
Great Bulldogs.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good luck, guys.
See you guys.
That's awesome. That's awesome right there.
Yeah, that group is so likable.
They're the best story. I'm telling you, they are. They're the coolest story to me. And to win a game, not just to get there, but to win a game against a team in the best league in America that people thought some people even had going to the Final Four. Oh, you too.
Guilty.
You and Duster. Both of you.
Yeah, it was my dark horse pick.
I didn't even think about you.
Yeah, I was there.
So, I mean, think about that. This team that they were playing in Division II a year ago. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That is crazy.
What is happening?
This show is turning
Paul.
up.
Paul
This show
sent
is
us some
turning up.
shots.
Who's out there?
Paul Stubby.
Paul Staubby's out there?
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord. All right.
Jim?
John.
Read it out, Jim.
We call him Jim, too.
Zeus, the Boston Terrier, is sorry for owning Rob last year.
That's true. The dog. Yeah, the dog picked better.
I think
Zeus.
I think you're Jim, by the way.
What?
You, Jim.
Oh, Jim.
Thank
Jim.
you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
There's no way I'm Jim.
You might be Jim.
There's no
Are
way.
we? So we're calling Michigan.
Are we calling Michigan?
They're 14. It's over.
No, I'm not doing
That's
that.
a wrap.
That's
Wow,
outrageous.
look at this.
John,
That's
it's
outrageous.
a wrap.
No,
I'm waiting on you.
no, I'm not
It's
doing
not
it.
over
It's a
till you
wrap.
say it's over, John.
I'm not calling it over.
These games have been a tough watch.
By the way, one of these has to go.
No, I mean,
to Trevor. One of them has to go.
All right, here
to
comes
Connor.
McCall.
Here comes
And
McCall.
one of
Doing one.
I can be your
Just
hero,
in time,
baby. You gonna come do these
Where'd you
shots?
go? To the win again?
No.
He was talking to people over there. He was talking to people over there. He was.
All right.
He was too busy talking to people to
Nemhart
hang
should
out
be
with
out in a
us.
Rob, how are you feeling about this game?
Horrible. Fucking terrible. It's over. Look what we got right there.
Just saying.
Look what we got right there.
Rob's going to do all those.
If
He's
I
going to do all those shots.
that would
They're
not
already
happen.
out here.
Yeah, they're out here. I ordered them.
No,
Okay.
Hey, if Rob does all those shots, he's gonna be the doctor.
Paul
No, he can
Staub
do it.
ordered them.
I'm telling you.
Shout out to
No,
Paul
I can't.
Staubby.
I did see Brad Evans drink a whole.
Yeah. Brad Evans loves. Nobody loves
I've never
tequila
seen
like
anything like
Brad
it.
Evans
Really?
loves
Yeah.
tequila. Loves tequila. By the way, Paul Staubby's the guy that.
Can you
got
get
us
serious
to
about
San
this for a
Diego
second?
last
Yeah,
year.
yeah, let's do it.
That's the
okay.
We
that's
have-
what I was telling
we
you
have-
about. Gotcha.
Great basketball.
You gonna come sit poker with
UCLA's
us?
up by 19.
1-2?
Texas Tech 21.
I don't know. Y'all are you y'all all about to play?
We're gonna
St.
play.
John's in a
we'll
war,
probably go back to the Aria,
33-28 against the
Can
Omaha
That's,
Mavericks.
that's actually the
Poker
only
night?
game.
And
Can we go to
UCLA's
Taco
only up
Place?
26.
We go to Taco Place. We get some tacos.
I mean,
I
it
don't know
is-
what's-
Taco place?
I didn't even
Javier's.
catch
I'm in on that.
Like-
I'm in on that
Look,
100%.
Yeah, I mean,
Dagan's gonna yell at you.
well, that was Trevor.
You're pissing Trevor off
Yeah.
now, so I think it's kind of.
Listen. We could have a perfect show. Like we could have the perfect show and the best show possible, and Dagan would yell at us. All right, you just got to accept it.
Yeah, I
I feel
mean,
like Dagan's voice now
Yeah,
just kind of freaks me out when you hear it that loud.
it's been a tough day because this is the Madnesscast, and we haven't gotten any fucking madness.
No, this has been the. It's been
I
the.
mean, where is it?
What do you mean we haven't got? Where you? What do you mean?
Where's
been-
the madness?
You don't think McNeese was
that
a
happened
was
12
mad?
hours ago.
Okay.
that happened yesterday.
I mean, you know,
Drake?
respectfully, it was fun. We got Will Wade
We
on.
got Drake and McNeese.
Drake
Yeah,
Mizzou
yeah.
was good.
Drake and
Oh, we
Arkansas.
got Ryan
Arkansas.
Nemhard.
And it might not have been madness, but it was business. And Ryan Nemhard and Gonzaga took care of it today. with their win over Georgia. Ryan Nimhart joins us now. Ryan, man, congrats on the win. How'd it feel just to stay alive and move on to day 2 in the tournament?
Oh, great, man. You know, it always feels good to get a win in the tournament, get to keep playing. So, and we're excited to play on Saturday.
Hey, Ryan, I think a lot of people, I don't want to say wrote you off this year, but I think a lot of people just, you didn't have maybe the regular season that Gonzaga is used to having. You're playing your best basketball now towards the end of the season. Why? What's been the biggest reason for that?
Man, you know, I think we just had some tough losses. We took 2 back-to-back losses, one on the road to Oregon State and then one at home to Santa Clara. And I feel like that really got everybody to lock in and figure out some things we needed to do on the defense side of the ball to get better. So I think that was a huge turning point for us. And like you said, we're playing our best ball at the right time, and we're coming together as a squad. So we feel great about ourselves.
Ryan, when you guys play with the 2 big lineup, how difficult is that for other teams to deal with up front?
I think it's really difficult. I think it's difficult, especially because our bigs have so much touch and so much ability around the room to just around the rim to put the ball on the rim. You know, it gives us another attribute to our squad. We can bring some different guys off the bench that can do different stuff for us off the bench, and it's special when you have guys like B Huff who are just. I think he's going to be an all-time Zag. You know, he's big time around the rim. He can really score it. He got a little bit of Drew Timme in him, so it's huge for our squad.
Compliment.
Ryan, just going throughout the course of the season, especially just getting the chance to watch you guys win a conference tournament there at the end and kind of exercise some demons with that championship game. I still feel like you guys are a team that kind of check all of the boxes. Are you confident not only that you can make a deep run this year, but that you guys have enough on your roster to get it done?
Absolutely. I think we felt that way all year, honestly. You know, we've had some ups and downs. We've had some tough losses, but we always knew what we had in our locker room. We always knew what we were capable of, and we feel like we have a tough one on Saturday, a great opponent with a lot of tradition in their program, but we like the way we're playing ball right now, and we're looking forward to that.
Ryan, 23 assists. Is the unselfishness of your team, is that the biggest strength when you look at this basketball team for you guys moving forward in March? 23 assists, man, that's impressive.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the big thing about us is no one cares who scores. Nobody cares whose night it is that night. We all just really want to win. We got a lot of seniors on this team. We don't want our year to be over. So we love sharing the ball. We love playing that Gonzaga style of basketball. And we love getting it done as a group, you know. And we feel like that's the best and easiest way to get it done. So, yeah.
You guys have been to 9 straight Sweet 16s. How do you keep that streak alive and get this game against Houston Saturday?
Yeah, I think first we got to match that physicality that they bring. Facts. We gotta match their physicality. They love to guard. They rebound the ball. They're honestly like kind of like a more athletic St. Mary's. They're really good on that side of the ball. And if we bring that intensity, I think we'll be in good shape. You know, we'll hope to get to our style of play, get it up and down a little bit, and get it into a high scoring game. So if we could do that, I like our chances.
Hey, Ryan, man, congrats on the win, and thanks for the time as always.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
It's Ryan Nimhard, Gonzaga Bulldog. Resounding win for them today over Rob Doster's Georgia Bulldogs.
Who's that coming down the track?
That's right. They didn't play that fight song one time. No. They didn't even begin to push that button. I thought his facial expression said a lot about you asked me a question about. He's like, oh shit.
That's a good question too.
Yeah, I think that kind of makes me want to bet Houston though. He wasn't even trying to fight. He was like, damn. And obviously, he mentioned the same. You thought that was a good comparison.
No, I really did.
St. Mary's.
I really did, just because we talked about this some. I want to say after that championship game, just the physicality that St. Mary's plays with, and the amount of fouls that they get away with, because essentially, the games are obviously officiated a little bit different depending on where you're at and who you get in the NCAA tournament, man. But I think there's no better kind of a prep team to play than for Houston.
They're like St. Mary's like Houston light though. I mean,
for sure. It's like a
Diet Houston.
I mean, that's a different level of toughness,
and a Bud Light.
right?
100%. And I think he hit on the head even just with the athleticism. Like, they're a little bit slower. They're not nearly as athletic. They're not as physical as Houston, but
they
it's
rebounded.
still a good prep. But I think it'll be hard to turn around from today's game to play Houston more than anything. Like, don't get me wrong, they dominated today.
It don't matter who they could have played. No,
come on,
nothing prepares
the
you.
way that they blew the doors
That's
off.
true.
Georgia,
I didn't
and
have
coming in and just having a dog fight and having to run into Houston.
Who's the hardest team out there to have to flip and play with a one-day prep right now?
Ooh.
Who's the team that you do not want to deal with that right now? That's
I'd say
in this
Florida.
tournament?
No, because you kind of.
It's more of the style to me, right, Brooks?
Yeah,
I would. The style of having to face something you haven't faced before, or no?
Yeah, I would say so. I'm trying to think of a team right now.
Since they face that.
No, I think we're watching them over here.
I do.
Yeah,
because of how they trap ball screens, they're going to commit to the ball. Like, how are you running offense? Even when you throw out of those double teams, their rotations are through the roof. Like, you've got to prepare for that. Like, how are you can't simulate that on a one-day prep. You can't do that. There's no way. Like, you're going to go to practice tomorrow, first of all, and Jarrell and Brooks, you know this. Tomorrow's practice, there's not going to be a lot of competing.
No.
Tomorrow's about recovery, rest, and scouting.
Yep.
So when you're trying to prepare for a Houston defense and say, hey, guys, this is how they're going to guard us. Here's your outlets. You got to get ready for it. I would say Houston. I think you can prepare for Houston if you have 4 or 5 days. But when you have 1 day to prepare for that defense, that would be the team for me.
Yeah, one day at the end of the season, when your guys already have their legs are going to be tired. For the same reason, I would say St. John's is right up there too, because you got that pressure coming at you, and you have to be able to withstand that, and you can't replicate that. You can't replicate it. Not everybody has 6 guys that are 6'7" and 220 pounds.
But Houston, you got 4 days.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I'm saying, like, both of them, it's the same kind of.
It'd be like Houston, but they can't score.
Who in the Big Ten would it be? If you had to pick a Big Ten team in the tournament, who would it be that you would not want to have to deal with that?
On a one-day prep.
That's a good question. I think, honestly, maybe Maryland with the press that they run. And they don't really – it's so weird. Like, they take you out of all your sets because they run the 2-2-1 and they run different presses and stuff. But really that game just kind of boils down to when you get into half-court sets, they'll either go back man or they'll go back to a 2-3, and you just got to play. And, like, their 2-3 won't even really be a 2-3. It'll be like a 2-3, then they just match up. Just so weird. They don't really have a set defense ever. So, like, you just kind of got to play ball and then, just let kind of, your instincts take over. And that's, like, if you do that well, then you can really, like, hurt them. But if you, like, overthink the game, it's exactly what they want you to do. And that's why they've had a lot of success against really good teams down the stretch.
How do you get into their bench? How do you get, like, the Crab Five? Like, everyone wants to talk about, like, arguably the most talented starting 5 in the Big Ten. Like, how do you crack into that bench to where you get a starter off, back on the bench?
Yeah, I mean, I guess really one of the only ways is foul trouble because they're not going to sub guys out because they play 40. Like, if they can and they will, they'll play 40. So you kind of got to get somebody in foul trouble, hope somebody.
How do you do it?
Yeah, I mean, really just it's hard, though, because, like, the defense, they play the zone. So it's not – and I think it's kind of what's good coaching, They play the zone so they don't foul. They kind of play a bunch of mismatched defenses, so they're not in those positions. But, yeah, you just kind of got to maybe try to attack the bigs. But, they don't really foul either. So, I don't know. It's definitely hard, but that's kind of the only way you got. And then credit to the bench, though. When their bench comes in, they guard. They can't really score, but the guys on their bench really come in and guard. So, yeah, it's hard.
Superstar in the media, by the way.
You think?
Rising star in the making.
Yeah.
John Martin, don't you agree?
Yeah.
Hanging out with us all day, this guy.
Yeah,
he's got better takes than anybody.
It's been impressive.
He's got better takes than any of us.
Yeah, I'm learning. Yeah, no question.
Sooner or later, he'll have sources
tomorrow. Just so you know.
You said what?
You may host tomorrow.
Can you handle it?
I don't know.
I leave that to you, bro. You got to throw us to our next break. You're going to throw us to the next break.
I don't.
It's like
I don't-
hazing.
I don't-
This is like hazing. It's illegal.
All you got to say is this is the field of 68. We're going to break. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, but
You gotta have a tease. You gotta have.
See, I was
you
gonna
gotta
say,
throw
this is not-
something.
this is not after dark.
When we come back, John Martin
is going to do 6 shots.
I'm not
all
taking-
6 of them.
I told. Are we taking a break? Or are we? That's
No, I'm
that's
just
bit.
I'm
Okay.
trying to teach them.
Yeah.
It's a learning lesson. It's a learning.
They're
session.
going to let us know when we're going to
Brooks,
break.
The key would be right. What do you get to have him come back? You know, John Martin's going to do all 7 of them back to back within 30 seconds.
Why don't we do that then? Why don't we take a break?
Right?
Why don't we take a break?
All right, go. Do it. Brooks, go ahead.
Dagan just told us, take a break.
John Martin about to do 7 tequila shots when we come back, man. Let's go to break.
If you haven't heard by now, we have partnered with BetMGM for the season. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you'll receive up to $1,500 in bonus bets. Go download the BetMGM app and use the code FIELD today. I have been looking for the best deal on March Madness tickets, which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, SeatGeek, a huge shout out. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and more than 70,000 events available. Now that March Madness is here, SeatGeek has your back. Each ticket is rated so you know if it's a good deal with that little green dot, and it's backed by a buyer guarantee. You can get 10% off your next set of tickets at SeatGeek with code FIELD68. That's code FIELD68. I want my home to feel like my home. So whether I'm looking for big furniture, just a small piece for my place, or maybe some storage solutions for the basement or the garage, the answer is Wayfair. Seriously, I needed a new patio set and fire pit for my backyard. I bought it on Wayfair. It looks great on our deck, and it gives me an excuse to fire up the smoker, invite some friends over, crack a couple beers. Just last week, I bought a new chair for my office, someplace comfortable to sit while the madness takes up the 4 screens in front of me. I got it on Wayfair, clicked a few buttons. A couple days later, it showed up at my front door. They even offered to help set it up for you. Digging through online stores can be intimidating. Trust me, I know. It can be hard to find what you're looking for in your price range, but not on Wayfair. They have great options, even if you are balling on a budget like me. Wayfair has every style for every home, including mine and yours. So head to wayfair.com and shop everything home. That's WAYFAIR.com. Wayfair, every style, every home.
Welcome back, Madnesscast. Jeff Goodman, John Martin, Terrell McNeil, Matt McCall, our man Brooks, Rob Dawson. We are here with you. Sorry, we are here. We are here with you.
That's how not to host, Brooks.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. The delirium is setting in. The delirium is setting in here.
We've been here for a while.
We started at 9
a.m.
Yeah.
12 hours.
12 hours.
I thought I was going to see
12.
Goodman
right.
on the treadmill this morning. I didn't
Wow.
see him.
Wow.
He wasn't
Maybe
there.
tomorrow. There's always tomorrow.
Yeah. All right, real quick score check. St. John's 43, Omaha 30. 35-19 Texas Tech against the Siddler. He's got to dig deep into his bag of Siddles. 68-47 UCLA over Utah State. And then I think Michigan's up 14 at the half. One thing we were talking about during our break there was the Mountain West.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's surprising, but it has been a bad showing for the Mountain West, Jeff Goodman. Utah State getting housed. North Carolina housed San Diego State.
Yeah.
I mean, these are 2 of the top 5 teams, right, in the Mountain West, and they are showing extremely poorly. Is this a bad omen for Colorado State and New Mexico tomorrow?
Not great. Not great. I mean, again, can one of the they need to not go over at this point. They need to get one team in to the round of 32. And I don't know which one has a better shot.
Well, we're not going to ask Jarrell this because we know it's not going to be New Mexico.
Right.
And
New Mexico Marquette.
But
Marquette's
look, we teased this earlier. We never got to this. We teased it earlier. We never got to it. Everybody on St. John's staff is going to be telling Richard Pitino every single play call, how do you defend them? What are you doing with Cam Jones? We've played them twice. This is what we're doing. Because Rick Pitino beat them twice.
100%.
So everybody on that St. John, and Rick Pitino is like, when Richard calls, you better pick up the phone and you better tell him how to defend them. That's what's going to happen. Now, when I would call Richard and ask him for help on something, he'd be like, "Hey, man, turn the film on and watch the film. My job's too hard. Like, I can't help you and my job." But everybody on that St. John staff is doing that. That's what they're doing.
I mean, I don't know how much of an advantage.
I don't know if it's an advantage.
You would know as a coach. You would be way better served to answer that question. How much of an advantage would it be?
Whoa. I thought you were the best coach.
I would hire the best staff.
You know what? Look, again, you have to.
I told them who not to hire.
Okay. Can we stay on the task at hand?
I'll try.
Can we stay on the task at hand? There's some level of an advantage of a play call where you're like, hey, they're running back screen, down screen, and hey, 51 high X, and you can scream out back screen, down screen, whatever.
Don't you know that anyway?
You don't know every single play call that's coming. And I think there's certain matchups that you're trying to exploit based on your roster. I don't – this is why, like, coaches that get so freaked out about who's at practice, like, they're going to steal our play calls.
A lot of guys that don't care, they'll let anybody in.
It doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, you have to line up and play.
Right.
It's an intriguing matchup, though.
For sure.
It's a very intriguing matchup. And Cam Jones has been unbelievable this year in what he's done. Everyone was like, how is this team, going to respond without Tyler Coley?
Yep.
Like, who's going to be the point guard? Well, Cam Jones is facilitating everything and scoring at the same time.
Yep.
I think this is an even matchup. I would say that. I don't know if New Mexico can knock them off, but I think the matchup, I said that about VCU and BYU earlier, and BYU blew them out, but I think this could be a good game.
No, and I'll say this. It's a game I'm uneasy about, and it's kind of what you alluded to right there, Matt. We've had a rough time with St. John's this year, and Coach Pitino, we needed to stay away from Patinos, the Pitino family. I wasn't thrilled to see that draw in the first round, is what I'm saying. But
I wasn't thrilled to see the draw for Richard either.
No, for sure, it's not an easy game for them either. So, but it's just the only thing I am confident about is just that we all know that at the end of the day, New Mexico doesn't have the pieces that St. John's has. So they'll have some type of familiarity.
They lost to him earlier in the year.
I'm sure they'll talk to him about all the stuff and what they're going to try to do to you guys and what sets they're going to run. But at the end of the day, the guys on the court are going to decide the game.
Talent takes over.
And I do think it'll be an interesting matchup. But hopefully Marquette wins out of this.
What do they have to do to win? Like, what do they have to do to get their kind of mojo back?
Marquette?
Marquette.
I mean,
I was asking the Marquette guy.
Rob really wants to tell
kidding.
you.
He
really wants to tell
Rob.
you what he thinks. Go ahead.
No, I had a New Mexico take. So go ahead.
Oh no! I mean, I think the biggest thing is that they got to rebound the basketball. That's been one of their issues all year. It's on the glass. Ben Gold had been playing a little bit better. He's been making shots. They're a different team. When he's able to stretch out the floor and make shots, if they got any chance of a deep run, he's going to have to do that because second round they're looking at a potential matchup with Michigan State. And I think the only way that they can compete with Michigan State is take care of the backboards and try to make them kind of match up to them and space them out and make threes. Like at the end of the day, this team is a team that hoists up a lot of threes. Their game plan is they don't want a lot of long contested twos. They want paint touches. They want shots around the rim. They want free throws, and they want three-pointers. And for the better part, they get the three-pointers. They haven't made them at a very high clip this year.
So who's the X factor? It's not Cam Jones. Like, we know what we're going to get from him.
Yeah, you
like
know what you're going to get.
We get like
Is it
who's
like
the
Van
X
Gold?
factor?
I said that before the year. I thought
I would say that, but even that, we've gotten to a point where now, like Ben doesn't have to play great, but he has a different dimension. I would argue to say maybe Chase Ross.
Mm.
And he's a guy he's athletic. He's obviously a really good defender. He can make shots. He doesn't shoot it great from outside. He can make shots, but he's the type of athlete who can put his head down and get to the rim as well too, and draw contact around the rim. So
I feel like this team, I kind of said this at the beginning of the year, like I just didn't think the pieces, they had enough offensive weapons around Cam. Did you feel that way too?
No, I mean, I was worried. I was worried about it, but I also, obviously, and we all talked about this, is just when you go all in and, the narrative has been we're going to develop our guys. We trust the guys that we got in the building, which I'm all for. I love it. I love the camaraderie. I love the culture of that. But at the end of the day, once we tip it up, like, these guys have got it. Some of those guys on the roster have to take the next step. And Joplin, for the most part, has been the most consistent guy outside of Cam. But let's call a spade a spade. A lot of that has been value over efficiency. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Is he really a number 2 guy?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Or
they're kind of missing that.
100%. 100%. And Stevie is Stevie. He's a glue guy. He's another guy. He's always pivotal, but he's almost the same as Cam. Like, what Stevie Mitchell's giving you when he steps on the court. Like, some days he's going to go for 20. Some days he's going to score 3 points, but his effort is going to be the same. He's going to guard the same. He's going to get the loose balls. He's going to do all the little shit that you need him to do to win games. So it's the same thing with Cam. But you just need one more guy to kind of take that step to help them to be, resemble a team that's like, okay, these guys are dangerous now, because not only we got to worry about Cam Jones and how we're going to stop him, which we're probably not, but Joplin is making shots. Ben Gold has made a couple threes in this stretch in the floor. Then they got the couple young guys coming in off the bench. I do like Zay Lowry. I like Parham. I think both of them have really grown throughout the course of the year. They'll be good going forward. But like I said, I think Ross he's kind of the X factor, man. If he can get it going and play high level basketball, they can do something special.
Here's my question on Marquette for you, Jerron.
Hold on. You know what's crazy about tomorrow? We got Memphis playing. We got Marquette playing. We got UConn playing.
Oh, nice.
We got Florida playing.
Illinois.
We got Illinois playing. I mean, talk about it.
Arizona. I don't claim Arizona.
What do you mean you don't claim Arizona?
You
It's your alma mater. What's wrong with you?
You say that like 10 times a day. I went to Arizona.
How do you not claim your alma mater? Like, there's got to be a sense of pride.
I don't know if you know this, Brooks. He had a COVID year in college before COVID was a thing.
You see?
Ask him how long he spent in college.
He said you had a COVID year in college before COVID.
I wasn't stupid.
Who do you claim?
From Boston, you got to Arizona. You don't want
Might as well milk it. Yeah. Okay.
Who's your alma mater?
Drake. Definitely Drake.
I want to ask you something about Marquette, though, Terrell. So Shaka's whole mantra is we're not going to hit the portal because we're going to develop our guys within the program. And I think that he has done a good job of that in the past, right? Like, I think you see what Oso turned into. Yeah. Oso went from a guy that was a bit player to was he a first-round pick, second-round pick?
Him and Kolick were second-round picks.
Yeah, so he was a pro. He took Tyler Kolick from being a George Mason transfer to being a second-round pick that's playing in the NBA right now.
Biggest mistake in my career, by the way.
What, not taking him?
Not recruiting Tyler Kolick. Sorry about that. Out of high school,
seeing Cam Jones,
New England kid,
seeing him go from being like a role player to being the number 2 guy to being an All-American, and we've seen that development from stars. What we haven't seen is the development from the rest of those guys. David Joplin is still the guy that he was as a freshman right now, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. This is me saying it. This is not you. David Joplin is still the guy that he was as a freshman. Chase Ross. And albeit he's dealt with some injuries, so I give him a little bit of a pass on that. But Chase Ross is not taking the step that we expected. Stevie Mitchell has a little bit, but he's still like your defense off-night role guy. They're going to put him on Donovan Dent, and it's going to shut down Donovan Dent kind of a guy, right? Yep. Ben Gold, I've been waiting for him for 2 years to really take that lead, right? So if you're excited about these freshmen, why would let's just say I'm a Marquette fan. Why would I, as a Marquette fan, be a believer in the idea that this
group has got a bright future because they are going to get better within the program. Because that's why Shaka's doing what he's doing, right?
Yep.
And I love the concept. Why should I believe that we're going to see the execution?
I think it's essentially every situation is different. Every player is different. Don't get me wrong. There's a certain amount of coaching and skill development that goes into it, where it's like you got to hold your coach accountable. You got to have good guys around them. You got to have guys that can recognize the things that certain guys need to get better at to improve. But at the same time, there are some players out here who their trajectory and their ceilings aren't as high.
Mm-hmm.
So you can stay in the gym for 2 years or 2 hours. It doesn't really matter necessarily. Some guys are going to be who they are. Like it's Stevie Mitchell is who he is. It's not about skill development. Like, don't get me wrong, he's gotten better every year, but for the most part, Stevie Mitchell has played essentially the same way or very close to the same way his entire tenure at Marquette.
Right,
his role has increased, and even his skill set has gotten better. Not to say he hasn't gotten better. I'm just saying, but his calling card is his calling card.
Yeah, I shouldn't have put Stevie in that mix because I think that Stevie actually has really improved. Like he's a guy that got 20. There you go. He's a guy that got 20 multiple times in one game with his offense.
100%.
I would like to retract my statement putting Stevie Mitchell in that group. I'm sorry, Stevie.
We got a good window here shaping up.
Yeah,
what a game.
We do.
This USCD Michigan game has been really good.
Jarrell and Rye were solving Marquette.
Yeah.
Figuring out the Golden Eagles over there.
Big day tomorrow.
Breaking it down.
But Michigan is imploding. They are. I mean, I'm sorry. What is it? A fifth? It was a 12-0 run. Michigan did score 3, but it just looks really bad for them right now. San Diego,
also a team that won multiple 1-2 possession games.
That's what they do.
That's
what they do.
That's what they do.
That's what they do. Oh, why are you saving that? What are you doing?
Well, they had to today.
What
I
don't know.
You trying to throw it off somebody? What are you doing?
How much you got on San Diego, man?
How much? It's a pride thing.
Are you betting responsibly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, right on the day, I'm down like $78 or something like that.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah. And if one of these two win, then I'll be up for the tournament in total.
If one of who wins?
If UNCW or
you're doing the underdog thing.
If one of those two teams win, I'll be up for the tournament.
Did it the whole day.
Crazy. Think about it.
Takeo Spikes?
I mean, there's only been 2 underdogs that have won.
That's all you need. You only need a couple of them.
But you're losing.
If one of them win,
you're even.
If one of them win, I'll be up on the day.
Okay.
And I'll be up on the tournament if UNCW wins.
That's why you just can't count out the Sidler.
You can't. You can't. I'm telling you.
The Sidler.
It's a chaos.
The Sidler. By the way, I don't know.
Dude, do you remember how good of a linebacker that guy was? Linebacker.
Yes. Yeah. No, he was. I remember how.
I felt so bad. Who called me out on that? Was that you, Dawser? Was that you?
No. That was not me. Sorry, that was not me. It was Dave.
He's been calling everybody out.
Everybody.
Here,
you know what? Quiet. We'll call him out right back. How many times has Dagan in the last week forgotten to change the camera so that we're sitting there and it'll be John Fanta talking and I'm just sitting there on screen, not on full screen. Call him out right back, McCall. Call him out right back.
Stop yelling at me.
Hey, that's a great.
It was an honest mistake.
That's a great.
Yes.
It was like 12:30 at night.
When it's John Martin sitting there talking and Goodman's on camera doing his listening face.
Goodman, let's go back. Hold on, let's go back to the coaching carousel.
Goodman's listening. His listening face. Have you seen his listening face, Brooks?
I've been on the coaching carousel. Everyone keeps talking about South Florida.
No, when somebody told me, while we're on the subject, I'm laughing so much. Somebody told me they're a fan of the show. They're a fan of the They said.
All right, let's hit a break.
All right, hold on. Don't they said Jeff Goodman when he's listening always looks like he's hearing about the cure for cancer.
That's how I feel when you're talking.
It's so
you know?
true. It's so. He asked a question in the interview. He's like,
I try to remain engaged. You know. Some of you slapdicks look like you're sleeping.
It's too aggressive, though. It's too aggressive. It's too aggressive. You got to do like 50% of it. Because right now you're like this.
I'll try not to anymore. I'll try to just,
he's making some really good points.
When you talk, I'll try to go to sleep from now.
You don't have to go to sleep, man, but you always look like you hear some unbelievable news, which is fine. But it's your listening phase. We all have them. Michigan is trying to get the
McCall, what are you going to ask me? South Florida?
South Florida. It's a KO sit-up. That's what everyone says.
Well, he's got
yes or no. What do your sources say?
I'm in.
I love when McCall's. That's what everybody
he's
says.
The favorite because otherwise, I would think it would be done already. Yeah. If you think about it, it's been open for a while.
I agree.
So it's got to be somebody left in the event coaching in the tournament. And how many guys are there that fit? Because even if it's an assistant, you announce it right now.
You already announced it.
Right. So the only way you don't.
Well, so what are they doing then?
They're waiting for the Sidler.
Oh, they're waiting for the Sidler. Yeah.
I mean, isn't it logical?
Yeah, but I mean, other coaches haven't waited till they're done.
Everybody's waiting till they're done.
Has
Nobody announces it.
Well, didn't Will Wade announce it?
Football might.
Will Wade?
He hasn't
It's not
officially
announced.
it.
Yeah, but it's been reported.
He talks around it.
It's been reported though.
He's waiting on Texas.
You're contending that
I'm not sure you're not wrong.
you're just saying that. You don't know that.
According to his sources.
No, that's a guess. But if I were him, I'd wait.
Goodman just guesses on the way that he would operate. And the way that Goodman would operate is to create the most leverage possible to get the most money possible and the most resources possible.
But
and that's what he's doing.
But don't you think today his embrace with his athletic director, Heath Schroyer?
Yeah, what? He's going to stay at McNeese?
He's not staying at McNeese, but that was really cool.
Of course.
To
Really
see
cool.
that with everything that's going on and everybody.
Because Heath Schroyer knew when he hired him, he knew he thought he might only get 1 year of Will Wade.
And he went on and hired him.
He was a coach. Oh, he just missed them both. McCall, he missed them both. He missed them both.
Look, Michigan is
lemon booty, McCall. Then what they do is they give away give away leads.
I hate this.
They give away leads.
I say it, it's true.
They give away leads. Got blown right by. Matador defense right there. That's Matador defense, man. Where's the help side, McCall?
He ain't making that.
He missed 2 free throws, got blown by on defense, missed a 3. Get him out.
Wow.
Get him out. Get him out. Come on, Dusty, get him out. You know what the biggest problem with this is right now? Vlad Golden's not in. We got Vlad Golden over 7.5 rebounds.
Yeah, why? He must be in foul trouble.
He's got 4 boards right now. Look at that. Blown right by. Missed 2 free throws.
I mean, that was terrible.
Yeah. And then missed a 3.
When Vlad is out, I mean, they have
guaranteed is about to get yanked. Brooks, if you got beat like that after missing 2 free throws,
huh?
I don't like your negativity.
How long did you be on the
I don't
bench
like
for?
the fact that we were up 15 and now it's 2-point game.
We? Is it we?
It's we.
It's we now?
He got the
We,
ticket in the satchel.
John.
We?
The ticket is in the satchel.
It's about to get ripped up.
Wow.
It's going to be your first loss today, John.
It will be my
Pronounce
first
that
loss.
last name, Brooks.
You're right.
Shutter. Will Shutter.
Yeah, 3-point game. What was the biggest lead? Was 15, I think.
There we go. You need 4 more boards, Vlad.
Here he comes. Your hero.
His line was only 7.5.
You're not supposed to talk about lines, sir.
Hey,
Oh, yeah, facts.
John L. Davis
Facts.
was the hero today for Arkansas. Maybe his FAU teammate Vlad can do the same.
You know what's go back to that. Elijah Martin, NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
Nick Boyd lost to North Carolina, NCAA tournament.
Yep.
Vlad Golden, NCAA tournament.
That was the one. He tipped it. He touched
Janelle
it.
Davis.
Review it. Review.
That team was elite. That team was elite. Now you wouldn't know it by the second year. The second after the Final Four.
We going down this rabbit hole again?
No, but you're right. Dusty has shown. I mean, that is elite evaluation. That I will give him.
Oh, quick shot.
Or development.
Quick shot.
Either
Or
Yeah.
development.
Both.
McCall.
Oh, that's the one. Nope, short. Got a rebound. There you go.
Shoot it.
2 for $1. 2 for $1.
He's going to let it fly.
One more.
Shoot it.
Skip.
He's got somebody. Oh,
Hey, hell-bent on
Step
getting that
back.
3.
Got
There it
him.
is. There. Oh.
is that?
They can't get a rebound.
It's hard to watch.
Oh, God. So much
I'm
time
getting
left.
nervous now.
There's so much time left.
I've
though.
been nervous.
And what?
No
Nothing.
call.
Nothing.
Thank you, Dagan.
Dagan sounds upset about it ending.
It's the guy we want shooting right there.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Well, I will say it took
worst
until
possible outcome.
the end of the night, but we might have our big what?
We might have two.
A big bang. What's the second one? Oh, the Sidler. I doubt it. But
You have no
can we
faith
not
in
make
the
the
Sidler.
Sidler?
is Texas waiting on the Sidler?
Meanwhile, Matt,
It's a
should.
settle.
on the left side over here,
Imagine if they were going after the
And who
Sidler.
picked
What
Omaha
a
with the
come
trash
up.
cans?
Well,
Who picked the trash cans?
what did he say?
Omaha
With the
Trash-
trash cans.
That's I didn't know. I didn't know.
Omaha
I didn't know the mascot name. I'll be honest.
I don't know that, man.
They're the Mavericks.
I'm just being. That's a
They're
good,
the
That
Mavericks.
should have been one of the trivia
What do we
questions.
do?
Yeah. How did
Mavericks?
you?
They're
Did
the
you do okay
Mavericks?
in that? By the way?
That's my son's name, by the way.
Yeah. So did I.
I'm so
Maverick
bad with
McCall.
years.
Maverick McCall.
Mav
I
McCall.
told him, please
hell of
stop.
a name.
Destined for greatness.
That is a hell of a
The
name.
runner-up.
I didn't
for
know
it?
that.
Yeah,
Oh,
Maverick
yeah.
McCall.
Come on. No,
Terrible.
come on. I said y'all gonna.
I don't know if that's
all
a
my
basketball
credibility.
player name though. That's like a Maverick McCall.
No, well,
That's like
you
the
gotta
third-
understand. My
that's like
wife's half Peruvian too. So
Yeah, I was-
she's
I was gonna say that's a
5'2"
third.
on a good day.
That's
So I
a
don't know that he's gonna be tall.
well. No, I was gonna say he's the shortstop for the Miami Marlins. That's what Maverick McCall sounds like.
Or an elite level golfer.
Yeah,
That's what you want.
That too.
That's exactly what I want.
Hey, McCall, would
Exactly.
you rather have
That
your
would be
son
a
be the
dope
starting
goal,
point guard for the Florida Gators or on the PGA Tour?
Starting point guard for the Florida Gators.
I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. We need
that an easy one for you?
we need
New
we need an
generation
honesty
white
test
chocolate.
there. We need an honesty test there.
PG. I like it.
Is Michigan locking down?
Oh, boy.
That's a
Yeah.
tough shot. That should be UCSD ball, no?
What are you talking about? We're on the same team.
I know, but I gotta try to be extra negative now because I need the win. I need to sweep this so I can.
All right, I
Well,
think
when
it's,
you
I
think
think, I think
positive
it's,
today, you
I think
won.
it's time to take the shot. I think it's time to take the shot. This one's over.
No, we're
Bless
not
you.
doing
Bless
that. We're not doing that.
This one's over.
We're not doing that. You do. You can do it, but I'm not.
What are
I'm
you,
not,
Red Auerbach? Like,
I
no,
rebuke
you don't smoke the cigar yet.
I want to keep
It's
my
over.
over streak alive.
This game's over.
Not even close.
Watch, he's gonna score here. It's done.
Foul.
That was definitely a foul.
That was definitely off. That was off Wolf.
Michigan has been getting some unbelievable calls, by the way.
They have been.
Like it's just not been consistent. Like the
Yeah,
coach
he
knows.
laughing about
Yeah.
it. He's like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
He called him blue.
Who looks younger? Dusty May?
Dusty May for sure.
Yeah,
You
it's
think
Dusty
so?
May. I don't
think
care
so.
who it is.
Yeah, I'm
It's
about to
Dusty
say he
May.
looks like a kid to me for sure.
The only guy Dusty May doesn't look younger than is John Shire.
Yeah.
It's because John Shire is an actual child.
That's a tough guard. That's a tough guard, Matt McCall. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Dose.
You gotta tell people though.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 10-minute break, and then we're gonna come back, and we're gonna do an after dark like we normally would.
It's gonna be a 15-minute break.
It's gonna be a 15-minute break. I'm now being told by Jeff Goodman.
Wow.
So we're gonna come back and do an after dark like we normally would, wrapping up all the day. It has been what a day it has been here on Field of 68.
We got another one tomorrow.
We have another one tomorrow.
Hopefully there'll be more close games. That's what
Yes.
we need tomorrow.
You've been disappointed.
Well, just the lack of close
Yeah,
games.
we haven't had a ton
no
of
buzzer beaters.
Tomorrow we'll have Brooks Barnheiser
We
and
may get one
Coleman
here.
Hawkins, right?
Mm-hmm.
How are you? You and Coleman good?
Yeah, I mean, I think I just know him from playing against him, but I don't know him really personally.
friends. He doesn't have any
I know
enemies.
it's so true.
That's his
I
friend.
like dude.
And
I
he's
do.
a
but-
media superstar.
All right,
coming
no.
up.
Here's a question. That's a perfect question. You've already told us who all your friends are. Who's your biggest enemy? in college
Your
basketball?
arch nemesis.
arch enemy, or arch nemesis.
Like, no, I don't like this guy. Or this team. Like, I don't like this team. I'm not dealing with this.
I mean, the thing is, I respect them, but growing when I was first coming into playing, Tyler Waller, Wisconsin, we used to get into it a little bit, but he toughened me up though. Like he kind of made me, you know what I mean? I was a sophomore. We played there. He hit me in the balls and some other shit. But he made me tough. He made me tough though,
And
for
some
real.
other shit. What was the and some other shit?
Just play hard, bro. He got
Let's
after
play.
me.
All right. As soon as we're done,
We're gonna, as soon as we hit stop.
Do you guys follow each other on it?
No.
You guys don't follow each other on Instagram?
On par for Wisconsin guy.
I'm trying to think of anybody else.
I'm shocked a Wisconsin guy hit somebody in the balls. That never happens.
What's the other kid's name? I can't remember his name.
Brad Davison?
Oh yeah, he was
he was on that too.
Grabber.
I would say Tyler Wall.
Tyler Wall. All right.
Tyler Wall. But he good player though.
Plays they played today. Let's text Tyler Wall. Let's get him on the show.
We should. We gotta talk to him. Ask him if he did it on purpose.
We can get that done.
You guys can have some closure.
I need some closure.
What if he came out here and said, "Yeah, but yeah, I did it on purpose"?
I would have been like, I like that. Yeah, I like that. I respect the gamesmanship. But no, it made me tougher. I mean, I think everybody got a story like that if you play ball.
All right. Well, listen. The Wizard of Oz says this is going to do it for the first day of the Madness.
Goodman looks tired. He looks tired.
Who does?
Goodman looks tired.
Oh,
I'm tired.
He is tired. He is tired. Tired of not playing blackjack.
I know. I'm gonna get ready later.
Well, listen, we're gonna be back in 15 minutes doing an after dark, wrapping everything up, and then we'll be back doing it again, day 2, with even more special guests. Goodman's done a great job. Thank you to Jeff Goodman for booking everybody today. You've done a great job.
What about Trevor and Dagan? Shout out
Trevor
to
and Dagan have been and Connor. They have been absolutely.
What has Connor done? Connor just sat over there. What has Connor done? What has Connor? He's been smiling.
I think the goal today was to not get yelled at. Drill, not to get yelled at by Dagan. That was the goal.
No. That's
He
not
set
true.
the tone at 9.
Connor got his coffee this morning. Great job on the coffee.
Yeah,
He did. Great job.
He did. Sure. I appreciate that, Connor.
Played arguably.
Read the room, Dagan.
Connor is a super important role because, like, if we got trapped in a coal mine and we weren't going to be rescued for days, basically how this felt sometimes. He was laughing and joking the whole time. He kept morale up.
Mm-hmm. He did.
Every time you looked over there, he was laughing about something. Now, he might be going fucking crazy, but I don't know what's going on over there.
Can't tell. You can't tell.
He's excited.
He look like he having a good
time. I'm having a good time.
We're all going to die, but he's smiling over there and he's happy.
And we
So it can't be that bad.
Had a good time following us here along here on the Madnesscast Field of 68. We'll be back with After Dark. Stick around.